Lin Tian has been reborn, and so has his brother whom he had killed. He has also chosen a spirit beast that can evolve into a dragon in his previous life. Has the world truly collapsed at the outset? Upon his rebirth, Lin Tian discovers that not only does he possess the eye of true sight, but he has also acquired a new talent for beast mastery. Armed with these two extraordinary gifts, along with unparalleled diligence and innate ability, he ascends once more to the pinnacle of the world. Just when he believes he can rescue Blue Star, he turns around to find that the reality is far from what he envisioned. Chapter 1. Choices after rebirth. Some individuals perish, yet do not entirely succumb. In Blue Star, within the fiery realm of the Beast Mastery Nation, in the third-tier city of Chao City, lies the Longhua community. Lin Tian gazes wide-eyed at the ceiling of his bedroom, his eyes shining brighter than the light bulb in the dim room. He touches his face and pinches himself vigorously. Feeling the pain radiating from his cheek, he affirms that he is indeed alive. He picks up the shattered old Xiaomi phone he had saved up for 3 years, glancing at the time displayed on its cracked screen. The date reads, 130 years into the abyss, on May 13th H. Lin Tian slaps himself again. The pain is real, not a dream. He has truly returned to 10 years ago, the eve of his destiny as a Beastmaster. A decade later, he stands as the 5th-generation Beastmaster King, wielding the most formidable spirit beast powers, leading human Beastmasters in battle against the Titanic beasts of the abyss. What should have been a certain victory turned awry as he suddenly lost all connection to his spirit beasts, his own powers sealed away. He understands that he has been poisoned. However, the perplexing question lingers. Who would dare to poison him? In that fateful moment, his brother Linya, fighting alongside him against the abyssal beasts, plunged a dagger into his heart. Upon seeing Linya, Lin Tian could scarcely believe the truth of the betrayal. Though he was an adopted son, merely 3 months older than Linya, he had always regarded him as a true brother. Brother, go ahead and die in peace. I shall become the strongest Beastmaster of Blue Star. Is that truly your only desire to ascend as the Beastmaster King? Lying in bed, Lin Tian offers a bitter smile. The abyss descended 130 years ago, bringing with it the cataclysmic ruin of civilization for the people of Blue Star. In just a decade, humanity's survival hung by a thread. Yet, the arrival of the abyss also precipitated monumental changes on Blue Star. Indigenous creatures began to mutate, becoming powerful entities capable of unleashing devastating skills, displaying heightened intelligence, and evolving to alter their forms and even their very species. This, undoubtedly, hastened the extinction of humankind. Fortunately, the abyss's arrival also caused fragments of various worlds to merge with Blue Star. Among these fragments lay numerous formidable spirit beasts, who resisted the obliteration wrought by the abyssal giants while forging contracts with humanity. Thus, the civilization of Beastmasters began to flourish. After 3 generations of Beastmaster Kings and 80 years of relentless effort, humanity finally secured a foothold. From henceforth, every youth of Blue Star awakens their beast mastery talent upon reaching 18. They sign contracts with their first spirit beasts, nurturing them to combat the abyssal giants, ensuring the continuity of human civilization. At this moment, Lin Tian has already awakened his beast mastery talent. His gift is the eye of true sight, enabling him to perceive essential information about spirit beasts, their skills, evolution materials, and 2 potential evolutionary paths. This talent is exceedingly rare among beast mastery gifts. Though not unique, it is said that the eye of true sight may evolve when a beast master's mental strength undergoes transformation. Whether this is true or not remains a mystery to Lin Tian, as even in his previous life as a king, his eye of true sight remained unchanged. In his past, he had successfully cultivated the most mediocre fire lizard into the mightiest spirit beast, the lava dragon, thanks to the assistance of the eye of true sight. Now, however, it feels as though he has awakened from a dream. Reflecting on his past experiences, he gains a clearer perspective. With the body of an 18-year-old and the soul of a nearly 30-year-old, his approach to problems is naturally different. He had regarded Linya and his adoptive parents as family, but they may not have reciprocated those feelings. From the outset, the choice of spirit beast egg had already been predetermined. Tomorrow, his adoptive parents would bring 2 spirit beast eggs, one of which would hatch into a royal-class spirit beast cub, intended for Lin Yas for Lin Tian. He would merely be bestowed an ordinary fire lizard. Thus, this time, his choice would remain the fire lizard. Having been with him for a decade, Lin Tian harbors deep affection for his spirit beast. Moreover, training it has become second nature. In this life, he is resolved to completely transform the landscape of Blue Star and obliterate the abyss. I seem to wish to accomplish one more thing. Lin Tian murmurs, furrowing his brow. Uncertain whether his rebirth has affected his mental acuity, he struggles to recall that in the adjacent room lies Linya's bedroom, at this hour. It is already late at night, yet his room remains illuminated. Linya, clad in sleepwear, sits at the edge of his bed, his gaze unfocused, taking a long while to regain clarity. I am not dead. Linya surveys his surroundings in disbelief, memories flooding back into his mind. This is his room from 12 years ago that he picks up the latest model of an Apple phone, and as the pristine screen lights up, he is momentarily blinded. Yet, upon seeing the time displayed, his eyes brighten with realization that he has indeed been reborn. Lin Yas's body trembles involuntarily. After personally slaying his brother Lin Tian on the battlefield of the Abyss, a Beast Master slightly weaker than Lin Tian, naturally ascended to become the new Beast Master King. In the 2 years following Lin Tian's demise, he led humanity in battles against the abyssal giants, but he never anticipated the existence of an exceptionally powerful abyssal sovereign. The mere thought of that terrifying sovereign sends shivers down Linya's spine, his eyes reflecting profound dread. With just a glance, he found himself paralyzed, unable to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the abyssal sovereign ended his life. Now he understands that his power was never the strongest had he forged a contract with a dragon. Perhaps he would not have met his end. I never expected that fate would grant me a second chance. Lin Tian, my dear brother, you surely cannot fathom that I have been reborn. This time, the title of Beast Master King shall belong solely to me, and your fire lizard shall be mine. In the future, I will cultivate it into a lava dragon, even more powerful than the one you raised. I shall personally slay that abyssal sovereign. Lin Yas's eyes gleam with madness. Had he not encountered the abyssal sovereign, he would have believed that becoming the Beast Master King made him the strongest. But having faced the abyssal sovereign, he now realizes that there exists a higher echelon. Above the imperial level, there lies the divine level. Linya, shall be the first divine Beast Master. At 5 in the morning, Lin Tian rises to begin his day. He has a part-time job at a supermarket, moving goods for an hour each morning. He only remembers this upon hearing the alarm. Still adjusting to life after his rebirth in this hour, he has accumulated 40 yuan, the sum he manages to save each day. At 6:30, Lin Tian returned from the supermarket, breakfast in hand. Today, the morning meal was solely for him and Linya, as their foster parents were absent from home. The funds provided by his foster parents were intended solely for the care of Lin, yet he merely served as an auxiliary figure, and without yet acquiring a spirit beast, he was biding his time. Linya, it's time to rise and eat, Lin Tian announced, placing the breakfast on the dining table as he called out to the still slumbering Linya. I know, came Lin Yas's distant reply from the bedroom, tinged with indifference. Lin Tian chose not to press further, settling down at the table to enjoy his meal. Linya eventually emerged from his room and took a seat at the table. He gazed at the soybean milk and steamed buns, then at Lin Tian, who was already munching on a bun. A slight frown creased Lin Yas's brow. He was uncertain whether Lin Tian shared his predicament. Lin Tian, do you know what spirit beast egg our parents will bring today? Lin Tian was not taken aback by Lin Yas's demeanor. He had always addressed him by his full name, but a sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Lin Tian at the question, yet his expression remained unchanged as he simply shook his head. He had forgotten what Linya had said on this day in his previous life. Well then, I will choose first, Linya declared, taking a bite of his bun. In his past life, he had heeded his parents' advice and chosen a spirit beast that ultimately perished in a secret realm, leaving him psychologically scarred. This time, he was determined to select the fire lizard that could evolve into a magma giant dragon. All right, Lin Tian replied, wiping his mouth. He had finished his breakfast, feigning indifference to Lin Ya's remarks while his mind began to grow wary. There was something peculiar about Lin Yas's behavior. After Lin Ya finished his meal, Lin Tian tidied the table and returned to his own room. He sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing the spirit technique taught at school to enhance his mental fortitude. It wasn't that he didn't desire a more potent method to strengthen his spirit, rather, he had not encountered a superior technique throughout his previous life, right up until his demise. As Lin Tian sensed the sparse mental energy within his spiritual sea, he understood that his rebirth had not altered his current mental capacity, he had merely brought back memories of his past. Above the spiritual sea floated 6 dim stars, symbolizing the rank of a beast master. Upon contracting his first spirit beast, One star would illuminate, signifying his attainment of basic Beast Master abilities. The ranks continued from intermediate to advanced, super, epic, and legendary. However, Lin Tian was aware that beyond the legendary tier lay the divine level, a rank that had yet to witness the emergence of a single divine Beast Master. Correspondingly, the spirit beast levels range from awakening to extraordinary, commanding, king, emperor, and imperial. The first star would light up upon the active contract of a spirit beast, while subsequent stars would illuminate passively through the enhancement of mental power. With each star that lit up, he would be able to contract a spirit beast, representing an elevation in his Beast Master rank. Notably, the fifth star permitted the contracting of 2 spirit beasts, while the sixth allowed for 3. Just as Lin Tian contemplated exiting, a flicker of light suddenly appeared at the center of his spiritual sea. This extraordinary phenomenon captured his attention. Such an occurrence had not transpired in his previous life. Strange, what could this be? Lin Tian pondered, feeling a connection between his mental energy and the flicker of light. Driven by curiosity and caution, he extended his mental energy towards the luminous point. Upon establishing a connection, information surfaced in his mind that typically manifested when awakening a Beast Master talent. Lin Tian was taken aback. He had acquired an additional Beast Master talent. Beast Master Space. I have gained an entirely unprecedented Beast Master talent. Typically, one would awaken only a single talent, all of which were documented by the Beastmaster Association. Lin Tian could assert with certainty that a talent, such as Beast Master Space, was not recorded. Since 80 years ago, no new Beast Master talents had emerged. Lin Tian sensed that the light contained a vast expanse within it. Reassuring himself of the information that had just appeared in his mind, he struggled to contain his excitement. The function of Beast Master Space was to provide a sanctuary for any contracted spirit beasts, allowing them to rest, recover from injuries, and accelerate their power growth. In Blue Star, once a Beast Master contracted a spirit beast, the beast could transform into a beast pattern that adhered to the Beast Master's body, much like a tattoo, without providing any enhancement. In terms of comparing Beast Master talents, Lin Tian believed that True Vision far surpassed Beast Master Space. However, who could refuse a dedicated space that could bolster a spirit beast strength? It was an invaluable asset for enhancing power. Moreover, the enhancement of spirit beast strength was a challenge all Beast Masters faced. With Beast Master Space, he could significantly shorten the time required to nurture spirit beasts. Combining True Vision with Beast Master Space, Lin Tian was certain that his future speed in training spirit beasts would surpass that of ordinary Beast Masters. As Lin Tian withdrew his mental energy from Beast Master Space, he realized that he had yet to contract his first spirit beast, rendering him unable to fully verify the true capabilities of Beast Master Space. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his calendar, revealing that he had a new part-time job to attend to. After 10 years, I've almost forgotten the hardships of my past. Lin Tian hurriedly left the house. He then remembered that during his usual class days, he would only work that morning part-time job. On weekends, he also had a part-time job at a milk tea shop, which paid 100 yuan for the day. The materials he had used to nurture the fire lizard had all been painstakingly saved from his part-time earnings. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after a busy day, Lin Tian sat down on a chair. "You love me, I love you." His phone rang. Upon checking the contact name, he understood that the time had come for him to become a Beast Master. After informing the milk tea shop owner, Lin Tian left with the remaining 60 yuan of his earnings. After the owner had deducted a portion in the living room, Lin Yu sat excitedly on the sofa. Beside him was the stern Lin Xiulang. In his 40s, Lin Xiulang's hair was meticulously styled. Next to him sat a well-maintained woman who appeared to be just in her 30s, Lin Ya's mother, Zhang Yu, who was also Lin Tian's foster mother. "Dad, let me see the spirit beast egg." "Wait a moment, choose the smallest one, the blue one." "Don't pick the largest," Lin Xiulang advised Lin Ya. "Dad, I want to choose for myself, please don't interfere." Lin Ya furrowed his brow, dismissing Lin Xiulang's words. Having stumbled in the past, he was determined to alter his fate this time. "Xiaya, listen to your father, the blue one cost us a great deal to acquire," Zhang Yu interjected, attempting to persuade him. All right, they'll listen to you both," Lin Ya acquiesced with a nod. However, since he would be choosing first, he was resolute in selecting the fire lizard. Once the contract was signed, no one would be able to stop him. The first spirit beast of a beast master is no longer obtained from the Spirit Beast Academy, rather, it is acquired by parents from the Beast Master Association in the form of a spirit beast egg. In the absence of parents, one must procure the egg independently. Currently, Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu are nominally the parents of Lin Tian. Thus, it is their responsibility to retrieve the egg. Lin Xiaolong cast a glance at the two large black boxes beside him, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. He had invested a considerable amount of resources to ensure Lin Yu could acquire a powerful foundational spirit beast. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Did Lin Tian forget his keys? Zhang Yu frowned as she rose to answer the door, her tone tinged with mild irritation. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Lin Tian announced. Oh dear, Lin Tian, you've been running around instead of staying home on the weekend, making us wait for so long. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Zhang Yu muttered with dissatisfaction before resuming her place on the sofa. Lin Tian felt a wave of nausea at Zhang Yu's demeanor, though he refrained from expressing it. All right, since you're back, you and Lin, you should select a spirit beast egg that you both fancy. It's time to embark on your journey as beast masters, Lin Xiaolong declared, rising from the sofa to place the two black boxes on the table. The others refrained from interrupting Lin Xiaolong. Patiently awaiting the unveiling of the boxes, a S1 box opened. It revealed a spirit beast egg enveloped in protective wrappings. It was a green spirit beast egg, slightly larger than an olive, with wisps of white vapor wafting from its surface. Lin Yu merely glanced at the green egg, showing little interest. Lin Xiaolong promptly opened the other black box. Before them lay an oval-shaped egg adorned with pale red patterns, significantly larger than the green one. Lin Tian's gaze lingered on this egg, for it contained the fire lizard that had been his companion for a decade. Lin Yu fixated on the fire lizard egg, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, for within it lay the potential to evolve into a lava dragon. Choosing this fire lizard would allow him to cultivate the mightiest imperial lava dragon with utmost swiftness. In due time, he would ascend to become the most formidable beastmaster, leveraging the power of a lava dragon to reach new heights. He envisioned achieving divinity. Lin Xiaolong remained oblivious to the intensity of the two boys' gazes as he placed the two spirit beast eggs on the table. Which of you two shall choose first? Dad, he'll go first, Lin Yu exclaimed, quickly standing and casting a wary glance at Lin Tian, fearing he might snatch the choice away. Very well, Lin Xiaolong nodded. I want this one, Lin Yu declared, seizing the fire lizard EGG. Lin Ya's choice. Both Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu's expressions shifted simultaneously. Even Lin Tian was taken aback by Lin Ya's selection. The trajectory had shifted. Saga, don't be reckless. The first spirit beast selection is crucial. Don't just focus on the size of the egg, Zhang Yu admonished. This spirit beast egg was merely an ordinary one, and the creature that would hatch from it would possess a poor foundation, requiring exorbitant resources for proper cultivation. In stark contrast, the other egg had been meticulously chosen by both her and Lin Xiaolong. Son, perhaps you should reconsider, Lin Xiaolong suggested, casting a discerning glance at Lin Yu. He did not wish for Lin Yu to select this spirit beast egg. Lin Tian observed the unfolding scene with a sigh in his heart. Now, as Lin Yu made his choice, both parents were vehemently opposed. When he himself had chosen the green spirit beast egg, the expressions on their faces had been far from pleasant, claiming it was meant for Lin Yu. Dad, Mom, I want this one, trust me, Lin Yu insisted, his eyes radiating unprecedented confidence. Rest assured, your son will undoubtedly become the strongest beastmaster. Before Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaolong could further protest, a glimmer of light appeared on Lin Ya's forehead, enveloping the spirit beast egg. Son, Zhang Yu gasped, but it was too late. Lin Xiaolong's expression shifted slightly before returning to its usual composure. Lin Tian stood by, keenly observing the changes in their expressions. He silently apologized, a gesture of remorse directed at the fire lizard. This time, he could not choose it. Yet he was certain, deep within his heart, that Lin Yu, like him, had been reborn. He merely wondered from which point in time. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated as cracks appeared on the surface of the spirit beast egg. With Lin Ya's eager, frenzied gaze upon it, a red head emerged from the broken shell, its large eyes fixated on Lin Yu, seemingly memorizing the visage of its master. Fire lizard! At that moment, upon realizing it was a fire lizard, Zhang Yu's complexion drained of color, and she slumped onto the sofa. This particular fire lizard was a common fire-type spirit beast, devoid of cultivation value and less lavished with precious materials. Lin Xiaolong's countenance also darkened, though he skillfully masked his emotions as a man. Mom and Dad, don't worry, trust in your son. I will cultivate this fire lizard into a dragon. Lin Yu reassured his parents with a smile. Well, if you have that determination, then that's commendable, Lin Xiaolong replied, his expression impassive. In one would believe a fire lizard could transform into a dragon. At that moment, Lin Tian was entirely convinced that Linya had indeed been reborn. The expression Linya had inadvertently revealed, along with his words, had thoroughly betrayed him. Lin Tian, Linya has chosen a spirit beast. This one is yours, Lin Xiaolong said, directing his gaze towards Lin Tian. Lin Ya's eyes turned towards Lin Tian, glimmering with anticipation. The progeny of a king-level spirit beast is not an easy creature to cultivate in its early stages. Though his parents could afford the egg, the resources required for later cultivation were beyond their financial means. Zhang Yu's gaze was laden with reluctance. She wished to withhold this spirit beast egg from Lin Tian. However, the arrow had been loosed, and there was no turning back. The first spirit beast selection, once made, could not be forsaken, or one would lose the path of becoming a beast master for life. Lin Tian approached the table, gazing at the green spirit beast egg. His mental energy surged within his mind, and a glimmer of light appeared on his forehead, enveloping the spirit beast egg. In his perception, a small life existed within the EGG. As his mental energy manifested, the little live's own energy became active. The two energies successfully intertwined. Contract signed. As Lin Tian sensed the lively essence within the egg, stirred by the completion of the contract, his heart raced with exhilaration. Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu watched the egg with bated breath, aware that it contained a spirit beast of exceptional talent, though the specifics remained a mystery. With a crisp crack, a minute fissure appeared on the surface of the green spirit beast egg. Hiss. The green shell burst open. Beneath the shell lay a plump, green head, smaller than a ping-pong ball, with two tiny black eyes gazing up at Lin Tian. A small, red tongue flickered out as it tilted its head, observing Lin Tian, while the remnants of a shell fell onto the table with a soft thud. "Hello, little one," Lin Tian greeted, a smile gracing his lips. Upon beholding the form of this spirit beast, Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu experienced a pang of regret. They felt an overwhelming desire to weep in despair. Never had they anticipated that the creature within the egg would turn out to be a progeny of a king-level spirit beast. Chapter 2. The Royal Spirit Beast Cub. The Royal Spirit Beast Cub, the Azure Wind Serpent. Lin Xiaolong felt an overwhelming urge to slap Linya in frustration. The number of Royal Spirit Beast Cubs that emerge from the newly hatched Spirit Beast eggs each year is exceedingly scarce. If the first Spirit Beast happens to be a Royal Cub, then the talent of this Beast Master, regardless of how lackluster it may be, becomes inconsequential. With diligent training and the avoidance of untimely demise, he is destined to evolve into a formidable Beast Master. A Supreme Beast Master is indeed the backbone of the entire Yin-Yang Beast Master nation. Zhang Yu, witnessing Linya, who was cradling a fire lizard and grinning foolishly, felt a surge of indignation. The first spirit beast she had meticulously selected for him was thus claimed by a mere adopted child. "Come here, little one." Lin Tian extended his hand. In his past life, he had possessed a royal spirit beast, yet none had been nurtured from infancy. This was his very first royal spirit beast cub. The azure serpent wriggled out of its eggshell. Its body was not particularly long, measuring approximately 30 centimeters. Plump and undeniably adorable, the small serpent crawled onto Lin Tian's palm, gradually making its way up his arm, imparting a refreshing chill. A gleam flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he activated his Beast Mastery talent, True Sight. Beast Mastery, Azure Wind Serpent. Attribute, Wind. Level, Awakening Stage 1. Skill, Wind Fawn. This spirit beast of his was precisely the wind attribute Azure Wind Serpent. Currently, the serpent was merely awakened, and it would not be until Lin Tian reached the extraordinary stage that his true sight could discern the evolution materials and pathways. At this moment, Lin Tian experienced a bittersweet blend of emotions. The pain stemmed from the exorbitant cost of the royal spirit beast cub's sustenance. His meager savings would barely suffice for a month's worth of the finest nourishment. The joy, however, arose from the serpent's potential. With proper cultivation, it could rapidly manifest formidable combat prowess. Lin Tian, I never anticipated your fortune would be this splendid, acquiring a royal spirit beast cub. Yet, the materials for its evolution are not easily obtained, so do not fall behind me. Linya cast a disdainful glance at the Azure Wind Serpent, his words seemingly laced with mockery directed at Lin Tian. In his previous life, Lin Tian had chosen the fire lizard, which he could cultivate. This time, with the Azure Wind Serpent, he was eager to observe how Lin Tian would manage its upbringing. Did he have sufficient funds from his part-time job? No worries, I will ensure it is well nurtured, Lin Tian replied with a smile, shifting his gaze back to the fire lizard. You must be cultivated with care as well. Rest assured, I shall transform it into the mightiest lava dragon. Lin retorted, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. His continuous taunts served to test whether Lin Tian had truly been reborn. Regrettably, he perceived no change in Lin Tian's expression. Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. The reality was as such, and they had no better means to alter it. Since Lin had chosen the fire lizard, they would wholeheartedly support him. As for Lin Tian, they could not afford the sustenance for the royal spirit beast cub. He would have to devise his own solutions. Xiao Tian, come here with your mother. Zhang Yu beckoned to Lin Tian. She entered the bedroom, and Lin Tian, uncertain of his adoptive mother's intentions, followed. The azure wind serpent perched atop Lin Tian's head, its small head facing forward, while its tail dangled behind. Father, transfer some money to my bank card. I need to purchase food for the fire lizard, Linya instructed his father. Unlike Lin Tian, he had parental support and need not fret over financial matters. Alas, you should have chosen the azure wind serpent, Lin Xiaolong sighed. Linya frowned, his dissatisfaction evident. Father, have you forgotten that my beast mastery talent is super growth? This allows my spirit beast's growth rate to accelerate to approximately 15 times that of normal cultivation, which is also why I was able to become a strong individual despite having suffered mental trauma in my previous life. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not dissuade you further. I will transfer the funds shortly. Go ahead and buy the fire lizard's nourishment, Lin Xiaolong said with a resigned shake of his head. In the bedroom, Zhang Yu sat on the bed, observing Lin Tian as he entered, her gaze drifting to the azure wind serpent resting on his head, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Mother, is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Tian inquired, standing before her. Zhang Yu pondered briefly, feigning a pained expression as she spoke. Xiao Tian, although you are our adopted son, we have always regarded you as our own. Your ability to contract a royal spirit beast cub is indeed a cause for celebration, and we, as your parents, share in your joy. However, you are aware that its sustenance may be beyond our means. She gestured toward the azure wind serpent on Lin Tian's forehead. Upon being pointed at, the azure wind serpent flicked its tongue, its small eyes glinting with ferocity. What business do you have pointing at this baby? Lin Tian chuckled inwardly at the serpent's thoughts, marveling at its fierce nature and intelligence, traits befitting a royal spirit beast cub. He had anticipated this conversation, understanding that the real concern was not about their inability to provide, but rather their reluctance to spend money. When you nurtured Linya's azure wind serpent, considerable resources were expended, even to the point of seeking external aid. However, perhaps this was for the best. It would alleviate any psychological burden in the future. Mother, I will not impose any additional burden upon you. Cultivating spirit beasts is the duty of a beast master, and I cannot add to your stress. Besides, I have saved enough from my part-time job to adequately provide for its nourishment, Lin Tian reassured her. Zhang Yu nodded. You truly are a diligent child. Your brother possesses merely an ordinary fire lizard. When you grow stronger, you must find a powerful spirit beast for him to bond with. Mother, Linya's fire lizard is no ordinary creature. It may indeed develop into a dragon, Lin Tian remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Finding a dragon? That is tantamount to seeking death, Lin Tian silently mused. Zhang Yu frowned, her displeasure evident as she retorted, he is merely throwing a child's tantrum. How could a fire lizard possibly transform into a dragon? Mother, have you seen the coloration of Linya's fire lizard? It is exceptionally dark, Lin Tian countered. Zhang Yu paused, recalling that both she and Lin Xiaolong were advanced beast masters with considerable knowledge of spirit beasts. Lin Tian's observation caused her to ponder the fire lizard's unique hue, leading her to question whether it was indeed distinct from the commonplace fire lizards. Regardless, a fire lizard remained a fire lizard, Zhang Yu sighed. Mother, I will return to my room now. I have taken your words to heart, Lin Tian said, sensing there was little more to discuss, and exited the bedroom. In the living room, he found neither Lin Xiaolong nor Linya present, and, not particularly concerned, returned to his own room. The azure wind serpent crawled from Lin Tian's head to his palm, tilting its adorable head to gaze at him. Little one, it seems I must give you a name, Lin Tian said, extending a finger to gently stroke the serpent's small head. How about little Qing? The azure wind serpent shook its head. Stone, still dissatisfied. Gentle breeze? Unimpressed yet again. Lin Tian scratched his head. Previously, when naming the fire lizard, he had called it fire dragon without opposition. Why then, with the azure wind serpent, did it seem to resist all names? Was it due to its superior foundation and intelligence? Very well, then I shall call you Qing Sha, he proposed. The azure wind serpent tilted its head once more, finally nodding in agreement. Qing Sha, that name sounds somewhat pleasant. From now on, you shall be called Qing Sha. Lin Tian revealed a resigned smile. Gazing at the plump Qing Sha in his hands, an idea suddenly dawned upon him. As a novice beast tamer who had already formed a contract with Qing Sha, could he not test the specific effects of the beast taming space? Chapter 3. drenched in surprise. Qingsha, I will take you to a place. Lin Tian directed his gaze towards the chubby Qingsha. The summoning array materialized, and before Qingsha could react, it vanished from Lin Tian's palm. A serpentine emblem appeared on the back of Lin Tian's hand. This was the beast pattern. Once a spirit beast is contracted, it can transform into a beast pattern on the beast tamer's body, serving merely as a convenient means to carry the spirit beast, without any other function. The beast pattern can be concealed or displayed on any part of the beast tamer's body. Lin Tian connected to the beast taming space with his mental energy and cast Qingsha into it. Qingsha appeared in the beast taming space, bewildered, curling its body and cautiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Qingsha, do not be anxious. This is the beast taming space. Take your time to sense whether it is beneficial for you. Lin Tian's mental energy intertwined with Qingsha, allowing him to perceive everything within the beast taming space. As a recently born spirit beast, Qingsha was inherently timid, necessitating Lin Tian's attentive care. Hiss! Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice in the beast taming space, Qingsha noticeably relaxed. The insufferable beast tamer had tossed it into this place. With Lin Tian's reassurance, Qingsha's confidence gradually grew, and it began to crawl slowly in the beast taming space, only moving more swiftly when it confirmed there was no danger. In Lin Tian's mental perception, the beast taming space appeared as a nebulous expanse devoid of scenery. However, upon Qingsha's entrance, it began to discern the surroundings, akin to exploring a game map. It was indeed a diminutive world, replete with mountains, waters, and a sky adorned with white clouds. If Lin Tian were not vigilant about Qingsha, he might easily overlook its whereabouts. After an extended duration, Qingsha's mental feedback finally emerged. Comfortable, time to sleep. Qingsha's previously vibrant mental energy became tranquil. Lin Tian immediately noted where Qingsha had ventured. The little creature had climbed onto a large tree, its tail entwined around a slender branch, and had fallen asleep just like that. Through their mental connection, Lin Tian sensed that Qingsha's body was improving within the beast taming space. Though the effects might not be immediately evident, the results should become apparent by the following day. As Lin Tian withdrew his mental energy from the beast taming space, a notification chimed on his phone the moment he sat on his bed. He retrieved his phone, and, upon seeing a familiar avatar and name, a knowing smile graced his lips. Guai Yuqian, his good friend. Guai Yuqian, Lin Tian, what spirit beast do you have? Quickly send me a picture. Lin Tian, a snake. Fortunate enough to be a royal-level spirit beast cub, the wind-type Qingfeng snake. Guai Yuqian, are you cheating? Your spirit beast should be a pig. It was evident that Guai Yuqian found it hard to believe Lin Tian. A smile crept upon Lin Tian's lips as he understood Guai Yuqian's skepticism. Lin Tian, what? Is yours a pig? Guai Yuqian. Sends image. Lin Tian opened the image, and his smile widened. The picture depicted a small, round golden pig. Its body plump and its tail slightly curled, exuding cuteness. This little creature belonged to the gold type and bore a rather ostentatious name, Yuanbao pig. In his previous life, Guai Yuqian's first spirit beast had indeed been a Yuanbao pig, and this time, it was no different. Lin Tian typed furiously, sending a reply. Such an adorable little fellow. Perfectly befitting your identity. Guai Yuqian hailed from a wealthy family, as his parents owned the largest company in Chao City, making him a veritable second-generation rich kid. Yet, he was raised with modesty, only discovering at the age of 16 that his family owned a business and his parents were affluent, which distinguished him from the poorly brought-up scions of wealth. In the selection of spirit beasts, Guai Yuqian had fervently resisted his parents' attempts to leverage their connections, ultimately acquiring this ordinary yet extraordinary Yuanbao pig. It was considered ordinary because the pig only gained combat capability upon reaching royal level, and among all of Blue Star, there existed but a single royal-level Yuanbao pig, which was rather weak, merely kept as a mascot. Despite its lackluster combat prowess, many merchants revered it as a god of wealth, believing that possessing this spirit beast would indeed bring them fortune. Moreover, the Yuanbao pig exhibited peculiar traits. It did not exist in the wild, could not reproduce, nor evolve. It would appear only when it was meant to, even potentially emerging from the egg of a colossal dragon. Truly a bugged spirit beast. Guai Yuqian, my parents are quite pleased, but this was my choice, and I have no regrets. For my second spirit beast, I shall select one with combat capability. Guai Yuqian, the spirit beast cleansing pool opens tomorrow. Be prepared. This is our only opportunity to cleanse our spirit beast foundations aside from the graduation exam. Guai Yuqian, oh, just an ordinary person. I'm a second-generation rich kid. Had he not appended that last statement, Lin Tian might have considered responding. Now, however, all Lin Tian could muster was a derisive chuckle. So what if one was wealthy? Damn it, he felt drenched in surprise. Nevertheless, Guai Yuqian's words served as a reminder for Lin Tian, who had nearly forgotten this matter since his rebirth. Third-year students who became beast tamers could enter the spirit beast cleansing pool once, a rare opportunity for Lin Tian, particularly since he lacked the funds to purchase high-quality fodder. Though he had struggled financially in his previous life, he had managed to get by. This time, however, Lin Tian lay helplessly on his bed, checking the balance in his bank account. 30,000 yuan, the sum he had accumulated over the years. Time to buy some fodder. Lin Tian left his bedroom to procure food for the Qingfeng snake. Lin Xiaolong sat in his study, engrossed in his computer, while Zhang Yu stood beside him. The computer screen displayed a flurry of messages. Any useful information discovered? Zhang Yu inquired. Zhang Yu relayed the details regarding the varying skin colors of the fire lizards to Lin Xiaolong, urging him to consult with professionals to ascertain whether Lin Ya's fire lizard truly exhibited differences. Lin Tian's claims were credible. After all, it had been his first spirit beast in the previous life, and no one knew his fire lizard better than he did. However, Zhang Yu, being an adult, would not easily place her faith in Lin Tian's words. Yet, Lin Yu was adamant that the fire lizard could evolve into a dragon, which left her in a state of indecision. After consulting numerous experts in spirit beast cultivation, they unanimously stated that fire lizards typically shared similar skin colors, and they had never encountered one as dark as Lin Ya's. A smile crept upon Lin Xiaolong's lips. Moreover, these experts held a consensus that this fire lizard might have undergone mutation or atavism, allowing them to confidently encourage their son to nurture it. Since they all say so, we must ensure that fire lizard is well nurtured. It cannot be left solely to our son, Zhang Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. How much do we have in savings? Lin Xiaolong queried. 3 million, Zhang Yu replied. Then let us set aside 2 million to cultivate the fire lizard for Lin Ya, using only the finest resources. The remaining 1 million shall be reserved for purchasing a house for him, Lin Xiaolang resolutely declared. At that moment, Lin Tian remained oblivious to the fact that his mere utterance had prompted Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu to allocate 2 million for the cultivation of the fire lizard. Currently, he found himself in a spirit beast shop, haggling with the proprietor to procure more affordable sustenance for Qingsha. Chapter 4. The naively innocent student, my dear lad. It's truly a challenge to make a profit off you, the shopkeeper lamented with a resigned expression as he gazed at Lin Tian. Boss, the profit margins on spirit beast food are substantial. For 31 cans, you ought to be earning at least 10 yuan per can, Lin Tian replied, flashing a bashful smile. That comes to a total of 2,700 yuan. Lin Tian swiftly completed the transaction and carried away 3 boxes of food for the young spirit beasts. Anxious that any delay could result in the proprietor's ire. 80 yuan per can, and he had managed to negotiate the price down by more than half. Had he not been aware that the shopkeeper was deliberately inflating prices due to his novice status, he wouldn't have bargained so aggressively. With limited funds at his disposal and the need for even more money in the future, every little saving counted. This amount would suffice for Qingsha to reach the 9th layer of awakening. However, the cost for extraordinary grade sustenance would be significantly greater. Moreover, the cans he purchased were of the most ordinary variety. If he wished to provide better for Qingsha, this sum would barely last a month. After Lin Tian departed, a sly grin crept onto the shopkeeper's face, the kind only a shrewd merchant would wear. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaolang, Zhang Yu, and Lin Yu were absent. Lin Tian paid no mind. After all, it was a rare occasion for the two of them to return, and it was only natural that they would take Lin Yu out for a nice meal. Sitting on his bed, Lin Tian rubbed his face vigorously. Realizing that he could not continue in this manner, a change was necessary. Without funds, even a royal-level spirit beast cub would become useless in his hands. To nurture it properly, he needed to start with its food supply. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lin Tian arose to begin his work. Damn it. With my first spirit beast, the pressure has mounted. In the beast control space, Qingsha opened its eyes. I want to go out. At that very moment, Lin Tian was having breakfast and promptly summoned Qingsha forth. The little creature, delighted to see its master, climbed from Lin Tian's arm to his head, claiming the highest perch. Once Lin Tian finished his last bite of bun, he reluctantly removed the little one from its lofty position. Under the state of true vision, he could clearly observe Qingsha's current condition. It remained at the first layer of awakening, with little change in level. However, it had grown approximately 2 centimeters in length. Having not raised a serpentine spirit beast in his previous life, he was nonetheless well-versed enough to understand that an increase in length indicated a rise in strength. It wouldn't be long before Qingsha would attain the 2nd layer of awakening. Come, enjoy a can. Lin Tian retrieved a small can of spirit beast food from his bag, opened it, and presented it to Qingsha. The contents consisted of block-shaped meat, easily swallowed by the serpent. Presumably, it had not eaten since the previous day and was now quite hungry, devouring the entire can within minutes. What a rip-off. A can contains so little meat. Lin Tian grumbled inwardly, feeling slightly cheated. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper sneezed, unaware of the curses directed his way. After finishing the can, a brief glow enveloped Qin Sha before dissipating. Lin Tian immediately checked with true vision. Spirit Beast, Qing Feng Snake, Attribute, Wind Level, Second Layer Awakening Skills, Wind Feng. Finding well, a can has propelled it to the second layer of awakening, and it even gained an additional skill. Perhaps the shopkeeper isn't as unscrupulous as I thought. The cans are quite decent. Next time, I won't haggle so ruthlessly. Qin Sha nestled atop Lin Tian's head, eyes closing in slumber. With a sigh, Lin Tian donned his green hat made of serpent skin and headed back to school. At the Chao City Beast Control School, all third-year students were in a state of exuberance. They had become beast tamers and now possessed their very first spirit beasts to showcase to friends and classmates. In Class 3, where Lin Tian was enrolled, a boy proudly displayed his blue-eyed husky to his friends. Behold my first spirit beast. Isn't that just the demolition team captain, the husky? What husky? This is a blue-eyed dog. Isn't that still a husky? Goodness, this is a blue-eyed dog. All right, blue-eyed dog it is. Mine's a gray shadow rat. Impressive, isn't it? It's a dark type. What is so great about a gray shadow rat? Have you heard? Zhao Minghai from Class 4 has a royal-level spirit beast cub, the furious flame dog. Some people are affluent, while we are merely children from ordinary families. What can we do? I heard from the Class 4 students that Linya's brother, Lin Tian, also has a royal-level spirit beast cub, the Qing Feng Snake. Is that true? Who knows, it might be true. Linya wouldn't lie. Guo Yuqian, you're close with Lin Tian. Do you know what spirit beast he has contracted? Someone suddenly inquired, turning to the usually silent Guo Yuqian. The chubby Guo Yuqian was propping his chin on his hands, gazing out the window, while a cute little golden pig dozed on the desk beside him. Upon being called, Guo Yuqian nodded. It's the Qing Feng Snake. By heavens, it truly is a royal-level spirit beast cub. What kind of luck is this? Why don't I have such a remarkable spirit beast? Look at yourself. Please, don't say such things. I heard that Lin Tian snatched it from Linya. It was originally Linya's Qing Feng Snake. Is that true? Of course. Linya said so in the group chat, and I even have a screenshot. Doubt clouded the crowd's faces. Shindian, stop spewing nonsense. How could Lin Tian possibly steal from Linya? If you can't speak properly, then just don't. Guo Yuqian retorted, pointing at a boy with large eyes. Letting it slide is one thing, but daring to discuss Lin Tian in front of me is a death wish. Shindian's face turned sour. Well, fatty, I know you're close with Lin Tian, but Linya said it herself. Are we not allowed to talk about it? Guo Yuqian sneered. That scoundrel Linya doesn't deserve to speak of this. It's Lin Tian's fortune, and Linya is merely envious. Besides, Linya and Lin Tian have never seen eye to eye. Don't you know that? You all have ears and eyes, but unfortunately, they're utterly useless. Damn it. I may not care about other classes, but if you dare say a word against Lin Tian, I'll put you all on my company's blacklist. Everyone fell silent, especially Chundian, who dared not utter another word. Being placed on the blacklist would make future purchases a bit tricky. Guo Yuqian's family business spanned all of Chao City, with connections to everything related to spirit beasts. Fatty, why do you have to offend the entire class? A person approached and sat beside Guo Yuqian. Seeing it was his friend Dai Hao, Guo Yuqian snorted. When I was bullied, Lin Tian stood up for me. If it weren't for him, I might have been beaten to death by now. Very well, I acknowledge that he has saved your life. Yet Linya from Class 4 has incessantly claimed that Lin Tian seized his spirit beast. Guo Yuqian slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. What utter nonsense. I must confront him. Whom do you intend to seek out? A voice suddenly resonated, revealing Lin Tian, adorned with a green halo, entering the classroom. Chapter 5, Zhao Minghai. Young Master Zhao. Perplexed by the situation, Lin Tian gazed at Guo Yuqian with a hint of bewilderment. Upon arriving at the third-grade floor, he had noted the peculiar glances cast his way. Now, entering the classroom, he sensed an oddity in the stares of his classmates, which left him utterly perplexed. He was about to inquire with Guo Yuqian when he overheard the latter's furious remarks. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Guo Yuqian's fury diminished significantly. Speak, he urged, poking Dai Hao. With a resigned sigh, Dai Hao replied, Linya has been asserting since yesterday that you stole his spirit beast. It seems that not only the third grade is aware of this. I suspect many from the first and second grades also know. Moreover, those from Class 4 are demanding an explanation from you. Lin Tian listened, utterly flabbergasted, his mind swirling with incredulity. This fool genuinely fears his ascent, seeking to trouble him at such an alarming pace when he merely wished to bide his time. However, upon further reflection, Lin Tian recognized this as quintessential Linya behavior. Were it not for his overwhelming jealousy, he wouldn't have resorted to poisoning him in his previous life. Contemplating the poison, Lin Tian suddenly realized he had overlooked a critical piece of information. What kind of toxin could sever his connection with all spirit beasts? In his past life, As the Beast King, he had encountered innumerable formidable spirit beasts and was familiar with many potent toxins. Yet, he had no knowledge of a poison capable of directly severing all mental connections. In Class 4, the atmosphere was rife with indignation towards Lin Tian, accusing him of taking Lin Ya's spirit beast. Indeed, he thinks highly of himself simply because he is an elder brother. Damn it. I wish to catch him and give him a good beating. Lin Ya, let us seek him out. Yes. This chorus was a unified outcry against Lin Tian, rallying to support Lin Ya. There is no need for that. We are family. Lin Ya shook his head, internally scoffing at their naivety. Reflecting on how delightful it was to be reborn. Observing his classmates, he found them adorably foolish. After all, he is merely an adopted son. And that spirit beast was specifically chosen for you by your parents. It's nothing, just bad luck on my part. Lin Ya waved his hands dismissively. This cannot stand. We must confront Lin Tian for an explanation. A voice suddenly interjected. As he spoke, the class fell silent, all eyes turning to him. The youth, clad in designer attire with a luxurious mechanical watch adorning his wrist, was Zhao Minghai, another student possessing a royal-grade spirit beast cub and a close acquaintance of Lin Ya. Minghai, let this matter rest. I have already formed a pact with the fire lizard, Lin Ya stated. It cannot simply be overlooked. My brother has been wronged, and I shall not let it pass, Zhao Minghai declared. Upon seeing Zhao Minghai depart, the members of Class 4, along with Lin Ya, hastily exited the classroom. As Lin Tian settled into his seat, he noticed a throng of students approaching the window, with Zhao Minghai and Lin Ya at the forefront, directly heading for their classroom. Lin Tian, come over here. Zhao Minghai pointed accusingly at Lin Tian. Caught off guard, Lin Tian felt a twinge of confusion, struggling to recall who this brash individual was. Demanding he approach. However, the passage of time rendered his memory elusive. Damn it, Zhao Minghai, can you not speak like a civilized person? Just get the hell out of here. Guo Yuqian, already simmering with anger, exploded as Zhao Minghai and his entourage flooded into the classroom. Upon seeing Lin Ya, Guo Yuqian unleashed a torrent of insults. What kind of lowly creature are you, Lin Ya? Jealous of Lin Tian is one thing, but to stir up trouble? Take your Class 4 cronies and get the hell out of here. Guo Yuqian's outburst left Zhao Minghai and Lin Tian visibly displeased. Lin Ya, regarding Guo Yuqian with a sneer, retorted, Guo Yuqian, is Lin Tian your father? Why are you defending him so fiercely? Damn you, Lin Ya. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You're attempting to bully Lin Tian, but do you even possess the qualifications to do so? Listening to Guo Yuqian engaging in this verbal duel, Lin Tian felt his head spinning. Guo Yuqian, despite his typically amiable disposition, had endured enough bullying in the past that he had become fiercely protective since attaining wealth. He would confront any injustice head-on, never backing down. A person who had never lost a battle of wits. Now, Lin Tian finally comprehended the nature of Zhao Minghai, his gaze tinged with pity. After all, Zhao Minghai's fate in his previous life had been grim, ultimately led astray by Lin Ya. Guo Fatty, temper your fury, Lin Tian rose from his seat, placing a reassuring hand on Guo Yuqian's shoulder. He understood that Guo Yuqian wished to shield him from grievances, but this was his battle to fight. Zhao Minghai, do you even comprehend where you are? Before Lin Tian could speak, Dai Hao confronted Zhao Minghai defiantly. Of course I do, Zhao Minghai replied, somewhat perplexed by Dai Hao's demeanor. Then why don't you take your Class 4 riffraff and skedaddle? Do you think our Class 3 is easy prey? Dai Hao retorted without reservation. While he may not possess Guo Yuqian's explosive temperament, he was the class leader. At their age, camaraderie held significant value. While discord within the class was one matter, uniting against an external threat was imperative. Zhao Minghai's intrusion was not merely a personal affront but a challenge to the entire class. Provocation, brazen provocation. Indeed, as Dai Hao's words settled, the members of Class 3 regarded Zhao Minghai and Lin Ya with hostility. Chun Dian, who had previously disparaged Lin Tian, now glared fiercely at Zhao Minghai and Lin Ya. We all know Lin Tian's character. Compared to him, Lin Ya is utterly insignificant. Am I mistaken? Dai Hao addressed Zhao Minghai, then turned to his classmates. Brothers, what should we do if someone bullies our Class 3 members? Beat him up. The class resounded in unison. The thunderous collective roar reverberated in Lin Tian's ears, causing his head to buzz, while the green halo above him opened its eyes, glaring ferociously at the crowd. Indeed, these young individuals, newly anointed beastmasters, exhibited fervor that contrasted sharply with his nearly 30-year-old self, who merely sought to survive and thrive. The members of Class 4 appeared genuinely intimidated, casting apprehensive glances at Lin Ya and Zhao Minghai. Minghai, perhaps we should let this go. There are far too many from Class 3, Lin Ya suggested, his eyes darting nervously. Let it go? No way. I must avenge this slight, Zhao Minghai declared, his pride wounded by having been so vocally challenged. May I have a word? Lin Tian finally seized the opportunity to speak. All eyes turned toward him, and Lin Ya's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lin Tian was certain that if he merely uttered the words to confront them, the members of Class 3 would be ready to brandish their benches as weapons. Indeed, several individuals were already clutching benches, and one even wielded a baseball bat. This was no idle threat. If this farce continued, it could very well escalate into a grave situation. Zhao Young Master, this matter pertains solely to Linya and myself. As an outsider, it would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening, Lin Tian stated. Huh? Am I merely an outsider? Linya is my friend. I cannot stand idly by while he is bullied. Lin Tian, we are both beast tamers now, each with our royal class spirit beast cubs. I bear you no malice. Let us engage in a spirit beast duel. What say you? Chapter 6. The Spirit Beast Purification Pool. Lin Tian harbored a mumbled curse, contemplating whether to voice it or not. He held a profound admiration for Zhao Minghai, who, despite being of considerable age, still indulged in such provocations. Did he not realize that he was merely a pawn in Linya's schemes? What? Are you implying that you lack the courage? Zhao Minghai scoffed. It is not that I lack courage. I simply refuse to stoop to the level of the dim-witted. I am a man of intellect, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. A fruitless battle is hardly worth my time unless something compelling entices me. You're worthless, Zhao Minghai taunted. And who do you think you are? Zhao Minghai, you are the one who is worthless. Lin Tian's spirit beast results ranked him 10th in the entire grade, while you were languishing at 236th. If I recall correctly, barely escaping the bottom ranks. Upon hearing Zhao Minghai dare to insult Lin Tian, Gui Yuqian was instantly incensed, his words dripping with derision. Grades do not signify everything, Zhao Minghai retorted, his expression darkening. Fatty, do refrain from speaking, Lin Tian urged, pulling Gui Yuqian back from escalating the confrontation. Just as Gui Yuqian was about to unleash another retort, a melodious voice rang out in the classroom. What is going on here? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed as a stunning teacher donned in professional attire navigated through the crowd, positioning herself between Lin Tian and Zhao Minghai. Lu Qianqian furrowed her brow, glancing from Zhao Minghai to Lin Tian, still uncertain of the situation. Dai Hao leaned closer to Lu Qianqian, whispering a few words in her ear. Lu Qianqian nodded and addressed Zhao Minghai. Do not create conflict at school. The purification pool will soon open. You all need to return and prepare. With the class teacher's decree, even Zhao Minghai dared not protest. He shot Lin Tian a glance as he departed, regretting the failure of his scheme. Linya also felt a twinge of disappointment, yet the opening of the purification pool was of great significance to him, prompting him to refrain from lingering any longer. Return to your seats. Despite Lu Qianqian being a beautiful female teacher, her authoritative voice commanded immediate compliance. And everyone scurried back to their places, attentively awaiting her instructions. Words alone will not suffice. Actions speak volumes. Lu Qianqian cast a glance at Lin Tian before returning to the podium. The purification pool is about to open. You have all become beast tamers, and this is crucial for your development. Prepare yourselves. This session will significantly enhance your spirit beasts, so seize this opportunity to excel in your graduation exams. Your admission to the Beast Tamer University hinges on your performance in these exams. Very well, I will notify you all in the class group. With that, Lu Qianqian exited the classroom. Once she left, the third class erupted into chaos. Lin Tian, what should I do? My spirit beast is a golden pig, devoid of any combat prowess. It seems futile to even venture to the purification pool. Gui Yuqian lamented, gazing despondently at the still-sleeping golden pig. Wishing to give it a slap for its indifference to the commotion, Lin Tian's gaze fell upon the golden pig. Spirit beast, golden pig. Attribute, gold. Level, awakening level 2. Skill, wealth accumulation. Upon observing the golden pig's level, Lin Tian could not suppress a grimace. It was merely an ordinary spirit beast. Yet it had already awakened to level 2. What had Gui Yuqian fed it? Fear not. You will eventually be able to contract even more powerful spirit beasts. Lin Tian reassured him, though his voice dwindled towards the end. He recalled that Gui Yuqian's second spirit beast also lacked substantial combat capability. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on the subject, lest he raise the expectations of this fellow. The golden pig is quite a rare spirit beast. Should you decide to sell it, I am certain many influential figures would be eager to purchase it, Dai Hao remarked, turning to speak. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of envy. Anyone would desire to amass wealth through a single spirit beast. I want to sell it. This is my pig, Gui Yuqian pouted. He was not short on funds. He was a wealthy heir. Hiss. Qing Sha's head peeked down from Lin Tian's, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it fixated on the golden pig's rear. So golden and shiny. I want to take a bite. Lin Tian, is this your Qing Feng snake? A royal class spirit beast cub? It truly differs from ours, Gui Yuqian observed, eyeing the green creature perched atop Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian reached up to lift Qing Sha down. The little creature felt rather heavy after clinging to his head for so long. Qing Sha, now on the desk. appeared somewhat displeased, sulking slightly. However, it wasn't long before its gaze darted back to the golden pig's rear, and it began to crawl over. Have you forgotten everything taught in class? Even an ordinary spirit beast can become an emperor-class beast with proper nurturing. Our esteemed Beast King's first spirit beast was the most common of creatures, yet it too ascended to emperor class, Lin Tian reminded him. So, take good care of the golden pig. Its rarity might lead it to unleash formidable combat power as it matures. Gui Yuqian chuckled quietly, choosing not to respond. Let us go. We need to gather on the playground, Daihao announced, glancing at his phone and tapping the desk to alert his companions and the rest of the class. Suddenly, the slumbering golden pig emitted a shrill cry, leaping off the desk with a blue ribbon dangling from its rear. Golden pig, Qingsha, release it. On the way, Gui Yuqian comforted the golden pig, which was squirming in his arms, its hindquarters marked by 4 tiny puncture wounds from Qingsha's playful bite, now scabbed over. Lin Tian walked alongside Gui Yuqian, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't kept an eye on Qingsha, leading to the unfortunate incident with Gui Yuqian's golden pig. Thankfully, Qingsha was not a venomous spirit beast. Otherwise, the golden pig would likely require treatment. At present, Qingsha was confined within Lin Tian's beast space. Perched upon Daihao's shoulder was a petite white flower with 5 petals, its center a vibrant yellow, complete with eyes, a nose, and a mouth. This was his spirit beast, the sunflower, a dual attribute beast of both wood and light. Without its assistance, the golden pig's rear would still be bleeding. Your spirit beast is quite impressive. Nurture it well, Lin Tian remarked with a smile at the sunflower. Spirit beast, sunflower. Attribute, wood light. Level, awakening level 1. Skill, photosynthesis. Dual attribute spirit beasts are indeed rarer than their single attribute counterparts, though they are not entirely uncommon. However, a sunflower possessing both wood and light attributes is particularly uncommon. The numbers of light and dark attribute beasts are scarce, with dark attribute beasts being even more elusive due to their difficulty in emergence. I am aware. The key is that the dual attribute sunflower is something I have never encountered before. How to nurture it remains unclear to me, Daihao replied with a wry smile. Upon encountering the dual attribute sunflower, he exhibited unparalleled joy. However, after inquiring with a few individuals, it became evident that none possessed the knowledge on how to cultivate it. The future of the sunflower's potential now rested solely upon him. Lin Tian patted Daihao on the shoulder, realizing for the first time that his friends boasted spirit beasts that were increasingly peculiar and rare. They had arrived. Lin Tian halted his steps. Chapter 7. Awakening at Level 5. On the playground of Kaoqing Beastmaster School, students from both Class 1 and Class 2 had gathered, accompanied by their unique spirit beasts, each more bizarre and varied than the last. A white sphere rolled about, while a balloon spirit beast floated above, pulling its owner along in a chaotic dance. A tree man trailed closely beside its master, adorned with green fruits, which some mischievous individuals seized in the tumult, much to its owner's chagrin. I have never witnessed such a plethora of spirit beasts, Gui Yuqian remarked with awe. In Blue Star, spirit beasts were a common sight. Yet on the streets, individuals typically restrained their beasts to prevent disorder. Particularly, as many spirit beasts ascended in rank, their sizes could become quite imposing, with some capable of blocking entire thoroughfares. To encounter such an array of spirit beasts ordinarily necessitated a visit to the Beastmaster Association or specialized breeding grounds. Why hasn't the spirit beast cleansing pool opened yet? Daihao expressed his perplexity. He had received word that upon arriving here, they could access the cleansing pool. Yet observing the situation of Class 1 and Class 2, it appeared they had not gained entry. Lin Tian meticulously recalled the details regarding the opening of the cleansing pool, a faint realization stirring in his mind, though he remained uncertain. His gaze shifted towards the imposing 5-meter-high stone gate erected on the playground. Flanked by columns intricately carved with formidable spirit beasts, the legacy of the first generation of Beastmasters. The cleansing pool was also a creation of the inaugural Beastmaster. While Lin Tian was lost in contemplation, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present. A streak of azure-yellow lightning appeared in the distant sky, hurtling towards the Beastmaster School at breakneck speed. What is that? Goodness, it resembles a gigantic bird. There's a person on it. The crowd gasped in unison as Lin Tian's gaze followed the azure-yellow flash, which had already descended upon the playground before he could discern its form. A fierce wind surged, lifting the skirts of female classmates, eliciting a chorus of blushes from the boys. A student with a balloon spirit beast nearly got swept away. Above the playground, a magnificent winged falcon, exceeding 10 meters in length and draped in azure-yellow plumage with piercing eyes, descended gracefully, flapping its mighty wings. On its back stood a middle-aged man, his expression grave. My apologies, dear students. I encountered a slight predicament, the man said apologetically to the assembled students. Upon spotting the winged falcon, Lin Tian recalled the circumstances. This middle-aged individual was Zhang Haitao, the school's principal, whose tardiness stemmed from having angered his wife, leading him to kneel before a keyboard at home. Lin Tian's attention did not linger on Principal Zhang, but rather on his spirit beast, the Wind Falcon. Spirit beast, Wind Falcon attribute, wind level, king level. Skills, evolution path, evolution materials. Lin Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. The drawback of his true sight was that while it could discern the general level of spirit beasts, it failed to provide specific details without sufficient power, leaving the other three aspects completely obscured. A king-level Wind Falcon. Truly impressive. I, too, aspire to become a formidable beastmaster. You truly are a dreamer. First, you ought to elevate your own spirit beast to the extraordinary level, came the retort. The arrival of Zhang Haitao elicited gasps of admiration and envy from the students. They had only recently become beastmasters, and their admiration was directed towards Zhang Haitao, the strongest beastmaster within their reach. Sitting atop the Wind Falcon, Zhang Haitao noted the students' awe with a serious expression, feeling somewhat embarrassed internally. They could never imagine that their seemingly powerful principal was, in fact, a devoted husband behind the scenes. Oh, if only I could possess a Wind Falcon, I could soar through the skies, Guiyuqian exclaimed with longing in his eyes. Lin Tian, however, remained silent. The Wind Falcon was not particularly rare, but rather commonplace. If it were to undergo a special evolution, it could indeed become both rare and powerful. All right, the Spirit Beast Cleansing Pool is now open. Prepare yourselves. Zhang Haitao wasted no time, recognizing the students' eagerness, and directly activated the cleansing pool. With a resounding cry from the Wind Falcon, an immense aura unique to king-level spirit beasts erupted, rendering the awakened-level spirit beasts on the playground momentarily subdued, unable to muster a single breath of defiance. Boom! The spirit beasts carved upon the stone columns sprang to life. A colorful celestial steed ascended, wings unfurled, as it trod upon clouds and soared into the heavens. A roaring tiger bared its fangs, vaulting into the air. Subsequently, the carved spirit beasts exhibited their formidable presence before the students, vanishing into the sky as the stone gate erupted in brilliant light. Now, enter the cleansing pool. Lin Tian urged, patting Wei Yuqian and Dai Hao on the shoulders as they followed the throng into the radiant embrace of the stone gate. Within the spirit beast cleansing pool, Lin Ye's gaze shimmered with avarice as he beheld the waters before him. In truth, he had arrived even earlier than Lin Tian, having not accompanied Zhao Minghai back to the classroom. As a reborn individual, he was aware that the principal would be late today. Thus, his early arrival allowed him to reach the cleansing pool ahead of others. Having once held the title of Beastmaster for 2 years, he was well versed in the secrets of the cleansing pool, despite being alone at present. This was a mirror space constructed by the first generation of Beastmasters utilizing their spatial spirit beast's abilities. The pool was the same pool, situated in the same location. If one possessed sufficient strength to shatter the mirror space, they could locate another individual within. Moreover, the energy of the pool was fixed. Entering early would enable spirit beasts to absorb energy more efficiently, yielding superior results. This also correlated with the beast's aptitude. Powerful spirit beast offspring absorbed energy at a swifter rate, while weaker ones lagged behind. However, Lin Tian knew that the fire lizard would ultimately evolve into a magma giant dragon, ensuring its aptitude was commendable, thus enabling it to absorb energy more rapidly than ordinary spirit beasts. Come forth, little fire. A red summoning array materialized, and a deep crimson fire lizard appeared at Lin Tian's feet. Go, immerse yourself in the pool. Even if it's uncomfortable, endure until the very end. Lin Tian directed towards the cleansing pool. The fire lizard, eyeing the waters, gradually approached and entered the pool. From his pocket, Lin Tian produced a vial of crimson liquid, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be ablaze. This is a potion purchased at a great expense. You must persevere. Upon opening the vial, Lin Tian approached the pool and poured the liquid over the fire lizard. In that very instant, rather than dissolving into the waters, the potion ignited into flames, engulfing the creature. Previously basking comfortably in the pool, the fire lizard let out a piercing cry, its small body thrashing in agony. It was an excruciating pain, as if its very cells were ablaze. Struggling was futile. After all, this was a bloodline potion I procured for 200,000. Only through enduring this torment can you awaken the dragon's bloodline. Thus, you shall evolve into a magma dragon at an accelerated pace. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with madness, utterly indifferent to the suffering conveyed to him through their mental connection by the fire lizard. The creature could only endure. Even submerging itself entirely in the pool proved ineffective. The flames would continue to burn upon its form, impervious to the water's attempts to extinguish them. Lin Tian settled down beside the pool, closing his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, Lin Tian entered the spirit beast cleansing pool, contemplating the isolated environment with a pensive gaze. The existence of such a cleansing pool puzzled him immensely. Maintaining this facility required an immense energy source. Without it, the cleansing pool would collapse in a short time. Yet, after all these years, it remained as pristine as ever. Even if the Beast Tamer Association dispatched powerful tamers to reinforce this space, the energy within was not inexhaustible. Thus, Lin Tian harbored doubts about the fate of the first-generation Beast King. Historical records indicated that the first Beast King was slain on the battlefield against the Abyssal Behemoth, with all his spirit beasts perishing alongside him. If that were indeed the case, the existence of this mirrored space seemed rather perplexing. Unless this mirrored space was not established at the core by the first Beast King's own power, it simply did not make sense. Even after experiencing rebirth, numerous questions remained unanswered. As the fifth-generation Beast King, he had left little impact on this world, meeting his end in a rather muddled manner. Qingsha, come forth. Lin Tian summoned Qingsha, prioritizing its strength enhancement. Upon emerging, Qingsha glanced around, its demeanor slightly dejected upon not spotting the shimmering golden ingot pig. Next time, refrain from biting its rear. Lin Tian chided, understanding Qingsha's thoughts. The creature's peculiar penchant for nibbling on backsides left Lin Tian at a loss. With a wry smile, he patted his own rear, realizing he would need to guard it henceforth. Following Lin Tian's instructions, Qingsha cautiously entered the cleansing pool. Initially uneasy, it soon exhibited signs of enjoyment, treating the pool as its own personal swimming haven. Lin Tian sat nearby, employing his true sight ability to closely monitor Qingsha's condition. As time drifted by, after a span of 10 minutes, a radiant glow enveloped Qingsha, marking its ascension to the third tier of awakening. Its physique underwent a transformation, no longer as rotund as when it was newly born. Yet, Qingsha remained blissfully unaware of these changes, frolicking joyously within the waters. An hour later, Lin Tian led Qingsha out of the Spirit Beast cleansing pool. Spirit Beast, Qingfeng Snake. Attribute, Wind. Level, Awakening Tier 5. Skills, Wind Feng, Binding, Minor Wind Blade. In the principal's office, El Qianqian and Xie Jihong sat before Zhang Haitao. Xie Jihong was the homeroom teacher of Class 4. Zhang Haitao sipped his tea, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the two. The emergence of two tamers possessing royal-level spirit beast cubs within our school is a matter of utmost significance. You both must pay close attention. The first spirit beast is a royal-level cub, which holds immense importance for the Chao City Beast Tamer School established in a Tier 3 city. Should they flourish, their influence on Chao City's development could be monumental. Having served as principal for many years, Zhang Haitao had never encountered a tamer with royal-level spirit beast cubs until now, making this development particularly noteworthy. Rest assured, Zhao Minghai's family owns a company. They can certainly afford the nurturing materials for royal-level spirit beast cubs. I have no doubt he will ascend to become a super beast tamer within 2 years, Xie Jihong remarked with a grin. Having a student like Zhao Minghai in his class was indeed a boon. However, El Qianqian did not share the same enthusiasm as Xie Jihong. She was acutely aware of Lin Tian's circumstances. In her view, it would be exceedingly challenging for a Lin Tian, who was not valued by his adoptive parents, to successfully nurture a royal-level spirit beast cub. Very well, Zhang Haitao nodded. With the upcoming graduation examinations, he too felt compelled to keep an eye on these two students. Outside the stone door, Lin Tian emerged with Qingsha. At this point, Qingsha had grown to a length of 1 meter. No longer able to perch upon Lin Tian's shoulder, instead, it coiled around his arm, resting its head there. Lin Tian, how effective was Qingsha's absorption? Gui Yuqian awaited outside. Lin Tian glanced at the ingot pig nestled in Gui Yuqian's arms. Spirit Beast, Ingot Pig. Attribute, Gold. Level, Awakening Tier 3. Skills, Wealth and Prosperity. Seeing that the ingot pig had only reached the 3rd tier of awakening, Lin Tian understood that its energy absorption had been minimal and the results rather lackluster, only achieving a single tier increase. Awakening-level spirit beasts typically experience rapid growth. Some may reach the extraordinary level in as little as a month, while others may take 3. Extraordinary-level spirit beasts represent the pinnacle for many tamers, as they often cannot afford the materials necessary for further evolution, forcing them to abandon their aspirations. Only after evolving at the extraordinary level can spirit beasts ascend to the commanding tier. However, should an extraordinary-level spirit beast accumulate sufficient strength upon reaching the commanding tier, it could unleash tremendous potential, with some even attaining commanding Tier 6 or 7 capabilities post-evolution. Another point to consider is that their mental powers cannot continue to advance. Each individual's talent varies. Many find their mental prowess stagnating after becoming tamers, which in turn hampers their spirit beast's growth. Currently, Qingsha was at Awakening Tier 5 and would likely reach the extraordinary level in no time. Lin Tian smiled. The energy absorption rate of royal-level spirit beast cubs is indeed rapid. His previous fire lizard, after emerging from the cleansing pool, had only achieved Awakening Tier 2. Yet, At that time, Lin Tian had been thoroughly satisfied. My absorption results weren't particularly impressive either. The sunflower has only reached awakening tier 2, Dai Hao lamented, with the sunflower perched on his shoulder. No worries. This is merely the beginning, Lin Tian consoled the two, discreetly reaching out to grasp Qingsha by its 7-inch mark, pulling it back. While conversing with them, Qingsha had once again fixated on the ingot pig's rear, eager to take another taste. The ingot pig, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, remained oblivious. Lin Tian, are you ready for a battle? As the three individuals were about to depart, a voice laced with provocation rang out from Zhao Minghai. He approached, accompanied by his spirit beast, a small dog adorned with fiery red fur, a flame flickering at its brow. Its curious gaze fixated on the Qingfeng snake perched upon Lin Tian's shoulder. Both creatures, being juvenile royal-level spirit beasts, sensed the latent threat emanating from one another. Yet, due to their tender age, their intellect had scarcely matured. Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words upon seeing Zhao Minghai in his past life. Zhao had regarded him as inconsequential, so why now, after he had acquired the Qingsha, was this fellow so eager to engage him in combat? It was utterly perplexing. He cast a glance at Zhao Minghai's spirit beast. Spirit beast, Fury Flamehound. Attribute, Fire. Level, Awakening level 4. Skills, Fireball, Fury. Qingsha's gaze turned hostile as it regarded the Fury Flamehound. Foolish dog, it sneered. The Fury Flamehound froze momentarily, its eyes narrowing with ferocity, baring its teeth at Qingsha as the flame at its brow flared in anger. The name Fury was well suited, for this creature possessed a notoriously irritable temperament. Whenever provoked, the fire at its brow would blaze fiercely. I refuse to partake in a futile skirmish, Lin Tian declared, uninterested in wasting words with Zhao Minghai, and turned to leave. TCH. Gui Yuqian cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Minghai. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Minghai gritted his teeth and exclaimed, if you agree to battle me, regardless of the outcome, I shall grant you a Qingfeng stone. Lin Tian, having taken only a couple of steps, abruptly halted and retraced his steps to his previous position. His eyes alight with seriousness as he inquired, are you speaking the truth? Zhao Minghai was taken aback, astonished that this tactic had actually worked. Of course it's true. I am a man of my word. Lin Tian's eyes shimmered with excitement. The Qingfeng stone, a material of the wind attribute, would be perfect for Qingsha. Just one stone could elevate Qingsha's power several levels within the awakening stage. This stage was crucial for nurturing spirit beasts, and possessing the Qingfeng stone would solidify Qingsha's foundation, allowing for greater potential in the future, particularly when striving for the royal and emperor levels. Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao regarded Zhao Minghai as if he were a fool, unable to fathom his motivations. The price of a Qingfeng stone was exorbitant. At 300,000, a sum unaffordable to the average individual, save for affluent heirs like Zhao Minghai. What if you fail to follow through? Lin Tian asked. I will not renege on my word. While my character may leave much to be desired, I possess a modicum of integrity, Zhao Minghai replied. I remain curious as to why you are so insistent on engaging me in a battle of spirit beasts, Lin Tian inquired. Zhao Minghai sneered. It is, of course, because of Linya. Lin Tian's lips twitched. Linya had not even accompanied him this time, yet Zhao Minghai claimed it was due to her. How absurd. Regardless of the underlying reasons, Lin Tian was resolute in seizing this opportunity. Then let us proceed to the battleground, he stated. The four of them arrived at the arena designated for spirit beast combat. Qingsha, prepare yourself. Our first battle is about to commence, Lin Tian said, affectionately patting Qingsha's head. Qingsha nodded, its gaze resolute, as it leapt down from Lin Tian's shoulder and onto the combat stage. Zhao Minghai stood to the side, and the Fury Flamehound joined him on the stage. Chapter 9. Grateful for the generosity of young Master Zhao, Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao stood by, observing the two combatants on the stage. Currently, the spirit beast combat arena was devoid of any onlookers, save for the four of them. The third-year students had long since departed after their time in the spirit beast purification pool, as they were busy preparing for the upcoming graduation examination, a vital opportunity to enhance their spirit beast's abilities that no one wished to miss. During this interim, everyone sought to bolster their spirit beast strengths by any means necessary. Ahem, I shall act as the referee. I shall declare the start, Gui Yuqian announced, clearing his throat. Very well, both Lin Tian and Zhao Minghai concurred. A mysterious smile played upon Zhao Minghai's lips. His desire to battle Lin Tian was not motivated by Linya, but rather for his own gain. His academic performance had been dismal, leaving no hope for him at the Spirit Beast University. However, outside the university, there existed a special organization within the Yin-Yang Spirit Beast Nation that required exceptional talent for entry. His father had learned that this organization was recruiting, and if he could defeat Lin Tian, he would stand a significant chance of gaining admission. Begin, Gui Yuqian bellowed. Heavenly fire, fury, Zhao Minghai roared. Woof. The flame at the brow of the Fury Flamehound surged, its aura significantly amplified. The Fury skill was a common early-stage ability possessed by fire attribute spirit beasts, designed to enhance their combat prowess at the expense of their rationality. This skill held both advantages and disadvantages. Weaker spirit beasts could triumph over stronger foes through its use, contingent upon the mastery of their beast master. A beast master with ample combat experience could reverse the tides against formidable adversaries. However, Lin Tian held little faith in Zhao Minghai, a novice beast master who had just recently embarked on his journey. Seeing Zhao Minghai immediately resort to the Fury skill, Lin Tian recognized that victory would come easily. Yet, he had no intention of achieving victory in the swiftest manner. He aimed to engage Zhao Minghai for a while, crafting a semblance of challenge. Should he employ the invincible combat style that had made him a king of spirit beasts in his previous life, word would undoubtedly reach Linya. And Lin Tian could not predict what reckless actions his foolish brother might undertake. Thus, he resolved to prolong the battle for several minutes. Qingsha, evade as much as possible. Remember, you are a wind attribute spirit beast. Your speed surpasses that of the Fury Flame Hound. Observe your opponent's movements. Lin Tian communicated through their mental link. Qingsha tilted its head, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such a strategy, yet it acquiesced to Lin Tian's command. Rush in, fight it, then utilize Fireball. Zhao Minghai commanded as the Fury Flame Hound surged forward, its forelegs propelling it with impressive speed, though indeed, it could not compare to a spirit beast enhanced by elemental attributes. The arena spanned 500 square meters, and the Fury Flame Hound reached Qingsha's vicinity in just over 30 seconds. Its jaws opened wide, aiming to sink its teeth into Qingsha's body. Qingsha dodged. Qingsha did not coil its body but rather crouched low, awaiting Lin Tian's command. Upon receiving the order, Qingsha sprang into action, its lithe form launching forward, effortlessly utilizing the wind's force. It darted from its original position to the edge of the stage, evading the Fury Flame Hound's ferocious bite with ease. The Fury Flame Hound skidded to a halt, nearly executing an impressive faceplant. Ha! Zhao Minghai, is your dog even capable? Gui Yuqian mocked unabashedly at the sight. Zhao Minghai's countenance appeared rather grim. However, this was a moment for battle. The emotionally volatile Inferno Hound, fueled by rage, was susceptible to external influences. And should he allow Gui Yuqian to sway him further, the significance of this confrontation would be lost. Silence, you fool. Disrupting the Beast Master's focus will render this contest unjust, Dai Hao interjected, cautioning Gui Yuqian. Oh, I nearly forgot. I dozed off during class, Gui Yuqian shamelessly remarked. Deep down, he remained unconcerned, for they were merely royal tier spirit beast cubs, and he harbored little faith in Zhao Minghai's ability to triumph over Lin Tian. Firestorm, proceed. Zhao Minghai commanded telepathically. The Inferno Hound lunged once more at the Qingsha. The two spirit beasts engaged in a playful chase, evading one another. After 5 minutes, the flame in the center of the Inferno Hound's brow suddenly flickered, its eyes dimming considerably. Lin Tian shook his head at this sight, recognizing that the fervor had waned. Zhao Minghai's combat experience was evidently insufficient. Had it been him, he would have first deployed the fireball technique to restrict Qingsha's movements before unleashing his rage. If Qingsha had been left with but a single escape route, the outcome would indeed have been uncertain. Zhao Minghai, it appears victory is mine, Lin Tian declared, casting a glance at Zhao Minghai. This victory shall be mine. Zhao Minghai retorted, refusing to concede. Fireball. The Inferno Hound opened its mouth, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist. It lifted its foreleg, channeling energy for the strike, and launched the fireball towards Qingsha. Qingsha, evading the attack, swiftly closed in on the Inferno Hound's rear, binding its waist, and then executing Wind Fang. Lin Tian issued his commands with poise. Qingsha obediently dodged the Inferno Hound's offensive and approached with remarkable speed. The awakened 5-tiered Qingsha moved nimbly, its body writhing like a ribbon, swiftly reaching the Inferno Hound's side. A faint luminescence enveloped it, ensnaring the Inferno Hound's waist. Wind Fang. Qingsha bared its elongated fangs. Just as it aimed for the Inferno Hound's neck, it suddenly shifted, targeting the hound's rear instead. Ow! The Inferno Hound howled in agony, dashing about the arena in a frenzy, twisting its body in a desperate attempt to shake off Qingsha. The Yuanbao pig, nestled in Gui Yuqian's embrace, trembled at the sound, abruptly awake and glancing around to ascertain whether Qingsha intended to nip at its hindquarters. Upon realizing that Qingsha had no intention of pursuing it, the little creature relaxed and resumed its slumber. Still unwilling to surrender? Lin Tian inquired, observing Zhao Minghai. Zhao Minghai's expression was one of profound distress as he felt the Inferno Hound's pain. The previous skirmish had drained the hound's stamina considerably. I concede, Zhao Minghai reluctantly admitted. His face darkened. However, for the sake of the Inferno Hound, he had no choice but to yield. Should he refuse, even if Lin Tian were to slay the hound, there would be nothing he could do. Qingsha, release it. My heartfelt thanks to the generous young Master Zhao. Gui Yuqian exclaimed with exuberance. Zhao Minghai's face darkened further upon hearing this proclamation. Chapter 10, Brothers Across 2 Lifetimes. Gui Yuqian chuckled, entirely dismissing Zhao Minghai's displeasure. A loss is a loss. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. When will the Qingfeng stone be delivered? Lin Tian inquired more directly, as he would not acquiesce to Zhao Minghai's challenge without the promised stone. In 3 days, I shall contact you, Zhao Minghai replied, retrieving the Inferno Hound with a sullen demeanor. Ensure you are punctual. This is a valuable item. Should you dare to renege, I shall have my father suppress your Zhao family's enterprises. Gui Yuqian jested with a smile. Zhao Minghai snorted in response, remaining silent as he departed. Remarkable, Lin Tian. I can't shake the feeling that Zhao Minghai is completely outmaneuvered by you. Gui Yuqian lavishly praised Lin Tian after Zhao Minghai's exit. Lin Tian stored Qing Sha in the Beast Master space, prioritizing the rapid recovery of its energy. Although the battle had not been lengthy, it had still taken a toll, and the Beast Master space would facilitate a quicker enhancement of Qing Sha's abilities. Additionally, he was concerned that Qing Sha might attempt to nip at the Yuanbao pig's rear. Having sensed its newfound fascination with the pig's smooth backside after its encounter with the Inferno Hound, the dynamics of spirit-beast battles heavily depend on the Beast Master's tactical acumen, and Zhao Minghai's command was woefully inadequate, Lin Tian remarked. Presently, he remained unaware of Zhao Minghai's motivations for challenging him. Though that reason had become inconsequential, the Qingfeng stone was already within his grasp, and now he simply awaited its delivery. How fortunate it is to possess wealth, Lin Tian mused. Were he affluent, he would be fervently nurturing the Qingfeng snake, hastening its ascension to the awakened 9th tier. Let us depart. It seems we are the last 3 remaining in the 3rd year, Lin Tian suggested, leading the 2 away. Upon exiting the school gates, Dai Hao separated from them, as he had more pressing matters to discuss with a professional. Lin Tian turned to Gui Yuqian and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke up. Fatty, could you lend me 20,000? He had contemplated borrowing money from Gui Yuqian when he contracted the Qingfeng snake, and now was the opportune moment to broach the subject. The financial demands of nurturing a royal-tier spirit beast cub were substantial, and his meager savings of 30,000 from working were wholly insufficient. No need to borrow. I shall cover the cost for the Qingfeng snake's nurturing materials, Gui Yuqian declared, sensing Lin Tian's intentions with a flourish of his hand. Lin Tian's countenance darkened as he playfully slapped Gui Yuqian's rear. Don't think you can take this lightly. I'm doing you a favor by asking for a loan. Lin Tian, I understand your reluctance, but I cannot forget your assistance. I am not one to be ungrateful. I assure you, if my family's company were mine, I would not hesitate to support you. Gui Yuqian boasted, exuberantly showcasing his newfound wealth and willingness to assist Lin Tian without reservation. He was ready to provide whatever Lin Tian required for the nurturing of Qing Sha, if it meant supporting his friend. Lin Tian felt deeply touched and had anticipated Gui Yuqian's response, yet he had no intention of truly accepting his friend's generosity. Gui Yuqian, at this point, had little comprehension of the financial demands associated with raising a royal-tier spirit beast, but Lin Tian was acutely aware. Moreover, he possessed means to earn money. However, in the initial stages, he sought to expedite Qing Sha's progression to the extraordinary tier, enabling him to address future challenges more effectively. Since his rebirth, Lin Tian harbored a sense of urgency, for Linya posed the first threat to his existence, while the abyss loomed ahead. He understood that Linya would not allow him to flourish unimpeded, a reality he had long considered. Thus, Lin Tian's objective was to swiftly bolster his own strength and eliminate the troublesome Linya before any action could be taken against him. I have my own methods of earning money. I simply need to enhance my strength swiftly. After the graduation examination, I shall no longer fret about finances. If you cover everything, will I be deemed worthless? Lin Tian concluded. Gui Yuqian felt a tinge of reluctance and a flicker of anger. I know you can do it. But this is something I can assist you with. Why won't you let me help? Am I truly so insignificant in your eyes? The chubby boy felt a sense of grievance. Ever since he discovered he was a rich second generation, his unwavering support for Lin Tian had been his sole contribution. Yet, Lin Tian rejected his offers. The most significant support he could provide was confronting Zhao Minghai and Linya on Lin Tian's behalf, as he found himself unable to intervene materially. He had even suggested that Lin Tian leave Linya's home for them to buy a place together. But Lin Tian still declined. Now, presented with such a splendid opportunity, he naturally wished to lend his utmost assistance. Chubby, do you trust me? Lin Tian suddenly halted, placing both hands on Gui Yuqian's shoulders. I am your brother. My trust in you surpasses even that of my own parents. Gui Yuqian replied. Indeed. After realizing his privileged status, Gui Yuqian initially felt elated. Yet that joy soon gave way to a certain coldness towards his parents. The memories of past grievances haunted him, filling him with anguish. He harbored resentment towards his parents for not providing him with enough confidence. When he was bullied, They did not come to his aid, but rather misled him into believing that their household was struggling. Fortunately, during those dark times, Lin Tian stood resolutely before him, illuminating his life. Despite already knowing the answer that resided in Guo Youqian's heart, Lin Tian felt a swell of inexplicable emotion. In his previous life, when he had just ascended to the status of a super beast master and was preparing to contract his fourth spirit beast, he encountered a formidable abyssal beast. The image of Guo Youqian being torn apart by that beast in an act of protection remained vivid in his mind. Chubby, since you believe in me, you must also trust that I can manage on my own. Pressure is my driving force for growth. Just remember, when I need you, I will seek you out. He continued, as you can see, I am asking to borrow money now, which is precisely when I need you. Guo Youqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded. He retrieved a bank card from his clothing and handed it to Lin Tian. I only need 20,000. Lin Tian remarked, bemused by the card in his hand. I know, but I have ample funds. Take this card. It holds 10 million. Use the finest materials to cultivate Qingsha. Don't concern yourself with the money for now. When you earn it in the future, you can replenish the 10 million. Guo Youqian pressed the bank card into Lin Tian's hand. The password is 020202, your birthday. Lin Tian gazed at the card, a lump forming in his throat. Damn it. Borrowing money almost moved Guo Youqian to tears. Yet, why did hearing Guo Youqian mention his wealth make him want to punch him? All right, I won't refuse this time. I do indeed need this money. Lin Tian tucked the card into his pocket. That's my brother. Guo Youqian beamed with a knowing smile. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile back. With a brother like this, life had its worth. In this lifetime, he would do everything in his power to protect Guo Youqian. Chapter 11. Linya is the true son. After leaving school, Linya returned directly to his room. Without any unnecessary actions, he activated the summoning array and summoned the fire lizard. However, upon its appearance, the creature seemed in a dire state, devoid of vitality, as if it were lifeless. Its body bore severe burn marks, with blisters indicative of scalding. The fire lizard gasped weakly after being summoned. How can it withstand this? How will you evolve into a lava dragon in the future? Linya felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the fire lizard's condition. The potion he purchased had excellent effects, especially as the fire lizard had used it in the spirit beast cleansing pool. Absorbing energy while altering its bloodline was far more effective than using the potion alone. This had been verified in the future. The fire lizard's performance left Linya feeling disappointed. Linya left the room, found a large basin, and returned to his bedroom, cradling the fire lizard and placing it into the basin. The fire lizard had originally been larger than Qingsha, but now, with Qingsha having awakened to the 5th level, it had surpassed 1 meter in length, while the fire lizard measured only about 80 centimeters. Its level was also low, merely awakened to the 4th level. Linya retrieved another potion, poured it into the basin, and then added a basin of water. This potion was a healing remedy. If the fire lizard were to perish, it would inflict a significant blow to his mental strength, a burden he was not currently prepared to bear. Should the fire lizard meet with misfortune, he would lose even the qualification to become a beast master. Moreover, he would not abandon such a promising beast capable of evolving into a dragon. As the fire lizard soaked in the potion, its injuries gradually began to heal, though its mental state remained far from restored. Linya chose not to keep watch over the fire lizard and instead sat on his bed, contemplating future matters. The spirit beast cleansing had concluded, and what lay ahead was the graduation exam. With 2 months remaining before the exam, he was determined to secure first place and claim the rewards. He also aimed to obtain a spot in the Beastmaster University, which would allow him to better cultivate the fire lizard. In his previous life, he had entered the Beastmaster University and reaped numerous benefits there. Chao City, after all, was too small for him to fully showcase his talents. It was only in a place like Beastmaster University that Linya could garner the attention he sought. Lin Tian. Prepare to be a waste in this life, Linya mused as he lay on his bed, envisioning the future. The largest Beastmaster supermarket in Chao City was owned by Guo Youqian's parents and stocked a plethora of materials useful for Beastmasters, available at various price points. From low-end to high-end, Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu pushed a cart through the supermarket, specifically there to purchase materials for Linya's beasts. The two lacked talent and had only reached the intermediate Beastmaster level. After ceasing their beast cultivation, they had not kept track of the specific prices of these materials, only possessing a general understanding. Now, as they wandered through the supermarket, gazing at the dazzling array of products and their not-so-affordable prices, they were estimating how much they could purchase with 2 million. However, the crowd was overwhelming, and the salespeople were too busy to assist, leaving them to meander aimlessly. Guo Youqian entered from outside, intending to choose some materials for his golden pig. Observing the throng, he did not leverage his status as the supermarket sprints to summon a salesperson, but instead wandered about himself. He soon arrived at a shelf just one away from Linya's parents. This fire-type material should be useful for Linya, right? 5,000 yuan, with a detailed introduction. Since the fire lizard has just awakened, it should be sufficient. Buying some should pose no problem. I wonder how Lin fared in the spirit beast cleansing pool today. I'll find out when I get home. Upon overhearing the two's conversation, Wei Yuqian set down the items he was holding and put away the still sleeping golden pig. Pretending to be a customer, he positioned himself next to them, back turned, intently listening to their dialogue. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter with Lin Ya's parents. How dare you bully Lin Tian? I shall ensure that you face the consequences. A faint smile graced Wei Yuqian's lips as he swiftly made his way to the section housing the sales attire, selecting a fitting outfit to don. Thus, the esteemed heir transformed into a mere supermarket attendant. Without a moment's delay, Wei Yuqian changed into the uniform and hurried to the area where Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu were located, seeking a strategic position to feign the organization of merchandise. As fate would have it, Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu approached, their cart already laden with a selection of items for purchase. At that precise moment, Wei Yuqian arranged the items before turning to greet them. "Good day, may I assist you?" he inquired, a smile adorning his face. Zhang Yu glanced at Wei Yuqian and nodded. "Yes, please show us around. It will save us some time." This section was vast, and many products required thorough examination. So having a sales assistant would indeed prove advantageous. "Certainly, could you please specify your exact requirements?" Wei Yuqian inquired politely. "We seek fire-related materials suitable for awakening-grade beasts, as well as provisions. Do you have any recommendations?" Zhang Yu responded. "Very well, please follow me. This is our store's latest offering of spirit beast feed, recently introduced to Chao City. Typically, such feed is sold in Tianjin at a premium price, but our proprietor has utilized connections to acquire a limited stock. Should you wish to purchase in bulk, the price can be considerably reduced. I see that the listed price is 5,888 per can. That seems rather steep. My dear lady, you jest. This is merely the price for individual purchases. In Tianjin, it retails for over 7,000 per can. Our owner has stated that for larger orders, the price may be adjusted to 5,001 per can. An awakening-grade beast requires only 1 can daily, allowing for substantial nurturing over a month's time. That sounds promising. If we were to order for a month, could we secure the 5,001 price? Well, that quantity is somewhat minimal, but I can consult with my superior. Please hold on a moment." Wei Yuqian feigned sending a message to his superior while discreetly informing the cashier about the forthcoming transaction. "Good news, our proprietor has consented. Is that so? Then we shall take 30 cans. Splendid." Wei Yuqian proceeded to guide them in acquiring additional items, and when it came time to settle the bill, Lin Xiaolong paid a total of 600,000. As he watched Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu fade from sight, Wei Yuqian's heart swelled with joy. "Humph! For daring to bully my brother Lin Tian, I shall ensure you reap what you sow." Yet, a sigh escaped him as he pondered. Lin Ya was their true son. "Oh, my brother, what a burden you bear." Chapter 12, Registration of Beastmasters. With a bank card containing 10 million in savings nestled in his pocket, Lin Tian felt a surge of confidence. However, he recognized that this wealth was not truly his own. Advancing the strength of his beast would ultimately rest upon his own efforts. Moreover, the materials required for the later stages of beast evolution could not simply be purchased. They depended on the opportunities one encounters. The evolutionary paths of beasts, aside from those already thoroughly researched, still held many mysteries yet to be uncovered. In his previous life, Lin Tian possessed a lava dragon, a hidden evolutionary path, making him the sole owner of such a creature in the Blue Star realm. As for his current azure wind serpent, one evolutionary path had been discovered, while the second remained elusive. The royal-level evolutionary path was still inconclusive. It was imperative for him to register at the Beastmaster Association and attain the title of a genuine Beastmaster. Indulging in a luxury ride, Lin Tian made his way to the Beastmaster Association in Chao City. Though the building's area paled in comparison to those in first-tier cities, it was still quite sizable, encompassing an area equivalent to a basketball court across 3 stories. A majestic steed was sculpted outside the association, representing the imperial beast of the first-generation Beast King. The landscaped grounds featured additional sculptures of spirit beasts. At that moment, numerous beast masters were entering and exiting the grand entrance. Few were of Lin Tian's age, though some had indeed achieved the status of beastmasters. Upon entering the association, Lin Tian located the registration desk for aspiring beastmasters. A young lady clad in a blue uniform, her smile as sweet as honey, adorned with an embroidered image of a charming little white dog, greeted him. "Hello. Are you here to register as a beastmaster?" she inquired with a bright smile. "Yes," Lin Tian nodded, presenting his identification card. After receiving the card, the lady checked Lin Tian's information, executing a series of operations before returning the card to him. "Your information has been recorded. Now, you need to test your mental strength and check your beast. The mental strength test is on the 2nd floor, while the beast examination is on the 3rd floor. Once completed, your information will be entered into the system. Lin Tian first ascended to the second floor to test his mental strength. Upon viewing the results, he was taken aback. His mental strength was nearing the threshold of an intermediate beast master, indicating he would soon be able to contract his second beast. With a period of meditation, he could reach the ranks of an intermediate beast master. By then, he could also prepare for the evolution of his Azure Wind Serpent into the extraordinary level. The final step was to check his beast. When the examiner laid eyes on the royal level spirit beast cub, he couldn't help but express surprise. He had access to Lin Tian's information and noted that he had just contracted his beast and was yet to graduate. Now he was already in possession of a royal level spirit beast cub, destined to become a formidable beast master in the future. Upon returning to the young lady's counter, Lin Tian took a seat. She began reviewing his information. Beast Master Talent, True Sight, First Beast, Royal Level Spirit Beast Cub, Azure Wind Serpent. Wang Lu cast a surprised glance at Lin Tian once more. The talent of True Sight was rare among beast masters. With only just over 100 individuals recorded in the system, many of whom were elderly. This year, the number of beast masters possessing the True Sight talent was lamentably low, with no more than 10 entries. Counting Lin Tian, the total reached exactly 10. However, compared to Lin Tian's first beast, these 10 held a notable disparity. Such a prodigious talent undoubtedly deserved attention. You are now a junior beast master, and your identity information has been recorded, Wang Lu said with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Lin Tian replied politely as he departed. Once he left, Wang Lu promptly changed her sign to indicate that she was not processing any further business and hurriedly exited. In the president's office on the third floor of the Beast Master Association, Li Changjian, the president in his 40s, was enjoying tea with a woman clad in a white coat. The woman, adorned with light makeup, could not conceal her striking features. How many slots does your organization have for this election? Li Changjian inquired, taking a sip of his tea and gazing at the woman. He was acutely aware that this was someone he could not afford to offend. This time, there are 10 slots available, but the number of candidates is 100. Even if they do not secure a position here, they can seek opportunities elsewhere. Certainly, the decision ultimately rests with them. They have the liberty to remain or venture elsewhere. The woman, named Luo Qingyao, hails from the most enigmatic organization within the Yin-Yang Beast Master Kingdom, one that operates independently of both the Beast Master Association and state jurisdiction. This organization, established by the second generation of Beast Kings, does not pose any threat. On the contrary, they resolve numerous matters on behalf of the populace. The current vacancies are indeed substantial. In previous years, the total hardly exceeded 10 individuals. Li Changjian appeared pensive. The sudden influx of new members into this organization suggests significant developments, indicating a possible shortage of personnel. However, it seems rather unlikely that anyone from their humble Chao City could qualify for this organization. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the office door. Come in, Li Changjian instructed. The door opened, and Wang Lu entered, casting a curious glance at Luo Qingyao before turning her attention to Li Changjian. President, a young man just came to register as a junior beast master. His beast mastery talent is True Sight, and his first contracted beast is a royal-level juvenile spirit beast, the Qingfeng snake. Furthermore, his mental strength is on the verge of reaching the intermediate beast master level, and his Qingfeng snake has currently awakened to the 5th layer. Wang Lu reported earnestly. Lin Tian's capabilities warranted her individual report to Li Changjian. He had previously mentioned that exceptional talents should be brought to his attention. The presence of a youth with True Sight, talent, and a royal-level juvenile spirit beast in Chao City was indeed remarkable. Li Changjian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He initially believed there were no beast masters in Chao City suitable for this organization, yet someone had emerged so swiftly. Li Changjian understood precisely what kind of beast masters the organization sought. Those with the most extraordinary talents. Possessing the True Sight ability was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage. Moreover, with a royal-level juvenile spirit beast and mental strength nearing the intermediate level, it was evident that this individual possessed formidable talent, granting him over 80% certainty of entering the organization. What is the situation regarding this individual? Please elaborate, Luo Qingyao inquired. Her interest peaked even before Li Changjian could speak. A visit to this place had yielded unexpected rewards. If this individual proved to be exceptionally talented, preemptively recruiting him into the organization could be advantageous. Chapter 13, The Mission. The first floor of the Beast Master Association features a dedicated area known as the Mission Hall. Individuals or organizations can post tasks for Beast Masters to undertake. Upon completion, the Beast Masters receive corresponding rewards. Lin Tian registered as a Beast Master primarily to accept tasks from this hall. Upon his arrival, he observed numerous Beast Masters engrossed in the scrolling tasks displayed on the large screen. The tasks originated not solely from Chao City, but from cities across the entire Yin-Yang Beastmaster Kingdom. Some tasks involved material collection, categorized as long-term assignments that Beastmasters from every city could accept. Lin Tian focused on the screen with a clear objective. He sought tasks appropriate for his level and those situated within Chao City, as he could not venture far. The hall boasted an abundance of screens, with tasks organized into sections. Given that this was Chao City, local tasks were allocated to a separate screen. Lin Tian swiftly located tasks suitable for him. Task ID CC02370923. Irrigate 100 acres of farmland. Reward, 2,000 yuan. Number of participants required, 10. Beastmaster level, Junior. Task ID CC23792362. Transport goods. Reward, 500 yuan. Number of participants required, 1. Beastmaster level, Junior. Just as Lin Tian glanced at the second task, it vanished, replaced by a notification indicating it had already been claimed. The subsequent task involved clearing out gophers, requiring 3 participants, with a reward of 3,000 yuan. Lin Tian decided to accept this task, approaching the window to present his identification to the staff. The location will be sent to your phone later. However, this task requires 3 individuals, so you may have to wait some time, the staff member informed him. Please cancel this task for me. I'll call 2 friends to join, and then we'll have our trio, Lin Tian replied. Certainly, the staff member nodded in agreement. The advantage of accepting tasks requiring multiple participants is that one can claim it alone and then summon friends to reach the necessary number, provided they are also Beastmasters. Lin Tian took out his phone to notify Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao. Shortly after, both arrived simultaneously. Lin Tian, what's the rush? Guo Yuqian inquired, sprinting over. Yes. Why the urgency to come to the Beastmaster Association? Dai Hao echoed, equally puzzled. I've accepted a task, but it requires 3 people. You 2 need to register as Junior Beastmasters quickly, and then we can tackle this task together, Lin Tian explained. All right, I need to register too. Dai Hao nodded in agreement. Guo Yuqian followed Dai Hao to complete their registration. In no time, they returned with their information logged, and the task details appeared on all 3 of their phones. Task ID, CC293097230. Task location, Haiding Town. Task description, clear awakening level spirit beast gophers from levels 3 to 7. Task reward, 3,000 yuan. Participants, 3 Lin Tian, Guo Yuqian, Dai Hao. Task contact, Zhang Xiaoya. Contact number, 633765442. Haiding Town isn't far from here. Should we take a cab? Guo Yuqian suggested, looking at Lin Tian. Whether or not he accepted the task was inconsequential. After all, his Yuanbao pig lacked any combat strength and might even be overwhelmed by the gophers. Dai Hao's spirit beast was a sunflower, currently possessing only the skill of photosynthesis, focusing on healing without any offensive capabilities. The only one with combat prowess was Lin Tian. And Guo Yuqian understood that Lin Tian's motivation for accepting the task was purely to earn money. We can just take the bus, no need for a cab. Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. Are we going tomorrow or today? Dai Hao asked. If they opted for tomorrow, he could prepare. If they went today, he would need to inform his parents. Let us go tomorrow morning at 6. For now, let us head back, Lin Tian decided. Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao nodded in agreement, but Lin Tian lingered, intending to peruse other tasks. In his memory, a significant event was anticipated in Chao City, triggered by several beast masters undertaking a specific mission. Though the details eluded him, encountering it might jog his memory. After searching for a considerable time without success, he ultimately left the hall. He knew he must involve himself in that event, not only for the evolution materials for Qing Sha, but also because other evolution materials for fire lizards could be obtained there. As he walked, Lin Tian's thoughts were consumed with the evolution of Qing Sha. The evolution path of the Azure Wind Serpent diverges from the ordinary. He yearns to tread a unique path. Perhaps this approach will allow the Azure Wind Serpent to carve out a distinctive journey. Young man, you've stepped on my broom. A gravelly voice interrupted Lin Tian's contemplation. Returning to the present, Lin Tian beheld an elderly man with snow-white hair, his expression tinged with irritation. Lowering his gaze, Lin Tian noticed his foot resting upon the broom. My apologies, sir. I was lost in thought, Lin Tian replied sheepishly, offering an embarrassed smile. It's quite all right. Just be mindful next time. Avoid thinking while walking. It's quite easy to tumble down the stairs, the old man noted. Observing Lin Tian's considerate demeanor, he chose to forego any reprimand, instead offering a kind reminder. Understood. I will certainly take care. Lin Tian assured him promptly, retracting his foot and preparing to depart. Young man, wait a moment, the elder's voice suddenly resonated once more. Yes. Sir, is there something else? Lin Tian turned back, puzzled. The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. Are you familiar with Beast Tamer University? I am, Lin Tian nodded. albeit somewhat confused. You possess commendable talent in beast taming, and your beast is quite impressive as well. You should consider visiting Beast Tamer University. There, you will encounter a broader stage for your abilities. With that, the elder grasped his broom and ambled away, leaving Lin Tian standing in a state of bewilderment. As a reincarnator, Lin Tian could ascertain that this elderly gentleman was not an exceptionally powerful figure. He had never encountered anyone of his caliber during his previous life as a beast king. Yet, it was peculiar that this elder could see through him so effortlessly. Though the old man refrained from delineating the specifics of Lin Tian's talents and beasts, Lin Tian firmly believed he was aware. Could he be the president of the Chao City Beast Tamer Association? No, he recalled that the president was Li Changjian, who was not nearly this old. This left Lin Tian in a state of confusion. Might this elder be akin to a wandering monk? With such thoughts in mind, Lin Tian departed. The elder, broom in hand, retreated to a secluded spot, where his form gradually transformed, his visage rejuvenating, and his chest swelling. The old man was none other than Luo Qingyao. Beside her, a small purple orb materialized, its two luminescent eyes spinning in excitement. Indeed, quite promising, there's a chance for entry into the organization. But further interaction is necessary, Luo Qingyao mused as she observed Lin Tian's receding figure. Dodo, the purple orb nudged Luo Qingyao's cheek, a slender line extending from its diminutive body to encircle her neck before it lost control and plummeted to the ground with a thud. Chapter 14. Beast Cultivator Zhang Xiaya Beast Tamer University, you say? Seated on the bus, Lin Tian gazed out at the cityscape, his thoughts drifting back to his previous life. In that existence, he lacked a suitable beast and adequate funds, and his graduation exam results were dismal, thus he never attended Beast Tamer University. However, this time he possessed wealth and a superior beast. Surely, he could attend. Yet, he found himself questioning the necessity of going to Beast Tamer University. He was but an orphan, devoid of parental ties. If Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu truly regarded him as their own son, he might have been able to attend in his previous life. Yet, he had not, nor had Linya. Despite possessing a limited number of beasts and decent talent, his academic performance had hindered him. It was not that he was incapable of achieving good grades. Rather, he believed that with a royal-level spirit beast cub, the university ought to have invited him. But what was Beast Tamer University? A haven for prodigious beast tamers, where even the least skilled were of intermediate caliber, each possessing exceptional strengths. Linya's possession of a royal-level spirit beast cub was commendable in Chao City, yet it paled in comparison to the standards of Beast Tamer University. Having missed the opportunity to attend in his previous life, he resolved to make the journey this time. Beast Tamer University would grant him access to a wealth of resources, particularly those that could only be found there. To rapidly enhance his strength, attending this institution was imperative. Perhaps he could accomplish what he had left unfinished in his past life. A smile crept across Lin Tian's lips at the prospect. Upon returning home, he was taken aback by the materials stacked in the living room, completely unprepared for Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu's generous investment in procuring additional supplies for his fire lizard. A sense of joy welled within him. This was indeed fortuitous. A solid foundation for an awakened beast would only serve to strengthen it further. The fire lizard had struggled to advance in power due to his earlier lack of nurturing, with its lineage remaining impure. Had it not been for that ancient ruin, the fire lizard would never have evolved into a lava dragon. It seemed he need not worry about the fire lizard. His concerns could now focus on Qingsha. At the appropriate moment, he could retrieve the fire lizard. That evening, Lin Tian informed Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu that he would be away for several days. They paid little mind to his announcement, refraining from probing further. This was advantageous for Lin Tian. He preferred to avoid drawing excessive attention to himself, especially from Linya. In his previous life, he often ventured out to seek work to provide sustenance for the fire lizard. Now, he would do so again, albeit in a different manner, which he hoped would not raise Linya's suspicions. Early the next morning, Lin Tian set out. He had ceased his previous job unloading goods at the supermarket, dedicating the remaining time to the cultivation of Qingsha, striving to secure a commendable position in the graduation examination. Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao arrived punctually at the bus station, and the trio boarded the bus bound for Haiding Town. Haiding Town derived its name from a unique grove of begonia flowers. Additionally, a rare species of jellyfish, resembling the begonia blossom, known as Haiding jellyfish, thrived in these waters. The jellyfish were few in number, making them a unique spirit beast of Haiding Town, drawing many beast tamers eager to form a bond with one. However, they often arrived with high hopes only to leave disappointed. After departing the confines of Chao City, the bus journeyed for half an hour before finally arriving at Haiding Town. So this is Haiding Town? I've heard that the begonia flowers bloom for 10 months out of the year. Is that truly the case? Guo Yuqian inquired. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. Of course it's true. Can't you see that the flowers are still in bloom? Dai Hao pointed to a begonia tree. Haha, It seems to be the case. I've heard that previously, the begonia flowers didn't bloom for such an extended period. Guo Yuqian chuckled. Indeed, since the abyss emerged, everything has changed. There were no beast tamers before, and now we have the opportunity to become one. I've heard there were games and anime about beast tamers. Many aspired to be like us. Daihao summoned his sunflower. In this environment, the sunflower would thrive. Let us go. I've already contacted our benefactor, Lin Tian stated, lowering his phone. He activated the summoning array, releasing Qingsha. As Qingsha emerged, it was momentarily disoriented, having been abruptly awakened from a deep slumber in the beast space. It was in a state of discontent, not yet fully awakened from slumber. However, upon noticing Lin Tian had already advanced ahead, it had no choice but to follow suit. Its gaze then fell upon Guo Yuqian. It recalled that he was the beast master of the little golden pig. Yet, Qingsha was somewhat disheartened, for it had not spotted the little golden pig. Qingsha. Lin Tian felt a vain throb on his forehead, sensing some of the thoughts swirling in Qingsha's mind. Despite having reprimanded it previously, the admonition seemed to bear no fruit. Utilizing his eye of true sight, Lin Tian scrutinized Qingsha's current state, discovering that it had already reached the 6th tier of awakening, a remarkably swift rate of growth. Before long, Qingsha would likely ascend to the 9th tier of awakening. If he were to lag behind, Qingsha's strength would inevitably stagnate. Is that young lady a benefactor? Guo Yuqian suddenly inquired. Not far ahead stood a girl clad in a white dress, flanked by 2 blooming begonia flowers that circled around her. As the trio approached, they finally discerned the girl's appearance. Are you the beast masters here to deal with the gophers? The girl asked, gazing at the 3 with curiosity. Yes, I am Lin Tian. This is Guo Yuqian, and this is Daihao. Lin Tian introduced the trio. His attention, however, lingered on the 2 floating white begonia flowers for an extended period. If he was not mistaken, these were indeed begonia jellyfish. Without careful observation, one could easily confuse them with begonia flowers. Spirit beast, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, water. Level, awakening level 9. Spirit beast, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, ice. Level, awakening level 9. Upon reviewing the fundamental information of these 2 begonia jellyfish, Lin Tian felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the 2 jellyfish would possess differing attributes. Hello, my name is Zhang Xiaoya, and I specialize in beast nurturing. These 2 are my cultivated begonia jellyfish. This one is called Dian Dian, and this one is called Quan Quan. Zhang Xiaoya provided a brief introduction. This is my first encounter with begonia jellyfish. Why do they possess different attributes? Are there various classifications for begonia jellyfish? Lin Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. How did you discern that Quan Quan and Dian Dian possess different attributes? Zhang Xiaoya asked, visibly astonished. Lin Tian chuckled and replied, my beast master talent is eye of true sight, which allows me to perceive such distinctions. You possess the eye of true sight, beast master talent. Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she approached Lin Tian, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 15, Begonia Jellyfish. Feeling Zhang Xiaoya's intense gaze upon him, Lin Tian instinctively stepped back, creating some distance. The exuberance of youth was slightly overwhelming. Is it truly the eye of true sight talent? Zhang Xiaoya queried once more. Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, is there a problem? That's wonderful. I never imagined you would possess the eye of true sight. Let's not rush into the matter of the gophers. Please follow me, Zhang Xiaoya said. Lin Tian found himself perplexed. Having accepted the task regarding the gophers, why was this matter now deemed less urgent? The trio had no choice but to follow Zhang Xiaoya into the small town. The town itself was not vast, yet it was not insignificant either, housing a considerable number of residents. Some individuals preferred the serene life of the town over the bustling city. Naturally, the children of the town could attend the Beastmaster School in the city, residing there in rented accommodations. Zhang Xiaoya led the 3 to her home. It was a spacious courtyard filled with begonia trees, all blossoming in a riot of colors. Upon Zhang Xiaoya's entrance into the courtyard, the begonia flowers began to sway. To Lin Tian, Guo Yuqian, and Daihao's astonishment, most of the begonia flowers took flight, extending their delicate tentacles to encircle Zhang Xiaoya. These are all begonia jellyfish. Lin Tian exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he beheld the multitude surrounding Zhang Xiaoya. He had never anticipated encountering so many begonia jellyfish in one place, for it was said they were exceedingly rare. Spirit beast, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, wind. Level, awakening level 9. Spirit beast, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, wood. Level, awakening level 9. Gazing at the information of these begonia jellyfish, Lin Tian felt utterly flabbergasted. These creatures evidently possessed a multitude of attributes. All at the awakening level 9, none of them were of a lower tier. Why do all these begonia jellyfish stand at awakening level 9? Lin Tian inquired, his curiosity growing. He was aware that begonia jellyfish existed in Begonia Town, but he knew little about such spirit beasts. Zhang Xiaoya sighed and responded, in truth. The emergence of begonia jellyfish has not been long. Their growth to awakening level 9 is their limit. However, I aspire to help them break through and evolve. Unfortunately, my Beastmaster talent is affinity, which does not significantly aid their evolution or breakthrough. Thus, I have long sought a Beastmaster with the Eye of True Sight talent. This task has been posted for quite some time. Yet, for reasons unknown, no one has taken it up. She turned her hopeful gaze towards Lin Tian. Ah, I see. I initially thought it was something grand. Rest assured, Lin Tian will undoubtedly lend a hand. Trust me, my brother. Before Lin Tian could respond, Gui Yuqian interjected. Dai Hao tugged at Gui Yuqian, attempting to dissuade him from speaking so freely. It was Lin Tian's affair, and it felt somewhat impolite for them to decide on his behalf. Lin Tian, however, paid no mind to Gui Yuqian's enthusiasm, for he felt he could not offer much assistance at this moment. I'm terribly sorry, but I am merely a novice Beastmaster at this stage. Not yet an intermediate one. My Beastmaster talent does not grant me clarity on their evolutionary paths. Moreover, the Eye of True Sight is not as formidable as one might think. The information I can glean is merely a reference, and the possibility of failure still exists. Zhang Xiaoya shook her head, asserting, I'm not particularly concerned about the prospect of failure. Having a reference is already beneficial. Not all spirit beasts can evolve, nor can all continue to grow stronger. She spoke the truth. Some spirit beasts could only reach awakening level 9 in their lifetimes, unable to evolve, while others could increase in strength but not evolve. Yuan Bao Pig was such an example. You may remain here and assist me. If we succeed, I will gift you an item that can aid the Qingfeng snake in its evolution, Zhang Xiaoya said, her gaze shifting to Qing Sha, quietly accompanying Lin Tian. Qing Sha had remained composed, showing no inclination to seize the begonia jellyfish. Do you possess any materials? Lin Tian's interest was piqued. Given that Qing Sha would soon reach awakening level 9, and his mental prowess would also likely break through shortly thereafter, he would then become an intermediate Beastmaster. And Qing Sha would also seek to evolve. If he could acquire an item for evolution here, he would gladly accept. I have a wind attribute crystal, which my grandfather obtained from a relic, Zhang Xiaoya revealed. The wind attribute crystal obtained from the ruins is a rare treasure, existing only within the fragments of the world brought forth by the abyss. For the Beastmasters of Blue Star, such a gem is indeed a rarity. After all, the dangers lurking within the ruins are unpredictable. Some are relatively safe, while others can lead to demise upon entry, entirely reliant on fortune. In his previous life, Lin Tian ventured into many ruins to strengthen his fire lizard, often traversing even more developed ruins. He also planned to procure materials for the further evolution of Qing Sha from the ruins. Though Blue Star has undergone some changes, the scarcity of rare materials remains a pressing issue. Let us wait a while. Once I attain the rank of intermediate Beastmaster, I will assist you in finding the materials for Qing Sha's evolution, Lin Tian mused. That sounds perfect, Zhang Xiaoya agreed cheerfully. However, I have a question. Why are there so many Haitang jellyfish at your home, and why do they possess various attributes? Lin Tian inquired. I'll explain once we're inside. I'll take care of the gophers with you tonight, Zhang Xiaoya replied, ushering the three of them into her room. The Haitang jellyfish did not follow, remaining perched on the Haitang tree, camouflaged as blossoms. What an odd spirit beast, Gui Yuqian remarked. Indeed, there exists a multitude of spirit beast types. What we know is merely a fraction, with countless others yet to be discovered, Dai Hao added. Within the spatial fragments brought by the abyss, there are many spirit beasts yet to be encountered. When you explore these fragments in the future, you might even come across a horde of golden boar pigs, Lin Tian chuckled. He spoke with certainty, though he himself had never seen such creatures despite extensively exploring spatial fragments in his past life. Upon entering the room, Lin Tian's gaze was drawn to a photograph depicting a middle-aged man in military attire, his expression solemn. Zhang Xiaoya bore a striking resemblance to him. Behind the man stood a fierce white tiger. Is this your father? Lin Tian asked. Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao, upon seeing the photograph, were similarly struck with astonishment. This was a person they recognized as well. It seems you are familiar with my father. Zhang Xiaoya narrowed her eyes. General Wei Hu, how could we not know him? 2 years ago, when the abyssal behemoth suddenly appeared near Chao City, he was the one who dealt with it. I never imagined he was your father, Lin Tian remarked. That time, my father happened to be on leave, which is why he intervened against the abyssal behemoth, Zhang Xiaoya explained. I see. The three of them nodded in understanding. In fact, the abundance of Haitang jellyfish in my home is also related to that incident with the abyssal behemoth, Zhang Xiaoya continued, gazing at her father's photograph. Chapter 16, Dealing with the Gophers. The three of them refrained from interrupting Zhang Xiaoya, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding story. It should be noted that her father did not perish during that battle. His strength far surpassed what they could currently comprehend. And the abyssal behemoth's power was not enough to compel the formidable general Hu to exert his full strength. Following the demise of the abyssal behemoth, a crystal known as the abyssal crystal is left behind, as you all should know. The three nodded in agreement. The core of the abyssal behemoth's power is the abyssal crystal, which contains pure energy, making it highly suitable as a power source for thermal weapons or as a material for enhancing beast levels. Moreover, the abyssal crystal possesses many undiscovered properties. Lin Tian was particularly familiar with the abyssal crystal. To rapidly enhance his strength after his beasts had grown powerful, he could rely solely on it. However, as a frontline beast master, he was not well acquainted with the research conducted on the abyssal crystal at the rear. The only aspect he had paid attention to was the development of a potion that allowed beasts to temporarily enter the abyss, derived from the abyssal crystal. That crystal was kept in my father's home, and overnight, the number of Haitang jellyfish began to multiply. Due to my affinity talent, all the newly spawned Haitang jellyfish flocked to my yard. Thus, I began my dedicated research on Haitang jellyfish 2 years ago. As for their diverse attributes, I suspect it may also stem from that abyssal crystal. Of course, this is merely my conjecture and cannot be definitively confirmed, Zhang Xiaoya elaborated. Lin Tian, does the abyssal crystal truly possess such effects? Gui Yuqian asked, his expression one of disbelief. Even Dai Hao, a diligent learner, hesitated to affirm its validity. Having never heard of such phenomena, Lin Tian shook his head. I'm not entirely certain either. However, the abyssal crystal indeed exhibits numerous wondrous properties. Yet, these matters are beyond our current reach. Only specialized researchers possess such knowledge. Nevertheless, if it turns out that the abyssal crystal can indeed give rise to various attributes within the same species of spirit beasts, then it may revolutionize the evolution of spirit beasts in the future. Yes, I have contemplated this possibility as well, but further experimentation is necessary, Zhang Xiaoya replied. The four of them engaged in light conversation for a while, eventually departing from Zhang Xiaoya's home as night fell. Their primary objective for visiting was to eliminate the gophers, and the matter of the Haitang jellyfish was merely a side note. For Lin Tian, the reward remained paramount. Haitang town was home to numerous Haitang trees, and the gophers' rampant presence was disrupting the ecological balance. With few beast masters in the town, most residents were ordinary people. While Zhang Xiaoya could communicate with many Haitang jellyfish, she was unable to control such a large number of spirit beasts. Thus, she sought external assistance to alleviate some of her burdens. Tonight, the gophers will emerge, so we merely need to wait here for them to come out. Zhang Xiaoya led Lin Tian and the others to the Haitang grove. The ground was riddled with holes, each large enough for an adult rabbit to enter, indicating the considerable size of these gophers. There's no need for such trouble. Qing Sha, I'll leave this task to you, Lin Tian declared, shaking his head. Qing Sha nodded and promptly burrowed into one of the holes. You can wait outside. Let Qing Sha handle these gophers. If their numbers prove overwhelming, then you may intervene. Lin Tian instructed Zhang Xiaoya. Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao lacked combat prowess, so Lin Tian had no intention of sending them into battle. He had invited Dai Hao along primarily out of concern for Qing Sha's safety. Should the numbers be excessive, he could summon Sunflower for healing, thereby extending Qing Sha's combat duration. Upon entering the first hole, Qing Sha quickly encountered a gopher that had just awakened. The gopher, with its brown fur and prominent incisors, became alarmed upon seeing Qing Sha and fled in terror, lacking any desire to fight. After all, rodents are typically prey for serpents. It would indeed be peculiar for them not to flee from their natural predators. However, Qing Sha afforded the gopher no opportunity for escape. As a wind-type creature, its speed was exceptional. In mere moments, it had ensnared the gopher. With a swift slice of wind, the gopher's life was extinguished. Qing Sha did not consume the gopher but instead dragged it out of the hole, presenting it before Lin Tian. You have done remarkably well. I shall reward you with a couple more cans later, Lin Tian remarked with a smile, gesturing for Qing Sha to continue. In the ensuing hours, Qing Sha darted through the begonia grove, compelling the groundhogs from their burrows. Before the creatures could fully comprehend their peril, Qing Sha had already dispatched them. The four observers could merely watch as the pile of groundhog carcasses grew, ultimately having to collect the remains themselves. Even Zhang Xiaoya utilized her innate abilities to summon the begonia jellyfish, commencing the task of transporting the groundhog bodies. After toiling until the early hours of 3, Qing Sha finally returned. Lin Tian promptly produced the cans, allowing Qing Sha to replenish its expended energy. With such a plethora of groundhog corpses, they were bound to fetch a handsome sum. Lin Tian gazed at the heap of over 200 carcasses before him. Certainly, you can sell them directly to my family. I shall make a call to have someone come collect them. But who shall receive the payment? Gui Yuqian inquired. Groundhogs, being spiritual beasts, rendered their bodies as materials suitable for crafting spiritual beast feed, while their bones could be fashioned into other items. Since you all eliminated these groundhogs, It is only right that you handle their disposal, Zhang Xiaoya replied with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the potential profit from the carcasses. In truth, I did not contribute much. I suggest the money go to Lin Tian, Daihao shrugged, having offered little more than companionship. Let it be settled, then. I shall take 80%, while the two of you will receive 10% each. Does that meet with your approval? Lin Tian inquired, directing his gaze toward the two. This undertaking had been his initiative, and the groundhog carcasses indeed represented additional income. Lin Tian was not the type to hoard everything for himself. Guo Yuqian, despite his affluent background, deserved a share, and Daihao's portion could not be overlooked, especially as he needed to nurture his sunflower. Agreed, no objections, Daihao nodded. I may not be financially constrained, but the satisfaction of earning through one's own efforts is quite gratifying, Guo Yuqian chuckled, having already contacted his family's factory. By tomorrow, someone would arrive to collect the groundhog bodies. I shall transfer the payment for this task to you. For today, you two should rest at my home. Zhang Xiaoya suggested. Lin Tian accepted without protest. At this hour, rest was indeed warranted. Chapter 17, Stay. The following day, Lin Tian stretched lazily before washing up. He then proceeded to Guo Yuqian and Daihao's room, rousing both from slumber. Good morning, Lin Tian, Guo Yuqian, Daihao. Come, breakfast awaits. Zhang Xiaoya had risen early to prepare the meal. Several begonia jellyfish hovered above, each bearing a plate laden with bread and milk. Come, let us eat. Lin Tian beckoned the two. They had initially come to fulfill a task, and now, with their mission accomplished and reward secured, it seemed rather embarrassing that Zhang Xiaoya had to cater to 3 grown men. This is delicious, Guo Yuqian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight after the first bite of his sandwich. He swiftly devoured one, then eagerly reached for another. Upon finishing, he glanced at Zhang Xiaoya, who was still savoring her own sandwich. If you find yourself still hungry, you may have mine, she offered, momentarily taken aback as she pushed her sandwich toward him. Wait, did you make this sandwich yourself, Sister Xiaoya? Guo Yuqian asked. Zhang Xiaoya nodded. Indeed. A smile crept across Guo Yuqian's face, one that Daihao could not decipher, while only Lin Tian understood its implications. Sister Xiaoya, would you be willing to share the recipe? If we can market this sandwich, I am confident it would become a sensation across the entire Yinyang Beastmaster nation within a year. Guo Yuqian expressed with enthusiasm. Being from a business-oriented family, Guo Yuqian was acutely aware of lucrative opportunities. In this world, where not only spiritual beasts required sustenance, humans had always needed food to maintain their strength. After merely one bite, Guo Yuqian discerned that this sandwich was far superior to most available in the market. Given the right financial backing, he was 90% certain that this sandwich could become the breakfast of choice for the masses. Of course, I can share the recipe. It's not particularly valuable. Zhang Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. Thank you so much, Sister Xiaoya. I will handle this. Rest assured, you won't suffer any losses. Lin Tian, Daihao, would you also like to get involved? The expenses for nurturing spiritual beasts can be considerable, and the profits from the sandwiches could alleviate some of that burden. Guo Yuqian proposed, looking at Lin Tian and Daihao. Since you've said so, I would certainly agree. Daihao, you might as well join in. Let Sister Xiaoya hold the majority stake as she is the one contributing the recipe. The 3 of us can figure out the rest, Lin Tian replied with a smile. All right, leave it to me, Guo Yuqian said, his excitement palpable. While he might not excel in the realm of beast training, he was confident in his business acumen. Lin Tian believed in Guo Yuqian's capability, as in his previous life, Guo Yuqian had been quite successful. Moreover, with a treasure like the golden pig at his disposal, he was destined to become the wealthiest man in Kaiqing. I'll fetch some items, Zhang Xiaoya said, excusing herself after finishing her first sandwich. Before long, she returned with 3 portions of food. Let your spiritual beasts join us for breakfast. This is their meal, she said, setting down the provisions for the beasts. Thank you, Sister Xiaoya, Guo Yuqian said without hesitation, summoning his golden pig. Go eat. You actually have a golden pig, Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed, astonished. As a beast trainer, she held a keen curiosity about all spiritual creatures, and a rare beast like the golden pig was irresistible to any beast trainer. Just lucky, I suppose, Guo Yuqian chuckled. Daihao also summoned his sunflower, allowing it to partake in the food Zhang Xiaoya had prepared. Why haven't you summoned Qingsha? Both Guo Yuqian and Daihao had called forth their spiritual beasts, yet Lin Tian remained without his, prompting Zhang Xiaoya's curiosity. Lin Tian glanced at the golden pig, happily munching away, and shook his head. I'd prefer to let the golden pig finish first. Heh, Sister Xiaoya. Lin Tian's Qingsha has a penchant for nipping at the golden pig's rear, so Lin Tian typically refrains from summoning it when the golden pig is out. Guo Yuqian explained. Oh, I see, Zhang Xiaoya said, finding it somewhat odd yet understanding, as every spiritual beast possessed its unique personality. After breakfast, Guo Yuqian contacted his factory personnel to have the groundhog corpses removed, and he did not disclose the payment to Lin Tian and Dai Hao. The earnings from the groundhog carcasses would serve as their investment capital. Now that our tasks are complete, we shall take our leave, Lin Tian stated. Zhang Xiaoya regarded him thoughtfully. Are you truly not considering staying to assist me a while longer? After all, you have over a month before your graduation exam. Spending more time with the begonia jellyfish could afford you greater familiarity, and once you advance to an intermediate beastmaster, your innate ability to discern evolution paths will be even more precise. Lin Tian, if you decide to stay, I can offer you a salary. How about 300 a day? Just as Lin Tian was about to decline, the allure of such generous remuneration stirred something within him. He had been undertaking various tasks to make ends meet for the insatiable Qing Sha. The prospect of a stable job was indeed appealing. Zhang Xiaoya had also mentioned that if he could assist her in finding the evolutionary path of the Huitang jellyfish, she would reward him with a wind attribute crystal. Given such enticing conditions, it would be disingenuous for him to claim he was not tempted. Very well. But I will leave once I break through to become an intermediate beast tamer. By then, the graduation examinations are likely to commence, and I need to prepare in advance. Lin Tian stated. All right, no problem. I will certainly not hinder you. Zhang Xiaoya responded with delight. I shall return shortly to fetch some clothes, and will be back this afternoon, Lin Tian said. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaoya, the trio returned to Chao City. Upon arriving at his residence, Lin Tian noticed Lin Yi feeding the fire lizard. In that fleeting moment, he could not resist using his Beast Tamer talent to inspect the fire lizard's condition. Spirit Beast, Fire Lizard. Attribute, Fire. Level, Awakening level 8. Seeing the fire lizard's level, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. The rate of its level increase seemed alarmingly rapid. Given the fire lizard's already limited foundation, such swift advancement could result in severe consequences, potentially hindering its evolution altogether. Have you forcibly elevated the fire lizard's level? Lin Tian inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Forcibly elevated? Lin Tian, have you forgotten my Beast Tamer talent? My rate of advancement is simply exceptional. Is there something amiss? Or are you just envious that your Qingfeng snake hasn't reached this level yet? Chapter 18, Igniting the Second Star. Lin Tian fell silent, fully aware of Lin Yi's Beast Tamer talent. His abilities shone brightly with any powerful spirit beast, yet the glaring flaw remained. Weaker beasts were ill-suited for his use. The fire lizard's foundation was already feeble, possessing merely a trace of dragon blood. Even with Lin Yi providing the finest nourishment, it would only marginally enhance its base. For the fire lizard, gradual accumulation was the wisest approach. The rapid pace of its awakening level was decidedly abnormal. A chill ran through Lin Tian as he comprehended that Lin Yi had drained the fire lizard's foundation. Future growth for the fire lizard would be exceedingly difficult. As a companion from his past life for a decade, Lin Tian felt a profound sorrow, even harboring thoughts of harming Lin Yi. Yet, he knew he could not act on such impulses now. I am not envious of you. The fire lizard's foundation is inherently weak. It would be prudent to elevate its level with caution, Lin Tian cautioned, turning to retreat to his room. Lin Yi scoffed dismissively, seemingly unfazed. As the owner of the fire lizard, he was well aware of its condition. How could a spirit beast destined to evolve into a lava dragon possess a weak foundation? After a brief tidying up, Lin Tian packed a suitcase and, upon exiting his room, found Lin Yi absent. He sent a text notifying him of his departure for a job. Not particularly concerned whether Lin Yi would respond, he took his suitcase and left. Huitang Town. Just as Lin Tian finished arranging his room, Gui Yuqian stepped inside. Why are you back again? Gui Yuqian inquired with a smile. Sister Xiaoya is giving me the formula. I came to sign the contract, along with yours. He waved 2 contracts in his hand. Lin Tian's lips twitched. He was surprised by Gui Yuqian's swift action. Go ahead and sign. This is the investment contract. From now on, the 4 of us will be shareholders, with Sister Xiaoya being the largest shareholder. Gui Yuqian handed Lin Tian one of the contracts. The words capital investment were emblazoned on the document. What percentage does Sister Xiaoya hold? Lin Tian signed his name without a glance at the contract. 40%, Gui Yuqian replied. Lin Tian nodded, knowing Gui Yuqian's character. Once he decided to undertake something, he would ensure everyone benefited. By the way, don't forget about the Qingfeng stone that Zhao Minghai owes me. Please keep it for me. I've already notified him. It will be delivered tomorrow, Gui Yuqian chuckled. A smile crept across Lin Tian's face. He felt reassured knowing that the chubby friend would handle matters efficiently. After Gui Yuqian had Zhang Xiaoya sign another contract, he departed Huitang Town to prepare for his tasks. Lin Tian chose to remain here entirely, tending to the Huitang jellyfish during the day while training Qing Sha, and at night, he would meditate to enhance his mental strength. With the aid of the Beast Tamer space, Qing Sha's level surged rapidly, reaching awakening level 8 within a week. In contrast, Lin Tian faced the arduous task of improving his mental strength solely through his own efforts. To allow his beasts to bolster his mental power, he needed to become a super beast tamer, with at least 2 of his beasts reaching the king level. Time passed slowly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Qingsha had already reached awakening level 9 10 days prior. The hindrance was Lin Tian, as his mental strength had yet to break through. One evening, Lin Tian gazed inward at his mental sea, observing a star floating above. The star was etched with the likeness of a small blue snake, reminiscent of Qingsha. Suddenly, his mental sea began to churn, and the first star commenced its rotation. The tumult in the mental sea signified one thing. Lin Tian was on the verge of a breakthrough, soon to become an intermediate beast tamer. Boom, boom. Lin Tian even heard the crashing sounds of waves rising from his mental sea. Finally, the moment of breakthrough had arrived. Excitement bubbled within him. Not only would he be able to enhance Qingsha's power, but he could also contract a second beast, a position he reserved for the fire lizard. The expanse of his mental sea gradually expanded with the turbulence, doubling in size before slowly stabilizing. Yet, this was not the end, for the second star remained unlit. As Lin Tian watched with anticipation, a stunning spectacle unfolded in his mental sea as a dragon's breath formed a vortex. His mental strength poured ceaselessly into the second star. Surprisingly, Lin Tian did not feel his mental power diminish. Instead, the illumination of the second star seemed to amplify his mental strength. As the second star absorbed an increasing amount of mental energy, the previously dim star began to radiate brilliance, culminating in a blinding glow as it was fully ignited. Lin Tian experienced a sense of mental clarity, feeling a profound transformation in his spirit. Despite having undergone numerous level advancements in his past life, each experience imparted a unique sensation. In his previous existence, he had yearned for strength. Now, he felt as though he was retracing a path once traveled, undergoing a significant shift in mindset. Qingsha, come forth. Lin Tian summoned Qingsha from the beast tamer space. At this moment, Qingsha had grown to over 3 meters, no longer resembling the small snake it once was at birth. With Lin Tian's elevation and level, Qingsha's level had also transformed. Spirit Beast, Qingfeng Snake. Attribute, Wind. Level, Extraordinary Level 1. Skills, Storm Fong, Intimidating Serpent Eyes, Wind Blade, Steel Tail. Evolution Materials, Wind Whispering Bluegrass, Platinum Spirit Grass, Azure Wind Stone, Blood of Royal Grade Wind Attribute Spiritual Beasts, and more. Evolution Pathways. Evolution Path 1, Storm Fong Serpent. Evolution Path 2, Gentle Breeze Serpent Lord. Upon observing these 2 evolution pathways, Lin Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. The first had already been thoroughly researched, while the second had also seen successful evolution in others. The insights provided by the Eye of True Vision serve merely as a reference. Ultimately, the nature of the evolution relies on the materials he can procure. Lin Tian had his own plans for the evolution of Qingsha. Among the materials suggested by the Eye of True Vision, he would select the finest, allowing Qingsha to absorb and evolve, though he could not guarantee the final outcome. Yet, one must sometimes take a gamble, turning a bicycle into an airplane. Qingsha approached Lin Tian, its body softening as it lay upon his lap. Lin Tian's lips twitched. Qingsha's weight had significantly increased, along with its appetite. Go back to sleep, don't crush my legs. Lin Tian directly summoned Qingsha into his beast taming space. It sufficed for Qingsha to remain within the space, where it could also enhance its strength. The following morning, Lin Tian rose to tend to the numerous hydrangea jellyfish. Zhang Xiaoya emerged from her room, gazing curiously at Lin Tian, who was surrounded by the jellyfish. And her eyes sparkled with excitement. You've broken through. Indeed, Lin Tian replied with a smile. As a fellow beast tamer, it was only natural for Zhang Xiaoya, whose level surpassed his, to notice the change. Does this mean you can now examine the evolution pathways of these hydrangea jellyfish? Zhang Xiaoya hurriedly approached Lin Tian. She had invested considerable effort into ensuring the evolution of the hydrangea jellyfish and their well-being. Lin Tian's breakthrough to intermediate beast tamer filled her with hope. If the hydrangea jellyfish could evolve, it would fulfill one of her long-held desires. Under normal circumstances, yes, but I must caution you, Lin Tian advised. The evolution pathways observed by the Eye of True Vision are ultimately just references. The probability of failure still exists, so be prepared. Additionally, the materials required vary greatly due to the diverse attributes of these hydrangea jellyfish, so it's essential to gather everything needed. Some materials can be quite elusive. Lin Tian elaborated. Beast evolution is inherently uncertain. The risk of failure is substantial, particularly concerning materials. Some may seem commonplace, yet significantly impact the evolution, while others are exceedingly rare and costly to acquire. Zhang Xiaoya nodded, clearly aware of these facts. Rest assured about the materials. Even if the hydrangea jellyfish fails to evolve, it won't matter. Come with me. She tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve, leading him to the back of the courtyard. Lin Tian was aware that there was another building behind Zhang Xiaoya's house, yet he had never ventured inside, assuming it was merely a storage room. This room is filled with materials that I have painstakingly collected, along with gifts from my parents. There's quite a lot, Zhang Xiaoya explained as she opened the door. Upon entering, Lin Tian was greeted by numerous shelves adorned with boxes, some housed in transparent glass vials. Witnessing such an abundance of materials caused Lin Tian's eyes to widen. It was his first encounter with the vast resources available to a beast cultivator. The visible treasures alone were worth a fortune, with many basic materials in abundance, including precious blood essence. Just a single drop of high-grade spiritual beast blood could fetch 100,000. Such a wealth. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel envious. If only these materials were mine, I could sell them to procure evolution materials for Qingsha. These materials should suffice for the evolution of the hydrangea jellyfish. So there's no need to fear failure, Zhang Xiaoya said, her lips curling into a confident smile. These materials were her assurance. That may be so, but let me first inspect the evolution pathways of the hydrangea jellyfish. I haven't had the chance this morning, Lin Tian remarked. Let's take a look at their evolution pathways. Zhang Xiaoya summoned her contracted hydrangea jellyfish. 2 white jellyfish swirled around her, and Lin Tian activated the Eye of True Vision to observe them. Spirit Beast, Hydrangea Jellyfish. Attribute, Water. Level, Awakening Level 9. Skills, Ripple, Bubble, Explosive Sphere. Evolution Path, Azure Wave Hydrangea Jellyfish. Evolution Materials, 3 portions of Water Heartgrass, 1 Azure Crystal. 1 drop of Extraordinary Water Attribute Spiritual Beast Blood. Spirit Beast, Hydrangea Jellyfish. Attribute, Ice. Level, Awakening Level 9. Skills, Ice Spike, Frost, Ice Armor. Evolution Path, Frosted Hydrangea Jellyfish. Evolution Materials, 1 portion of Century Ice Crystal, 5 Ice Lotus Petals, 1 Extraordinary Ice Attribute Spiritual Beast Bone. I see only 1 evolution pathway, Lin Tian noted. Really? I'm quite satisfied with just 1 evolution pathway, Zhang Xiaoya replied, her excitement palpable. She was unconcerned about the number of evolution pathways. As long as evolution was possible, she was content. She had once feared that the hydrangea jellyfish might not evolve, but now that she knew it could, her worries had eased considerably. Quickly tell me what materials are needed. I'll check if we have them here. If not, I'll purchase them immediately, Zhang Xiaoya urged, her anticipation evident. All right. Lin Tian relayed the required materials. After hearing the list for both hydrangea jellyfish, Zhang Xiaoya furrowed her brow. The materials were not particularly rare. She had 4 of them on hand, but the crystal was lacking. It seems I'll need to purchase that material, Zhang Xiaoya remarked as she set aside the one she had. Since I need to buy materials anyway, why not check for 2 more hydrangea jellyfish while we're at it? We can purchase the evolution materials together, Lin Tian suggested. Good idea. I'll fetch 2 more hydrangea jellyfish, Zhang Xiaoya agreed. After all, evolving 2 was still evolving, and acquiring additional jellyfish posed no issue for her financially. As long as the evolution succeeded, she would be able to manage future evolutions herself, without requiring Lin Tian's assistance. Before long, Zhang Xiaoya returned with 2 additional hydrangea jellyfish. Lin Tian merely employed the Eye of True Vision to ascertain the materials needed for their evolution, then informed Zhang Xiaoya. He chose not to dwell further on the materials. Lin Tian, wait a moment, Zhang Xiaoya called, emerging with a box in her arms and extending it towards him. What is this? Lin Tian inquired, puzzled. This is a wind attribute crystal. A token of my gratitude for your assistance in resolving the evolution of the hydrangea jellyfish, Zhang Xiaoya beamed. Upon realizing it was a wind attribute crystal, Lin Tian accepted it without hesitation, eagerly opening the box. Within the confines of the enclosure lay a translucent azure crystal, its form reminiscent of a heart, imbued with a profound essence of wind attribute energy. This was the wind heart crystal. Upon beholding the gem for the first time, Lin Tian instantly recognized its significance. The wind heart crystal was no ordinary material. It was a rare treasure, often unattainable due to its scarcity, found solely within fragments of the world. The average individual would be utterly incapable of acquiring such a precious resource. Moreover, for a beast of the wind attribute, the wind heart crystal served as an excellent material for evolution, allowing its guardian to confidently guide their beast towards a new evolutionary path. Lin Tian, who had previously harbored concerns about potential mishaps during Qingsha's evolution, now felt utterly reassured. With the wind heart crystal in hand, what was there to fear? Thank you, Xiaoya. I truly need this, he expressed gratefully, accepting the invaluable gift without hesitation. It would serve no purpose here. If you require it, then it is merely an act of kindness, Zhang Xiaoya replied with a smile. Chapter 20, Witnessing a Miracle. With Zhang Xiaoya's words, Lin Tian felt considerably lighter in his acceptance of the gift. However, he had already resolved that once he ascended to the status of a super beast master, he would return to tackle the next stage of the evolution challenge for the hydrangea jellyfish. After all, given that it was a newly discovered spirit beast, its evolutionary path was still undefined. Presently, he could only discern one route for evolution, but he knew that reaching the king level might reveal another. As Zhang Xiaoya prepared the materials needed for the evolution of the 4 hydrangea jellyfish, Lin Tian returned to his room to release Qingsha. The creature looked up at Lin Tian, protesting, "You finally remember to let me out. Haha, your strength has been growing rapidly in the beast space. You wouldn't gain much outside." Lin Tian chuckled sheepishly. With Qingsha's growth, its intellect was maturing as well, yet it still retained a childlike demeanor, albeit with a bit more cunning. Irritated, Qingsha approached Lin Tian's box, using its tail to pull out a can, deftly opening it with a flick of its tail. It then devoured the contents with remarkable speed, consuming 6 cans in under 5 minutes. Lin Tian shook his head in exasperation. His funds had long been depleted. And now he was using the money from the bank card given to him by Guo Yuqian to purchase food for Qingsha. "Lin Tian, I have prepared the materials. Come take a look." Zhang Xiaoya knocked on Lin Tian's door. "I'm coming," he replied, emerging from his room with Qingsha trailing behind him. Zhang Xiaoya, having witnessed Qingsha's growth over the past month, displayed no fear. The 4 hydrangea jellyfish floated around her. "Let us begin," Lin Tian said with a smile. The two moved to the courtyard, where Zhang Xiaoya arranged the materials. The 4 jellyfish possessed distinct elemental attributes: water, ice, wood, and wind. Despite their identical appearances, Lin Tian was eager to discover if their colors would change post-evolution. Once everything was set, Zhang Xiaoya glanced at her contracted jellyfish and inquired, "Which one shall we evolve first?" "Let us evolve them together. The chances will be significantly higher," Lin Tian suggested. The simultaneous evolution of beasts indeed increased the likelihood of success. "All right, as you wish." Zhang Xiaoya directed her 4 jellyfish to their respective materials. "Dian Dian and Quan Quan, you two come here. The rest, follow me." Under her guidance, the jellyfish settled onto their evolution materials, their tendrils reaching out to absorb the energy contained within. As they drew in the energy, radiant streams of light coursed through their bodies. Zhang Xiaoya felt a surge of anxiety, clutching her garment tightly, her gaze fixed on the 4 jellyfish, fearing any unforeseen mishaps. In contrast, Lin Tian remained remarkably calm. Although his innate ability suggested a possibility of failure, he knew the odds were slim. Success was all but guaranteed, provided no major accidents occurred. As the jellyfish continued to absorb the energy, their luminescence intensified, while the materials began to lose their luster, their energies significantly depleted. As the first jellyfish completed its absorption, a radiant light erupted from it. "It's Dian Dian," Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly. Lin Tian's gaze shifted to the source of the light. Truthfully, if not for the glimmering materials on the ground, he might have found it difficult to distinguish between Dian Dian and Quan Quan. With Dian Dian's evolution light emerging, Quan Quan followed suit, bursting forth with its own dazzling glow. The remaining 2 jellyfish also erupted with brilliance. And neither Lin Tian nor Zhang Xiaoya could tear their eyes away, captivated by the enchanting moment of evolution, a miracle unfolding before them. Lin Tian squinted, noting that Dian Dian's form had significantly increased, its tendrils multiplying, transforming from what appeared to be yarn-like appendages to those resembling the thickness of an adult's fingers. Yet, with the evolution light still aglow, he could not discern the final form of Dian Dian. "Is this a success?" Zhang Xiaoya wondered anxiously. Lin Tian nodded. "It should be successful, but we must wait a moment longer." Just as they conversed, the light surrounding Dian Dian intensified, surpassing its initial brilliance and even changing color from white to gold. This transformation was not limited to Dian Dian. Quan Quan and the other 2 jellyfish exhibited the same phenomenon. "What is happening?" Zhang Xiaoya asked, her concern evident. "Xiaoya, do not panic. Perhaps we are on the verge of witnessing a true miracle," Lin Tian proclaimed suddenly. Although Zhang Xiaoya was perplexed, she could do nothing but watch, powerless to halt the unfolding events. The golden glow intensified, and under its enchanting radiance, Dian Dian and the wood attribute jellyfish began to merge in a miraculous fusion. 2 jellyfish amalgamated into one, its size further increasing. "What is going on?" Zhang Xiaoya could not contain her curiosity. As a novice beast trainer, she was ill-equipped to interpret this extraordinary occurrence. A faint smile graced Lin Tian's lips as he replied, "Xiaoya, you must rejoice. Not only have you discovered the evolutionary path of the hydrangea jellyfish, but an entirely new possibility has emerged." "What?" Zhang Xiaoya was taken aback. Gazing at Lin Tian's enigmatic smile, she felt an unfamiliar sensation. He seemed far older, as though he had traversed many experiences beyond those of a mere 18-year-old. Meanwhile, Quan Quan and the other jellyfish were also merging, yet the evolution light remained, obscuring the specifics of the transformation. 2 individuals had waited here for 5 minutes, during which the golden light of evolution finally dissipated. Had they truly merged? Zhang Xiaoya gazed at the 2 sea anemone jellyfish, each as large as a basin. This was a case of fusion evolution, an occurrence of minuscule probability, and she was astonished to witness it in the sea anemone jellyfish. Truly remarkable. Lin Tian explained that fusion evolution is not restricted to beings of the same species. It may also transpire between different races. However, the likelihood of such an evolution is exceedingly rare, heavily reliant on sheer fortune. It was entirely reasonable that Zhang Xiaoya had not heard of fusion evolution before, as it had only manifested a few times within that research institute, and the news had not circulated beyond its confines. The rarity of this evolutionary phenomenon bears its own advantages. A spirit beast that has undergone fusion evolution will experience an extraordinary enhancement in power. In Chapter 21, The Sword Bureau, Luo Qingyao, Zhang Xiaoya observed the two large jellyfish that emerged from the fusion evolution of the four-sea anemone jellyfish, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Lin Tian, you must take a look, she urged. The emergence of a new spirit beast, albeit an evolved one, is immensely precious to beast tamers. The existence of beast tamers is to explore entirely new evolutionary paths for spirit beasts. For someone like Zhang Xiaoya, who had only recently become a beast tamer, witnessing the fusion evolution of the sea anemone jellyfish was indeed an unparalleled honor. Lin Tian first directed his gaze towards the large jellyfish that resulted from the fusion evolution of Didi and the wooden attribute sea anemone jellyfish. Its coloration resembled a vibrant blue, akin to the ocean reflecting the sky, while its tentacles shimmered in a verdant green, exuding a vital essence. The presence of this life force was not a mere illusion of color. Standing beside it, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Spirit beast, life jellyfish, attribute, water. Wood level, extraordinary level 8. Upon witnessing the transformation of the original 2-sea anemone jellyfish into the life jellyfish, Lin Tian felt a surge of astonishment. It was unprecedented to encounter a spirit beast with two attributes following fusion evolution. He had never seen such a phenomenon. Typically, when two spirit beasts undergo fusion evolution, they possess only a single attribute, never a second. The emergence of the sea anemone jellyfish shattered this prior convention entirely. Lin Tian pondered just how long Zhang Xiaoya had nurtured these jellyfish, as achieving extraordinary level 8 post-evolution suggests that with further cultivation, they could ascend to the next level. However, when compared to other attribute spirit beasts, the water and wood attributes generally exhibit somewhat weaker offensive capabilities, often following a supportive path. Of course, there are spirit beasts with these attributes that possess formidable attack power. It ultimately depends on how the beast tamer cultivates them. Yet, most beast tamers with these two types of spirit beasts tend to nurture them towards a supportive role, allowing them to heal their other spirit beasts, thereby enhancing the enduring combat capability of their team. Lin Tian then turned his attention to the two fusion-evolved sea anemone jellyfish of ice and wind attributes. As expected, this jellyfish also boasted two attributes. Unlike the life jellyfish, this one was adorned with crystalline ice armor, its tentacles displaying hues of icy blue and cyan. The temperature in its vicinity was notably low, perfectly aligning with the characteristics of an ice attribute spirit beast. Spirit beast, storm ice armored jellyfish attribute, ice. Wind level, extraordinary level 9. Upon glimpsing the level, Lin Tian's lips twitched. This was indeed a cut above the life jellyfish. Moreover, the name was brimming with a sense of aggression, thoroughly showcasing its dual attributes. Your Didi is now a life jellyfish. Pursuing a supportive healing path should serve it well. As for Quan, being a storm ice armored jellyfish, it could excel in an offensive role. Their strengths were not to be underestimated. One at extraordinary level 8 and the other at extraordinary level 9. Wow, Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed, her excitement reminiscent of a young girl, her eyes sparkling with joy. By the way, you should check your contract. The bond between a beast tamer and their spirit beast may undergo slight changes post-fusion evolution, Lin Tian advised. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya promptly reviewed her contracts with the two jellyfish and shook her head. Her contracts remained unaffected. As long as they are not impacted, that's good. I should further explore the evolutionary paths of the remaining sea anemone jellyfish. After spending a month here, I must take my leave, Lin Tian stated. Are you leaving so soon? Zhang Xiaoya expressed a hint of reluctance. During this period, Lin Tian's presence had brought much liveliness to her home. Yes, I must prepare diligently for the upcoming graduation examination, and I need to expedite the search for Qingsha's evolutionary materials, Lin Tian replied. All right, Zhang Xiaoya nodded. After Lin Tian reviewed the evolutionary paths of the remaining sea anemone jellyfish, he rubbed his temples. The continuous use of beast tamer abilities had taken a toll on his mental energy. Having packed his belongings, Lin Tian was about to depart when Zhang Xiaoya called out to him. Lin Tian, here is your payment, a total of 30,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoya held out an envelope, noticeably bulging. Isn't that a bit excessive? Moreover, didn't you already pay me? Lin Tian inquired, perplexed. Zhang Xiaoya had previously compensated him. What was the purpose of this additional 30,000 yuan? Did she expect him to sell himself? No. This is the payment for assisting me with the evolutionary paths of the sea anemone jellyfish. The wind heart crystals are what I initially promised you, Zhang Xiaya clarified. Then I shall accept it without hesitation. Lin Tian, now in urgent need of funds, decided to welcome any additional income, regarding the debt of gratitude as inconsequential. I'm off now, Sister Xiaya. I shall return once I become a king-level beast tamer. Lin Tian waved goodbye. After watching Lin Tian depart, Zhang Xiaya turned and returned to her home. Lin Ya's forced elevation of the fire lizard-s level posed a threat to her, as did that Zhao Minghai fellow. Lin Tian, pulling his suitcase, made his way to the station. The graduation examination would take place within a virtual space secret realm. While Lin Ya and Zhao Minghai were not significant threats to him, the unpredictable circumstances during the exam were of concern. Without sufficient strength, he would be unable to secure first place. He needed to hasten the enhancement of Qing Sha's abilities, just in case. In his contemplations, Lin Tian remained oblivious to the changes in the path beneath his feet. He had transitioned from the town to the depths of the woods. Danger! In the spirit beast realm, Qing Sha suddenly reared its upper body, its eyes alert, its tongue flickering in and out. Prompted by Qing Sha's warning, Lin Tian instantly became vigilant, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and mentally chastising himself for having let his guard down. After his rebirth, he had relied on his previous memories, believing that he would encounter minimal danger in Chao City, thus allowing himself to relax. Little did he expect to encounter peril today. Lin Tiandao's gaze sharpened, his eyes scanning the vicinity, his mind racing to assess the current situation. The unfamiliar environment indicated that he had entered the domain of a spirit beast. A beast with a domain was a royal-level entity, among the pinnacle combat forces of spirit beasts. Who could possibly be here, possessing a royal-level spirit beast? Whoever you are, show yourself, Lin Tiandao bellowed. Yet the individual remained hidden, leaving him unable to discern their intentions. The most dreadful notion is the emergence of abyss beastmasters in this place. If such individuals were present, Lin Tian believed that his chances of survival were utterly non-existent. A voice, somewhat frigid, pierced the air. A scene rippled before Lin Tian as Luo Qingyao, clad in a white lab coat, materialized not far away. Members of the Sword Bureau. The moment he laid eyes on that white coat, Lin Tian instantly recognized Luo Qingyao's affiliation, yet he refrained from voicing it. Chapter 22. Two Unruly Individuals. The Sword Bureau is an organization established by the second-generation Beastmaster King. Lin Tian's understanding of this organization is, in truth, quite limited. Their primary endeavor revolves around exploring the fragments of worlds brought forth by the abyss. Suitable spatial shards are transformed into secret realms, providing beastmasters with trials to enhance their strength and seek materials for beast evolution. As for the unsuitable fragments, they are simply sealed off. Naturally, should any world fragments harbor significant dangers, they would handle them if capable, or seek out someone who could. In his previous life, Lin Tian had once assisted members of the Sword Bureau in neutralizing a peril within a world fragment, which granted him a modicum of insight into the organization. To his knowledge, aside from the first-generation Beastmaster King, who left no organization behind, subsequent Beastmaster Kings each established their own, the Sword Bureau by the second generation, a research institute by the third, and an abyss army by the fourth. However, the organizations founded by the third and fourth generations are open and transparent. While the Sword Bureau remains shrouded in mystery, they do not easily present themselves before ordinary individuals, let alone appear in such a manner before them. Thus, Lin Tian was perplexed as to why a member of the Sword Bureau stood before him. Abyss Beastmaster? Lin Tian feigned ignorance, posing a tentative inquiry. If I were an Abyss Beastmaster, you would already be dead, Luo Qingyao chuckled lightly, a flash of white light accompanying her words. A charming white fox appeared at her side, wagging its tail as it gazed at Lin Tian. Defeat me, and you may leave this place, she declared. Upon hearing Luo Qingyao's words, Lin Tian's expression twisted, his temper flaring unexpectedly. Damn it, he had intended to return home and ponder how to nurture Qing Sha. But here came an impertinent woman interrupting him. Though she was quite attractive, it was no justification for her to block his path without reason. Her haughty demeanor suggested he owed her a considerable sum. Do not assume that your looks warrant my obedience. This is Chao City, and should you dare to harm me, the formidable Beastmasters within the Beastmaster Association will not let you go unpunished. Yet, I doubt you would dare to kill me. Speak, what is it you desire? If feasible, I shall comply. If not, I shall not assist you, Lin Tian retorted with a slight curl of his lips. He was no mere clay figurine. How could he lack spirit? Whether you choose to cooperate with me is not for you to decide. Little White, attack. Luo Qingyao remained unfazed by Lin Tian's words, resolutely commanding her beast to strike. What the hell? You're utterly lacking in martial ethics, playing by your own rules. Lin Tian's face was one of utter bewilderment. Luo Qingyao's beast offered no chance for Lin Tian to dawdle, dashing towards him in a flash of white light. Qingsha, obliterated. Lin Tian, steeling himself, summoned forth a summoning array. A flash of azure light erupted as Qingsha charged forth from the beast's space, exuding an aura of ferocity. A glimmer of determination shone in Lin Tian's eyes as he swiftly assessed the information regarding Luo Qingyao's white fox. Spirit beast, snow spirit white fox. Attribute, ice. Level, awakening level 9. Skills, ice spirit storm, exploding snowflakes, flying ice shield. Qingsha, intimidated. Lin Tian commanded through their bond. Qingsha's eyes blazed with crimson light as it twisted its body, fixing its gaze on the approaching snow spirit white fox. Luo Qingyao narrowed her eyes, acknowledging Lin Tian's quick response, but having no intention of allowing his plan to succeed. Little white, close your eyes and use the ice shield. Charge forward. The snow spirit white fox complied, shutting its eyes to avoid Qingsha's gaze. With a resounding howl, the temperature around them plummeted to sub-zero, and a circular white ice shield manifested. With the ice shield in tow, the snow spirit white fox lunged at Qingsha. A smile crept onto Lin Tian's face. Such elementary combat techniques could indeed confound an inexperienced beastmaster, but he was destined to be the future beastmaster king. Though he had brought nothing from his previous life, his combat experience remained intact. Qingsha, execute the steel tail and follow up with windblade. Qingsha's crimson glow dissipated as its tail shimmered with metallic brilliance, resembling a suit of steel armor. As the snow spirit white fox charged with its shield, Qingsha's tail struck the ground with tremendous force, creating fissures beneath it. With astonishing speed, Qingsha propelled itself forward, summoning a wind blade that sliced through the air towards the snow spirit white fox. Little white dodge. Everything unfolded at an astonishing pace, so rapidly that even Luo Qingyao, a powerful beastmaster, failed to react in time. The moment she perceived the wind blade, she realized her grave oversight. A woo! The wind blade collided with the snow spirit white fox, sending it hurtling through the air. The diminutive white fox tumbled several times before regaining its footing, gritting its teeth as it struggled to rise. Qingsha, storm's fangs, intimidate with serpent's eyes. Lin Tian spared no opportunity, commanding Qingsha to continue its assault. Since Luo Qingyao had chosen to act as his sparring partner, he had no intention of letting this chance slip by. Moreover, as it was Luo Qingyao who obstructed his path, even if he were to slay the snow spirit white fox, she would have no grounds for complaint. Of course, Lin Tian had no intention of truly killing the snow spirit white fox. Doing so would result in his own demise, and he was far from ready to meet his end. Little white, ice shield. Yet, Luo Qingyao's commands came a moment too late. Qingsha, its serpent-like eyes glowing crimson, was now mere inches from the snow spirit white fox. Under the influence of the intimidate effect, the snow spirit white fox trembled uncontrollably, bereft of any thoughts of battle, let alone the ability to unleash its skills. Understanding Lin Tian's intentions, Qingsha had no plans to spare the snow spirit white fox, and it lunged for its neck with its storm's fangs. Damn it, Qingsha, you are too obedient. Stop this at once. Lin Tian was taken aback by Qingsha's actions. If the snow spirit white fox truly perished, he would not survive either. Cease. I concede. Luo Qingyao shouted urgently. However, it was all unfolding too late. Qingsha was already close enough that its razor-sharp fangs were just 3 centimeters from the snow spirit white fox's neck. Qingsha, return. In a moment of desperation, Lin Tian activated the summoning array. Qingsha transformed into a burst of light, vanishing just as Lin Tian cast it back into the beast space. Suddenly thrust into the beast space, Qingsha bore a bewildered expression, then began to grumble. Didn't you say you wanted to kill that little flirtatious white fox? Why am I pulled back just as I was about to succeed? You are certainly lacking in martial ethics. Chapter 23, A Thunderous Sound. Little white, are you unharmed? Luo Qingyao rushed to the side of the snow spirit white fox and scooped it into her arms. The creature, having narrowly escaped disaster, lay weeping in her embrace, its tear-filled eyes glistening as it nuzzled against the 2 prominent spheres on her chest. In a flash of violet light, the small purple orb hanging around Luo Qingyao's neck indignantly tapped the snow spirit white fox on the head, as if to assert its dominance. This is my territory. How dare you take advantage of my woman before my very eyes? You court death. Lin Tian, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. So, this snow spirit white fox is a male, and that purple orb is unmistakably a beast companion, a rather rare one at that. Could it be that all attractive female beast tamers have lecherous contracts with their beasts? Now that I've emerged victorious, can I leave? Lin Tian inquired of Luo Qingyao, perplexed by her obstruction. He was unaware of her reasons for stopping him, but having won the battle, he felt it was time to return home and rest. Through this bout, he had also discerned some shortcomings in his own beast, Qingsha, and resolved to train it diligently to prevent future occurrences of such a nature. Luo Qingyao stood up, cradling the snow spirit white fox, her captivating eyes fixed upon Lin Tian. She realized that she had underestimated him during their earlier confrontation. After all, how much combat experience could a mere novice beast tamer possess? Thus, she had not taken the battle seriously and had never anticipated her defeat. Yet, the outcome was now undeniable, prompting her to re-evaluate Lin Tian with newfound respect. Possessing extensive combat experience, the innate talent of the true side-eye, and a royal-level spirit beast cub, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. You have passed the test, Luo Qingyao declared. Huh? Test? What test? Lin Tian gazed at her in bewilderment, contemplating prying open her head to examine her thoughts, but quickly dismissed the notion. He could not match her strength. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Qingyao from the Sword Bureau. Our recent skirmish was merely a trial to determine your eligibility for joining our ranks, she said, collecting her thoughts. The Sword Bureau? I have not heard of it. I know I am a genius, but I won't be recruited by just any mediocre organization. I aspire to become the Beast King. How could I possibly join a nameless little organization like yours? Lin Tian scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain, his tone utterly dismissive. How dare you call it a little organization? Luo Qingyao's mind went blank. This was the first time she had heard someone refer to the Sword Bureau in such a manner. However, upon reflection, she found it challenging to refute his claim. As aside from a few powerful individuals, the general populace was indeed unaware of their organization. With fewer than 500 members, the Sword Bureau was hardly larger than a small company, rendering Lin Tian's description somewhat accurate. Enough. You lost. I shan't require payment from you. Just let me leave this place, Lin Tian declared, grabbing his suitcase in preparation to depart. Wait. Allow me to explain, Luo Qingyao interjected, blocking his path. Lin Tian frowned. He truly did not wish to prolong his entanglement with her. Joining us would grant your beast access to the finest materials and resources, significantly accelerating your growth. I have no interest. Striving on my own holds greater significance. Moreover, I have reason to suspect you may be a fraud. Be wary, or I shall report you. Lin Tian swiftly interrupted her. What nonsense. He was not the kind of person to be swayed by the Sword Bureau's assistance. He could achieve the title of Beast King without their help. Joining an organization would inevitably impose limitations, and Lin Tian considered himself a lover of freedom. Disinclined toward such affiliations. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the sky, causing the ground to tremble. What is happening? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, glancing towards the source of the sound. The noise was reminiscent of a past experience he had not thought much of at the time, but now it felt distinctly unusual. It was neither an explosion nor the reverberations of a beast's skill. Rather, it seemed to emanate from underground, ascending to the heavens. Luo Qingyao's expression shifted upon hearing the sound. While Lin Tian remained oblivious, she was acutely aware of the implications. She had not come here for amusement, but to address serious matters. As the surroundings shifted, Lin Tian regarded her with curiosity. The moment the sound erupted, her demeanor had betrayed her unease. Could it be related to her? What on earth were those Sword Bureau members up to? Lin Tian had no desire to become embroiled in their affairs. With the barrier now lifted, he intended to return home. 800 meters beneath the surface near Chao City, a vast subterranean chamber housed powerful beasts, alongside 3 individuals clad in white lab coats. Their appearance was disheveled. Their coats bore numerous rips, their hair caked with dirt, and their eyes were bloodshot. This doesn't make sense. We should have been able to enter, Zheng Mingyu exclaimed, wiping the grime from his glasses while manipulating a tablet in one hand. What the hell, Zheng Mingyu? Did you miscalculate? We've already minimized our power. How can we still not access this world fragment? Qiu Zichen snapped, glaring at him. The third individual, silent, stared blankly, still reeling from the events. Zheng Mingyu shook his head decisively. He could not have miscalculated. There was surely an issue at play. Jiang, should we teach him a lesson? We've been duped once already. Shall we allow it to happen again? Qiu Zichen nudged the still-dazed Jiang with his elbow. Let's not resort to violence. Such mishaps are inevitable in our line of work. Jiang sighed, rubbing his face. The recent explosion had nearly claimed his life. He was fortunate to have fled quickly, with his beast providing protection. If even high-level beast tamers couldn't gain entry, it must be a remnant of the world's rules. They would need to find a mid-level beast tamer. But the Sword Bureau had no new recruits at the moment. What to do? Zheng Mingyu massaged his temples in frustration. What else can we do but call for help? Isn't Qingyao still outside? She could reach out to the Beast Tamer Association for assistance. The more, the merrier, Qiu Zichen suggested. That appears to be our only option. Yet again a tedious aftermath awaits us, Zheng Mingyu lamented. As non-official members of the Sword Bureau, they were reluctant to utilize outside help unless absolutely necessary. The key issue was the world fragment itself, which was crucial for research on thermal weapons. Understood, Luo Qingyao replied. hanging up the phone as she turned her gaze toward the almost vanishing figure of Lin Tian. Summoning a massive black golden eagle, she mounted its back, pointing towards Lin Tian. The eagle soared forth at supersonic speed. Chapter 24. Are you kidnapping me? Let me down. What on earth do you want? In midair, the black golden eagle grasped Lin Tian's collar in its beak, its talons clutching his luggage. Lin Tian roared in protest, yet he dared not struggle. Suspended in the air, he could clearly see the outline of Chao City, even catching glimpses of his school's location. He yearned to struggle, yet out of fear for his own life. He dared not move recklessly. After all, he had been clad in this garment for 3 years, and the beak of the black golden eagle was exceptionally sharp. Should he make even the slightest movement, the fabric might tear, leading to a fatal plunge. Although Lin Tian refrained from physical resistance, his tongue was relentless. Just as he was being carried along smoothly, the black golden eagle suddenly lifted him into the air, causing great agitation within him. His incessant chatter served only to annoy Luo Qingyao. Let me go? This is abduction. I assure you, if anything happens to me, the Beast Tamer Association will not let you off, nor will my teachers at school. You still have time to release me. Out of respect for you being a woman, I won't cause you trouble, so hurry and set me down. Silence. Luo Qingyao's delicate face was etched with frost, and despite her attempts to silence Lin Tian, she found herself utterly helpless against his tirade. Xiaojin, pick up the pace. We need to reach our destination quickly. I intend to give him a good beating. She commanded the black golden eagle. The eagle nodded and surged forward with great speed. As Lin Tian opened his mouth to protest, air rushed in, making his cheeks flap uncontrollably, rendering him unable to speak. Furthermore, being suspended at such heights, the acceleration of the black golden eagle nearly froze him. Realizing the futility of his verbal onslaught, he closed his mouth and gazed downward, contemplating that perhaps it was best to abandon resistance. He was clearly ill-suited for a war of words. Unless something extraordinary had transpired, Luo Qingyao had no reason to capture him. The people from the Sword Bureau would not act in such a manner. What exactly had occurred that compelled Luo Qingyao to bring him along? Lin Tian pondered, unable to decipher the situation. His memories from the previous life were a blank slate. Back then, he was preoccupied with part-time jobs to sustain his fire lizard, leaving no time to concern himself with such matters. As the black golden eagle descended, Lin Tian observed the scenery below. They were hovering over a natural park near Chao City, a place frequented by visitors. Was there anything peculiar here? Lin Tian saw nothing unusual. Yet, the eagle's destination was indeed this location, as it descended with him in tow. Upon landing, Lin Tian noticed something amiss. The trees before him vanished, replaced by a seemingly bottomless pit, beside which a towering green tree gazed up at him. What the hell? An illusion? No, it's a domain. This tree is also a royal-level beast. Lin Tian's heart raced with shock. Luo Qingyao possessed a royal-level beast, and now there was another here. The Sword Bureau's strength was formidable indeed. Earlier, he had seen no signs of abnormalities in the air, but upon descent, the vast chasm became apparent, clearly concealed by the royal-level beast. With a crash, the black golden eagle discarded Lin Tian's luggage. Hey, can you be more careful? If my suitcase breaks, will you buy me a new one? Lin Tian grumbled, somewhat irked. The eagle released him, and he fell, fortunately landing on solid ground. Luo Qingyao leapt down from the eagle's back, casting a malevolent glance at Lin Tian. Follow me. If you disobey, I won't hesitate to kill you right here. Huh. Then go ahead and kill me, Lin Tian retorted, adopting a nonchalant stance, as if inviting death. Luo Qingyao furrowed her brow in frustration. She understood his attitude, but lacked the time to explain. There would be ample opportunity to clarify once they encountered the other 3 individuals. Just come with me. With that, she disregarded Lin Tian and entered the chasm. Lin Tian rubbed his temples, bemused. He mused that Luo Qingyao must be experiencing her monthly cycle. After all, women go through various phases each month. A week of madness, a week of irritation, a week of flirtation, and a week of pain. It was an endless cycle. Unless they were pregnant. Resigned, Lin Tian followed her into the abyss. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of a gigantic centipede, staring at him with bulging eyes, while Luo Qingyao stood atop its back. Climb aboard. Lin Tian complied and ascended. The centipede slithered out, turned around, and re-entered the chasm. Judging by its size alone, Lin Tian deduced that this creature was undoubtedly at the king level, not royal. If every member of the Sword Bureau possessed a royal-level beast, he would need to re-evaluate the organization's true purpose. After all, such overwhelming strength had never been deployed in the abyssal battlefield. They only operated within Blue Star. Raising numerous questions, Lin Tian wondered what the second-generation Beast King had intended when founding this organization. The centipede moved swiftly, revealing just how deep the chasm was. After a minute, Lin Tian finally beheld the underground scene. It was a vast cavern, clearly man-made, housing several powerful beast companions. Upon sighting these beasts, Lin Tian felt a wave of shock. The Sword Bureau had an abundance of formidable creatures. Before him stood 4 beasts, a rock giant, a luminous sword, an electric scorpion, and finally, a flaming lion. All 4 were royal level. Lin Tian felt numb. He was witnessing an unprecedented assembly of royal level beasts, with Luo Qingyao possessing 1. And the large tree outside also being royal level. That made 6 in total. Though lacking an imperial level beast, this power was not to be underestimated in the realm of beast warfare, capable of altering the dynamics of a small battle. The might of the Sword Bureau was truly terrifying. Reflecting on his past life, Lin Tian recalled assisting the Sword Bureau with a significant matter. Yet he had never encountered such a plethora of royal-level beasts. Qingyao, you've arrived. Did you bring the person? The centipede halted, and Luo Qingyao jumped down, followed by Lin Tian. The 3 individuals rushed forward. Did you 3 not notice a living person standing right here? Lin Tian pointed to himself, a hint of irritation in his gaze. The trio exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to respond. They had only noticed Luo Qingyao a moment ago, completely overlooking Lin Tian. Ignore him. He's the one I brought along. So he's a bit irritable and has a foul mouth, Luo Qingyao remarked, casting a glance at Lin Tian. Internally, Lin Tian chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, but with no choice now, he resigned himself to his fate. Chapter 25. Entering the fragmented world. Zheng Mingyu, Jiang, and Xiao Zichen exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of bemusement. No wonder Lin Tian was so disgruntled. Little brother, don't be upset. We summoned you for a matter of great importance, Zheng Mingyu explained. I have no interest. I don't even know who you are. If what you're doing threatens ordinary people, wouldn't assisting you make me a murderer? Lin Tian replied with a sardonic smile. The 3 turned to Luo Qingyao, whose face flushed with embarrassment. I haven't had the chance to explain what we do, she admitted. Sighing in exasperation, Xiao Zichen slapped his forehead. Dear young brother, please do not be angry. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zheng Mingyu, and this is Xiao Zichen. He is Jiang. And the one who brought you here is Luo Qingyao. All 4 of us belong to the Blade Bureau. You may not be aware of what the Blade Bureau is, but you must have heard of the 2nd generation Beastmaster. The Blade Bureau is the organization established by the 2nd generation Beastmaster, primarily tasked with exploring the remnants of shattered worlds. We are not an evil organization. Zheng Mingyu succinctly elucidated the nature of his organization, hoping to enlighten Lin Tian. The young man before them. The Blade Bureau, established by the 2nd generation Beastmaster. Could it be true? Lin Tian feigned disbelief. Indeed, it is true. Zheng Mingyu replied with a wry smile. Then, why are you seeking my assistance? With your formidable powers, is there truly a task that you cannot manage without the help of someone who has just recently become a Beastmaster? Lin Tian questioned, his expression one of skepticism. The 3 others fell momentarily silent, realizing they had underestimated him. Allow me to explain. When the remnants of these worlds remain unexplored, they still harbor vestiges of world rules. Our strength is too overwhelming, and we are hindered by these rules, preventing our entry. Thus, we require someone with lesser power to venture inside. This time, however, it is a peculiar case. Typically, the remnants of shattered worlds possess weak rules, but this particular one is an anomaly, Zheng Mingyu elaborated. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, I still refuse. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. You expect me to enter a shattered world? That would be courting death. Who knows what perils lie within? I am merely an intermediate Beastmaster, lacking even the means to ensure my own safety. How could I possibly enter recklessly? You need not worry about the dangers. We have already surveyed this world fragment and found it to be relatively safe. Should you choose to assist us, the Blade Bureau can provide you with evolution materials and financial support, Zheng Mingyu assured him. Disregard whether he is willing or not. He possesses the true Vision Eye Beast talent, and his first beast is a royal-level spirit beast cub. Now that he is already an intermediate Beastmaster, he can be directly absorbed into the organization, Luo Qingyao interjected. The true Vision Eye Beast talent? Zheng Mingyu was taken aback, while Xiao Zichen and Ji Yang's gazes towards Lin Tian shifted significantly. Young brother, since your talent is so extraordinary, as long as you are willing to assist us, you will become a member of the Blade Bureau, and you need not worry about the resources for beast evolution, Xiao Zichen said, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder. Lin Tian pondered, realizing that he could not afford to remain idle. If he were truly an ordinary person, he might have declined entering the world fragment, but that was not the case. Thus, he contemplated how to voice his thoughts. What is your purpose in exploring this world fragment? To be frank, we are researching a type of thermal weapon capable of annihilating the abyssal beasts. To develop such a weapon, we must leverage the knowledge left by other worlds. Have you heard of the mechanical world? Zheng Mingyu stated without hesitation. Upon hearing mechanical world, Lin Tian's heart raced. This was a realm he could not possibly be unfamiliar with, the sole world that had battled the abyss using mechanical prowess for centuries. Unfortunately, It had ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of the abyss. Enough talk. Since this endeavor aims to eradicate the abyssal beasts, how could I, a proud citizen of the Flame Sun Beastmaster Nation and a future Beastmaster King, possibly retreat? Leave this matter to me, Lin Tian declared with righteous fervor, his expression grave, leaving the four in a state of uncertainty regarding how to respond. However, what will the situation be like inside the world fragment? Could it be extremely perilous? Lin Tian inquired further. Given your relatively low power level, it is advisable to have means of self-preservation. Rest assured, since only intermediate beastmasters can enter, it indicates that the world fragment is not extensive and poses minimal danger. Moreover, you need not fret. We will provide you with protective gear. Zheng Mingyu smiled reassuringly. The prospect of Lin Tian entering was one they all welcomed. Otherwise, they would need to seek out others. Most importantly, they highly valued Lin Tian's talent. Once this mission concluded, they could seamlessly integrate him into the organization, achieving two objectives at once. All right, provide me with the means of protection first. I need some assurance. Lin Tian reached out, eager for the protective equipment. Zheng Mingyu produced a small metallic sphere from his pocket, which gleamed with brilliance, featuring a single button. This is a spatial shield. Once activated, it can endure for half an hour and withstand 3 full force attacks from Emperor-level beasts. Lin Tian seized it eagerly, his eyes alight with excitement. Such a remarkable item was beyond his previous experiences. He had never encountered anything like it in his past life. Is there another? I would like an extra. I fear the time may not suffice, Lin Tian asked. Zheng Mingyu sighed. It's impossible to have another. The production of this item is exceedingly complex. We can only manufacture 2 per year, and there are only 15 in the entire Blade Bureau. We only bring one along during our explorations of world fragments. Very well, Lin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. It would have been splendid if such a valuable item could be mass-produced. However, the spatial shield revealed the depth of the Blade Bureau's research into advanced technology. I shall gift you one more item. Qiu Zichin produced a vibrant green leaf. This is a leaf from the Tree King. It can instantly heal your beast if it is on the brink of death, albeit limited to beasts below the royal level. Excellent. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled as he accepted the leaf. The Tree King must be the colossal royal tree outside. He hadn't anticipated its healing capabilities to be so potent. The entrance lies ahead. I am now remarkably powerful. I shall ensure that this area is thoroughly explored. Lin Tian proclaimed confidently. The three stepped aside, revealing a white crack of over a meter in length. The white fissure resembled a scratch on paper, connecting to the blue star, concealing the interior from external view. I am prepared. The remaining tasks are entrusted to me. Lin Tian advanced, extending his hand to touch the crack, his entire hand vanishing within. All right, I have entered, Lin Tian announced, disappearing before the astonished eyes of the four. It wasn't until Lin Tian had vanished that the four regained their composure. Have we not yet informed him how to break the remnants of the world rules? Ji Yong suddenly remarked. By heavens. Chapter 26. Welcome to the Mechanical Kingdom. Where's this? The light was somewhat blinding, and Lin Tian took some time to acclimate. The illumination was not overly bright. Instead, the sky bore the hues of the aurora. This was the edge of the world fragment, a barrier protecting the remaining essence of this world. The blinding white light he had experienced was merely an illusion caused by traversing the crack. Taking a step forward, he felt the hard surface beneath his feet. What is this? Lin Tian glanced down. He was standing on a metallic surface. The ground was strewn with various oddly shaped metallic fragments. Lin Tian began to scrutinize the world fragment closely. Before him lay a half-collapsed mechanical city, and just by observing the magnitude of the devastation, he comprehended the once glorious civilization of this world. The entire cityscape lay in ruins, a desolate expanse of metal, with even the undamaged edifices constructed from the same cold material. Lin Tian gazed into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. A tower? At the heart of the city's wreckage stood a collapsed metallic spire. It was not the tower's sheer magnitude that left him awestruck. He had encountered far more imposing structures in his past. Could this be the Mechanical King City? A thought surged unbidden through Lin Tian's mind. The Mechanical King City is the very nucleus of the mechanical realm, its iconic structure a towering edifice positioned at its center. Could it truly be the Mechanical King City? Excitement coursed through Lin Tian. Perhaps the knowledge he had failed to acquire in his previous life could be unearthed here. In his former existence, Lin Tian had delved into extensive research on the mechanical world, aspiring to develop mechanical beasts or armor to protect them. Yet, due to limitations in resources and technology, he had never succeeded. Later, he learned that the Mechanical King City harbored an invaluable element that could facilitate his research. But he had been unable to locate it. He had presumed that the Mechanical King City had been utterly obliterated, vanishing into the void. To his astonishment, fragments of this mechanical realm were nestled near Chao City, long since discovered by the Sword Bureau. Recognizing that this was indeed the Mechanical King City, he understood that dangers likely lurked within. Recklessness was unwarranted. Lin Tian calmed himself. While ordinary world fragments might pose minimal risk, this was the Mechanical King City, potentially concealing perilous threats. Memories of mechanical knowledge flooded his mind as his gaze swept across the ground. Within the Mechanical King City, alongside normal life forms, existed numerous highly intelligent automatons. They were not human, yet possessed intellect and their own form of existence, sustained by energy cores. Qingsha, the summoning array activated, and Qingsha emerged from the beast space. Upon surveying the desolation, Qingsha was taken aback. What place is this? It glanced around nervously, apprehensive in the unfamiliar surroundings that offered little sense of safety. The environment struck Qingsha as peculiar. Stay close to me, Qingsha, do not wander off. Danger lurks here, Lin Tian admonished. Obediently, Qingsha adhered to Lin Tian's side, refraining from straying. Together, they ventured towards the core of the King City. Lin Tian meticulously observing his surroundings. After half an hour had elapsed without incident, he surmised that the devastation here had indeed been thorough, devoid of any surviving mechanical life forms. Is this what remains of mechanical life? Lin Tian approached a cluster of small spheres not far off. These spheres were crafted from a type of metal, their surfaces marred by the passage of time, losing their former sheen. However, what captured Lin Tian's attention was one sphere that remained remarkably intact. Aside from superficial wear, it bore no severe damage. Logically, this mechanical entity should not have perished. Lin Tian, with the dexterity of a soccer ball-sized mechanical life form, shifted it aside and began to examine it. Upon feeling a protrusion, he pressed down firmly. A crisp snap echoed as a small lid sprang open, scattering fragments within. It turned out only the energy core had shattered. Lin Tian inspected thoroughly, discovering no significant injuries to the mechanical life, merely the destruction of its energy source. He proceeded to disassemble the other mechanical entities, yet found no usable energy cores among them. If he could find a functioning energy core, this mechanical life could be revived. Lin Tian continued his search, realizing that reviving this mechanical being would greatly assist him in his exploration of the Mechanical King City. After nearly 2 hours of diligent searching, Lin Tian returned with a salvaged energy core to the mechanical life form. The core was not a pure crystal, but a hybrid of mechanical and crystalline elements, capable of being divided into 8 smaller segments. All the energy cores he had found were fragments, lacking completeness. He possessed ample knowledge regarding mechanical life and understood how to utilize and assemble the energy cores. To him, as long as the mechanical being remained undamaged and there was an operational energy core, he could bring it back to life. It had been a long time since he engaged in such tasks, and without tools, it proved quite challenging. Lin Tian rummaged through the wreckage until he finally managed to extract some tools from the remains of the mechanical life forms, enabling him to assemble the energy core. The completed core was a cube, yet emitted no energy fluctuations. Qingsha, utilize a very small wind blade to strike this, Lin Tian instructed, handing the energy core to Qingsha. Nodding, Qingsha conjured a wind blade the size of a fingernail and struck the energy core. A sharp crack resonated, and initially, there was no reaction from the core. However, Lin Tian sensed a faint tremor. A humming sound emanated from the energy core, a blue glow illuminating its form. It seemed his skills had not diminished significantly. A smile crept onto Lin Tian's lips as he approached the intact mechanical life form, inserting the energy core and sealing the lid. Now, he could only wait and see when this entity would awaken. Clapping his hands, he settled beside the mechanical being. After 5 minutes, the mechanical life form stirred. Lin Tian heard a series of soft clicks from within its body, reminiscent of gears turning. The mechanical entity levitated, white lines appearing across its frame. Suddenly, 2 mechanical arms extended from its body, and 2 round eyes emerged from above, albeit positioned beneath. The mechanical life form was inverted, seemingly perceiving the world upside down. It quickly righted itself, fixing its gaze on Lin Tian. Esteemed guest, welcome to the mechanical realm. This is the Mechanical King City. Designation 2345 extends its greetings. Chapter 27. The location of the mechanical core. The mechanical life form's sudden activation startled Qingsha, who trembled and coiled beside Lin Tian, daring only to peek at the spherical entity. Look at your lack of courage. What is there to fear? Lin Tian chided, casting a disapproving glance at Qingsha before redirecting his attention to the now animated mechanical being. Malfunctioning? Lin Tian queried, sensing something amiss in the words of the mechanical life form 2345. Based on his understanding of mechanical beings, their intelligence did not operate like that of programmed robots. Are you broken? Lin Tian tapped the metallic head of the mechanical life form. Commencing diagnostics, 2345 responded with a series of mechanical sounds. Remaining energy in the core, 30%. Energy converter damage, 20%. Intelligence chip degradation, 80%. Functional zones intact. Body undamaged. Initiating automatic repair protocol. Listening to the mechanical life form emitting a series of sounds, Lin Tian finally comprehended that this entity, though seemingly unscathed on the surface, harbored numerous underlying damages. The eyes of Unit 2345 radiated a brilliant light as it commenced scanning the desolate ruins. Upon detecting the remnants of another mechanical life nearby, it glided over effortlessly, extending several mechanical arms from its rear. A swift beam of laser sliced through the discarded mechanical life, reducing it to a mere heap of parts. Lin Tian stood in astonishment, captivated by the unfolding scene. He chose not to interrupt the subsequent actions of the mechanical life, for his understanding of this mechanical kingdom hinged entirely upon the insights of the salvaged entity. After half an hour of waiting, the mechanical life gathered various components and began replacing the damaged sections of its own body. Truly, in the realm of machines, they possessed the remarkable ability to self-repair. Lin Tian mused with a sense of wonder. Now, even Qing Sha no longer feared this entity. Instead, she gazed at it with curiosity. Shortly, Mechanical Life Unit 2345 had adorned itself with all the gathered parts, undergoing a restoration process. Lin Tian propped his chin on his hand, observing as the mechanical life transformed back into a spherical form, patiently awaiting the completion of its repairs. With a prompt notification, the mechanical life announced that the repairs were finished, its eyes re-emerging. However, it regarded Lin Tian in silence, as if lost in contemplation. "Greetings, esteemed guest." 2345 addressed Lin Tian, its gaze shifting once more to the ruins of the mechanical kingdom. "We have indeed failed." Its voice carried a tremor of emotion, contrasting sharply with its earlier stiffness. "Yes, you have failed. Now the abyss looms in my world," Lin Tian replied, studying 2345 intently. With the mechanical life now restored to its former state, Lin Tian felt an odd sensation wash over him. He grappled with a sense of disconnection. Was 2345 a true life form, or merely a machine? "So, this is how it is," the mechanical life mused, its tone weighed down by gravity. "What brings you here? Are you in search of the same artifact that was studied within the mechanical kingdom? Do you know where it is located?" Lin Tian inquired of 2345. It turned out they were seeking the mechanical core, yet with the kingdom now reduced to ruins. What purpose could the core serve? The bitterness was evident in 2345's voice. Since it was the culmination of the mechanical world's research, even if the world itself has perished, it still holds immense significance. "Can you lead me to it?" Lin Tian ventured, probing cautiously. He was still uncertain of 2345's former role within the mechanical kingdom. Was it a mere mechanical life form or a soldier guarding the realm? "Very well, follow me. I shall take you to it," 2345 replied. Lin Tian was taken aback, surprised that 2345 actually knew the location of the core. As 2345 led the way, Lin Tian trailed behind, with Qing Sha following closely. Now that 2345 had returned to normalcy, Lin Tian could engage in conversation with it. Through their discourse, he learned that 2345 was named X, an integral member of the mechanical kingdom, though Lin Tian refrained from probing further into its specific identity, sensing X's reluctance to elaborate. Silence enveloped them as they continued onward, neither party exchanging more than a few words. "Exercise caution here. While this tower has collapsed significantly, many dangers remain," X warned as they approached the structure. Originally constructed to safeguard the kingdom, even in its dilapidated state, it retains some of its functional capabilities. Certain functions are still operational, and at present, this tower is set to indiscriminate attack mode. Even as a denizen of the mechanical kingdom, one must tread carefully to avoid being targeted. X cautioned Lin Tian. "Wait, this tower is still a weapon?" Lin Tian gazed incredulously at the crumbling iron tower. X nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this tower is a weapon in its own right. All other functions are merely supplementary. It represents the pinnacle of our mechanical world's technological achievements." Lin Tian marveled inwardly, reflecting on the advanced nature of this world. If this tower was the second pinnacle of technology, then the first must surely be the mechanical core that X had mentioned. He pondered what the core might look like. As he followed X into the collapsed tower, Lin Tian was careful not to stray from the path, obediently staying behind. Upon reaching the central chamber, X began to inspect the surroundings. "Are you searching for something?" Lin Tian inquired with curiosity. "I am assessing whether the teleportation device is still functional," X replied. "A teleportation device?" Lin Tian was astounded. The mechanical kingdom had developed a spatial teleportation apparatus, a testament to their technological prowess. "Prepare yourself," X suddenly announced. Lin Tian complied, ensuring Qing Sha climbed onto his back. A beam of light shot from X's eyes, and intricate patterns appeared beneath their feet. Lin Tian focused intently, not wishing to miss the sensation of this spatial transition. In a flash of light, they vanished from their location. Lin Tian, bewildered by the rapidly shifting scenery, found himself grappling with the feeling of having merely been transported to another place without perceiving any significant difference. We have arrived. This is the site where the mechanical core is produced, X informed Lin Tian. Before them lay a vast expanse, towering over 300 meters in height. With Lin Tian and X positioned at the periphery, Lin Tian recognized they were beneath the Iron Tower. Surrounding the edges of the space were numerous peculiar statues, their eyes fixed upon the very center of the area. Lin Tian counted 12 strange metallic figures in total. Yet, at the heart of this expansive chamber, there was nothing. An unsettling emptiness prevailed. There's nothing here. Could it be that the mechanical core has been relocated? Lin Tian queried. No. The mechanical core has never left this place. It is simply that we cannot perceive it at present, X clarified. Cannot perceive it? Lin Tian looked at X, puzzled. Follow me. Chapter 28, X. 3. 7. Hey, unbeatable hand. No card drawn. Just play a 6. Victory. Fork over the cash. In the subterranean space, Zheng Mingyu, Xiao Zichen, and Ziyang sat huddled together, a deck of cards laid out before them. Zheng Mingyu and Ziyang still clutched a few cards in hand, while Xiao Zichen had exhausted his supply and was reaching out to the two with a flourish, demanding payment. Nearby, Luo Qingyao sat in meditation. Goodness. What kind of luck do you have, winning so many rounds? Ziyang grumbled, pulling out his wallet to fish out a coin. I told you we couldn't beat him. Zheng Mingyu lamented, similarly producing a coin and handing it over to Xiao Zichen with a despondent expression. Why all the chatter? Just hand over the money quickly. Xiao Zichen replied, setting aside the coins, which had accumulated to over 20, all won from Zheng Mingyu and Ziyang. With nothing else to occupy their time, the four had resorted to a game of cards. Zheng Mingyu cast a concerned glance toward the spatial rift, wondering what was transpiring within. We are unable to enter now. But there should be no issue. We simply need to wait. With something to safeguard our lives, there is nothing to fear, Xiao Zichen remarked nonchalantly. Let us shuffle the cards and continue. Zheng Mingyu began to shuffle the deck, resuming his and Ziyang's journey of losing cards. There was nothing particularly strange about the situation. Lin Tian followed Yax to the central position, observing no notable differences in the surroundings. Actually, I need to activate something here. Yax stated. You can activate it? Lin Tian inquired, regarding Yax with a hint of suspicion. The mechanical core was undoubtedly the most confidential element within the Mechanical King City. Yax was merely a mechanical being he had rescued from the outside, and should not possess such extensive knowledge. Ever since Yax had repaired himself, Lin Tian had found it peculiar that Yax knew so much. Indeed, Yax nodded, withholding further explanation. A concave area manifested on Yax's body, from which emerged an emblem resembling a badge. Lin Tian grew cautious. He could not fully trust Yax. This was an unfamiliar environment for him, especially with Yax being a stranger, a mechanical life form in the very core of the mechanical world. He retrieved a spatial shield, prepared to employ it if circumstances turned dire, to ensure his survival. I am about to begin, Yax cautioned Lin Tian. The emergence of the emblem triggered a series of chain reactions. The enormous statues within this space appeared to come to life, their eyes glowing with a crimson light. Beams of light shot towards Yax, piercing through his form without inflicting harm, ultimately converging upon the emblem. Lin Tian watched this bizarre scene unfold, his emotions remaining largely unperturbed. He had witnessed far too many grand spectacles to be fazed by this occurrence. Suddenly, the space trembled, and a cylindrical structure extended from the center above, atop which rested a sphere exuding metallic allure. Is this the mechanical core? Lin Tian marveled at the protruding cylinder. No danger ensued, nor did the statues transform into monstrous beings to assail him. Lin Tian had previously pondered whether these entities might eliminate him upon Yax activating them. It seemed that would not be the case. The metallic pillar descended slowly. Yet Lin Tian remained oblivious to the fact that the lines on Yax's body were gradually dimming. Only when the metallic pillar had fully descended did Lin Tian's gaze finally rest upon Yax. Yax, is this the mechanical core? Yes, Yax affirmed. This small sphere is the crystallization of wisdom from the entire mechanical world. Yax gazed at the mechanical core with a heavy tone. Yet an undercurrent of excitement coursed through him upon witnessing it. Had time been on my side back then, perhaps my world would not have met its demise. Lin Tian, your world now faces a similar peril of annihilation by the abyss. Take it with you, and may it assist your world. Lin Tian stood in stunned silence, incredulity washing over him as he regarded Yax. Though my purpose for coming here is indeed for this, you are of the mechanical world. How can you so readily entrust it to me? Of course, for my time is also limited, and my mission has been fulfilled, Yax suddenly declared. What nonsense are you speaking? Lin Tian questioned, casting a concerned look at Yax. This time, he noticed that the radiance emanating from Yax had completely faded. Even the light in his eyes dimmed compared to before. What is happening to you? Lin Tian asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Thank you, Lin Tian, for allowing me one last glimpse of the mechanical world. In truth, I am one of the guardians of the mechanical core. Without you, I would not have awakened. Since you have come here for it, you must take it away. I have completed the final step for you. It merely requires a bit of time to activate. It is the hope of our entire mechanical world. And this, Yax continued, is the material that will aid the mechanical core's growth. Containing the knowledge of our entire mechanical civilization. It is now yours. Yax extended his mechanical arm, beckoning, and a metallic circular bracelet abruptly materialized from the metallic pillar, landing on his arm. What is this? You may regard it as a relic of the mechanical world. It can be bound with mental energy, Yax explained, passing the bracelet to Lin Tian. Lin Tian refrained from taking it, fixing his gaze on Yax. Do you not intend to see this through yourself? Do you not wish to witness how the abyss is vanquished? I lack the time, and moreover, the abyss cannot be eradicated, as long as life exists in this universe. The abyss shall endure. Lin Tian, I entrust it to you. Suddenly, the light in Yax's eyes extinguished, and his body, suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground with a metallic clang. Yax. Lin Tian rushed forward, attempting to grasp Yax. Just as he took a step, extending his hand, Yax's body had already crashed to the ground, producing a resounding metallic impact. The bracelet slipped from Yax's mechanical arm, clattering to the floor and rolling to Lin Tian's feet. Coming to a halt, Lin Tian found himself at a loss, grappling with the tumult of emotions surging within him as he stared at the lifeless Yax. He bent down to retrieve the metallic bracelet. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. He unleashed his mental energy, forging a connection with the bracelet. He gazed at the mechanical core before him, reaching out to detach it. Yax, do you think I cannot save you? Chapter 29, Official Members of the Blade Bureau. Outside, a sudden wave emanated from the spatial rift, causing the three individuals still engaged in their card game to halt their actions, even prompting Luo Qingyao, who had been meditating, to open her eyes. Has Lin Tian succeeded? Xiao Zichen asked uncertainly. I'll check the energy fluctuations, Zheng Mingyu said, examining the tablet in his hand. The energy fluctuation line had already receded, indicating that the energy within the world fragment was now sufficient for their entry. He has succeeded. We can go in, quickly. Let us enter. Zheng Mingyu exclaimed, stepping into the spatial rift first. Seeing Zheng Mingyu vanish before them, Xiao Zichen and Ziyang hastily followed suit. Qingyao, wait outside. Ziyang reminded Luo Qingyao as he entered. Luo Qingyao stood quietly beside the spatial rift, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar hue. Curiosity piqued regarding how Lin Tian had achieved this. How did you all manage to get in? What are you doing here? Lin Tian, having just arrived at his entry point, was taken aback when he saw Zheng Mingyu and the others suddenly emerge from the rift. The four of them exchanged bewildered glances. Unsure of what to say, Lin Tian had not anticipated their arrival, and Zheng Mingyu had not expected to see Lin Tian here. You lifted the restrictions, allowing us to enter, but how are you still here? Shouldn't you have delved deeper into this world? Zheng Mingyu queried. Realizing that he was not part of the Blade Bureau and thus unaware of the circumstances, Lin Tian understood why the three believed they had used some special method to gain access. Perhaps it was sheer happenstance. I remain oblivious to the restriction you mentioned. There is indeed no peril here, yet caution is advised around the towering structure in the center, for it harbors danger. The trio, led by Zheng Mingyu, gazed upon the desolate ruins, their expressions undergoing a dramatic transformation. This is the Mechanical King City. To my astonishment, I never anticipated it would be the Mechanical King City. It seems we now possess an abundance of resources to combat the abyss. Xiao Zichen exclaimed with exhilaration, observing the three in a state of fervent excitement. Lin Tian discreetly concealed the bracelet, pondering that the treasures within it should remain undisclosed for now, for they would serve him well in the future. As for the artifacts within the Mechanical King City, they could procure whatever they manage. It is utterly inconceivable that he would relinquish what he has acquired. The trio did not rush into exploration, for the restrictions had been lifted, allowing them to arrive at their leisure. After escorting Lin Tian outside, Zheng Mingyu addressed him. Now that the situation has been resolved, it is time to present the spatial shield and that leaf. Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at them. Aren't those meant as my reward? Zheng Mingyu gaped back at him in astonishment. Surely you do not intend to consume these treasures. Do you comprehend their immense value? Lin Tian shrugged, having initially believed these items were meant for him, only to discover they were not. Very well, I shall hand them over. Lin Tian surrendered both the spatial shield and the leaf of the Tree King to Zheng Mingyu. The spatial shield is exceedingly precious, and he had no intention of claiming it for himself, but it was worth a feigned protest. Qingyao, please escort him, Zheng Mingyu instructed. Very well, follow me. Luo Qingyao nodded, taking Lin Tian by the hand as they departed. Upon reaching the outside, Luo Qingyao led Lin Tian to mount the back of the black gold sculpture, heading toward Chao City. You have assisted us in lifting the restrictions on this fragment of the world. Henceforth, you are a member of the Blade Bureau, Luo Qingyao declared. Hold on. I never consented to this arrangement. Lin Tian interjected hastily, fearing he would unwittingly find himself entangled in a dubious partnership. Rest assured, you shall not be at a disadvantage. In addition to essential provisions, you will receive 30 million in funds, which you may utilize as you please, along with a monthly remuneration of 100,000. Furthermore, resources for beast evolution are also available for application. Given your current strength, you will not be required to engage in any tasks. Luo Qingyao replied with an exasperated glance at Lin Tian. Had those aware of the Blade Bureau's existence learned of Lin Tian's refusal to join, they would surely have met with his disdain. 30 million? Lin Tian leaned forward to scrutinize Luo Qingyao. Indeed, that is the benefit, she confirmed with a nod. I accept. From this moment forth, I am a member of the Blade Bureau in life and in death. Lin Tian proclaimed loudly, causing Luo Qinyao's ears to ring. She suddenly burst into laughter, remarking, I thought you were made of sterner stuff. Lin Tian retorted with a hint of annoyance. What is this stern stuff? I, Lin Tian, as a man of honor, am adaptable. His declaration was one of righteousness, yet the substantial offer from the Blade Bureau was undeniably enticing. He was in dire need of funds. With graduation exams looming, he intended to devote himself entirely to enhancing his strength and resolving the issue of Linya. Money is paramount, and those who provide it are akin to benefactors. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Tian coexisted peacefully with Linya for 2 days. He then received a message from Luo Qingyao indicating she was ready to depart. So soon? Lin Tian inquired upon encountering her in a coffee shop. Here is 30 million. The initial password is 6 ones, which you may change later, Luo Qingyao said, sliding a black card across the table. Lin Tian seized it, examining it closely. 30 million contained within this unassuming card. This insignia represents your affiliation with the Blade Bureau, a symbol of your identity. In certain exclusive locations, you will receive preferential treatment. However, you must keep your identity confidential, Luo Qingyao continued, producing a circular red badge engraved with a long sword. Aside from that, it bore no other noteworthy features. Upon seeing the badge, Lin Tian was reminded of a saying, the more prestigious the organization, the more unadorned its emblem. This phone is reserved for formal members of the Blade Bureau. It contains an application for your perusal. As a new member, you do not yet have the privilege to contact others. Your sole contact is me. However, the contact details of the 3 individuals you met a few days prior are also included. Should you encounter any issues and cannot reach me, you may directly contact them. Resource applications are submitted through this as well. As a new recruit, you currently possess 1,000 merit points, which can be accrued by completing tasks. There are additional functions. Refer to the manual for guidance, and should you require further clarification, do not hesitate to ask me. Do you have any questions? Luo Qingyao inquired, observing Lin Tian. Lin Tian regarded the 2 items before him, asking, what level of strength must I attain to partake in missions with you? Luo Qingyao pondered for a moment before responding. Generally, one must reach the level of a super beast master, although exceptional circumstances may arise, albeit rarely. Much like what occurred a few days ago. Understood, Lin Tian nodded. Perform admirably in your graduation exams. I look forward to your performance, Luo Qingyao said, flashing a captivating smile. Chapter 30, the second material. Lin Tian, have you returned? As Lin Tian exited the coffee shop, he received a message from Guayuqian. I have returned. How about it? Did Zhao Minghai deliver the Qingfeng stone? Lin Tian inquired. He had specifically informed Guayuqian to have Zhao Minghai bring him the Qingfeng stone upon his return from Haiding Town, yet he remained uncertain of the situation. I reached out to you regarding this matter. That fellow has indeed delivered the Qingfeng stone. Would you like me to bring it to you? Guayuqian replied. No need for you to deliver it. I shall come to you instead, Lin Tian responded. Guayuqian shared a location with him. Haiding Gourmet Restaurant. Recognizing the name, Lin Tian understood it was a venture established by Guayuqian. This fellow possesses a remarkable business acumen. Following the map's directions, Lin Tian made his way there. The restaurant, situated amidst a cluster of office buildings, was bustling with patrons at midday. Guayuqian, however, lounged in a chair outside, a hat shielding his face while a Yuanbao pig rested in his lap. You seem quite at ease, napping here, Lin Tian remarked as he approached and gave Guayuqian a gentle pat. Guayuqian removed his hat, grinning sheepishly. You arrived too late. I dozed off. This is the Qingfeng stone that Zhao Minghai delivered, Guayuqian said, producing a box from the side and handing it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian accepted the box and opened it to reveal a verdant stone, resembling jade, brimming with pure energy. Not bad. I hadn't anticipated Zhao Minghai would procure such a high-quality Qingfeng stone. Just a glance at the stone's hue allowed Lin Tian to ascertain its approximate value. This Qingfeng stone is worth at least 1 million, a true gem among its kind. Hey, this guy initially brought a rather subpar Qingfeng stone, which displeased me. so I insisted he exchange it for a better one, Gui Yuqian remarked with a chuckle. TSK, true to your nature, my friend, Lin Tian praised. Of course. Just look at who I am, Gui Yuqian responded with a sly grin. All right, I shall take my leave. You should hasten the training of your Yuanbao pig. If you can't manage that, strive to become a mid-level beast master swiftly, and contract your next beast to secure an excellent score in the graduation exam, Lin Tian advised. I shall do my utmost, Gui Yuqian said, growing slightly awkward when the topic of strengthening his abilities arose. A month had passed, and the Yuanbao pig had only just awakened to the 8th tier, its growth exceedingly slow. Gui Yuqian had yet to break through to become a mid-level beast master, highlighting his laziness. Despite his commendable talent, Gui Yuqian's lethargic nature held him back. This is the card you gave me, and the funds remain intact. I recently secured a new job, so you need not worry about financial constraints, Lin Tian said, placing the card into Gui Yuqian's hands. He had already withdrawn some money from the card given to him by Luo Qingyao and deposited it into this one. Good, Gui Yuqian accepted without question. You should give me a card as well. When the dividends come through, I'll transfer the funds to you, he added with a grin. His business was thriving, and this month's profits would surely be substantial. Lin Tian provided his card number to Gui Yuqian and departed with the Qingfeng stone. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Tian contemplated his Qingfeng stone and the wind heart crystal, pondering the remaining evolution materials. The secret realm for the graduation exam contained false abyss beasts, which offered a chance to obtain minor abyss crystals, one of the materials needed for Qing Sha's evolution. He began to deliberate on what the other two materials should be. Currently, Lin Tian's bank account held 30 million, a portion of which could be allocated for Qing Sha's evolution materials, while the remainder could be reserved for the fire lizard. Should he linger here? Gazing at his bedroom, Lin Tian pondered. With newfound wealth, he had often fantasized about leaving behind this family, which held little significance for him. He did eventually depart, albeit initially for financial gain. If he were to leave now, his timing would be roughly a month earlier than before. In his previous life, he had left only after the graduation exam. Forget it. I shall take my leave, Lin Tian resolved. In this lifetime, he possessed Qing Sha and had joined the Sword Bureau. His trajectory would diverge from the past, and leaving early would not arouse Lin Ya's suspicions. Lin Tian held no disdain for Lin Ya. It was simply inconceivable that Lin Ya could deduce his reincarnation. With several hours to spare, Lin Tian found a suitable rental property and secured it for a 5-month term. That evening, Lin Xiulong, Zhang Yu, and Lin Ya, along with Lin Tian, gathered for dinner. Mom, Dad, I found a job. They provide accommodation, so I may not be staying here starting tomorrow, Lin Tian stated after the meal. Not staying here anymore? Lin Xiulong and Zhang Yu exchanged surprised glances. Yes, I am now a beast master and can sustain myself, Lin Tian replied. Lin Yu regarded Lin Tian in silence. Noting the divergence from the historical trajectory, he had been preoccupied with his own matters, neglecting Lin Tian. Ultimately, he underestimated Lin Tian, failing to recognize his current capabilities. Take care of yourself. Feel free to visit when you have time, Zhang Yu offered without further comment. That night, Lin Tian began to pack his belongings. Feeling a sense of relief, he was finally leaving this place. Will you be able to survive outside? The door swung open, revealing Lin Yu leaning against the frame, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Of course, I will manage, Lin Tian replied, taken aback by Lin Ya's sudden appearance. Very well. Do you know what the graduation exam entails? Lin Ya inquired abruptly. The graduation exam involves entering the secret realm, right? Has the content been announced? Lin Tian feigned surprise. Lin Ya's unexpected visit hinted at an ulterior motive, evident from his words, prompting Lin Tian to act. It was not yet time to reveal his true self. He would bide his time until after the graduation exam, when Lin Ya would face consequences for his actions. No, I was merely curious. By the way, make sure to train your Qingfeng snake diligently. I am now a mid-level beast master, so don't fall behind. Lin Ya smirked before retreating to his room. Lin Tian continued organizing his belongings, dismissing Lin Ya's taunts. A mid-level beast master, you say? I too am on the verge of becoming one, and I will soon gather Qing Sha's evolution materials. Who will truly shine in the graduation exam remains to be seen. The following morning, Lin Tian departed, heading to his rented accommodation. It was a 2-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom, ample space for his needs. After tidying up and acquiring essential items, Lin Tian activated the phone Luo Qingyao had given him and opened the Sword Bureau app, delving into its functionalities. Chapter 31. The graduation exam begins. After some maneuvering, Lin Tian finally grasped how to utilize the application. Within the Sword Bureau, the most crucial aspect was merit points, which could be exchanged for resources, including eggs of spirit beasts and even currency. The exchange rate for converting merit points to money was notably favorable. 1 merit point could yield 1,000 yuan. Though he was in dire need of funds, Lin Tian was not foolish enough to squander his merit points on cash. He had noticed that the Qingfeng stone Zhao Minghai had lost to him could be exchanged for merely a few dozen merit points. While the value of merit points was high, acquiring them was no easy feat. Scanning the task list, he found that most tasks were beyond his current capabilities due to insufficient strength. However, there were simpler tasks available, such as exploring ruins to uncover materials for the Sword Bureau. Each task could yield a minimum of 10 merit points and a maximum of 100. Lin Tian surmised that locations with lower merit points were less dangerous, while those with higher points posed greater risks. The merit points obtained from tasks served as a guaranteed base salary, while rewards exchanged for merit points represented commissions. The more one collected, the higher the merit points. Indeed, the Sword Bureau is remarkably affluent. Lin Tian mused, currently possessing 1,000 merit points, eager to find suitable evolution materials for Qingsha. However, the offerings available left him astounded. Blood from royal-grade spirit beasts, bones from emperor-grade spirit beasts, and many items he rarely encountered in his past life were available within the Sword Bureau. Yet, these were not Lin Tian's objectives. Qingsha was currently at the extraordinary level, with insufficient strength to absorb royal-grade power, at most able to assimilate leader-level energy. After thorough screening, Lin Tian finally identified suitable materials, scales from leader-level wind attribute spirit beasts. He ordered 10 pieces, expending 10 merit points, while prudently conserving the remainder. Now he possesses 3 types of materials that can facilitate the evolution of Qingsha, with 2 remaining. He can acquire the other 2 during the graduation examination, so he merely needs to complete the exam. During the remaining time, Lin Tian busies himself with tasks at the Beastmaster Association, primarily undertaking combat missions for Qingsha to hone its practical abilities, thus alleviating the need for him to constantly direct Qingsha in battle. As time gradually slips away, Lin Tian organizes his belongings, straps on his bag, packs Qingsha's rations, and departs from his home, heading to school. Today marks the commencement of the graduation examination, a notification he received 10 days prior. Over the course of this month, Qingsha's prowess has advanced from the first order of the extraordinary level to the third order. Once a beast awakens and transitions into the extraordinary realm, its rate of advancement significantly slows unless one invests considerable resources to expedite the process. With the assistance of the beast space, Lin Tian has facilitated Qingsha's growth. Without it, Qingsha might have only just reached the first order. Lin Tian is elated by Qingsha's current third order strength, a level possessed by only a select few within the school. Among them, Linya has undoubtedly nurtured his fire lizard to an extraordinary level, although the exact level remains unclear to him. Zhao Minghai, with his wealth, has surely elevated his fiery hound to the extraordinary tier as well. As for the remaining individuals, Lin Tian surmises they have likely remained at the first order. In his previous life, he did not stand out during the graduation examination and paid little attention to those who excelled, thus he struggles to recall specifics. Upon arriving at the school's entrance, he spots Gui Yuqian enthusiastically waving at him. This time, Gui Yuqian differs from last. Perched upon his shoulder is a white cat, its forehead adorned with a purple gem, enhancing its allure. Lin Tian's lips twitch, as he suspected Gui Yuqian's second beast is indeed this cat. Is this your second beast? Lin Tian inquires, employing his eye of truth to examine the feline. Spirit beast, lucky cat. Attribute, ghost, spirit, illusion. Level, awakening level 7. Skill, fortune stacking. Arrival of good luck. Gui Yuqian beams at the little white cat on his shoulder. I originally desired a cat with combat prowess. Yet the spirit beast egg hatched into a lucky cat, a remarkably rare ghost type. Enough of your smugness. I can hardly fathom how you managed this. The first was a golden pig, coveted by many, and now you have a lucky cat, a spirit beast sought by countless individuals. How could you acquire it so effortlessly? It's infuriating. Lin Tian retorts with exasperation. The ghost type, also referred to as the spirit type or illusion type, is exceedingly rare. Many aspire to obtain ghost-type beasts, often risking their lives in fragments of worlds for a chance encounter. Ghost types are born under extraordinary circumstances, when a formidable spirit beast perishes, unwilling to fade away. Its soul lingers. If an object, be it a twig or a stone, is nearby, the soul can merge with it. After a span of decades to millennia, it may give rise to a ghost type. Such spirit beasts are peculiar, with very few possessing a physical form, predominantly existing as energy entities. However, Gui Yuqian's lucky cat possesses a tangible form, yet it did not arise from the death of a powerful spirit beast. It was simply born this way. Much like the golden pig, the origins of the lucky cat remain a mystery, rendering it both enigmatic and rather ineffectual in combat. Throughout Blue Star, Lin Tian is unaware of how many individuals possess such a beast. He has only encountered Gui Yuqian. He even speculates whether the lucky cat and the golden pig originate from the same realm. Perhaps within a fragment of the world lies this type of spirit beast. yet it remains undiscovered. Let us proceed to the classroom. The two make their way to the classroom, where the seats are nearly filled, with only a few individuals yet to arrive. Their homeroom teacher, Lin Tian, sits at the front, quietly observing her students. Today marks her final lesson, as she may soon bid farewell to her students. Lin Tian and Guayuqian take their seats in silence, aware that Lin Tian has important words to share, pending the arrival of the remaining students. Once the last few arrive, Lin Tian clears her throat, addressing her class. Graduation is upon you, and soon you shall become Beast Masters. Over the past 2 months, I trust you have grown significantly and are prepared for this examination. I have faith in your abilities to achieve commendable results, for you are my students. Following the conclusion of the graduation examination, you will become true Beast Masters, striving to protect your families, safeguard your nation, and vanquish the abyssal beasts. Children, I wish you all the best. Good luck. Teacher, we will certainly achieve excellent results. Teacher, can I see your boyfriend after the exam? What? Teacher, do you have a boyfriend? Who is he? I demand to see this cow dong. Who dares to steal my teacher? I shall challenge him. Chapter 32, The Secret Realm of the Virtual Space. Behind the school lies a grand circular magical array, where all the third-year students have gathered, standing upon the array as they gaze up at several individuals. Among them is the principal, Zhang Haitao, accompanied by 2 others whom the students do not recognize. Lin Tian, who are those 2? The pudgy one asks, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he spots a beautiful woman among them. Lin Tian observes the trio above, his eyes twitching. He had thought Luo Qingyao had departed from Chaos City, yet she remains here. Indeed, the beautiful woman Guiyuqian mentioned is Luo Qingyao. She has not left Chaos City, spending her time with Zheng Mingyu and the others in the world fragment of the Mechanical King's castle, gathering useful items. For this graduation examination at the Chaos City Beast Master School, she decided to come and see Lin Tian. The other person is Li Changjian, the president of the Beast Master Association. The graduation examination is of great significance to Lin Tian and his peers, who have just become Beast Masters, as their rankings will determine the resources they can acquire in the future. The same holds true for the Beast Master Association, as they naturally wish to pay attention to the Beast Masters emerging from Chaos City. Should there be promising candidates, they may nurture them within the association. Today marks the graduation examination. Over the next 3 days, you will enter the secret realm of the virtual space. Within this realm, you will encounter our foes, the abyssal beasts. Of course, these will not be the true abyssal beasts, but the quantity you manage to hunt will affect your rankings. Now, let me explain the scoring criteria for this examination. Rule 1. Slaying an abyssal beast grants you 10 points. Rule 2. If the slain abyssal beast drops abyssal crystals, you will receive 50 points. These 2 rules are the clearest scoring standards, in addition to performance points and evaluations from us teachers. Certainly, one may engage in combat with fellow classmates, and should one exhibit commendable performance, they may earn points, with a maximum of 10 and a minimum of 1. Entirely contingent upon their combat prowess. Within the secret realm, there exist both materials and perils, should you succeed in enabling your spirit beasts to evolve within this domain. A reward of 10 points shall be granted. Some among you have already attained the rank of Intermediate Beastmaster, which may seem inequitable to those who have not yet reached this level. Therefore, you are permitted to form teams, comprising no more than 5 individuals. Now, has everyone comprehended this? Zhang Haitao's voice resonated as he surveyed the students below him. Understood. The students on the formation responded in unison. Subsequently, the president of the Beast Master Association, Li Changjian, proceeded to distribute life-preserving tokens. Clearing his throat, Li Changjian cast his gaze over the assembly, pausing momentarily on Lin Tian before swiftly averting his eyes. He is the one endowed with the talent of the eye of true sight. Contemplating Lin Tian, Li Changjian meticulously controlled his mental energy, scattering the tokens among the students below. One by one, the tokens landed in the hands of the students. Lin Tian and Guayuqian also received their tokens. Guayuqian glanced at his, curiosity piqued, while Lin Tian exhibited little interest, having encountered such an object before. The purpose of these tokens is to safeguard your lives. As your principal previously mentioned, there are dangers present here. If your life is threatened, a firm squeeze of the token will teleport you to safety. Of course, this also signifies the conclusion of your examination, so endeavor to endure for 3 days. If you can hunt the abyss behemoths, then do so. If not, do not force it, flee if you can. These abyss behemoths are ultimately illusions and will not exceed the 5th level of the extraordinary, so escaping is feasible. Do not behave foolishly by charging at an abyss behemoth without thought. Li Changjian offered a few more admonitions before concluding his address. Understanding the significance of the tokens, each individual carefully secured theirs. They tucked the tokens into their pockets. No one would be foolish enough to place them in their backpacks. In the event of an emergency, should they lack the time to access their bags, they would be at risk. Lin Tian, let us form a team when the time comes. We can call Dai Hao along. You handle the combat, I'll observe, and Dai Hao will take care of healing, Gui Yuqian suggested with a grin. Lin Tian shook his head, responding, the positions are random, and I cannot ascertain where I will appear. If we happen to encounter one another, then we shall team up. Agreed then. Gui Yuqian chuckled, glancing at his lucky cat. With his lucky cat granting him 2 luck buffs, surely fate would lead him to Lin Tian. As Li Changjian concluded his speech, the formation activated. At that moment, all those present vanished from sight. Among these students, there are indeed some promising talents. Li Changjian remarked with a smile. Indeed, there are even 2 contract-level spirit beast cubs among them. They are now intermediate beast masters and will grow to become the backbone of our nation, capable of facing formidable abyss behemoths, Zhang Haitao responded, smiling as well. Though engaged in conversation, both men's gazes subtly drifted towards Luo Qingyao. They were aware of her distinguished background and hoped she would soon find someone of interest. However, since the assembly began, Luo Qingyao had not uttered a word, leaving them uncertain of her thoughts regarding the students present. Let us observe the performance of these students. Zhang Haitao proposed. A colossal energy screen materialized above the formation, partitioned into numerous segments, each showcasing the students. Luo Qingyao's gaze flitted among the screens until it finally settled on Lin Tian's figure. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. In the virtual space of the secret realm, Lin Tian shook his head, feeling somewhat dizzy. This virtual space, in his view, demonstrated an underdeveloped application of spatial technology, falling short of the mechanical world's adeptness in utilizing such advancements. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for their transportation, albeit leaving him feeling a tad disoriented. Qingsha. Lin Tian summoned forth Qingsha. Hiss, where's this place? Qingsha surveyed its surroundings. All right, prepare yourself. We shall soon commence battle, Lin Tian instructed. Patting Qingsha's head, he found himself in the same location as in his previous life, adjacent to an abyss behemoth. In his last life, he had been unfortunate, foolishly approaching it, and had narrowly escaped with his life. This time, however, he was here for vengeance. Chapter 33, Abyssal Crocodile. Yuan Bao, stop napping and get to work. Gui Yuqian exclaimed, giving a light smack to the rear of the still sleeping Yuan Bao pig. The diminutive Yuan Bao pig groggily opened its eyes, surveying its surroundings. Reluctant to forsake its slumber. Meow. The lucky cat regarded Yuan Bao pig with evident disdain. It approached and swished its tail across Yuan Bao pig's nose. Yuan Bao pig roused itself, shaking off its drowsiness. Yuan Bao, quickly help me locate Lin Tian. If you can't find him, there will be no food for you today. In such a perilous environment, it was wiser to locate Lin Tian first. Lucky cat, stack some luck buffs for me. Let us hasten our search for Lin Tian. This place is far too dangerous, and we 3 lack combat capability. Best to find a strong ally. The lucky cat let out a lazy sound, its body surrounded by a halo of light, bestowing 2 shimmering rings upon Gui Yuqian. Yuan Bao pig forged ahead, grunting as it trotted along, its little rear wiggling adorably, while Gui Yuqian followed closely behind, the lucky cat perched on his shoulder. Thus, these 2 unconventional spirit beasts, accompanied by the plump Gui Yuqian, began their search for Lin Tian within the virtual space of the secret realm. Dai Hao surveyed the environment around him and summoned forth his sunflower. Since returning to school, he had only managed a brief encounter with Lin Tian and Gui Yuqian, and had not seen them since. He hoped fortune would lead him to his friends. Qingsha, now at the 3rd level of the extraordinary, with a body exceeding 2 meters in length and adorned with deep green patterns, blended seamlessly into the verdant grass of the virtual space. Those unfamiliar with the Qingfeng serpent would mistake it for a venomous snake. Prepare for battle. The time draws near, Lin Tian said, stroking Qingsha's head. The abyss behemoth remained nearby, and he had no intention of letting it escape. He needed to acquire abyss crystals, and this was his opportunity. Approaching a nearby pond, Lin Tian crouched down, his gaze fixed on a location beside the water. There lay a purple-black giant beast. To refer to it as a true giant beast would be a misnomer. After all, it was merely a fabricated abyss behemoth, its size not nearly as grand. The creature resembled a crocodile, complete with a curved horn atop its snout, its jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs, as it basked in the sun with its eyes closed. Its length exceeded 5 meters, its body covered in tough scales, particularly the robust tail capable of effortlessly snapping a large tree in 2. Lin Tian's beast mastery talent, True Vision, was unable to perceive the information of the abyssal behemoth, thus he hesitated to recklessly engage this formidable creature. The abyssal behemoth could indeed be classified as a type of spiritual beast. However, the beast tamers of Blue Star were incapable of forming a pact with it. The information regarding these abyssal behemoths had been meticulously documented through over a century of relentless human research, an endeavor that had cost the lives of numerous beast tamers and spiritual beasts alike. Qingsha, Prepare for action. Let us vanquish this creature. A fierce determination ignited within Lin Tian's eyes. Qing Sha stared at Lin Tian in bewilderment. Kill it. Do you not notice the size disparity between us? It appears overwhelmingly powerful. Qing Sha exclaimed incredulously. Are you out of your mind, Beast Tamer? What are you afraid of? If danger truly arises, can you not simply flee? Lin Tian retorted with a hint of annoyance. This abyssal crocodile is neither faster nor of a higher level than you. Defeating it should be a mere trifle. Lin Tian shot a stern glance at Qing Sha. Charge, take it down. He pointed decisively at the resting abyssal crocodile. Qing Sha shook his head, reluctant to engage in battle with the behemoth. Why are you so timid? Lin Tian rubbed his temples, never anticipating that Qing Sha would lack the courage at such a critical moment. With no other option, he resolved to make a sacrifice. He picked up a stone nearby. Weighing it in his hand, it felt substantial. He raised his hand, poised for the next move. Suddenly, the abyssal crocodile's eyes snapped open. Catching sight of Lin Tian and Qing Sha crouched nearby, the abyssal crocodile reacted with a low growl, narrowing its eyes menacingly at them. As it rose from its resting position, its height nearly matched that of Lin Tian. Qing Sha, prepare for battle. I am not jesting. Lin Tian's expression turned grave. Qing Sha, too, adopted a serious demeanor, fixating on the abyssal crocodile, its forked tongue flicking out as its body coiled, ready to strike. The now upright abyssal crocodile resembled a tank, its stout limbs exuding immense strength. Initially, its speed was unhurried, seemingly gauging whether Lin Tian and Qing Sha would make a move. It then accelerated. Qing Sha, steel tail. Lin Tian quickly dodged, distancing himself from the epicenter of the impending conflict. As a beast tamer, he possessed no combat capabilities until he ascended to the rank of a super beast tamer. Should the battle's shockwaves reach him, even if he were a king-level beast master in his past life, he would meet his end here today. With a thunderous roar, the abyssal crocodile unleashed a swirling convergence of black and white gases from its maw. Boom! A beam of black and white light shot forth, carving a deep trench into the ground as it raced toward Qing Sha in the blink of an eye. Qing Sha's tail shimmered with metallic brilliance, and unfazed by the beam, it lashed out with its tail. Boom! The shockwave sent Lin Tian flying, landing in a rather undignified manner. He raised his head to witness Qing Sha's tail colliding with the black and white beam, splitting the light into two distinct paths that veered off in opposite directions. Remarkably, Qing Sha remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. The abyssal crocodile could emit abyssal rays. This astonishing revelation suggested it possessed abyssal crystals. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the beam. He was uncertain whether the crocodile harbored abyssal crystals within, but witnessing the abyssal ray confirmed his suspicions. This skill could only be wielded by harnessing the power of abyssal crystals. Even within this mystical realm, true abyssal rays could not be replicated. Moreover, the crocodile's prior skill execution required a brief preparatory phase, indicating it was channeling the power of the abyssal crystals. Qing Sha, strike it down with Windblade. Lin Tian scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dirt. The abyssal crocodile snapped its jaws shut, wisps of smoke rising from its mouth. Qing Sha coiled its body and leaped, swinging its tail. With each swing, a wind blade exceeding half a meter manifested. Although Qing Sha had limited combat experience, it had not been squandered. It now wielded its abilities with greater finesse, capable of fighting independently, even without Lin Tian's directions. The wind blade surged toward the abyssal crocodile, landing on its back and leaving merely faint white marks, failing to inflict any significant damage. I can't believe its defenses are so formidable, Lin Tian cursed under his breath. Qing Sha, move in closer, wait for the right moment to unleash storm fangs. Chapter 34, Abyssal Crystals. This Lin Tian possesses commendable strength, Zhang Haitao remarked, stroking his chin. To have his beast engage a level 9 abyssal crocodile without losing ground speaks volumes about his prowess, at least within the context of our academy. However, Zhang Haitao recognized that Lin Tian's abilities were still relatively modest compared to the elite super beast tamers who commanded king-level beasts. Li Changjian nodded in agreement with Zhang Haitao's assessment. An aspiring student's potential could often be gauged through their performance in the graduation exam, offering insights into their future prospects. Lin Tian's performance was impressive, and the Qingfeng snake he had nurtured flourished under his guidance. Among this cohort of students, he had ascended to the rank of intermediate beastmaster just a month prior. As a youth beastmaster who piqued his interest, Li Changjian kept a close watch on Lin Tian. He also monitored Zhao Minghai, who, unlike Lin Tian, had only attained the rank of intermediate beastmaster 10 days before the graduation exam, falling significantly short in comparison. Interesting, this student has a unique companion, a Yuanbao pig. If I'm not mistaken, what could the other beast be? Li Changjian's gaze shifted towards the screen featuring Gui Yuqian. He scrutinized the white cat, uncertainty gnawing at him. Wait a moment, is that a lucky cat? Li Changjian exclaimed in surprise. What on earth? Zhang Haitao was drawn in by Li Changjian's outburst. Even Luo Qingyao couldn't help but direct her attention to Gui Youqian's screen, her eyes narrowing in intrigue. Indeed, it was a lucky cat, a rare sight for Li Changjian, having encountered one only once before. But wait, do lucky cats even choose their masters? Zhang Haitao pondered, momentarily taken aback. Li Changjian's lips twitched as he shook his head, admitting he was unaware. While they had encountered lucky cats before, none had witnessed one forming a pact. Perhaps, like others, this lucky cat merely lingered with its companion for a time before departing. Zhang Haitao seemed unconcerned. Old Zhang, let me clarify, I'm not criticizing you. But the virtual space realm is not a place where just any spiritual beast can enter. If that chubby kid hadn't formed a pact with the lucky cat, how could it be here? Li Changjian countered. At this revelation, Zhang Haitao froze. He had indeed overlooked this crucial detail. So, you're saying? Zhang Haitao's breath quickened. That lucky cat has truly formed a pact with the chubby kid. Quickly, inquire with the class instructors about his class affiliation, Li Changjian urged. Unbeknownst to the chubby kid within the virtual space realm, he had already captured the attention of Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian, solely due to his bonds with the Yuanbao pig and the lucky cat. The peculiarities of these two beasts had long escaped the attention of the chubby lad, who was only aware of their lack of combat prowess. How fortunate I am to stumble upon a material here, he chuckled to himself. Oh, this material seems suitable for Dai Hao. I shall keep it for now and see if he requires it later. As Gui Youqian journeyed forth, he encountered no dangers. Yet he did come across a plethora of valuable items. His backpack brimmed with supplies, primarily provisions for his two beasts, alongside an array of materials he had collected along the way. He pondered the whereabouts of Lin Tian and Dai Hao. It had been half an hour without sight of another soul, an absence that weighed on his spirits. Another stroke of luck would be most welcome, he mused. At that moment, Lin Tian was engaged in a fierce battle with the abyssal crocodile. After prolonged combat, Qing Sha was nearing its limits. Yet the opposing beast was equally beleaguered, its scales shattered and violet blood oozing from its wounds. The surroundings bore testament to their struggle. Littered with the remnants of their clash, Qing Sha transformed into a fleeting shadow, its speed remarkable, traversing 100 meters in mere seconds. With a resounding crack, its steel tail struck the croc's curved horn, severing it and sending it flying far from the scene. Roar! The abyssal crocodile, in agony, raised its head and lunged at Qing Sha with its gaping maw. Now, cried Lin Tian, Storm's tooth. Qing Sha's eyes blazed with brilliance as the power of the wind coalesced around it, giving rise to a massive azure serpent that materialized behind its form. The serpent bared its sharp fangs and lunged toward the croc's neck. With a pained howl, the abyssal crocodile felt the serpent's phantom bite penetrate its flesh, the elongated fangs embedding deep within. The moniker Storm's tooth aptly described its ferocity. Once bitten, the fangs unleashed a tempestuous wind force that ravaged the enemy's body. The croc roared in torment, its stubby claws flailing wildly in a futile attempt to dislodge Qing Sha, but they fell short. As the power of Storm's tooth surged forth, the flesh around the croc's neck was mercilessly torn apart, violet blood gushing forth. Qing Sha, resolute in its determination, clung tightly. It would not relent until the abyssal crocodile lay lifeless. Had it possessed a length of 5 meters, Qing Sha would have easily subdued the beast. After 5 minutes of desperate struggle, the croc finally succumbed. Qing Sha released its grip and crawled slowly to Lin Tian's side. You've worked hard, Lin Tian said, affectionately patting Qing Sha's head. This battle had truly tested Qing Sha's limits. Though the croc was not as powerful, it possessed formidable combat abilities and physical advantages. Lin Tian retrieved 2 high-quality cans from his backpack and placed them before Qing Sha, urging it to replenish its strength. The graduation exam was underway, and further encounters with other abyssal beasts were imminent. If only Dai Hao were here, his sunflower could alleviate Qing Sha's fatigue, Lin Tian thought wistfully. He then recalled Gui Youqian, pondering why the chubby fellow had yet to find him. After half an hour of searching, he approached the site where the abyssal crocodile had fallen, only to find no corpse, but rather a small, purple crystal the size of a fingernail, alongside a severed horn. This was merely a manifestation of the beast's essence. To create such an abyssal creature, a part of its corporeal form was essential. Lin Tian collected the horn and the abyssal crystal, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. The horn appeared to originate from a high-tier abyssal beast, as did the crystal. Yet their diminutive size left much to be desired. Lower-tier abyssal beasts seldom appeared on the battlefield, but they could still be hunted, albeit with little value. He resolved to hunt 2 more beasts yielding abyssal crystals, for one was insufficient. Stowing away his findings in his backpack, careful to keep his spatial bracelet concealed during the graduation examination, a technology not yet present in Blue Star, he said to Qing Sha, "Eat your fill and rest in the beast space. I shall seek my next target." Chapter 35. The Evolution of the Sunflower. Well done, splendid performance in battle. exclaimed Li Changjian as he observed Lin Tian's triumph over the abyssal crocodile. As a newly minted beast master, Lin Tian's ability to single-handedly lead his beast to victory against an abyssal creature was nothing short of exceptional. In my own graduation exam, I could not claim a solo kill of an abyssal beast. Lin Tian's feat surpassed that of many, indeed. During my own graduation, I didn't even place in the top 10. These children today are increasingly remarkable, Zhang Haitao remarked with a smile. That individual is Lin Tian's brother, correct? His performance is commendable, even if he did participate in a group effort to fell an abyssal beast, Li Changjian noted. Directing his attention to the screen displaying Lin and his companion, Zhao Minghai, who had just dispatched a beast of their own. My curiosity is piqued by the young master of the Guo family. He has encountered no dangers thus far and is close to exhausting the treasures within this realm. Zhang Haitao lamented, his teeth gritting in frustration. With a golden pig and a lucky cat, one wonders what sort of person can forge a bond with these two beasts. Li Changjian mused, noting the rarity of both creatures. Indeed, few could claim them. Should word of Guo Yuqian's fortune spread, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Within the virtual realm, Lin Tian vanquished yet another abyssal beast. However, this time, the creature bore no abyssal crystal, leaving only a tuft of hair. As it was a weak-tier abyssal beast, Lin Tian deemed even the hair to be of no value. Lin Tian, I'm here. Just as Lin Tian secured Qing Sha within the beast space, he heard Guo Yuqian's exuberant voice. He looked up to see the chubby lad hurrying towards him, clutching his belly, with Dai Hao following closely behind. Guo Yuqian, panting, exclaimed, I feared my luck would be dire. I thought it would take ages to find you. But I managed to locate you in just 2 hours. Your luck truly shines bright. Lin Tian chuckled, glancing at the golden pig and the lucky cat. Don't mind his ramblings. Since I encountered him, he has incessantly prattled about you, insisting that true luck lies in being teleported to your exact location, Dai Hao interjected, playfully exposing Guo Yuqian's exaggeration. I merely mentioned it a couple of times, Guo Yuqian chuckled sheepishly. Chubby, put away the golden pig and let the lucky cat remain. I will need its assistance shortly, Lin Tian suddenly declared. All right, Guo Yuqian nodded, stowing away the already fatigued Yuanbao pig. Lin Tian then turned his gaze towards the sunflower perched upon Dai Hao's shoulder. The sunflower had now reached the extraordinary first level and was ready for evolution, possessing 4 skills, 2 for healing and 2 for attacking. So, have you prepared the materials for the sunflower's evolution? Lin Tian inquired. Dai Hao shook his head, replying, It's not that simple. I haven't even found some of the materials. I have the materials here, Guo Yuqian interjected. Since entering this place, I haven't encountered any dangers. Just gathering materials. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Tian and Dai Hao, he removed his backpack and began to extract various materials. Wow. Upon seeing over 10 types of materials, Lin Tian and Dai Hao's eyes nearly bulged. Especially Lin Tian, who had been engaged in battle with the abyssal beasts, found it astonishing that Guo Yuqian had gathered so many materials. Was this even reasonable? This is the solar stone, the material for the sunflower's evolution, Dai Hao exclaimed, recognizing a metallic stone adorned with a sun emblem among the items. It really is, Lin Tian remarked, the corners of his mouth twitching. It's yours. Take whatever you need from here, as I have no use for it. Guo Yuqian generously offered the solar stone to Dai Hao. Thank you. Now my sunflower can evolve. Dai Hao responded, excitement evident in his voice as he accepted the solar stone. Why not evolve it now? There is nothing else to do. And I'm curious to see what the sunflower will become post-evolution, Lin Tian suggested. As a spirit beast with dual attributes of wood and light, Lin Tian was intrigued by what form the sunflower would ultimately take. He had just glanced at the sunflower's evolution path, noting the absence of the solar stone and wondering how Dai Hao had learned that it was required for the sunflower's evolution. All right, I have all the materials ready, Dai Hao said, taking down his backpack and retrieving the items. Including the solar stone, a total of 6 materials were needed for the sunflower's evolution. Once everything was prepared, Dai Hao placed the sunflower on the ground, ready for evolution. The sunflower began to absorb the energy from the materials. As the energy was completely absorbed, the sunflower curled its petals inward, and a white glow of evolution enveloped it. Dai Hao clenched his fists, feeling a surge of nervousness. The evolution carried a certain risk of failure, and he hoped that all the time spent gathering materials would not go to waste. If the sunflower evolved successfully, it would greatly aid him in this examination. As the radiant light of evolution gradually faded, the transformed sunflower was revealed. Its size had expanded several-fold. What once rested on Dai Hao's shoulder now stood over a meter tall, reaching the chest level of those present. Its petals had turned a brilliant gold, shimmering under the sunlight. The leaves had transformed into 2 larger, broader ones, while its body remained slender. The original 2 legs had morphed into 8, firmly rooted in the soil. Spirit Beast, Radiant Commander. Attributes: wood, light. Level: extraordinary first level. Skills: photosynthesis, plant control, light purification, solar ray, song of life, radiant slash. Congratulations, Daihao. The evolution of the sunflower has been remarkably successful, Lin Tian exclaimed with a smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're the first among us to evolve. And it looks quite impressive, Guiyuqian said enviously as he gazed at the newly evolved sunflower. Through his mental connection with the sunflower, Daihao learned its new name and skills, his face lighting up with joy. He hadn't anticipated the sunflower's combat prowess to be so formidable. It boasted 3 attacking skills alone, including the newly acquired plant control and solar ray. What delighted him most was plant control, a skill that wood-type spirit beasts found quite challenging to possess, as many that wielded it were already at the king level. Yet, his spirit beast had acquired this skill after just 1 evolution. It was hard to believe anyone would accept this as truth. Haha, in environments advantageous to me, I will be able to unleash even greater combat strength, Daihao said with a laugh. Isn't this an advantageous environment? Now that your sunflower has evolved, our next goal should be to hunt more abyssal beasts. I also need to prepare evolution materials for Qingsha. Chapter 36, Linya and Zhao Minghai. When you two arrived, did you encounter any other students? Lin Tian asked. He had been here for quite some time without coming across a single student entering this realm. I encountered 7 or 8, a few of whom have already left the secret realm, Daihao replied. This secret realm was not particularly safe. Daihao had avoided perilous areas, opting not to engage with the abyssal beasts. Otherwise, he likely would have left the realm by now. Guiyuqian shook his head, stating, I didn't encounter anyone, but I did come across 2 abyssal beasts. However, they seemed completely oblivious to my presence and did not attack me. Damn. Lin Tian and Daihao both cursed inwardly, lamenting Guiyuqian's incredible fortune. It was unbelievable that the abyssal beasts had not targeted him. Such luck should not exist. All right. Let us continue our search for abyssal beasts, Lin Tian said, shaking his head. They needed to find the abyssal beasts first to gather more abyssal crystals for Qingsha. Linya, we have already hunted 3 abyssal beasts. Compared to those fellows, we are indeed ahead, Zhao Minghai remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gestured to the corpse of an abyssal beast lying nearby. Linya said nothing. Merely defeating these abyssal beasts did not satisfy his needs. As the corpse of the abyssal beast vanished, a small fragment of abyssal crystal and a part of its body remained behind. Linya approached, picking up the small abyssal crystal and placing it into his backpack. Let us move on to the next location and search for evolution materials for your spirit beast. If we can't find any, we'll just take them, Linya said nonchalantly. Zhao Minghai followed suit, noting that since entering this realm, Linya had taken the lead. Whatever Linya instructed, he complied without question. From the moment they met, Linya's battle instinct had been evident. While Zhao Minghai felt fear facing the abyssal beasts, Linya was exhilarated. They had successfully collaborated to slay the first abyssal beast, followed by the defeat of 2 more. Zhao Minghai understood that Linya was stronger. He just felt a slight disparity between their spirit beasts. Linya, you seem to be searching for something, Zhao Minghai commented. Linya nodded, saying, of course. I'm looking for Lin Tian. That guy stole my spirit beast, and I haven't had my revenge yet. Now that both of us have extraordinary level spirit beasts, surely we can defeat him and eliminate him? Damn it, you're right. We must eliminate that guy, along with that fat fool. Just the thought of Lin Tian and Guiyuqian made Zhao Minghai seethe with anger. The Qingfeng stone had cost him 2 months' worth of living expenses to acquire. This is a decent material. Indeed, let us keep it for now, when we exit. We might sell it for a good price or exchange it for evolution materials for our spirit beasts. As the 2 walked, they heard a sound nearby and exchanged glances. The materials encountered by the 2 were not insignificant. Within this virtual space of secret realms, the resources were placed there by the leaders. Although the quantity might be limited, spending merely a day here could yield the discovery of 1 or 2. Not everyone possesses the fortuitous luck of Guiyuqian. What have you 2 discovered? Linya and Zhao Minghai approached the trio, inquiring. What we have found is none of your concern. Leave at once, or do not blame us for taking action. One of them retorted, glaring at Linya and Zhao Minghai. Ah, do you not know who I am? Zhao Minghai replied with a mocking smile. Zhao Minghai and Linya, as if we are not familiar with the 2 of you, Kong he remarked. Zhao Minghai and Linya did not enjoy a favorable reputation at school, particularly Zhao Minghai, who was known for his bullying tendencies, while Linya was no better, being equally unscrupulous, akin to a pair of rogues. Hand over your materials, and you may remain here. Otherwise, you shall vacate this secret realm, Zhao Minghai declared, his fiery canine stepping forward, baring its teeth at the trio. Humph, wishing to fight. Who fears whom? Kong he stood his ground, despite being outmatched by their number. Indeed. Who fears whom? The teachers are watching. Your actions violate the rules. Another retorted. Rules? Such naive students. Though this is a graduation examination, the foremost rule is strength. Without it, what purpose do you serve remaining here? Fire Lizard, attack. Lin Tian interrupted, denying the trio any further opportunity to speak as he commanded a Fire Lizard, comparable in size to a Komodo dragon, to launch an assault. In a mere 3 minutes, Kong He and his companions were vanquished, their backpacks rifled through by Zhao Minghai, who extracted the contents. You may now exit. Zhao Minghai tossed their backpacks back at them, wearing a scornful grin. Or shall I assist you in vacating this secret realm? We're leaving. Kong He and his companions wore expressions of dismay. Their beasts had lost their fighting capability, and Zhao Minghai and Lin Tian had seized their materials, even taking a portion of their beast rations. Remaining here posed a significant risk for them. The three decisively produced their tokens, the power of teleportation enveloping them as they vanished before Zhao Minghai and Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian silently observed this unfold, refraining from further commentary. Zhao Minghai's actions were justified. Staying here would yield little in terms of results, so departure was preferable. Let us proceed to locate the next abyssal beast. Lin Tian clapped his hands, having recently dispatched an abyssal beast alongside Dai Hao. This time, fortune favored him, as the creature revealed abyss crystals within its form. Is this the abyss crystal? It appears rather unremarkable. Dai Hao and Gui Yuqian regarded the crystal in Lin Tian's hand. This type of crystal had only been encountered in textbooks. While information could be found online, witnessing an actual abyss crystal diminished its supposed mystique. Indeed, this abyss crystal originates from a relatively weak abyssal beast and contains minimal energy. As an energy crystal, it appears ordinary. It cannot endow an ordinary person with superhuman abilities. But its application is a different matter, Lin Tian explained. The potential uses of abyss crystals are numerous. Merely gazing at them yields little benefit. Let us seek out other abyssal beasts. We must accumulate points quickly. I refuse to finish at the bottom. Gui Yuqian expressed waning interest in the abyss crystal. The trio pressed onward into the depths of the secret realm, as the number of abyssal beasts encountered outside remained disappointingly sparse. Meanwhile, outside, Kong He and his companions materialized within the formation, surrounded by numerous individuals who had entered the secret realm. However, the expressions of these individuals were far from pleasant. Some bore injuries, with the severely afflicted already unconscious and being carried away by medical personnel. What transpired? Kong He was left bewildered. Chapter 37. The Future Transformation Above. Zhang Haitao observed the eliminated students, shaking his head. In merely half a day's time, half of the students had already been disqualified. It appeared that these students lacked awareness. Those with sufficient consciousness would not succumb to elimination so early, managing to persist within the virtual space secret realm. The performance of the remaining students was now under scrutiny. He mused. Li Changjian remained silent, watching the large screen above. Initially, the screens monitored the actions of all students, but now, the number of visible participants had significantly diminished. The remaining individuals were those yet to be eliminated, yet Li Changjian sensed that more would soon follow suit. Those who remained would constitute the exceptional students of this graduation examination. It is imperative that our teaching methods undergo reform, Luo Qingyao interjected suddenly. Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian exchanged astonished glances at Luo Qingyao, as this marked her first utterance since her arrival. Miss Luo, what thoughts do you harbor? Zhang Haitao inquired. Zhang Haitao was cautious around Luo Qingyao, aware of the disparity in their statuses and his own lack of strength. He was merely the principal of the school, while she hailed from a mysterious organization. The current teaching methodology is excessively conservative, overly focused on safety, devoid of genuine training efficacy. It is no wonder that so many are eliminated during what is merely a graduation examination. Had they undergone a period of perilous trials from the onset of their training as beast tamers, I believe this graduation examination would pose little challenge for the majority of students. Consider Lin Tian. His performance in this graduation examination has been remarkably stellar, even rivaling that of peers in first-tier cities. He independently dispatched an abyssal beast, and even in a team setting, he adeptly orchestrates the combat strategies of others. I surmise that during his time as a beast tamer, he has frequently engaged his beasts in battle, or perhaps he began preparations quite early. Such an examination poses minimal difficulty for him, Luo Qingyao remarked, observing Lin Tian as he battled the abyssal beast. Her words stemmed from genuine assessment, not favoritism. From their first encounter, she had sensed Lin Tian's exceptional nature, a youth newly initiated as a beast tamer managing to best her, despite her own oversight, was a testament to his prowess, though she had not closely monitored Lin Tian recently. This graduation examination showcased his remarkable capabilities. He faced the abyssal beast with composure and quick reflexes, making timely adjustments. Such a youth was rare in Luo Qingyao's experience. Reflecting on her own abilities at Lin Tian's age, she acknowledged that she had not possessed such strength. Her presence at this graduation examination was motivated by her interest in Lin Tian. Listening to Luo Qingyao's insights, Zhang Haitao, and Li Changjian re-evaluated Lin Tian. Indeed, since entering the secret realm, Lin Tian's performance warranted only the highest commendation. He was incomparable to the eliminated students, nor could he be matched by those still within. The only individual who could possibly rival Lin Tian is perhaps Linya. However, Luo Qingyao merely mentioned Lin Tian and did not specifically refer to Linya, and they all understood the reason behind it. Linya's character pales in comparison to that of Lin Tian. Lin Tian has encountered others without seizing their resources. Rather, he has guided them on how to prolong their stay in this place. In comparison to Lin Tian, Linya indeed falls short. Perhaps it is truly as Miss Luo suggested, that the educational approach of the school should undergo a transformation, Li Changjian remarked. Are we to submit a request to the higher-ups? Zhang Haitao inquired, glancing at Li Changjian. If he were to make the request alone, it would hardly attract significant attention. However, if Li Changjian were to join him, it might garner some notice. No need to submit a request. This matter has been discussed more than once or twice. Yet implementation has been stalled due to unresolved issues, Luo Qingyao interjected suddenly. Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian were taken aback, as they were unaware of this matter. Astonished that Luo Qingyao was so well informed, even aware of how many meetings had been held regarding it. With this realization, both sighed, acknowledging their own lack of strength that prevented them from engaging with higher-level matters. Yet their talents remained untapped. It was not that they lacked the desire to grow stronger, but rather that opportunities eluded them. Both men, in their 40s, found it challenging to enhance their spiritual energy, thus hindering their ability to strengthen their beast companions. This evening, let us begin to gather towards the central area and proceed to the second phase of the assessment, Li Changjian declared. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Let us see who emerges as the victor. They cannot always be battling the abyssal behemoths. Some skirmishes amongst themselves are necessary. Zhang Haitao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lin Tian continued to engage in combat with a formidable abyssal beast. This creature, resembling a wild boar, possessed 4 tusks and stood over 3 meters tall. Its strength was equivalent to that of a level 3 extraordinary spirit beast, on par with Qing Sha. If Lin Tian were to face this creature alone, he would indeed find it quite challenging. However, with the assistance of Dai Hao and Guo Yuqian, he found himself considerably more at ease. The primary combat strength stemmed from Qing Sha, while Dai Hao provided support as a radiant commander, and Guo Yuqian contributed luck buffs through his fortunate cat. As a support, Guo Yuqian proved exceptionally competent, as his fortunate cat bestowed buffs upon both Qing Sha and the radiant commander, making the battle significantly easier. When the abyssal tusk boar charged, it seemed poised to strike Qing Sha, yet miraculously missed by a mere fraction of a millimeter. After an extended skirmish, Lin Tian and Dai Hao finally subdued the abyssal tusk boar. I am utterly exhausted, Guo Yuqian exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground and wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Lin Tian, exasperated, kicked Guo Yuqian lightly. What are you tired from? It is Dai Hao and I who have been doing the fighting. Neither of us has complained of fatigue. I have been silently battling this boar in my mind for quite some time. It is mentally draining, Guo Yuqian chuckled sheepishly. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, but chose not to engage further. After collecting the abyssal crystal and a portion of the abyssal tusked boar's body, Lin Tian handed them to Dai Hao. Take these, they can be sold for some coin. While not 1,000,000, certainly over 100,000, Lin Tian insisted. Shall we divide it equally after we leave? Dai Hao suggested, recognizing that he had not contributed significantly. Just take it. No need for such unnecessary chatter. We have ample expenses in raising our beasts, and this sum will barely cover the cost of materials in the future, Lin Tian stated, disregarding Dai Hao's consent as he placed the items in his backpack. Let us prepare for a meal. After today, tomorrow promises to be a tough battle. Lin Tian observed the twilight as he spoke. Tomorrow would not only be a grueling contest, but also a confrontation with Linya. Victory in this preliminary round was imperative for him. Chapter 38. The commencement of Beastmaster combat. The graduation examination entered its second phase, the commencement of Beastmaster battles. Points for hunting abyssal beasts remained unchanged. Defeating another Beastmaster would yield a 30% point acquisition from the opponent. Teams would share their points equally. Positions would be displayed in the sky. The decisive battlefield would be the center of the virtual spatial secret realm. Engage in battle to your heart's content. A mechanical voice resonated throughout the virtual space. Suddenly, small red dots appeared in the sky, each positioned differently yet ensuring visibility to all within the virtual spatial secret realm. What on earth? Why was this not mentioned earlier? What is happening? There were no such requirements before. Oh no, my strength is so inadequate. I will surely be eliminated quickly. Team up. We must team up to survive here. Wait, why are there position markers in the sky? Is this to ensure we cannot go unnoticed? As the battles between Beastmasters commenced, the remaining youths, who had been biding their time, were thrown into a frenzy. Most were relatively weak, with their beast companions lacking substantial combat prowess. For some, luck was a significant factor in overcoming a singular abyssal beast. Within this space, the number of extraordinary abyssal beasts remained scarce, with most being equivalent to awaken-level beasts. As long as one was not exceedingly weak, they could typically hunt at least one. Of course, there were those foolish enough to confront powerful abyssal beasts head-on despite their own deficiencies. Lin Tian, our locations are quite close. There are others nearby. I wonder if those individuals will approach us, Gui Yuqian remarked, exhibiting little concern over the situation. With Lin Tian and Dai Hao by his side, he felt sufficiently protected and merely needed to observe. Lin Tian, is there truly combat between beastmasters? Has the school made adjustments? Dai Hao expressed his curiosity regarding the matter. I am uncertain. Perhaps they wish to assess our capabilities, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. He was aware of the changes. This graduation examination had been altered. But Zhang Haitao had disclosed nothing to anyone, not even the instructors, leaving the students in the dark, except for Lin Tian, who remained ever vigilant. Simply hunting abyssal beasts would not effectively cultivate the students' combat awareness. However, battles among beastmasters would indeed foster such awareness and enhance practical experience. In his previous life, Lin Tian had been weak and had left the virtual space immediately upon being discovered. But this time, he believed no one would dare to confront him. Save for Linya, the fool. They're coming, Gui Yuqian exclaimed, pointing upwards. Lin Tian and Dai Hao looked up to confirm his observation. Indeed, several small red dots had vanished in the interim. Yiqilan was accompanied by 3 others. The 4 girls had formed a team to hunt abyssal beasts within the virtual spatial secret realm. With the commencement of the Beastmaster battles, they had initially sought to pursue abyssal beasts, but upon noticing the presence of 3 individuals nearby, Yiqilan resolved to approach them and defeat them to acquire their points. Chilan, if we defeat them, how many points do you think we will obtain? The freckled girl said excitedly. Uncertainty looms. Currently, we are unable to view our scores, and we must await the conclusion of the examination to ascertain them. Nevertheless, the 3 of us have successfully vanquished numerous abyssal behemoths, so our scores should not be meager. The trio remains here today, suggesting that their scores are likely substantial enough for our quartet to share. Yiqilan remarked. It is perplexing that these 3 individuals have not departed. I wonder if they possess confidence in their abilities, or if they are simply oblivious to our presence. Mused the girl with long hair. Let us approach and discern the truth. Summon our beasts first, Yiqilan instructed. For summoning circles manifested, and 4 beasts appeared beside them. Yiqilan's beast was a cerulean bird, roughly the size of a basin. The freckled girl's beast was a small white dog, while the long-haired girl's beast took the form of a turtle. The final individual, adorned with long white hair, was accompanied by a most peculiar beast, a wolf with a coat of pale lavender. We are drawing closer, Yiqilan stated. The figures of Lin Tian and his companions materialized before them. Your pace is rather sluggish. I have been waiting for quite some time, Gui Yuqian remarked with a smile, albeit tinged with condescension upon noticing the 4 girls. It seems we share a common goal, Yiqilan noted, taken aback by Lin Tian's apparent patience. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Now that the 2 parties had intersected, retreat was no longer an option. Let us resolve this swiftly. There is no time to squander, Lin Tian declared. What difference does it make that they are girls? This is a graduation examination, and he harbored no intention of being chivalrous. Very well. 5 minutes later, Yiqilan stared, bewildered, at the summoning circle, her mind somewhat disoriented. She could not yet comprehend how they had lost. Were they not in a position of advantage? How had the outcome turned against them? This is absurd. Beside her, the freckled girl and the long-haired girl appeared, followed closely by the white-haired girl. Indeed, they all emerged from the secret realm almost simultaneously. What transpired? How did we lose? Yiqilan inquired, her confusion evident as she glanced at her 3 companions. We're just as puzzled, the freckled girl replied. Lang Lang, do you have any insight? Lang Lang, the white-haired girl, shook her head, indicating her own lack of understanding. This is truly perplexing. Yiqilan's confusion deepened. Throughout the ordeal, they had never considered that their own inadequacies might be the root cause of their defeat. They had believed themselves formidable, all possessing awakened spirit beasts, merely to have unwittingly gifted their points to the opposition. How amusing, Gui Yuqian chuckled. Lin Tian, you were quite astute to target the beastmasters. It is a testament to your cleverness. Indeed, as a beastmaster, one must always safeguard one's own well-being. If one cannot protect oneself, then one is destined to perish without anyone to care, Lin Tian replied. Come now, Lin Tian, can't you offer a compliment? Gui Yuqian teased. I believe Lin Tian's assertion is entirely valid. As beastmasters, we must prioritize our own safety. Otherwise, how can we expect our beasts to continue fighting? The challenges we will face in the future will only escalate in peril, Dai Hao added. Very well, you all aim to eradicate the abyssal behemoths, while I am the only one who is slacking off, Gui Yuqian retorted in jest. Do you two know that white-haired girl? Lin Tian inquired, directing his question at the two companions. He had taken notice of the white-haired girl during the skirmish, vaguely recalling having encountered her before, as well as her lightning wolf. Yet, the specifics eluded him, shrouded in hazy recollections. Are you interested in her? Gui Yuqian quipped, raising his eyebrows. No, I feel like I have seen her somewhere. But I cannot quite place it, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. I remember her. She's in our class and her name is Yulang Lang. She seems to have quite a few admirers, Gui Yuqian stated. Yulang Lang, Lin Tian murmured twice, the name resonating with familiarity, yet its origin remained elusive. Chapter 39. The Enigma. After much contemplation, Lin Tian still could not recall where he had heard that name. Nor could he remember when he had encountered that individual in his previous life. He resolved to set aside the troubling thoughts. No need to dwell on matters that serve only to vex him. Having become a Beastmaster for 8 years before achieving the title of Beast King, he had encountered countless individuals and experiences, and it was unreasonable to expect instant recollection. The human brain is prone to automatic deletion of memories, and many trivialities fade over time. For instance, one may recall the person who wronged them. Yet the minutiae of their interactions often fade into oblivion. Let us proceed to hunt abyssal behemoths and seek out opponents. We ought to gravitate towards the central region. Lin Tian suggested, glancing at the map overhead. Linya, was your approach not a bit too ruthless for someone from the same class? From the same class? Huh. This is a graduation examination. I regard it as a battlefield, and you wish to invoke camaraderie? I am no benevolent soul. Linya scoffed, sending the individual away from the secret realm. Zhao Minghai swallowed hard. He too believed that such severity was unwarranted among classmates. Yet Linya had not only incapacitated the opponent's beast, but had also left them severely injured. Let us proceed to the central area. I suspect Lin Tian has not yet been eliminated, Linya remarked with a light chuckle, surveying the map above. In this life, he intended to eradicate all unfavorable elements that might hinder him. Ruthlessness was his modus operandi. After a day of travel, Lin Tian and his companions found a place to rest. Their current location was not far from the central region. They could reach it within an hour the following day. Surrounding them were several small red dots, clustered together in groups. These individuals did not approach. After a day of competition, the remaining participants were formidable, and they were not naive enough to provoke others, knowing it would invite a collective assault. Human nature is the most unpredictable gamble of all. Tomorrow marks the final day. This graduation examination is finally drawing to a close. Gui Yuqian lay on the ground, observing the small red dots above. Lin Tian retrieved numerous cans from his backpack and placed them before Qingsha. Following 2 days of combat, Qingsha had leveled up again, now reaching the extraordinary 4th tier. Logically, Qingsha should be ready for evolution. However, Lin Tian had yet to procure all the necessary materials, which had delayed the process. Now, Lin Tian merely needed to acquire the final material, which he intended to obtain as a reward for securing first place in the competition. He was determined to conserve his resources wherever possible. Without first-hand experience of financial struggles, Lin Tian lacked the substantial family wealth that Gui Yuqian possessed. Do you think Linya might be nearby? Gui Yuqian suddenly posed the question. Considering Linya's tendencies, Lin Tian responded, he is undoubtedly in the vicinity. However, it matters not. His strength ultimately falls short of mine. I've long found him displeasing. If I can defeat him here, it will serve as a lesson in humility. Gui Yuqian chuckled mischievously. Surely you two are not that extreme. Daihao interjected. Although Lin Tian and Linya are not true brothers, they grew up together. However, from Linya's demeanor towards Lin Tian, it is evident that their relationship is rather strained. Lin Tian's life at home is indeed fraught with difficulties. To Linya's parents, he is merely a caretaker. If it were anyone else, they would have long since reached their breaking point, remarked Gui Yuqian. Ah, I see. Daihao nodded in understanding. His knowledge of Lin Tian's life is limited. Their relationship can only be described as amicable, lacking the depth of true friendship that he shares with Gui Yuqian. Gui Yuqian, on the other hand, is well acquainted with many aspects of Lin Tian's life, while he himself is in the dark. Rest well, we must prepare for tomorrow's battle. It will be the final confrontation, Lin Tian advised. As night deepened, Qingsha lifted his head and glanced towards Gui Yuqian, noticing the absence of Yuanbao Pig, which left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. He recalled that Yuanbao Pig had also come out for a meal. Where could it be? Not seeing Yuanbao Pig, Qingsha eventually settled down to sleep. Indeed, Yuanbao Pig had come out to dine, but Lin Tian had cautioned Gui Yuqian to prevent a recurrence of past incidents, prompting Gui Yuqian to take Yuanbao Pig away once it was satiated. On the final day, only Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian remained on the high platform. Luo Qingyao was absent, occupied with matters of her own. It was entirely normal for her to attend to pressing concerns, and the two men did not dare to impede her. Today marks the final day. How many participants are left? Li Changjin inquired. Currently, 24 remain. They have formed cautious teams of 3 or 4, and the disparity in their capabilities is minimal. Those who are still standing are primarily intermediate beast tamers, Zhang Haitao replied. These individuals represent the strongest peers in this year's academy. Their battles are sure to be thrilling. Indeed. By the way, what is Lin Tian's current point tally? Li Changjin asked. I'm not entirely certain, but I estimate it to be over 200 points. His team has eliminated a fair number of opponents. And they have also slain many abyssal beasts. It seems Lin Tian will secure the top spot this time, Zhang Haitao stated. While he could access the virtual space, he could not manage the point calculations, which were automatically monitored by the system. His estimate was based on the number of abyssal beasts Lin Tian had defeated. That score is quite impressive. Last year's top scorer only had around 190 points, Li Changjin chuckled. Zhang Haitao nodded in agreement. Luo Qingyao sat in a CAF. A laptop before her, her slender fingers gliding over the mouse as she scrolled through data. The information pertained to Lin Tian. After reviewing his file, she opened another document. This one detailing the Linya family. Since her return yesterday, she had commissioned an investigation into the circumstances surrounding Lin Xiulong's family. While she found nothing remarkable in Lin Tian's file, her expression shifted to one of intrigue upon examining Lin Xiulong's. Lin Tian's parents hailed from the same town as Lin Xiulong, and the two families were once close friends, akin to brothers. Following their marriages and the births of Lin Tian and Linya, their encounters became infrequent. After Lin Tian's parents passed away, Lin Xiulong and Zhang Yu took him into their home. From her research, Luo Qingyao found the circumstances surrounding Lin Tian's parents' deaths rather suspicious, even suspecting that Lin Xiulong may have played a role in their demise. Yet, she hesitated to draw conclusions. Deciding to discuss her findings with Lin Tian after the day's events concluded. Lin Tian had endured a difficult upbringing in this household, and now that he was of age, any decisions regarding his life must come from him alone. Chapter 40. Linya versus Lin Tian. As the third day commenced, Lin Tian and his team swiftly eliminated 2 squads, totaling 6 individuals. The remaining participants were few, and Lin Tian could observe them on the overhead map. Excluding the eliminated teams, only 6 squads remained. Among them, one comprised 2 members, rapidly approaching a 4-member team. Who were those 2? They must possess quite the audacity to challenge a 4-person team, Gui Yuqian remarked, his curiosity piqued by the 2 red dots on the map. Perhaps it's Linya and Zhao Minghai, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Is it true? Do they really dare to take on 4 opponents? Gui Yuqian expressed his astonishment. If both were intermediate beast tamers with formidable extraordinary level beasts, then perhaps confronting 4 individuals would not be overly daunting. However, Gui Yuqian was aware that Linya's beast was merely an ordinary fire lizard. Even if it reached extraordinary level, its power would not be significantly enhanced. Facing 1 extraordinary beast might be manageable, but 2 could prove perilous. Linya's beast talent, super growth, allowed for rapid leveling, while others had extraordinary level beasts at level 1. Linya's fire lizard might very well be at level 3. A month prior, he had been an intermediate beast tamer, and at that time, his fire lizard was likely at extraordinary level 1. Conservatively estimating, it should now be at extraordinary level 6, potentially the highest among their cohort, Lin Tian explained. Upon hearing this, Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao considered it plausible. Their own beast talents were rather ordinary, providing minimal assistance to their beasts, while Linya's unique ability allowed for swift advancement. Wow, the 4 of them have vanished, Gui Yuqian suddenly exclaimed. Lin Tian looked up and confirmed that the 4 red dots had indeed disappeared, noting that 3 new dots were swiftly approaching their location. Let us not dwell on them. We have company approaching us, likely unable to resist any longer, Lin Tian stated. Haha, thought you didn't notice us? Since you have, why not hand over your points? The voice reached them before the figures appeared. When the group finally saw who it was, their expressions turned lively. The newcomers were not strangers. Rather, they were familiar classmates. Oh, Chendian, you certainly have some nerve to seek us out, Gui Yuqian laughed upon recognizing them. Chendian had not expected to encounter Lin Tian and his friends, and his expression soured. Among the 3, only he possessed a beast that had just reached extraordinary level, while the other 2 had awakened level beasts, placing them at a disadvantage against Lin Tian's team. Chendian, what do you say? Should we eliminate you, or will you eliminate yourselves? Gui Yuqian teased. He wanted to crack his knuckles, but his weight prevented him from doing so with any noise. Nonetheless, he was far more concerned about Chendian's response. Heh, this is all a misunderstanding. Let us just form a new team, Chendian chuckled awkwardly, quickly ushering his companions away. As he watched the 3 depart, Gui Yuqian shook his head in disappointment. How dull, they've left just like that. I was hoping for a chance to engage them in battle. Lin Tian and Dai Hao exchanged exasperated glances. Do you even possess any combat prowess to challenge them? Lin Tian retorted. Let us head directly to the center and await challengers. Gui Youqian's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Indeed, this way we won't have to wait for anyone else. The trio then proceeded toward the central area, but en route, they encountered another group of 4 individuals. Upon spotting Lin Tian and his companions, the 4 swiftly chose to attack, only to be soundly defeated, subsequently opting to withdraw from the examination. After Linya and Zhao Minghai dispatched the 4, they were about to depart when they ran into Chen Dian. One must say, Chen Dian was rather unfortunate. Internally, he cursed his luck, having just left Lin Tian's vicinity, only to bump into Zhao Minghai again. What terrible luck! Chen Dian lamented. This is entirely your own doing. Zhao Minghai chuckled. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. I just encountered Lin Tian, and now you. Chen Dian muttered under his breath. You ran into Lin Tian? Where is he? Linya inquired. His interest piqued by the mention of Lin Tian. Over there, less than 500 meters away, Chen Dian indicated towards the direction he had just come from. Glancing at the map above, Linya noticed 3 small red dots moving toward the center, unmistakably Lin Tian and his companions. Let us go, Linya declared. Watching Linya and Zhao Minghai hasten away, Chen Dian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps his luck wasn't as dire as he initially thought. Old Chen, there aren't many left now, and with Linya rushing to find Lin Tian, they're likely gearing up for a showdown. Shouldn't we take a look? One of his companions suggested. Indeed, I'm curious to see who will emerge victorious, the other chimed in. Chen Dian, swayed by their enthusiasm, nodded in agreement. Let us follow them. The 3 of them trailed behind, and Linya and Zhao Minghai, having covered the distance swiftly, soon spotted Lin Tian, Dai Hao, and Gui Youqian. Lin Tian, you've been rather elusive. I'm relieved you haven't been eliminated, Linya remarked. The 3, still in motion, halted as Lin Tian turned to Linya with a feigned look of confusion. What do you want from me? Oh, what do I want? Naturally, I aim to eliminate you. I truly didn't expect you to make it this far. It seems your strength is not to be underestimated, Linya replied with a smirk. Having not noticed the presence of the green wind serpent beside Lin Tian, he was unable to assess its current level. However, he did recognize the radiant commander beside Dai Hao, deducing that it was the evolved form of the sunflower. It appears there is someone in your team not to be trifled with. They've managed to evolve their beast, Linya sneered. TSK, Linya. How dare you show your face here? Are you so eager to be eliminated? Gui Youqian retorted, showing no restraint in his disdain. Shut your mouth, you fat fool. Lin Tian, are you brave enough to face me in battle and see who is stronger? Linya spat, pointing at Lin Tian. Just as Chen Dian arrived, he overheard this challenge and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Linya is bold to challenge Lin Tian. As Chen Dian approached, the remaining spectators gathered, intrigued to witness the unfolding drama. Linya, I don't recall ever offending you. Why do you persistently target me? Lin Tian feigned ignorance. Enough with the pleasantries. Just answer, are you up for it or not? Chapter 41. Extraordinary Level 7 Fire Lizard versus Extraordinary Level 4 Green Wind Serpent. In the central area of the virtual secret realm stood a Beast Master battle platform, measuring 150 meters in diameter, designed to provide a more formal arena for battles. However, not all Beast Masters were permitted to fight on this platform. Those who could stand upon it were typically the strongest contenders who had persevered to the very end of the examination. This platform was both their battleground and their stage for accolades. At this moment, Lin Tian had arrived at the edge of the platform, facing Linya, while onlookers remained, silently observing the impending duel, with no one suggesting they seek other opponents. They had grasped the recent events. Lin Tian was set to battle Linya, who bore a king-level spirit beast cub. Standing on the platform on this final day was a testament to Lin Tian's prowess. As for Linya's team, they had learned from Gui Youqian's earlier conversation that he commanded a fire lizard, a rather common beast. Yet, reaching this juncture could be attributed in part to his ally Zhao Minghai, but Linya's own formidable strength was undeniable. They all recognized their respective abilities. Merely making it this far was largely a matter of fortune, as engaging in combat with these individuals could very well lead to their elimination. Lin Tian, summon your green wind serpent, Linya called out, a mocking smile gracing his lips, brimming with confidence in his own strength. After his training period, the fire lizard's capabilities had markedly improved, surpassing those from Lin Tian's previous contract. Even Zhao Minghai's angry flame dog would be no match for the fire lizard. Linya doubted that Lin Tian, without substantial financial backing, could have trained the green wind serpent effectively. He surmised that the green wind serpent had barely reached extraordinary level 1. Very well, though I'm unsure of the circumstances, my green shot possesses considerable strength. Lin Tian replied, activating the summoning array. With the final battle imminent, after dispatching the 4 challengers, Lin Tian had allowed the green shot to rest in the beast space. Preparing for the upcoming confrontation, not foreseeing that his first battle alongside it would be against Lin Tian. The green Sha emerged from the array, its head peeking out, baring its sharp fangs at Lin Tian in a display of defiance. This master was unworthy. It sought an opportunity to bite, unable to nip at the behind. It contemplated targeting a different stick, but Lin Tian had forbidden it from doing so. Well then, I shall bite someone else. Lin Tian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, wishing to deliver a swift reprimand as the creature's thoughts spiraled into absurdity. Haha, fire lizard, come forth. Upon witnessing the green Sha's emergence, Lin Tian activated his own summoning array, and a fire lizard over 2 meters in length crawled forth. Its skin had taken on a deep crimson hue, exhibiting subtle changes from its earlier form at birth. Lin Tian was taken aback upon seeing the fire lizard. Feelings of shock and anger coursing through him. Spirit Beast, Fire Lizard. Attribute, Fire. Level, Extraordinary Level 7. Skills, Fiery Vortex, Flame Cannonball, Ignite, Empower, Dance of the Fire Tongue. The astonishment stemmed from the formidable level of the Fire Lizard, which struck him with a palpable shock. The Extraordinary 7th Level Fire Lizard, when juxtaposed with the Extraordinary 4th Level Qing Sha, was not significantly inferior. The anger arose from the realization that the currently impressive Fire Lizard was merely exhausting its foundational energy. If this continued, not only would its evolution be hindered, but it might very well fail to evolve altogether. It seemed imperative to seize the Fire Lizard swiftly. At this rate, my Fire Lizard would be rendered useless. Lin Tian felt a pang of sympathy. If the essence of a spirit beast were excessively depleted, it would adversely affect its future growth. Qing Sha's rapid level advancement was attributable to the existence of the Beast Master space, which did not deplete its foundational energy. Had Lin Tian not possessed a second Beast Master talent, he might have only nurtured Qing Sha to Extraordinary 1st Level by now. Fire Lizard, Extraordinary 7th Level. Lin Tian declared. Qing Sha, Extraordinary 4th Level. Lin Tian responded. With the utterance of their words, the battle between the two erupted in earnest. Upon hearing that Qing Sha was of Extraordinary 4th Level, Lin Tian felt a fleeting surprise, yet did not dwell on it. Nearby, the onlookers were astonished to learn that Lin Tian's Fire Lizard was of Extraordinary 7th Level. Such a rank was undoubtedly the highest among the students present. Damn it. Even if Lin Tian's Beast Master talent allows for rapid enhancement, it cannot be this outrageous. What on earth has he been feeding it? Guo Yuqian muttered under his breath. It must be some exorbitantly priced sustenance. Rapid level advancement requires commensurate nourishment, and the Fire Lizard is not lacking in physique. Lin Tian has nurtured it well, Dai Hao observed. Dai Hao was not well versed in the specifics of the Fire Lizard, his judgment stemming solely from its size. My Spirit Beast is merely at Extraordinary 1st Level, while Lin Tian has already reached Extraordinary 7th Level. That's an astonishing rate of advancement. Isn't it? Indeed. I am currently a mid-level Beast Master, yet my beast has only awakened to level 9 and has yet to enter the Extraordinary realm. The disparity between us is exasperating. Let us take action, Lin Tian declared. Heh, do you think I would allow you to strike first? Lin Tian scoffed. Burn. Empower. Dance of the Fire Tongue. Suddenly, flames ignited around the Fire Lizard, engulfing its entire form in a roaring inferno. Immersed in flames, the Fire Lizard felt no pain. Rather, its aura swelled with newfound strength. Soon, a circle of red radiance appeared around it, shimmering briefly before vanishing. Both skills were enhancements, bolstering the Fire Lizard's defense and attack. However, burn required a cost and had a duration, after which the Fire Lizard would weaken. In contrast, Empower demanded no such sacrifice. The flames enveloping the Fire Lizard did not dissipate. As it roared, the flames surged, transforming into fiery tongues that lunged towards Qing Sha. 3 tongues of fire intertwined midair, their searing heat elevating the temperature of the surrounding space. Lin Tian squinted, directing Qing Sha in his mind. Just as the fiery tongues approached, Qing Sha's tail shimmered with a metallic hue, and it struck the arena floor with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, the sturdy arena bore the brunt of Qing Sha's strike, yet remained unbroken. Qing Sha had vanished from its original position, leaving behind but an afterimage. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fiery tongues struck where Qing Sha had been, creating 3 explosive sounds and leaving behind charred marks. Quick on your feet, aren't you? Lin Tian remarked coldly. Watching as Qing Sha rushed forward, the Fire Lizard may not match Qing Sha in speed, but in close combat, it was far from weak. Vortex of Flames. Blade of Wind. A towering 5-meter vortex of flames materialized on the stage, encasing the Fire Lizard. Qing Sha, utilize the technique I taught you. Lin Tian shouted. Chapter 42. You have been defeated. The 2 youngsters, Lin Tian and Lin Tian, had unexpectedly engaged in battle. On the elevated platform outside, Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian sat, observing the large screen before them. At that moment, the screen displayed a singular scene, the central arena, showcasing the clash between Lin Tian and Lin Tian. With the dwindling number of individuals within the secret realm, a single screen sufficed to capture the entirety of the spectacle. Lin Tian's prowess was not to be underestimated, nor was Linya's. After all, they had grown up together. Why had they come to blows at this critical juncture? Zhang Haitao pondered, somewhat perplexed. Though he was the principal, it was impossible for him to be privy to every student's circumstances. His awareness of Lin Tian was primarily due to his possession of a king-level spirit beast hatchling, Qingsha, while Linya was merely an afterthought. This, I am even less informed about. Yet given the climax they find themselves in, it is understandable that they would vie for the top position, Li Changjian remarked. Li Changjian's perspective differed from Zhang Haitao's. He viewed the situation through the lens of competition, where final rankings bore significant implications for the rewards they could obtain. The rewards for first and second places were not the same. The lower the rank, the lesser the reward. Both possessed the strength to contend for the top spot. Thus their eagerness to strive for it was only natural. Among the onlookers, teachers and students alike were captivated by the unfolding battle between Lin Tian and Linya, eager to witness who would ultimately seize the first position. Lin Tian, take him down, Gui Yuqian shouted fervently, harnessing the power of the wind. Qingsha briefly hovered in midair, its tail whipping back and forth, generating blades of wind that sliced through the air at remarkable speed, striking the vortex of flames. This combat technique, imparted by Lin Tian, enabled rapid directional releases of wind blades, facilitating continuous assaults to effectively weaken the opponent. However, Lin Tian employed this method not to vanquish the fire lizard, but rather to obfuscate Linya's judgment. Moreover, Qingsha was not exerting its full power. The current wind blades possessed merely half their original might. The wind blades collided with the vortex of flames, producing negligible effect. The fire lizard within remained unharmed, its mouth aglow with energy. What a flashy attack style, Lin Tian. So this is how you choose to fight at this moment, Linya taunted. Fire lizard. Unleash the flame cannon. The vortex of flames encasing the fire lizard suddenly dissipated, revealing a blazing fireball that erupted from its maw. The rapid transition of the battle scene left the spectators momentarily stunned, as the fireball swiftly approached Qingsha. Good heavens! Is this the nature of combat among the powerful? It's too swift. I can hardly process it. Their sluggish reactions did not reflect Lin Tian's own agility. Even as Linya commanded the fire lizard to wield the vortex of flames, Lin Tian had already anticipated Linya's next move. What a pitifully ineffective attack. Only someone as foolish as Linya could conceive of such a strategy. Qingsha, storm shield. With a rush, the wind howled, taking on color as it rapidly coalesced around Qingsha, forming a dynamic storm shield that enveloped it completely. The storm shield was a defensive skill Qingsha had just mastered upon reaching extraordinary 4th level, and it was perfectly timed for use. Boom. The fiery cannonball struck the shield formed by the wind, erupting instantaneously as flames surged in various directions, carried by the gusts. Meanwhile, the fire lizard behind Qingsha remained unaffected. It seemed that victory in this battle was within my grasp, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Victory for you is utterly impossible. Fiery whirlwind. Linya retorted with a cold sneer. However, as his words echoed, the fire lizard on the stage remained still, and the fiery whirlwind did not materialize. What is happening? The onlookers below were taken aback. Ha ha. The fire lizard is now so weak that it can't even unleash its skills, Gui Yuqian observed meticulously. He noted the fire lizard's dismal state. Its eyes conveyed exhaustion, and its limbs trembled. So, this is the consequence of its state? Could it be a result of the burning? That seems implausible. The after effects of burning shouldn't impose such a hefty toll. Useless creature, attack. Linya's expression darkened, disregarding the fire lizard's condition. Lin Tian witnessed this scene with a twinge of sympathy, though he concealed it. After enduring a fierce battle, could you expect the fire lizard to continue fighting? Do you perceive it as a mere automaton? Even in games, there are energy bars and cooldowns, let alone in beast taming. If there's anyone to blame, it is yourself for failing to care for the fire lizard. If it had regained its vigor, this battle might not have been so straightforward. Now, it is time to conclude this confrontation. Qingsha, Fong of the Storm. The ethereal image of the blue serpent materialized, lunging to bite the fire lizard, which was unable to unleash any skills. Lin Tian gazed at Linya, curious to see if he would concede. Alas, disappointment washed over him as Linya did not surrender, merely watching as Qingsha clamped down on the fire lizard. Qingsha, return, Lin Tian commanded. Qingsha released its grip and returned to Lin Tian's side, having only delivered a symbolic bite without exerting full force. The fire lizard lay incapacitated on the stage. You have lost, Lin Tian stated, casting a glance at Linya. Heh, this time you've won, Linya replied with a cold chuckle, withdrawing the feeble fire lizard. Ha ha ha, Lin Tian is the victor. Gui Yuqian erupted in laughter upon witnessing Linya's defeat. Zhao Minghai, would you care to challenge Lin Tian and gauge your current prowess? If you emerge victorious, I shall provide you with the materials for evolving your beast. What say you? Guo Yuqian turned to Zhao Minghai, his tone dripping with provocation. Get lost, you fat fool. Zhao Minghai retorted. His fiery hound was merely at the second extraordinary level, while Lin Tian's Qing Sha had reached the fourth. How could he possibly contend? If you can't win, just admit it. Can't we engage in some decorum? Guo Yuqian grinned mischievously, then glanced at Dai Hao. How about you challenge our young master Zhao? I have no interest. Dai Hao replied, shaking his head. Truly, everyone seems to despise you, Guo Yuqian remarked, his tone mocking Zhao Minghai. Now, does anyone wish to challenge me? You are all welcome to step forward. Lin Tian did not retract Qing Sha, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. Having ascended to this battle stage, he had no intention of retreating easily. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to advance. Though this battle appeared straightforward, they were not fools, lacking the strength to tame beasts. Why would they willingly take a beating? Since no one dares to step up, you may choose, concede or engage in another match, Lin Tian declared, nonchalantly sitting down on the stage while observing the crowd. Chapter 43, First Place. Ultimately, these individuals refrained from further combat and chose to exit the secret realm. Lin Tian surveyed the now desolate space, his eyes narrowing. After defeating Linya, would it arouse his suspicions? Lin Tian was uncertain and felt the urgency to devise a plan to reclaim the fire lizard as swiftly as possible. The longer he delayed, the more he worried that Linya, this fool, might severely mishandle the creature. Moreover, he had entirely distanced himself from Linya's household, living independently without concerns for sustenance. And there was no need for him to endure any longer. After 2 months of restraint, it was time to settle some matters. He is out. Is Lin Tian out? Indeed, Lin Tian has emerged. He is the top scorer in this graduation examination. Furthermore, he is surely entitled to a spot at the Beast Tamer University. Let us not even mention the admission to Beast Tamer University. The rewards for first place are beyond our reach. Your words only deepen my sorrow. Cough. There is no need to be disheartened. We too can achieve greatness in the future. The individuals on the formation observed Lin Tian's image fade from the screen, signifying his exit. Indeed, securing first-place positions Lin Tian as a formidable beast tamer. Zhang Haitao remarked with a smile. Although the rankings of points had yet to be announced, Lin Tian's South first place was indisputable. He was the last to exit and had triumphed over Linya. The others had not engaged him in battle, meaning a portion of their points would ultimately be credited to Lin Tian. A super beast tamer? I would argue he is on the path to becoming an epic beast tamer, perhaps even a legendary one, Li Changjian jested. Zhang Haitao rolled his eyes, replying, only a handful of legendary beast tamers have appeared in over a century. Why not suggest he could become the next beast tamer king? Hey, you never know, Li Changjian countered. The two exchanged banter, not taking their words to heart. Lin Tian's promising development could indeed lead to legendary status. Conversely, if things didn't go well, becoming a super beast tamer would suffice as a fallback, not a poor outcome. The points ranking has been released. The leaderboard illuminated on the large screen displayed only the top 20, the most promising candidates for admission to Beast Tamer University. First place, Lin Tian, 586 points. Second place, Dai Hao, 378 points. Third place, Linya, 354 points. Fourth place, Guo Yuqian, 322 points. Fifth place, Zhao Minghai, 314 points. Sixth place. Seventh place. Haha, I am in 12th place. I cannot believe I ranked 11th. I've made it. I must share this with my mother. Upon the revelation of the top 20, excitement erupted among some individuals as they boasted to those nearby. However, the most elated was a plump figure. Upon discovering his 4th place ranking, Guo Yuqian was nearly beside himself with joy. He had never envisioned achieving such an impressive score. Lin Tian, Dai Hao, do you think my parents will reward me for this achievement? Guo Yuqian's face flushed with excitement. Lin Tian smiled, observing Guo Yuqian's exuberance. In his previous life, Guo Yuqian had not experienced such joy. Lacking a place in the top 20, this time, not only had Lin Tian assisted him in making the cut, he had also secured a position within the top 5, a small repayment for his good friend. A celebratory feast was undoubtedly in order, but he should contemplate the rewards for 4th place as well, for they were substantial. You're right. I should consider that, Guo Yuqian chuckled. I'm thinking of requesting a spirit beast egg. What level do you think it should be, Lin Tian? Dai Hao inquired, turning to Lin Tian. He had never imagined that he could secure 2nd place, let alone surpass Zhao Minghai. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. If you can afford to raise a royal-level spirit beast cub now, you should choose one. Even if you can't, I still recommend that you opt for a royal level. After all, you are 2nd place, and the school will reward you accordingly. All right, I'll take your advice. I can still afford a royal-level spirit beast cub, Dai Hao replied with a smile. Lin Tian glanced at his over 500 points, feeling a surge of joy within. This time, he had certainly ensured that everyone in the school would remember his name. He, Lin Tian, was the top scorer in this graduation examination. Next came the distribution of rewards, starting with second place. Daihao requested an egg of a royal-level spirit beast, while third place, Linya, asked for a spirit beast egg as well, though it was of the commanding level. His achievement as third place warranted a commanding-level spirit beast egg, which was more than sufficient. The rewards for the top 20 had already been distributed, except for Lin Tian's. In the principal's office, Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian sat on the sofa, facing Lin Tian. You have secured first place. There is no issue with your admission to Beast Master University. As for the reward, what would you like? Zhang Haitao inquired. Lin Tian hesitated, uncertain whether Zhang Haitao would actually grant his desired reward. Speak freely. If we can accommodate your request, we certainly will. You are first place, and it is permissible to extend some privileges, Li Changjian remarked with a smile, alleviating Lin Tian's concerns. I would like a shard of the dragon's blood essence, Lin Tian stated. All right, no problem, Zhang Haitao jovially agreed. But then suddenly realized something was amiss, his smile vanishing. What did you just say? Please repeat that. I want a shard of the dragon's blood essence, of course. Scales would suffice, or anything else related to the dragon, Lin Tian added. Neither Zhang Haitao nor Li Changjian took a sip of water, had they been drinking. They would have surely choked upon hearing Lin Tian's request. Items related to the dragon were not easily obtainable. Do you wish to cultivate a dragon? Li Changjian queried. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Perhaps you should think of an alternative. I fear we might not be able to fulfill this request, Li Changjian said with a hint of discomfort. A leaf from the dragon's blood tree would suffice, but it must be royal level, Lin Tian suggested. That is feasible. If all goes well, we will endeavor to procure something related to the dragon for you, Zhang Haitao promptly responded. Very well, I shall not disturb the principal and the president any longer, Lin Tian said with a smile. He was aware that his request was challenging, yet as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would not relent. As Lin Tian departed the office, Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Can we truly acquire something related to the dragon? Zhang Haitao pondered aloud. You ask me, but who can I ask? We can only give it a try. After all, the rewards are not coming out of my pocket, Li Changjian replied candidly. Indeed, the rewards for the graduation examination were not funded by him, but by the headquarters of the Beast Master Association. Chapter 44. The Evolution of Qing Sha. End of this segment. End of the year. There are blessings following. The dragon is not merely a type of attribute. It is also a living creature, and indeed, the mightiest spirit beast of Blue Star. Even the formidable beasts from the shards of other worlds cannot compare to the dragons of Blue Star. Over the past century, 3 branches of dragons have emerged: the Eastern Divine Dragon, the Western Giant Dragon, and the Mountain Earth Dragon. The Eastern Divine Dragon is exceedingly rare and challenging to nurture. Over 100 years, only 3 have appeared, all perishing in battles against the Abyss. One of these Eastern Divine Dragons was the beast of the 3rd generation Beast Master King. The Western Giant Dragons, on the other hand, are more numerous, totaling 10. Currently, 3 remain alive, yet all are of the royal level, with none at the emperor level. In his previous life, Lin Tian became the Beast Master King partly due to his powerful lava giant dragon, which was of the emperor level. As for the Mountain Earth Dragons, they are a particularly unique type of spirit beast. They are formed from mountains and do not exist in Blue Star's native lands, though they are found in the shards of other worlds, and in considerable numbers. The birth of a Mountain Earth Dragon takes thousands of years, and they are born at the royal level, naturally possessing immense strength. These creatures are adept at concealment. When they lie on the ground, they appear as mere mountains, leading no one to suspect they are dragons. To date, no one has ever contracted a Mountain Earth Dragon. Lin Tian aspired to cultivate another Eastern Divine Dragon to bolster his strength. Fire lizards can evolve into Western Giant Dragons, which are also powerful. But when confronting the abyssal beasts, an Emperor-level abyssal dragon would still fall short. However, the addition of an Emperor-level Eastern Divine Dragon would greatly ease future encounters with abyssal beasts. I hope you can assist me in finding what I seek, Lin Tian thought as he returned to his rented accommodation, laying out all the materials he had acquired. Among them, the abyssal crystals were of utmost significance to him, as they were essential for Qing Sha's evolution. He had a total of 6 small pieces of abyssal crystals, according to Lin Tian's calculations. They would provide ample energy for Qing Sha's evolution. As for the transformations that might occur, that depended on whether Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian could procure the necessary materials. You love me, I love you, Lin Tian's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered that the caller was not Gui Yuqian but Zhang Yu. Lin Tian found himself lost in thought, contemplating whether to answer the call. Ultimately, he chose not to respond. While he was unsure of Zhang Yu's specific intent for calling, she undoubtedly knew about his achievement in securing first place in the graduation examination. Yet, he mused, What did his accomplishment have to do with them? A bitter smile crept onto Lin Tian's lips. Lin Tian took a full day to rest, clearing his mind of all thoughts, and muted his phone. It was the most restful sleep he had experienced since his rebirth, awakening with a sense of relaxation and no fatigue whatsoever. Sitting on the sofa, with Qing Sha draped across his lap, Lin Tian's phone rang again. This time, it was the dedicated phone from the Sword Bureau that Luo Qingyao had given him. What could she want to message me about? Is it regarding a task? Lin Tian wondered. Intrigued by the prospect of a potential mission that could earn him merit points, an opportunity he was eager not to miss. However, upon opening the message, Lin Tian found no news of a task. Instead, it was merely a congratulatory message from Luo Qingyao, acknowledging his first-place achievement in the graduation examination. Lin Tian replied with a simple thank you and refrained from continuing the conversation. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the headquarters of the Beast Master Association, a spirited elderly man was engaging in a video call. All right, Grandpa agrees, okay? You know Grandpa is good. Make sure to come visit sometime. I'm 85 this year, you know. All right, I'll see you in a month, the elderly man said with a smile before hanging up, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. This young man has only secured first place in the graduation examination, yet he has managed to garner such attention from my granddaughter. Could he be her boyfriend? No. If he is Yao Yao's boyfriend, isn't that akin to an old cow grazing on tender grass? No, that's not right. My dear granddaughter is by no means old. It's this young man who is taking advantage. But then again, my granddaughter is so wonderful. I can't let this fellow benefit from her. Alas, none of this makes sense. The elderly man, in a fit of frustration, scratched his balding head, which barely had any hair left. Hey, isn't that top beast master from Chowching in need of the dragon's blood essence fossil? The power contained within is far too immense. He should be given a royal grade dragon blood leaf instead. The elder proceeded to arrange the matter before hanging up the phone. His gaze drifted outside, his eyes growing increasingly profound. He understood just how challenging it is to cultivate a divine dragon, even with the power of evolution. The odds are still a mere fraction of 1 in 10 million. Moreover, the strength harbored within the dragon's blood essence fossil is far beyond what an extraordinary level spirit beast could withstand. Only one of royal level might could endure such power. Enhancing it by a level based on the dragon blood leaf was already the best possible arrangement. I hope he will succeed. It has been far too long since a divine dragon has graced us, the elder murmured to himself. After 3 days, Lin Tian finally procured the materials he required from school. Lin Tian, we couldn't get our hands on the dragon's blood essence fossil, but we've managed to secure a dragon blood leaf for you. And it's not just any leaf, it's royal grade, personally approved by the higher-ups at headquarters. Lin Tian pondered Zhang Haitao's words. Who could those higher-ups be, given that they did not yet know him? Nevertheless, receiving a royal grade dragon blood leaf was quite fortuitous, as it was significantly superior to a king grade 1. As Lin Tian departed Chowching, he carried all the materials necessary for the evolution of Qing Sha. However, considering that Qing Sha would grow significantly larger post-evolution, he decided against performing it in his rented accommodation. Additionally, having acquired the Abyss crystals, Lin Tian was reluctant to gamble on unforeseen mishaps, so he opted for a remote location, far from the city. Finding a spacious area, Lin Tian laid out the Wind Heart Crystal, the Azure Wind Stone, the Scales, 6 Abyss Crystals, and the Royal Grade Dragon Blood Leaf. The Dragon Blood Leaf, crimson and small, contained a terrifying power. Across Blue Star, the number of dragon blood trees was exceedingly scarce. Those that survived after bathing in dragon blood and transformed into spirit beasts were even rarer. Arranging all the materials meticulously, Lin Tian summoned Qing Sha. Qing Sha, are you prepared? He inquired. Qing Sha nodded affirmatively, ready to proceed. All right, let the evolution commence. Chapter 1. Success or failure of evolution. 2 months had passed since his rebirth, and now his first spirit beast was about to undergo its inaugural evolution. Lin Tian felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. This time, he chose to take a risk, traversing uncharted territory and selecting materials that had never been used before for spirit beast evolution. The Abyss crystals, derived from the bodies of abyssal behemoths, contained the terrifying and potent energy of the abyss, filled with the unknown. Lin Tian was unsure of the changes this would bring to Qing Sha, but he understood that the worst outcome would simply be a failed evolution. Yet, should the evolution succeed, it would be a considerable gain. The use of the dragon blood leaf was also a gamble. The power of dragons is formidable, and even a royal grade dragon blood leaf is not something all spirit beasts could withstand. Lin Tian dared to use the dragon blood leaf because of Qing Sha's solid foundation as a royal level spirit beast cub. Coupled with the training it had received during this time, he believed Qing Sha could absorb it. Qing Sha positioned itself amidst the materials, its gaze resolute, unyielding in the face of the challenge. Lin Tian's emotions influenced it. Qing Sha sensed the immense effort invested by its beast master in this evolution. Understanding that it must succeed, Qing Sha could also feel the urgency within Lin Tian. While he often appeared carefree as Qing Sha's spirit beast, it shared a mental connection with him and could perceive some of his emotions. Although it did not comprehend why Lin Tian was anxious or so desperate for strength, it understood that upon successfully evolving, it could assist Lin Tian in shouldering some of the burdens. Qing Sha flicked its forked tongue, opening its mouth as it approached the wind heart crystal, the first source of energy it needed to absorb. A stream of white energy flowed from the wind heart crystal, gentle and unhurried, which Qing Sha gradually drew into its body. After 3 minutes, the wind heart crystal crumbled into fine powder, scattering with the breeze. Next, Qing Sha absorbed the power from the azure wind stone. This energy was more volatile, but since it had already absorbed the energy from the wind heart crystal, it did not adversely affect Qing Sha. Once the azure wind stone's power was absorbed, the wind heart crystal's energy enveloped it, stabilizing the force within Qing Sha's body. The scales held the weakest power, yet they were crucial. Once the energy within the scales was fully absorbed, Qing Sha even let out a satisfied burp. It felt a surge of power within itself, as though it could erupt at any moment. This was the power of evolution. It was ready to evolve, but it could not be content with just that. Lin Tian had prepared 5 materials for it, and it needed to absorb them all. Qing Sha approached the abyss crystals, beginning to absorb the power emanating from the abyss. A purplish energy flowed into Qing Sha's body, causing it to writhe in discomfort. The power contained within the abyss crystals appeared tranquil, yet once inside its body, it became increasingly volatile, clashing with its inherent strength. Qing Sha, how are you holding up? Lin Tian sensed Qing Sha's pain and felt a surge of anxiety. However, Qing Sha transmitted a reassuring thought back to him, indicating it was fine. One abyss crystal was fully absorbed, followed by the second, taking a full 10 minutes for Qing Sha to completely absorb all the abyss crystals. At this point, Qing Sha's body had expanded noticeably, its eyes betraying a look of agony. If not for the wind heart crystal's power restraining the forces of the abyss crystals, it might have already perished from the strain. Just one more. Qing Sha fixed its determined gaze upon the dragon blood leaf. It crawled over but did not attempt to absorb it. Instead, it lowered its head and swallowed the entire leaf whole. Boom. At the moment Qing Sha consumed the dragon blood leaf, a violent force erupted from within it, centered around Qing Sha. The shockwave rolled forth, and the wind became uncontrollable. The power of this explosion was immense, forcing Lin Tian to bend his body to remain standing, though his eyes never left Qing Sha. The tempestuous winds wreaked havoc, and Qing Sha's form twisted in agony. Suddenly, a blade of wind was shot forth from Qing Sha, hurtling towards Lin Tian. The wind blade moved with such speed that Lin Tian merely felt a chill on his left cheek as it grazed past, leaving a slender cut from which blood began to flow. Roar! I will evolve. Qing Sha unleashed a roar that no serpent could produce, employing its steel tail to strike the ground forcefully, propelling itself into the air. Boom! A radiant white light of evolution emerged, enveloping the form of Qing Sha, which began to undergo a transformation beneath its luminous veil. However, this transformation manifested abruptly at that moment, as a purple glow emerged from within the white light, gradually exhibiting a tendency to suppress it. Qing Sha, hold on. Lin Tian shouted anxiously. He could sense Qing Sha's immense suffering, yet having reached this critical juncture, with the evolutionary light already present, failure was not an option. I can endure. This was the silent resolve of Qing Sha. Ultimately, the white radiance intensified, overpowering the encroaching violet glow. The turbulent energy emanating from Qing Sha gradually stabilized, allowing Lin Tian to stand firm against the howling winds. His gaze fixated on Qing Sha suspended in the sky. At that moment, the sphere of white evolutionary light expanded, entwined with the surrounding purple glow. As both forces reached a precarious balance, the evolution of Qing Sha was protracted, taking nearly half an hour to unfold. Lin Tian's heart raced with tension. With so much time elapsed, had the evolution succeeded or failed? 5 minutes later, the light began to dissipate gradually, revealing Qing Sha's new form. It measured 15 meters in length, featuring a fearsome head with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, sharp fangs, and deep-set, slitted eyes. Its head was adorned with fine scales, and a 10-centimeter-long, right-angled protrusion of a bluish-purple hue. Its azure body bore intricate purple markings along the neck, continuing to the tail, covered in a dense layer of scales. The tail resembled that of a serpent, yet bore 5 sharp bony spines protruding from its surface. At the forefront of its body, it possessed a pair of 4-fingered claws, with 3 in front and 1 at the back. Upon its emergence, the winds around it seemed to acknowledge its authority, swirling around and lifting it into the air. Seeing Qing Sha's transformed visage filled Lin Tian with elation. Beast Master, Abyssal Wind Serpent. Attributes, Dragon Wind. Level, Extraordinary Level 6. Skills, Storm Dragon S Tooth, Windblade. Abyssal storm, wind control, dimensional slash, enchanting melody. Evolution materials, evolution path. Qing Sha, you have succeeded. Upon witnessing Qing Sha's information, Lin Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. The evolution had been triumphant, though it had not transformed into a divine dragon. A serpent dragon was still a dragon. With renewed confidence, he believed that in the next evolution, Qing Sha would undoubtedly ascend to become a true divine dragon. Qing Sha curiously examined its new form, glancing left and right, particularly admiring the bone spines on its tail, which imparted an air of great elegance. Would it now be able to joyfully play with that little golden pig? Moreover, it could now fly. Qing Sha could not resist spiraling through the air twice in exhilaration. Hee, this is delightful. I love you, you love me. Lin Tian's phone rang, and upon seeing that it was a call from Guayu Qian, he felt an irresistible urge to share this joyous occasion. Hello? All right, I understand. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Tian's expression darkened. Chapter 2. The irritable Linya. Before Lin Tian's evolution of Qing Sha, Linya had arrived at a park in Chao City, carrying a bag filled with materials. He found an unoccupied clearing and laid out all the components, including a dragon blood leaf. Since the conclusion of their graduation examinations, his parents had been elated by his results. But upon learning that Lin Tian had secured the top position, their mood shifted, casting a shadow over Linya's achievements. They reproached Linya for disregarding their advice to choose the Qing Feng snake, instead opting for the fire lizard. In that moment, Linya's resentment towards Lin Tian peaked. After all, he was the one who had been reborn, the one holding the protagonist's script. How could he still be outperformed by Lin Tian? He was unwilling to accept this. Harboring a deep-seated dissatisfaction, refusing to wait any longer, he decided to evolve the fire lizard, striving toward the path of the colossal dragon. To that end, he had expended considerable resources to acquire an extraordinary grade dragon blood leaf, solely to ensure the fire lizard's successful evolution. Come forth. Linya summoned the fire lizard. The creature's eyes reflected profound fatigue, its spirit in disarray. Following the graduation exams, it had endured prolonged training under Linya, leaving it severely depleted. Despite this, it was subjected to yet more high-intensity training, pushing its body into a state of critical exhaustion. I've prepared the materials for you. Do not let me down this time. Linya gazed intently at the fire lizard, his eyes gleaming with madness. The fire lizard trembled with trepidation, yet bound by their contract. It could not retreat, and was compelled to obey its beastmaster's commands. Damn it! Whether or not you possess the bloodline of a dragon, do I need to be reminded? Linya cursed under his breath. Prior to initiating the evolution, he had sought out a beast testing agency in Chao City to ascertain whether the fire lizard bore a dragon-esque bloodline. The result was disheartening. It lacked any dragon ancestry, merely classified as an ordinary fire lizard. Furthermore, it was noted to possess a higher level than typical fire lizards. Linya scoffed at such pronouncements. He was well aware that the fire lizard could evolve into a magma dragon. Had he not witnessed the real magma dragon himself? Or was it possible that Lin Tian had contracted a magma dragon later on? Linya was privy to the fate of Lin Tian's fire lizard, especially its evolution into a magma dragon, which he had observed firsthand. He refused to believe that this time, with such superior materials at its disposal, the fire lizard could not prematurely evolve into a magma dragon. Absorb, commence evolution. Should you fail, prepare to meet your end. Linya commanded, his gaze fixed upon the fire lizard. The fire lizard cast a fearful glance at Linya, but, obediently, it began to absorb the energy from the materials he had prepared. After merely absorbing 2 types of materials, the fire lizard's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as the power within the materials surged through its being. In its fragile state, the fire lizard struggled to withstand this overwhelming force. Linya observed coldly, unmoved by the fire lizard's silent cries of agony. The fire lizard felt despondent, compelled to continue absorbing the energy from the materials despite its suffering. Upon consuming the dragon blood leaf, it was enveloped in a brilliant white light of evolution. It was evolving. As the evolutionary light appeared, Linya's expression shifted, tinged with a flicker of anticipation. Roar! Within the radiant glow, the fire lizard emitted a pained howl. Its countenance contorted in agony, blood trickling from its mouth as the power of evolution ravaged its body, tearing through its very cells. The pain felt akin to being repeatedly sliced by a knife. Suddenly, a gash appeared on the fire lizard's body, deep enough to expose bone. Yet in the next moment, the wound was filled with its crimson lifeblood. The blood flowed steadily from its body, staining the ground beneath it. The number of wounds continued to multiply, each new injury exacerbating its condition. As the fire lizard's vitality waned, concealed by the evolutionary light, Linya was oblivious to the fire lizard's injuries and aware of Linya's lack of compassion. The fire lizard refrained from conveying its current state. Is success within reach? Linya mused, watching the increasingly potent evolutionary light, his heart racing with excitement. Soon, He would possess a magma dragon. With meticulous nurturing, he could ascend to become the 5th-generation Beastmaster. The radiant light of evolution gradually faded, and Linya's expression shifted from elation to despondency. Before him lay a fire lizard, a casualty of failed evolution, its body marred by wounds. Blood still seeping from its gashes, staining the ground crimson. The scent of blood filled Linya's nostrils, overwhelming him in that moment. The fire lizard weakly opened its eyes and gazed up at Linya, its gaze pleading for salvation. You are worthless, utterly worthless. Are you not a lava dragon? Why have you failed to evolve? How could you accompany Lin Tian and become a lava dragon, yet falter while following me? If you cannot evolve, then perish on your own. Linya erupted in fury, hurling insults at the fire lizard. In a fit of rage, he severed their bond and, as he turned to leave, he kicked the fire lizard in frustration. The already battered creature was struck in the abdomen, resulting in another spurt of blood. May you die here, Linya declared, turning his back without a glance at the fire lizard again. What did it matter if the fire lizard had failed to evolve? Now, he had another beast to cultivate with care. Furthermore, acquiring a dragon was not beyond his reach. In his previous life, he had learned of a place abundant with dragon attributes. If he could locate it, he could forge a contract with a dragon. No, perhaps 3, or even all of them. As the sun began to set, casting shadows of leaves upon the ground, the fire lizard lay still, its wounds ceasing to bleed, the blood upon the earth now dried. Its eyes held no vibrancy, merely a dull reflection of despair. Its belly heaved faintly, a testament to its lingering life, yet it was but a whisper of existence. Gasping more than it breathed, the fire lizard emitted a low growl, but the park was devoid of people, no one would hear its cry. It could hear the distant honking of cars, the whisper of the wind, the chirping of birds, and the chatter of other beastmasters communicating with their companions. Let us race and see who is faster. Woof woof. Haha, you won. I can't keep up with you. Mom, your beast is so beautiful. When I grow up, I want one just like yours. All right. When you grow up, you can contract an even prettier one, but you must take good care of it. I know, Mom. My beast companion is family. Indeed, they were family. The fire lizard's vision began to fade, its body slipping away from sensation. It understood that it was about to leave this world. Fire dragon, do not sleep. Hold on. You can evolve into a dragon. Fire dragon, keep fighting. If you leave, I will be heartbroken. Chapter 3, The Abandoned Fire Lizard. In the distance, the fire lizard heard a familiar voice. It recognized the name being called, as if someone were beckoning it. Summoning its last reserves of strength, the fire lizard beheld a scene before it, a volcano. At its summit lay the remains of a colossal skeleton, the carcass of a dragon long deceased. Beneath the dragon's bones, a blood-red pool of lava bubbled, flames dancing atop its surface. To the fire lizard's astonishment, there was another lizard, resembling it closely, yet unmarred and vibrant, standing within the pool. Beside it stood a figure, offering encouragement. Was it also preparing to evolve? The fire lizard felt a pang of envy at the sight. It longed to see the figure's face, for that voice was so familiar, reminiscent of something it could not quite grasp. The scene shifted abruptly, and the fire lizard found itself in a living room, a place it recognized as its owner's home. It looked down at its body, small and encased within an egg. Wow, it's a fire lizard. Before it could comprehend, it was lifted by gentle hands. It struggled, but to no avail. It could not see the person's face, only their eyes brimming with delight. Bah, it's just a fire lizard. What's there to be so happy about? A voice chimed in, and the fire lizard turned to see its owner, yet the scene felt discordant with its memories. It recalled the first person it had seen, its master. Linya, not this indistinct figure. Haha, a royal-level spirit beast hatchling, the azure wind serpent. Lin Tian, my beast is superior to yours. The fire lizard watched as Linya cradled a small azure snake, excitement mirroring the joy in the eyes of the one who held it. A gaze it had only seen in Linya's eyes at its birth. It turned back to the figure holding it. Lin Tian, a name that felt strangely familiar, echoing from a distant memory. This person seemed to be its master's brother, though it had rarely seen him after its birth. Was this individual truly he? As it pondered, the figure's face sharpened into focus. It was the 18-year-old Lin Tian. From now on, you shall be called Fire Dragon. Lin Tian beamed at it. A tremor coursed through the fire lizard, a sharp pain in its mind, as if something deep within was on the verge of eruption. Lin Tian, is this person my master? No, my master is undeniably Linya. But what is this memory? Confusion clouded the fire lizard's thoughts. It couldn't fathom the situation. Its perspective did not shift again, remaining within this fire lizard's view, and indeed, it had formed a contract with Lin Tian. Lin Tian worked diligently, laboring each day to provide sustenance, often sharing half of a fried chicken leg with it. Any leftover bones were devoured without waste, though it would receive a gentle reprimand from Lin Tian. Yet, it felt no sadness or discontent, only joy, for this was its master, who treated it with kindness. The fire lizard's thoughts were simple and pure. It felt as if it were experiencing its own thoughts. Today, my master took me out for beef. It was delicious. Today, my master bought me a can of food I had never tasted before. It was delightful. Avocado is awful, so unpalatable. My master teased me about it. I won a battle, and my master was elated. My master seemed to have struck it rich, treating me to an abundance of delicious food. I gained a new companion, who seems to be called Xiao Air. Fire Dragon, keep going. Hold on. I believe in your success. The fire lizard suddenly felt a wave of anguish as the scene shifted once more. Now, it saw the skeleton of a dragon, but instead of the other lizard. It found itself submerged in lava, with Lin Tian standing by, offering encouragement. Despite the pain coursing through its body, an inexplicable thrill surged within its heart. Is this my first evolution? The fire lizard froze, gazing into the expectant and anxious eyes of Lin Tian. Beware, Fire Dragon. There are 3 Emperor-class abyssal beasts before us. We must avoid direct confrontation. The fire lizard noticed Lin Tian perched upon its shoulder, indeed, upon its shoulder. It glanced down, observing a large stone beneath it, which appeared minuscule in comparison. The sky above was void of azure and clouds, replaced instead by a blood-red expanse, with a colossal abyssal beast looming ahead. Suddenly, the fire lizard recalled its surroundings. This was the abyssal battlefield, where it had been engaged in combat against these monstrous entities. At this moment, it embodied the lava dragon. Yet, its master was Lin Tian. Flashes of memories cascaded through its mind like a cinematic reel, scenes of it vanquishing numerous abyssal beasts, while soaring across the world with Lin Tian. Then, came the final battle, during which it inexplicably lost contact with Lin Tian. Preoccupied with 5 abyssal beasts, it could not ascertain what had befallen its master. When it finally escaped, battered and bruised, it found Lin Tian lying lifeless on the ground, his heart pierced by a lethal weapon, breath extinguished. In a fit of rage, it roared, seeking vengeance for Lin Tian's demise, yet the perpetrator remained elusive. Unable to locate the murderer, its gaze turned toward the abyssal beasts. As it took flight, it caught sight of Linya, his lips curling into a sinister smile. In that moment, it understood. Linya, now its master, was responsible for Lin Tian's death. The fire lizard's memories crystallized. Its true master had always been Lin Tian. Linya was the one who had slain its beloved master. But in its current state, battered and weary, how could it possibly seek out Lin Tian? The fire lizard was consumed by despair, for death was imminent. As it felt its life force waning, a desperate desire surged within it to catch one last glimpse of Lin Tian. No, I cannot succumb to death. I must find Lin Tian. He needs my aid. We still have abyssal beasts to slay. The fire lizard's will to survive intensified profoundly. In the park, one of its claws stirred. It opened its heavy eyelids, a sudden brilliance igniting within its gaze. Roar! The fire lizard bellowed, causing the ground to tremble beneath it, its roar echoing with draconic authority. Stand up. Evolve. With a fierce tremor in its limbs, it roared once more, struggling to rise. Master, wait for me. I shall come to you soon. On the roadside of the park, Gui Yuqian strolled alongside a beautiful woman clad in black stockings, his homeroom teacher, Lu Qianqian. Roar! Gui Yuqian paused, scratching his head in confusion. Teacher, did you hear that noise? Lu Qianqian nodded, her expression turning grave. From the roar, she discerned intense suffering. Let us investigate. Chapter 4, Lin Tian's Fury. Lu Qianqian hastened towards the park, her high heels clicking rapidly against the pavement. Hey, teacher, wait for me. Gui Yuqian hurriedly followed. Upon their arrival at the park, they found no source for the sound. There's nothing here. How strange, he remarked, scanning the area without success. Just then, another thunderous roar erupted. Over there. Lu Qianqian pinpointed the direction of the sound and rushed forward, her speed rivaling that of Gui Yuqian, the portly boy struggling to keep up. As Lu Qianqian entered the greenery, her pace abruptly halted. Her demeanor shifted from serious to astonished, followed by a flash of anger. Hey, teacher! Why are you rushing so fast? Gui Yuqian exclaimed, panting heavily from the exertion. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his scalp prickled with alarm. A blood-soaked fire lizard trembled on its limbs, covered in wounds and dripping with blood. Teacher, what happened? Gui Yuqian panicked, never having encountered such a sight before. Lu Qianqian's expression darkened as she explained, it's a failed evolution, abandoned by its master. What? That scoundrel! One cannot simply discard a creature due to a failed evolution. Who can predict such outcomes? Gui Yuqian seethed. A beast is akin to family for a beastmaster. The heartlessness of abandoning one's own beast was utterly unforgivable. The fire lizard gazed at the 2 figures before it, particularly Gui Yuqian. And recognition dawned. This was Lin Tian's dear friend, yet it recalled that this man had perished, devoured by an abyssal beast. How could he still be alive? Nevertheless, this thought flitted through the fire lizard's mind, eclipsed by its urgent need to succeed in evolution to survive. The power of the materials would not dissipate due to its failed evolution. Rather, they would remain within its body, only vanishing upon its true demise. Boom. A white light of evolution suddenly appeared, though this time it lacked the intensity of its first manifestation, appearing instead as a thin mist. Is it attempting to evolve again? Gui Yuqian was taken aback. Lu Qianqian shared his astonishment, having never witnessed a beast attempt evolution after a failure, especially one abandoned by its master. What kind of conviction compelled it to strive forth? Could it be hatred? Roar. The fire lizard unleashed another roar, the light of evolution intensifying once more. It sensed its teeth transforming, its fangs elongating, as discomfort blossomed along its back, and an itchiness coursed through the bones atop its skull. Though the fire lizard's sensations were hazy, it was far too weak and forcibly evolving. Yet, this scene left Lu Qianqian and Gua Yuqian profoundly shaken. A curved horn sprouted from the fire lizard's head, stopping after just a few centimeters. Two bulges emerged on its back, as if something were attempting to grow, but ultimately halted due to its physical condition. Teacher, will it succeed? Gua Yuqian asked anxiously, a strange familiarity washing over him regarding this fire lizard. However, its commonality made it difficult for him to recall. It's unlikely to succeed. It relies solely on sheer willpower, and its condition is dire. Even with extraordinary strength, success will be a formidable challenge, Lu Qianqian replied, shaking her head. Moreover, we cannot interrupt it. We must wait until the evolution concludes before we can render assistance. I understand. Gui Yuqian suddenly slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. I remember where I've seen this fire lizard. What do you know? Lu Qianqian gasped at his sudden epiphany. However, Gui Yuqian remained silent, pulling out his phone and swiftly locating Lin Tian's contact number, dialing without hesitation. When Lin Tian answered, Gui Yuqian rushed to explain, Lin Tian. Linya has abandoned the fire lizard. It has failed its evolution and is now forcefully attempting to evolve. Teacher Lu and I are at the park. We can only wait until it finishes evolving before we can help. You need to come and assist us. I fear two of us may not suffice. Roar. Upon hearing Lin Tian's name, the fire lizard let out a resounding roar. It gritted its teeth in determination, despite its current frailty. It harbored no intention of ceasing its evolution. Moreover, it sensed Lin Tian's name and voice resonating within its being. Its master would arrive, and it must persevere until it could greet him in a transformed state. L. Qianqian summoned her beast, a stunning floral fairy of the wood element, possessing commanding prowess. Once the fire lizard's evolution concluded, she would instruct the fairy to commence its healing, subsequently transporting it to a specialized facility for recovery. At this moment, she could only hope that no further mishaps would occur. Earlier, she had overheard Gui Yuqian's words, igniting a flicker of indignation within her. This beast was actually Linya's, a student from her own institution and one of the top 5 in the graduation exams. Those who abandon their beasts hold no right to call themselves beast masters. Mom, there's a dragon flying in the sky. In a residential complex in Chao City, a little girl gazed out the window in awe. A cerulean figure darted past at remarkable speed, prompting her to exclaim in delight. What dragon? How could you possibly see a dragon? Her mother chuckled dismissively, attributing it to her daughter's imagination. Qingsha, faster. Lin Tian clung tightly to Qingsha's neck, anxiety coursing through him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin Yu abandoning the fire lizard while it was forcibly evolving. He understood the daunting challenge of forced evolution, especially for the fire lizard, should it fail. Lin Tian knew Lin Yu all too well. If he intended for the fire lizard to evolve, he must have aimed for a seamless transformation, hence the failure. Lin Yu, if the fire dragon dies, I will end you. Qingsha sensed Lin Tian's fury and desperation, exerting all its strength to soar onward. That day, many in Chao City witnessed a dragon soaring through the sky. Of course, some remarked it resembled a flying serpent. However, no one managed to capture photographs or videos, relegating it to mere gossip. From a distance, Lin Tian spotted the park Gui Yuqian had mentioned and urged Qingsha to descend. With a sudden halt, Qingsha landed within the park, exhaling plumes of white mist from its nostrils. After such a lengthy flight, it was utterly exhausted. By the heavens, Lin Tian, you rode a serpent here. Gui Yuqian gaped at Lin Tian and then at Qingsha, his mind racing with disbelief. Where? Lin Tian, devoid of the patience for trivial chatter, rushed forward. There. Gui Yuqian pointed. Lin Tian followed his gesture, and his eyes instantly turned crimson, fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. Chapter 5, Blood Fury. The pitiful sight of the fire lizard seared into Lin Tian's vision, causing the flow of his blood to surge, veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Tian, are you alright? Gui Yuqian's voice trembled with fear. He had never witnessed such rage in Lin Tian before. I'm fine. Lin Tian's expression remained stoic as he approached the fire lizard. Upon seeing Lin Tian, the lizard's gaze brightened with renewed vitality. Roar. The fire lizard emitted a low growl, as if greeting Lin Tian while expressing its grievances. Lin Tian's heart quivered, anguish slicing through him. It's all right. Failure in evolution is nothing to worry about. I am here now. He gently embraced the fire lizard's head, blood staining his attire, yet he paid no mind. Qian regarded Lin Tian with astonishment. The moment he appeared, a transformation occurred within the fire lizard, as if their bond had become truly profound. The fire lizard inhaled Lin Tian's scent, feeling at ease and elated to be reunited with him. Yet, it was utterly fatigued, its remaining strength insufficient to complete its evolution. It's all right. This time may be unsuccessful, but we'll try again. With me by your side, you will be safe. Sensing the lizard's thoughts, Lin Tian whispered words of comfort. The glow of evolution around the fire lizard waned as it lay weakly against Lin Tian. Lin Tian, I need to heal it. Qian urgently interjected upon noticing the fading light of evolution surrounding the fire lizard. At this point, the creature was teetering on the brink of death. Any delay could spell its demise. Teacher, I beg of you, preserve its life. Lin Tian nodded solemnly. The floral fairy floated beside the fire lizard, placing a delicate hand upon it, a gentle energy coursing into its body. As a wood element spirit beast, the park's environment enhanced the effectiveness of its healing. The fire lizard felt a wave of comfort as its injuries began to mend while resting upon Lin Tian's lap. Guo Yuqian approached, captivated by the scene, while Qing Sha flew over, peering curiously at the fire lizard, a twinge of jealousy stirring within. Was Lin Tian's urgency merely for this little creature? However, in that moment, no one noticed the presence of Qing Sha. As healing commenced, Qian's expression darkened. Lin Tian, its soul is exceedingly unstable, likely a consequence of the severed contract. Without stabilization, it may perish. Another option is to transport it to a specialized healing facility, but that would require the intervention of a soul-healing spirit beast, and it must be of royal caliber. Lin Tian's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated the fire lizard's condition to be so grave. If a beast master severed a contract willingly, the beast's soul typically remained unharmed. However, the fire lizard's plight indicated a different scenario. At its most vulnerable, Linya had chosen to break their bond, resulting in the lizard's current state. Teacher, I understand what you're implying. Spirit beasts capable of soul healing are already rare, let alone royal ones. Even the Chao City Beast Master Association lacks them. Lin Tian replied softly, gazing down at the fire lizard. Do you still wish to stay by my side? Lin Tian unleashed his mental energy, conjuring a contract array. Lin Tian, you must consider carefully. The fire lizard has already failed its evolution once, and future attempts will be more arduous. Furthermore, should this endeavor fail, you may face backlash. Qian recognized Lin Tian's intentions upon seeing the contract array, yet felt compelled to dissuade him. She did not want such a promising student to stray down the wrong path. Trust me, teacher, Lin Tian asserted. The fire lizard lifted its weary hand, gently licking the bloodied cheek of Lin Tian, a feeble surge of mental energy emanating from it, settling upon the contract array. In a flash of light, Lin Tian and the fire lizard completed their contract. Within Lin Tian's mental realm, a crimson lizard insignia materialized upon the second star, which subsequently began voraciously absorbing his mental energy. Lin Tian let out a muffled grunt, yet his expression remained unchanged. Given the fire lizard's soul was damaged, he could only compensate with his own mental energy. The fire lizard absorbed a fragment of Lin Tian's mental power before pausing. Lin Tian frowned, perplexed as to why it ceased. The fire lizard conveyed a thought to Lin Tian, revealing what it had witnessed moments prior. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, soon followed by exhilaration and fervor. It turns out you are still yourself. A faint smile graced Lin Tian's lips. With a sigh of relief, the flower fairy hovered wearily to Lu Qianqian's side, having concluded this session of treatment. The external wounds had been largely treated, yet the condition of the internal injuries remained dire. The damage was simply too severe. Now, with your mental energy stabilizing its soul, there should not be any immediate issues. However, a swift resolution is still imperative. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lu Qianqian sighed and departed. Thank you for your guidance. Master, Lin Tian expressed gratefully. Please take care, Master, Guo Yuqian added hastily. As she left, Lu Qianqian cast a surprised glance at Qing Sha, though she refrained from inquiring further and hurried away. Linya relinquished his beast, a matter she felt compelled to report to the school and the Beast Master Association. Even if his identity as a Beast Master could not be revoked, this incident would undoubtedly hinder his future endeavors in that field. Qing Sha leaned forward, scrutinizing the fire lizard closely, even giving it a gentle snort. The fire lizard gazed at Qing Sha's large head, realizing that this creature was indeed the first beast contracted by its master, only to find itself in such a predicament. Nonetheless, as long as this fire dragon lives, even if you are first, you must return to your rightful place. I am the true sovereign. With this thought, the fire lizard cast a triumphant glance at Qing Sha. Qing Sha, bewildered, stared at the fire lizard, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Since we are embarking on a new beginning, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a new name, Lin Tian declared, addressing the fire lizard. In a past life, the fire lizard was known as Fire Dragon, subsequently evolving into a lava giant dragon. Lin Tian's naming prowess had often drawn criticism, yet after such a lengthy period, changing it on a whim seemed inappropriate. Thus, upon their reunion, a new name was indeed warranted. How about Bloodshot? Lin Tian suggested, looking at the bloodied fire lizard. The fire lizard nodded, even displaying a hint of joy at having acquired a fresh identity. Bloodshot? Lin Tian, what are your plans moving forward? Guo Yuqian inquired. The severity of the fire lizard's condition posed a significant dilemma. Without a viable solution, Lin Tian had effectively squandered a contract position. Lin Tian turned to Guo Yuqian, smiling as he replied, "Fear not, I already have a plan." Chapter 6. Returning to Haiding Town. Lin Tian directed Bloodshot back into the beast space, ensuring its wounds would not worsen and permitting some degree of recovery. "I intend to visit Haiding Town," Lin Tian announced. "Are you going to find Sister Xiaoya?" Guo Yuqian asked. In going to Haiding Town, Lin Tian could only seek out Zhang Xiaoya, as she was their sole acquaintance in that place. However, what could he accomplish by consulting Zhang Xiaoya? Was she capable of healing the fire lizard's injuries? Before Guo Yuqian could ponder further, Lin Tian had already mounted Qing Sha's neck. "Qing Sha, let us depart," Lin Tian encouraged, patting Qing Sha's head. The winds howled as Qing Sha soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Guo Yuqian stared in astonishment at the duo's sudden disappearance, taking a moment to process the event. "Goodness, Lin Tian, could you not wait for me?" he exclaimed, hastily retrieving his phone to make a call. "Hello, Lao Gu, arrange for a helicopter to pick me up at the park, and make it quick." Before long, a helicopter thundered into view. Guo Yuqian boarded it, donning headphones as he instructed the pilot, fly directly to Haiding Town at full speed. High above, Lin Tian sat atop Qing Sha, watching as Chowqing diminished in size, the outline of Haiding Town gradually coming into focus. His quest to find Zhang Xiaoya was well-timed. She was a beast cultivator with expertise in managing the physical conditions of beasts, knowledge that even his past prowess as a beast king could not rival. Different disciplines excel in their own realms. He had merely been formidable in combat. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoya possessed an array of materials, and it was possible she might have something beneficial for treating Bloodshot. Even if she did not, she should be able to prevent Bloodshot's condition from deteriorating further. Lin Tian comprehended that Bloodshot's injuries consisted of two facets, the first being the soul, which was critical. His mental energy could only stabilize it, not restore it. Only by locating specialized materials for soul treatment could he hope to prevent further damage to Bloodshot's soul. Alternatively, finding a spirit beast capable of healing souls was exceedingly difficult, with scarcely a few existing in the entire Yinyang beast kingdom. He could certainly enlist Luo Qingyao's assistance. Yet she too had her own commitments, and Lin Tian preferred to avoid incurring favors unless absolutely necessary. Before long, Lin Tian arrived above Haiding Town. To avert any undue commotion caused by Qing Sha's appearance, he promptly stored Qing Sha in the beast space, allowing it to rest after such a taxing journey. A sudden whirring of helicopter blades filled the air, and Lin Tian glanced up to witness a helicopter hovering above him. A rope descended, and the portly Guo Yuqian slid down. "Lin Tian, you could have waited for me," Guo Yuqian complained. "You know the way to Haiding Town. You didn't need to take a helicopter, did you?" Lin Tian observed, somewhat speechless, internally lamenting the truth that wealth indeed creates privilege. "You were in such a rush. How could I not be? Let us find Sister Xiaoya. And tell me, what happened with Qing Sha? Has it successfully evolved? What has it turned into, a flood dragon? Or a clawed serpent?" Faced with Guo Yuqian's incessant chatter, Lin Tian felt overwhelmed, yet after Guo Yuqian's outburst, his mood inexplicably lightened. The previously suppressed feelings began to ease. The two arrived at Zhang Xiaoya's residence, where a swarm of Haiding jellyfish ascended from the Haiding trees, flocking to their side, specifically to Lin Tian. Having cared for them for a month, their familiarity was unsurprising. "What brings you two here?" The commotion of the jellyfish attracted Zhang Xiaoya from within the house. The evolved Kun Kun and Dian Dian hovered nearby before returning to Lin Tian's side. "Sister Xiaoya, I need your help to treat my beast," Lin Tian stated directly. Resolving Bloodshot's predicament would alleviate much of his burden. "Come with me," Zhang Xiaoya responded, noting the seriousness in Lin Tian's expression. The three proceeded to a specialized room, with Kun Kun and Dian Dian following closely. This room was Zhang Xiaoya's research chamber, featuring a large metallic bed at its center, surrounded by shelves brimming with an array of colorful vials and containers. "Release your beast. Let me take a look," Zhang Xiaoya instructed, donning a lab coat, mask, and gloves. Exuding professionalism, Lin Tian released Bloodshot, which landed squarely on the metallic bed. Upon observing the bloodied form of Bloodshot, astonishment filled Zhang Xiaoya's eyes. What has happened? How did it become so severe? It was abandoned by its master due to a failed evolution, and it was only through Lin Tian's contract that its life was spared, explained Guo Yuqian from the side. Such a person is unworthy of being a beast master, Zhang Xiaoya said, her anger palpable. As a beast cultivator, she found it intolerable to witness such a beast master. If Lin Tian dared to abandon a beast before her, she would not hesitate to inform his parents to collect the remains within seconds. Bloodshot slowly opened its eyes, still engulfed in weakness. Despite the flower fairy having healed most of its injuries, its frail condition persisted, though the pain had significantly diminished. It first glanced at Zhang Xiaoya, then surveyed its surroundings, which bore a resemblance to the place where it had been examined, except this time it was Lin Tian who accompanied it. Moreover, the woman clad in a white coat and wearing a mask evoked a compelling urge within it to draw closer. This was the advantage of Zhang Xiaoya's innate talent as a beast master. Regardless of the spirit beast, upon their first encounter, they would instinctively feel an urge to approach her. Even the most wary spirit beasts in the wild would refrain from attacking her immediately upon sight. Bloodshot, be obedient. Allow Sister Xiaoya to check your condition first before proceeding with treatment, Lin Tian gently reassured Bloodshot. Bloodshot nodded, dutifully lying on the metallic bed, awaiting Zhang Xiaoya's examination. She approached, placing her hand upon Bloodshot, first inspecting the freshly healed wounds, then examining the 2 lumps on its back. These were likely remnants of wings that had failed to develop due to a lack of strength. A horn had sprouted from its forehead, yet its length was clearly insufficient, a consequence of its failed evolution. Its teeth were too small, with some being notably fragile. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Xiaoya's expression turned grave. She beckoned for the life water mother, to descend upon Bloodshot, extending her tendrils across various points on its body. After communicating with the pallor of Zhang Xiaoya's face deepened, revealing her distress. Chapter 7. Treatment Methods. How is it? Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoya conclude her examination, Lin Tian inquired urgently, his eyes betraying his anxiety. Even the lethargic and weakened Bloodshot perked up, eager to learn about its current physical condition. Previously an imperial-level lava giant dragon, it held a modicum of understanding regarding its own state. As long as the issues were not overly grave, it could accept them. Zhang Xiaoya cast a serious glance at Bloodshot, her demeanor unusually solemn, a sight that had Lin Tian more anxious than ever. Bloodshot currently faces 3 exceedingly grave issues, Zhang Xiaoya stated. What are the 3? Lin Tian asked hastily. Firstly, it bears injuries from its failed evolution, she elucidated. As a beastmaster, you are aware of the consequences of a failed evolution. A failed evolution signifies a prior evolution attempt, affecting its horn, its teeth, and the very cells within its body, among other aspects. Particularly, these manifested traits will have the most profound impact on it. Not only will they affect its future life, but they will also influence its combat abilities. To be candid, this issue is the easiest to remedy. With proper care, its life won't be adversely affected, though it won't be able to fight. Secondly, it suffers from severe physical depletion, indicating a significant overdraft of its vitality, and this condition will not rectify itself swiftly. Coupled with the circumstances during its evolution, this is why it has become what it is now. To remedy this, a considerable amount of time will be required to recuperate, along with many precious materials. Thirdly, its soul injury is equally severe. I estimate that in its current state, it can only endure for about 6 months with your support. Any mitigating factors could potentially extend that time. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoya elucidate Bloodshot's ailments, Gui Yuqian gasped, while Lin Tian's anger simmered anew. That wretched Lin Yu would not escape retribution. Yet, the most pressing matter remained the treatment methods. Sister Xiaoya, how can we treat it? I am willing to pay any price to ensure its recovery, Lin Tian declared. Observing Lin Tian's resolute gaze, Zhang Xiaoya sighed inwardly, marveling at his potential as a competent beastmaster. Had this fire lizard formed a contract with Lin Tian from the outset, it would likely have already achieved successful evolution. As a beast cultivator, she could ascertain, merely by glancing at its current state, that the fire lizard would have undoubtedly evolved into a dragon-type spirit beast. It was unimaginable how a creature of dragon lineage could be reduced to such a state. The first issue stemming from the failed evolution is quite manageable. Leave it in my care, and with time, it can be resolved. Its future living conditions will not be an issue. Very well, I concur. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Having initially intended to leave Bloodshot here, Bloodshot tilted its head at Lin Tian, wondering why it wasn't he asked for its approval. It wished to remain by his side. Be obedient. You need to focus on healing, and leave the rest to me, Lin Tian soothed Bloodshot. All right, I will heed your words. Though I am still somewhat muddled about the situation, Bloodshot conveyed its thoughts to Lin Tian. The second issue is indeed serious. Yet solutions exist. I have a plethora of materials here that can aid in recovery. To expedite the process, we will require additional materials, flesh and blood from royal-level spirit beasts, as well as other high-grade items. Utilizing potions for recovery could potentially lead to further complications, thus lacking reliability. Flesh and blood from royal-level spirit beasts can be procured, though the cost is rather steep. Hunting a royal-level spirit beast is no trivial task, and every part of such a beast is valuable. Many evolution materials derive from them. Should we wish to purchase a substantial quantity of royal-level flesh, considerable funds will be necessary. I will handle the procurement of the flesh. I can have my father acquire it through the company's channels. I can also provide additional materials, so you needn't worry, Lin Tian, Gui Yuqian asserted, thumping his chest with confidence. Understanding Lin Tian's circumstances, he knew that even wealth could not rival his own. Lin Tian cast a grateful glance at Gui Yuqian, yet could not suppress the urge to tease him given his boastful demeanor. That has settled then. But you must know that the quantity of royal-level spirit beast flesh required is substantial, Zhang Xiaoya remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gui Yuqian. With a chuckle, Gui Yuqian replied, Sister Xiaoya, do not underestimate me. My family is the wealthiest in Chaos City. Zhang Xiaoya regarded Gui Yuqian with surprise, having been unaware of this fact. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Now, we are left with the third issue. Beasts capable of healing souls are exceedingly rare, and we have yet to find one. While we do possess some materials, they are exorbitantly priced and typically not available for public trade, thus difficult to acquire. However, materials are the easiest to procure, albeit they may carry certain risks. I know of one such material, and it is located quite near our Chaos City. The question is whether we can obtain it, which involves an element of luck. What material is it? Please, Sister Xiaoya, tell me. Lin Tian asked eagerly. As long as there were materials available, he feared not the dangers. Zhang Xiaoya pondered for a moment before replying. In the heart of the Shangtang Great Forest, there lies a spring. The water from this spring has a name that I believe you have heard before. Life Dew. Life Dew. Lin Tian exclaimed suddenly. Indeed, it is the elixir of life. Should you manage to acquire some of this precious essence, it could remedy a portion of the afflictions besieging its soul. However, the pursuit of the elixir is fraught with peril. Venturing alone is likely to result in unforeseen calamities. Lin Tian fell into deep contemplation, pondering potential strategies. The elixir is located at the heart of the Shangtang Great Forest, a region fiercely guarded by formidable spirit beasts. Such a coveted treasure is not only sought after by beast masters, even the wild spirit beasts covet it. The acquisition itself is not the most daunting task. Rather, the challenge lies in preserving the elixir once obtained. Once the elixir leaves its source, its potency diminishes rapidly. The optimal strategy would involve bringing Shueisha along to partake freely, returning only after it has satiated its thirst. Yet, this would leave Lin Tian unable to ensure Shueisha's safety. While Lin Tian pondered, Gui Yuqian quietly slipped away. The fire lizard had initially been Lin Yu's contracted beast. Even its demise was of no concern to him. Now that it was Lin Tian's companion, it mattered greatly. He retrieved his phone, dialing his father. Hello, old Guo. I wish to discuss a matter with you. I require a substantial quantity of royal-level spirit beast flesh, specifically 10 pounds daily, for 3 consecutive months. Fresh, of course. We can reassess if necessary. Additionally, I need the elixir of life. I have little knowledge of it. But if you can procure some, let us start with 10 pounds. Gui Yuqian, do you think I make money easily? You wish to squander it on the elixir? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to obtain? Do you dare believe I should create a secondary account? The royal-level spirit beast flesh is feasible, but the elixir is out of the question. Chapter 8. Accepting the task. Listening to his father's strained and furious outburst, Gui Yuqian discreetly distanced the phone from his ear, fearing his eardrum might rupture. He raised his thumb, gently pressing the disconnect button, and the cacophony ceased abruptly. After concluding the call, he exhaled a sigh of relief and tucked the phone into his pocket. All settled. Inside the room, Lin Tian retrieved his phone from the Blade Bureau, opening the app to browse the materials available for exchange. During his previous perusal, he noted that the Blade Bureau possessed an array of precious materials, and indeed, materials capable of healing souls were present. However, upon viewing the required merit points for these materials, he quietly shut off the phone, dismissing the site as if it had never been there. Have you made up your mind? Zhang Xiaoya inquired upon seeing Lin Tian set down his phone. Yes, I intend to venture into the Shangtang Great Forest to see if I can procure the elixir. Lin Tian had reached a resolution. Zhang Xiaoya sighed. It was undeniably perilous for Lin Tian to venture into the forest alone, as a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not deter you, but do not embark on this journey alone. It would be prudent to accompany some powerful beastmasters. Moreover, I cannot assist you in this matter. She had her own responsibilities, tending to the Huitang jellyfish, and with Shueisha requiring care, her own capabilities were limited. She was merely an advanced beastmaster. While the heart of the Shangtang Great Forest was home to numerous royal-level spirit beasts. Do not worry, Sister Xiaoya. I am immensely grateful for your help in healing Shueisha, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Approaching Shueisha, he affectionately stroked its head. This familiar companion having been by his side for a decade, he was uncertain why Shueisha possessed memories of its past life, Yet that was inconsequential. What mattered was that his loyal companion remained by his side, and he needed to focus on healing it. Master, I am sorry for being a burden, Shueisha expressed, its gaze filled with remorse. It had hoped to evolve successfully through its own strength, thereby alleviating Lin Tian's burdens, yet circumstances had unfolded differently. It is of no matter. My status as a mid-level beastmaster has long remained unfulfilled by a second contract. I have reserved this place for you, and now it feels complete. Lin Tian reassured Shueisha. I possess memories of my past life. Will they return to the others? Shueisha questioned. Unlikely. Rebirth is inherently a mysterious phenomenon. It is peculiar that you have awakened your past memories, but I doubt the others will experience the same. Furthermore, this time we are beginning anew. I intend to address the abyssal matters once and for all, thus I require formidable allies. As Lin Tian patted Shueisha's head, he understood the sentiment behind its words regarding his other beasts, and he recognized that such a scenario was implausible. Hey, Lin Tian, you needn't worry about the royal-level spirit beast flesh. I've arranged for my father to procure it, 10 pounds daily. I will ensure the fire lizard grows plump and healthy. Gui Yuqian announced as he entered the room, his grin wide. Thank you, my brother, Lin Tian said, gratitude evident in his eyes. Thankfully, he had the little tycoon Gui Yuqian at his side, or the prospect of obtaining royal-level spirit beast flesh would have been a significant headache. We're brothers, no need for thanks. Gui Yuqian beamed brighter. Suddenly, Lin Tian grasped Gui Yuqian's shoulders, his expression turning serious, causing Gui Yuqian's smile to falter as anxiety crept in. Did Lin Tian wish to convey something profound? Zhang Xiaoya discreetly stepped back, retrieving her phone and activating the video function, eager to capture this poignant moment. Fatty, yes? Do you believe in me? I have always believed in you. Accelerate your growth. I will need your assistance in the future. Gui Yuqian opened his mouth at a loss for words. He had poured out his emotions, yet this was the response. All right. As long as you need me, I will always stand by your side. A knowing smile crept upon Gui Yuqian's lips. Shueisha silently vowed, I assure you that you will not meet the same fate as last time. Being devoured by the abyssal behemoth, which would scarcely suffice as a snack. Master, it seems you harbor many secrets. In midair, Lin Tian perched upon Qing Sha's neck, soaring toward Chao City. Indeed, there are matters you will gradually come to understand. Should I unveil everything at once, you may find it hard to believe. However, you are all my companions, and I shall not abandon any of you. If you encounter a situation akin to Shueisha's, I will exert all my strength to rescue you, and so shall Shueisha. Lin Tian explained. For a beastmaster must not only engage in combat, but also deepen their bond with their beasts, particularly as their numbers increase, to prevent discord among them. Am I now improved, or have I regressed? Qing Sha inquired, aware of its limited understanding, but sensing a shift. You have improved, and you shall continue to do so. Lin Tian replied with a smile. That is reassuring. Qing Sha suddenly felt a surge of excitement. If Lin Tian could achieve such for Shueisha, it had no reason to worry. Having encountered a good master was its greatest fortune, and there was little else to fret about. Upon reaching the outskirts of Chao City, Qing Sha descended, transforming into a diminutive serpent nearly 10 centimeters long before Lin Tian's astonished gaze. Wait, how did you shrink? You haven't undergone your second evolution yet. Lin Tian was utterly baffled. The ability to alter one's size typically manifested only after a second evolution, often upon reaching royal or imperial levels. Qing Sha was still merely a transcendent-level spirit beast. This should not be possible. Uncertain, it seems that evolution will bring about such changes, almost as if it were standard. Qing Sha swayed its tail and settled atop Lin Tian's head, concealing its body within his hair, leaving only its head exposed, treating itself as an embellishment. This way, I can remain on your head for a while longer. Lin Tian sighed softly. It wasn't so bad after all, as Qing Sha could still come out occasionally. The habit of perching atop his head, well, the violet hue was certainly more pleasant than a complete verdant covering. At least it wouldn't lead to misconceptions. As for any misunderstandings regarding peculiar preferences for feminine attire, let them be. It was of little consequence. Upon arriving at the Beast Tamer Association, Lin Tian surveyed the tasks posted above. He was in search of a mission, notably one leading to the Shangtang Forest. Those capable of undertaking tasks in the Shangtang Forest typically possessed considerable strength, and although he was weaker, he had the ability to uncover hidden spirit beasts and evade excessive danger. Before long, Lin Tian identified a suitable task, to capture a royal-level spirit beast cub in the Shangtang Forest. Although the difficulty was formidable, it presented an opportunity for him to contribute. The assignment required 5 individuals, and they were still in need of one more. Without hesitation, Lin Tian decided to accept this mission. Chapter 9. Are we cosplaying now? Is what you said true? Zhang Haitao sat on the sofa, frowning as he gazed at Lu Qianqian. It is true. Both Gui Yuqian and I witnessed it, and ultimately, It was Lin Tian who arrived and forged a contract with that fire lizard, thereby saving its life, Lu Tian replied. I understand the situation. Abandoning one's spirit beast is not something a true beast tamer should ever do. Once my investigation is complete, I will take appropriate action, Zhang Haitao asserted. Such actions warrant severe punishment. We cannot let this slide. I hope the principal will handle this matter with fairness and justice, Lu Tian expressed her thoughts, choosing not to disturb Zhang Haitao further as she exited his office. Zhang Haitao remained seated on the sofa, his gaze contemplative. The act of abandoning a spirit beast was indeed grave. Had Lin Tian still been a student at the school, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, possibly even expulsion, along with numerous subsequent restrictions. Yet now, Lin Tian had graduated, and the information he possessed was merely Lu Tian's account. A thorough investigation was necessary to arrive at a conclusive judgment. It was imperative to ascertain whether Lin Tian truly abandoned his spirit beast before making any decisions. Lu Tian's statement that Lin Tian had entered into a contract with the fire lizard to save its life was credible in Zhang Haitao's eyes, for it aligned with Lin Tian's character. Having observed Lin Tian during the graduation examination, Zhang Haitao recognized the boy's admirable qualities, in stark contrast to Lin Tian, whose temperament and integrity were lacking. Such an act of abandonment was not beyond him. Approaching his desk, he retrieved a neatly organized stack of recommendation letters from his drawer. Locating Lin Tian's envelope to reopen it, he found another sheet of paper and inscribed additional thoughts before neatly placing it back inside. Sighing, he mused, I hope Lin Tian has not truly committed such an act. Otherwise, he shall reap the consequences of his own actions. Zhang Haitao lamented, genuinely wishing that this matter was not true, given that these were students who had once walked the halls of his school. As Lin Tian exited the Beast Tamer Association, a notification chimed on his phone, revealing that he had been added to a group comprising 6 other individuals, totaling 7. Curiosity piqued, he opened the group chat, discovering it was related to the task he had just accepted, established by the mission's organizer. The group's name was whimsically titled Handsome Little Prince. Upon entering, the previously silent participants began to engage. Countless beautiful girls who cannot obtain a handsome guy. Welcome to our mission's final participant. I hope money crushes me. Welcome, welcome. We have enough people now, we can set off. I scare myself when I'm ruthless. Hee, welcome. I hope you're not a complete novice. Momo, how could you speak like that? Welcome, handsome, don't mind him. Lin Tian thought to himself, this group of individuals is rather peculiar. Could they be descendants of the old school otaku? Though he didn't quite grasp what otaku meant, he felt compelled to respond to the warm welcome to avoid appearing rude. Moo, thank you. I look forward to your guidance. Countless beautiful girls who cannot obtain a handsome guy. Your moments are so clean, there is nothing. You're not an ancient person, are you? Momo, indeed, it seems you don't post much. Lin Tian felt a wave of exasperation. Did they not realize that without mutual friendship, one couldn't view another's moments? Although his own moments were indeed empty, labeling him an ancient person seemed rather impolite. Handsome little prince. Ha, the prince has arrived. Handsome little prince. Everyone is here. Hurry up and pay your respects to the prince. Countless beautiful girls who cannot obtain a handsome guy. Greetings, prince. I hope money crushes me. The prince is truly handsome. I scare myself when I'm ruthless. Greetings, little prince. Momo, prince, take a look at me. Lin Tian observed the chat messages, his mind spinning. He thought this group was already eccentric. Yet the task's organizer was even more so. They were engaging in cosplay. Moo, greetings, prince. Lin Tian decided to play along a bit. Handsome little prince, tomorrow we will gather here at 8:30 sharp. My bodyguards will come to escort you. Handsome little prince. Handsome little prince shared a location. Lin Tian clicked on the location to discover it led to a grand hotel. It appeared the task organizer was not a local, but certainly affluent. This hotel was owned by Guoyoqian's family, recognized as the finest in Chao City. With even the most basic room costing 5,000 yuan per night, a true haven for the wealthy. Furthermore, the mention of bodyguards indicated a status that was anything but ordinary. Capturing a royal-level spirit beast cub was inherently a daunting task. Who would dare claim they could capture it without significant prowess? As night fell, Lin Tian returned to his rented accommodation. Qing Sha soared from his head, adeptly opening the cabinet, enlarging its body slightly, and retrieving several cans to carry away. Now it no longer required Lin Tian's assistance to open cans, having mastered the skill itself. Sighing, Lin Tian remarked, alas, this meager supply will hardly suffice for you in the future. Qing Sha feigned ignorance to Lin Tian's words. If the food was insufficient, it would simply feast on weaker spirit beasts, consuming more as needed. After a restful night, Lin Tian had a modest breakfast and, accompanied by Qing Sha, arrived at the hotel entrance. This was his first visit to such a hotel, one he had never encountered in his past life. Gazing at the opulent entrance, Lin Tian mused on Guoyoqian's family's wealth. noting how extravagantly the hotel was designed. The interior must be even more splendid. Yet, in comparison to true luxury, Lin Tian felt it fell somewhat short, having seen many grandiose and lavish palaces within the world fragments. Arriving at the venue, he found that the others had yet to arrive. Choosing to wait outside, he entertained himself by teasing Qing Sha. Having spent a day outside the beast space, Qing Sha remained at the extraordinary 6th level, showing little enhancement. The growth rate of spirit beasts diminishes significantly upon reaching the extraordinary level. His own mental fortitude also advanced at a slower pace than during his early days as a novice beast tamer. The foundational phase was essential, with true growth commencing only thereafter. The ascent of a novice beast master's mental fortitude may appear rapid, yet it is akin to merely a single cup of water. Conversely, for an intermediate beast master to transcend their mental capacity, the requirement escalates to the equivalent of 10 cups of water. Upon reaching the rank of advanced beast master, the enhancement of mental strength becomes exceedingly sluggish, typically necessitating a span of 2 to 3 years to attain the status of a super beast master. The journey to becoming a super beast master is even more languorous, akin to the pace of a snail, thus rendering a significant number of beast masters incapable of evolving into epic beast masters. At that moment, Lin Tian's phone chimed with a notification. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from the dashing gentleman, unattainable by countless maidens, indicating his arrival, accompanied by a photograph of the hotel entrance, inquiring about their anticipated time of arrival. Lin Tian, not far from the hotel's entrance, summoned Qing Sha into the beast space and made his way to the hotel entrance. There stood a robust young man clad in a short-sleeved shirt, his exposed arms brimming with muscle. "Are you the dashing gentleman, unattainable by countless maidens?" Lin Tian inquired. The young man's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and he nodded eagerly. "Indeed, that is I. My name is Zhang Yang. And you, my friend, what is your name?" "Call me Lin Tian," he replied. "Ah, it seems we are the only two who have arrived thus far. I see you are not yet 20. Is this task not a tad perilous for you?" "Indeed, I have just graduated and am currently an intermediate beastmaster," Lin Tian responded. Zhang Yang nodded, grinning. "I graduated 2 years ago, ranking 12th in my class. Now, I am an advanced beastmaster. Given that you graduated as an intermediate, your prowess must not be trifling. What was your rank?" "First," Lin Tian stated. Zhang Yang's expression faltered momentarily, as he had assumed Lin Tian would place no higher than 20th. Only to discover he was the top contender, his pretense had crumbled. "Are you two also here for the task?" At that juncture, another individual approached, eyeing Lin Tian and Zhang Yang with curiosity. This newcomer sported spectacles and possessed a somewhat diminutive stature. "Yes, I am Lin Tian." "Zhang Yang. Greetings. I am Tian Qiyuan, an advanced beast master," he introduced himself. As time elapsed, the remaining 2 individuals arrived in succession. The 5 of them engaged in mutual introductions, alleviating any potential awkwardness for their impending collaboration. Lin Tian soon grasped the general circumstances of the group. Among the 5, he was the sole intermediate beast master, while the others were all advanced beast masters. Zhang Yang, an advanced beast master, possessed 2 commanding level beasts, one of which was newly awakened and had recently been contracted. Tian Qiyuan owned 2 beasts and sought this task to contract a third. The eldest among them, known in the group as "I scare myself when I get serious," was actually named Zhao Liqing, 27 years of age, with 3 commanding level beasts, undertaking this task primarily for monetary gain as he was on the verge of becoming a super beast master. The final member, dubbed "I hope to crush you with money," was named Zhao Qingze, possessing 2 commanding level beasts, one of which was extraordinary. His aim in taking on the task was to procure materials for evolving his beasts. "Little brother, your strength appears somewhat lacking. Perhaps you ought to reconsider this task," Zhao Liqing remarked, scrutinizing Lin Tian. Among the group, he was the strongest. Lin Tian's perceived frailty could hinder their efforts. "I understand your concerns. Should danger arise, you need not worry about me. I can assure you I can run faster than any of you," Lin Tian replied with a bashful smile. No. That is not my intention at all," Zhang Yang hastily interjected. "In truth, you need not fret excessively. With my presence, we can evade most dangers. My beast talent is true sight. The Shangtong Great Forest harbors many hidden perils, particularly those beasts adept at concealment. My gift allows me to see them with ease." At this declaration, the 4 individuals were momentarily taken aback. "Wow, brother, your talent is impressive. Quickly, assist me in discerning the evolution route of my beasts." "Wait. Let us first add each other as friends. Whenever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. My fee shall merely be a glance at my beast's evolution routes." Upon hearing Lin Tian's beast talent, Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly retrieved his phone to add Lin Tian as a friend. Zhao Qingze approached with a shy smile, eager to do the same, as did Tian Qiyuan, sharing their sentiments. Zhao Liqing suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness as all three rushed to add Lin Tian as a friend. Should he not also do the same? Having a friend with the true sight beast talent seemed advantageous, overshadowing any concerns about pride. Thus, he too scampered over eagerly. Little brother, my previous remarks were solely for your safety. Rest assured, should danger arise, I will ensure your swift escape. Zhao Liqing stated with a smile. Lin Tian, noticing the 4 friend requests on his phone, accepted each one in succession. In that moment, he became the most significant individual among the 5. In the entire nation, there were only a select few endowed with the true sight beast talent. Those who operated businesses often charged a minimum of 100,000 yuan to glimpse a beast's evolution route, with lengthy queues, an expense that ordinary individuals could scarcely bear. Typically, beast masters would rely on publicly available evolution routes disseminated by the Beast Master Association, circumventing numerous inconveniences. Encountering someone with the true sight talent was rarer than contracting a king-level beast cub. Hence, these beast masters were determined not to squander such an opportunity. By fostering connections now, they could cultivate camaraderie, reaping future benefits without cost. Yes, your safety is paramount. This task is secondary. Our primary focus must be ensuring your well-being, Zhang Yang asserted immediately. Lin Tian felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that revealing his beast talent would lead to such complications, as was currently unfolding. I must clarify, please do not disclose my beast talent to others, Lin Tian urged the 4 solemnly. Rest assured, we understand, they replied, grinning knowingly. Should Lin Tian's beast talent be made public, those yet to contract beasts would likely rush to acquire a new one, clamoring for Lin Tian's insights on their evolution routes. It would not only be residents of Kaicheng seeking him out, even individuals from other cities would hasten to his side. Furthermore, formidable beast masters would not overlook the opportunity to befriend a young beast master endowed with the true sight talent. Lin Tian, you are already an intermediate beast master and have yet to contract a second beast, correct? If we venture into the Shangtang Great Forest, would you like us to help you select a king-level spirit beast cub? Zhao Liqing proposed. His previous remarks had been somewhat brusque, and in a bid to cultivate rapport with Lin Tian, he sought to amend his approach. Lin Tian shook his head, responding, no need, I have my own plans. The 5 continued their conversation until 8:30, when a bald bodyguard emerged from the hotel entrance, immediately spotting the quintet. Are you the individuals assigned to this task? The bald bodyguard inquired. Yes, that would be us, Zhao Liqing replied. As the oldest and most experienced among them, the group unanimously decided to delegate the responsibility of interaction to him, and Zhao Liqing readily accepted. Follow me. The young master is awaiting your arrival, the bald bodyguard instructed. The group trailed behind the bodyguard into the hotel, taking a private elevator to the pinnacle of the establishment. The 4 individuals marveled at the opulence of the hotel's construction, their astonishment palpable, yet Lin Tian remained utterly unresponsive, his mind preoccupied with the thought of just how wealthy Gui Youqian's family truly was. Shortly thereafter, the bald bodyguard escorted them to their room. Young master, they have arrived, he announced to the youth lounging on the sofa. The young man sat up, and upon seeing the 5 of them, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. He raised both hands and exclaimed, come forth and pay homage to your prince. The group exchanged glances of disbelief. While it was one thing to remain incognito in a chat group, it was quite another to engage in such antics face-to-face. How utterly awkward. Allow me to introduce our esteemed young master, Luo Tianyu, the bald bodyguard declared. Lin Tian's surprise was palpable upon recognizing the young lad, for he indeed knew this little master. However, he could not fathom why this child was here instead of enjoying the comforts of home. Chapter 11. Would you be willing to be my cousin-in-law? Uncle Li, please take them to change their clothes, Luo Tianyu said, awkwardly shifting the topic when he sensed no one was paying him any heed. Of course, young master. Old Li, the bald bodyguard, bowed slightly before turning to the 5 of them. Please, follow me. The 5 followed Old Li to another room, where he opened a wardrobe to reveal over a dozen sets of black garments. Wow, these are combat uniforms. Zhao Liqing gasped as he took in the sight. Indeed, they are combat uniforms, and they appear to be of remarkable quality, Zhang Yang remarked. Old Li nodded affirmatively. Correct. These garments are crafted from the hides of royal-level spirit beasts and can withstand the full-force assault of commander-level spirit beasts. In addition to the uniforms, the accompanying weaponry is made from the latest alloy materials. While it may not enable you to engage in combat with spirit beasts, it will serve as an excellent means of self-defense. But if these garments are damaged, do we have to compensate? Tian Shiyuan inquired cautiously, concerned about the exorbitant value of such attire. Old Li shook his head. There is no need for that. These garments are a gift from the young master to you. After the mission concludes, you may dispose of them as you wish. Gasp, gasp, gasp. With the exception of Lin Tian, the 4 simultaneously inhaled sharply. Combat uniforms crafted from the pelts of royal-level spirit beasts hold considerable market value. The cheapest among them is worth at least 10 million. Truly, the young master hails from a wealthy family, and his generosity knows no bounds. Lin Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering how Luo Tianyu's extravagant tendencies seemed to have manifested from such a tender age, easily bestowing such lavish equipment. While his companions were oblivious to the value of the gear, Lin Tian was acutely aware. One uniform alone was worth 30 million. And the collection before them surpassed a modest target that many ordinary individuals could never dream of earning. Please, do change into the garments. Oldly instructed before exiting the room. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let us get dressed. Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly. The group began selecting suitable outfits to don. No surprise, the garments, fashioned from royal-level spirit beast pelts, were incredibly comfortable. Zhao Qingzi stretched his limbs and twirled the alloy dagger he had secured at his waist. We must treat this benefactor with utmost respect. We cannot afford to offend him, Zhao Liqing advised. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware that they should never provoke someone of such wealth. Lin Tian shook his head, reflecting that while they may not wish to offend him, Luo Tianyu was not one to be trifled with. Should he act out of line in the upper Tang Great Forest, Lin Tian would not indulge him. Angering the young master could lead to dire consequences, even to the point of having his alloy dagger wielded against him. No one understood Luo Tianyu better than Lin Tian. He surmised that the young lad had likely sneaked out without his parents' knowledge. Let us proceed. The group exited the changing room, where Oldly awaited them, ready to lead them back to the living room. Young master, everything is prepared. We may depart at any moment, Oldly informed him with a bow. Luo Tianyu surveyed his companions with satisfaction and declared, Come, allow me to show you what it means to truly live. His words ignited curiosity in Zhang Yang and the others, prompting them to follow Luo Tianyu as they descended from the hotel. Outside, a seemingly unremarkable black bus awaited them. Without hesitation, Luo Tianyu boarded, and Lin Tian and the others followed suit. Once they were all on board, the bus slowly began to move. Inside, the group, unaccustomed to such luxury, was once again taken aback. A refrigerator, a large television, plush sofas, and curtains, all the amenities one could desire. Make yourselves comfortable. We have half a day's journey to the great forest ahead. Relax and enjoy. Luo Tianyu seemed to revel in their astonished expressions, his face radiating satisfaction. The four sat nervously, fearful that any misstep might damage the lavish sofa. Lin Tian, however, reclined comfortably, nearly settling into a languorous position. Zhang Yang nudged Lin Tian. Brother, let us be cautious. We can't afford to break anything. Relax, these are crafted from the pelts of commander-level spirit beasts. They won't be easily damaged. Lin Tian reassured him. Gasp. His words elicited yet another round of astonishment. What sort of household was this, where even the sofas were made from commander-level spirit beast pelts? No wonder they felt so luxurious. Lin Tian's explanation drew Luo Tianyu's attention. He retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, took a sip, and remarked with a smile, I never imagined you could discern such details. Impressive. You must be quite formidable. I am hardly formidable. I am merely a mid-level beastmaster. Lin Tian replied with a smile. What? A mid-level beastmaster? Luo Tianyu exclaimed, thoroughly startled, convinced he must have misheard. He turned to his bodyguard, Old Li, and inquired, Did I not specify the required level of beastmaster for this task? Old Li pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Luo Tianyu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had known prior to their arrival that the Upper Tang Great Forest was home to numerous royal-level spirit beasts. He had expected only high-level beastmasters to undertake this mission. And now, through his oversight, a mid-level beastmaster had infiltrated their ranks. After comforting himself for a while, Luo Tianyu finally concluded that since Lin Tian was already here, he could not simply send him away. With Uncle Li's protection, he deemed it sufficient. Luo Xiaoya, do not underestimate Lin Tian. His beastmaster talents could help us avoid most dangers, Zhao Liqing interjected, striving to bolster Lin Tian's standing. Does he possess abilities such as shield or detect? Luo Tianyu queried. Neither of those, Zhao Liqing replied, glancing at Lin Tian, who nodded affirmatively. He has the all-seeing eye. Oh, that beastmaster talent, what? Luo Tianyu initially paid it little mind, but his voice escalated with astonishment. His expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost as he gazed at Lin Tian. In a sudden motion, Luo Tianyu slid to his knees beside Lin Tian, grasping his calf and gazing up with starry eyes. I have a cousin who is exceptionally beautiful. I wonder if you would consider marrying her and becoming my cousin-in-law. Of course, she may not agree, but that is trivial. I can have my brother persuade her with his fists, ensuring you become my cousin-in-law. If you're uninterested, you are welcome at my home. I can provide you with any resources you desire. My monthly salary is 100 million. What do you say? Listening to the words that flowed from Luo Tianyu's mouth, the crowd found it hard to believe, rubbing their ears in disbelief. Is this truly the scion of a wealthy family? Lin Tian garnered envious glances from 4 individuals. To win over someone endowed with the rare, true sight, beast mastery talent, he would sacrifice his own cousin and offer a staggering monthly salary of 100 million? Could you perhaps grant me half of that? No, 30 million would suffice. Tian Chiyuan tentatively suggested. Chapter 12. Linya's Ambition. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He nearly kicked Luo Tianyu out of sheer frustration but restrained himself, recalling his current status. Beside him, the bodyguard, old Li, yearned to caution the young master about his image. Considering the multitude of onlookers present, it would be quite embarrassing. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, he chose silence. Enticing such a remarkably gifted beast master was a matter for the Luo family. He was merely a bodyguard and had no right to interfere. I'm afraid I must decline your offer. And given the Luo family's stature in Tianjing City, they likely do not require the services of a mere intermediate beast master. Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. How did you ascertain that I hail from the Luo family in Tianjing City? Luo Tianyu inquired, somewhat astonished, as he had never disclosed his familial background. The Luo family, Zhao Liqing and the others were once again taken aback. They had never associated Luo Tianyu with that prominent family in Tianjing City. After all, many people with the surname Luo resided in the Yin-Yang Beast Master Kingdom. Just because Luo Tianyu possessed wealth did not necessarily mean he belonged to that Luo family. Now that Lin Tian had unveiled his true identity, the group regarded the luxurious bus with less astonishment. In the presence of the Luo family, money held little significance. It was rather easy to deduce, for you. A combat suit is no different from ordinary attire. If you can gift it to us, I can hardly fathom the Luo family's immense wealth, Lin Tian remarked, gesturing towards the combat suit he wore. So that's how it is. Luo Tianyu nodded in understanding and continued, indeed. My family can afford to hire a powerful beast master with true sight, but who would ever turn down an abundance of good fortune? Zhao Liqing and the others found Luo Tianyu's words quite reasonable. A beast master like Lin Tian was indeed highly sought after. Much like the suitors of beautiful women. One suitor is too few, 2 is not enough. The ideal situation is to have a multitude of admirers from which to select the finest. Let us not dwell on that matter any longer. I shall not join the Luo family, but we can certainly be friends, Lin Tian said with a smile, pulling Luo Tianyu up. If he were to entangle himself with the Luo family now, it would be difficult for him to act decisively in the future. After all, he eagerly anticipated the day he would meet his elder brother, Luo Tianyu. Being friends will suffice, Luo Tianyu replied, somewhat disappointed that he could not draw Lin Tian into his family. In a room nearby, Linya gazed at the newly contracted spirit beast before him, a pitch-black bat. Even in its juvenile form, it was the size of an ordinary bat, with a ghostly visage adorning its abdomen. The Ghost Knight Bat, a dark-type spirit beast. I never expected this commander-level spirit beast egg would yield such a surprise. A smile crept upon Linya's lips. Dark-type spirit beasts are exceedingly rare, and the probability of encountering one within a spirit beast egg is even slimmer. This is a promising candidate, capable of being nurtured to the imperial level. Linya thought as he activated the summoning array to store the Ghost Knight Bat, now that he no longer possessed the extraordinary fire lizard. And with the Ghost Knight Bat just recently contracted and only having awakened to the 1st level, it would take time to bring its power to fruition until it reached the extraordinary level. He had much to accomplish. And the fastest route to obtaining a combat-ready beast was to contract another extraordinary-level spirit beast. Linya departed his home, seeking the breeding base in Chaoqing, where numerous spirit beasts were kept. Many beast masters, reluctant to venture into the wild to contract spirit beasts, typically opted for this facility, albeit at a monetary cost. Here, awakened-level spirit beasts were the most sought after, as beast masters generally preferred to cultivate awakened-level beasts, while extraordinary-level beasts were comparatively less popular due to their scarcity. Greetings. May I inquire what type of beast you wish to contract? Upon Linya's arrival, a dedicated caretaker approached him with the question. I'll browse on my own. Linya replied, opting to explore independently. The beast he sought must possess formidable attack capabilities, ideally an extraordinary 9th-level beast, so that once he ascended to the rank of advanced beast master, his strength could quickly catch up. As for how long he would nurture this beast, that would depend on his own rate of advancement. The idea of abandoning a spirit beast was something others could not fathom, yet he held a different perspective. If a beast was deemed subpar, it was perfectly acceptable to discard it and cultivate a more powerful one. Soon, Linya discovered an extraordinary-level beast that met his criteria. It was an icefield wolf, already evolved, negating the need for him to procure further materials for its enhancement. I'll take this spirit beast, Linya informed the caretaker. The caretaker, surprised by Linya's choice of such a spirit beast, maintained his professional composure and simply relayed the price. After completing the necessary paperwork and payment, Lin formed a contract with the extraordinary 9th-level Icefield Wolf. Thus, his selection of spirit beasts was finalized. Upon returning home and preparing to summon the Icefield Wolf, a knock echoed at his door. "Is there something you need?" Lin inquired as he opened the door, revealing two individuals clad in uniforms, leaving him puzzled. What could the Spirit Beast Master Association's personnel be doing here? "Greetings, we are investigators from the Spirit Beast Master Association. Here are our credentials for your perusal." One investigator presented their identification for Lin to examine. "What is the nature of your investigation?" Lin queried. "A rather straightforward matter. We kindly ask for your cooperation." The investigator replied. "Please release your spirit beasts so we may inspect them." Lin furrowed his brow but complied, releasing his two spirit beasts. "According to your initial registration, your first spirit beast was a fire lizard. Why is it no longer present?" The investigator asked. Lin replied nonchalantly, "I released one spirit beast. Was it a release? Or did you abandon it?" The investigator's demeanor grew serious. Lin frowned, declaring, "It was indeed a release. As a spirit beast master, how could I abandon my own beast?" "Understood. Our apologies for the intrusion." The investigators turned to leave. Lin squinted at the two figures, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. In his recollection, investigators from the Spirit Beast Master Association had never visited anyone before. Could it be that his abandonment of the fire lizard had drawn their attention? Recalling the location of his abandonment, Lin recognized it had been a mistake. If he had to abandon the fire lizard, he should have chosen a spot outside Chowching, where even if someone witnessed it, the association's personnel would remain oblivious. However, within Chowching, it would be all too easy for the Spirit Beast Master Association to trace him. "Well, if I'm exposed, then so be it. It will bear no consequence." He required no one's approval, only formidable strength. Before strength, all doubts would dissipate. Had his power been sufficient at this moment, he would have ruthlessly eliminated the current Beast King and taken their place. Of course, before that, he must deal with Lin Tian. Lin recalled his spirit beasts, closing the door to his room. Simultaneously, the phone in Zhang Haitao's office rang. Chapter 13, The Aroma. The Shangtong Great Forest is situated in the northwest corner of Chowching, with a tertiary city named Shangtong located to the north. The proximity of Shangtong City to the Great Forest granted the forest its name. Originally, the Shangtong Great Forest was not a forest at all, but a vast expanse of lakes. However, with the arrival of the abyss and the rampage of colossal beasts, the waters vanished entirely. It was only after mankind, with their formidable beast tamers, managed to repel these titanic creatures that the area transformed into a forest. Today, the Shangtong Great Forest has become a veritable paradise for wild spirit beasts. The outer regions are typically inhabited by weaker awakened and extraordinary levels, while the commanding and king levels dwell deeper within. There are also spirit beast tribes. Powerful leaders of these tribes often choose to reside in the outskirts to protect their young kin. As the number of human beast tamers increased, this area evolved into a trial ground for nearby beast tamers. Many freshly graduated tamers come to the periphery to engage in battles with spirit beasts, slaying them to sell their remains for profit. Of course, some tamers have met their demise here, their bodies torn apart by wild spirit beasts. Initially, the Beast Tamer Association aimed to protect the spirit beasts within the Shangtong Great Forest, but after a surge of beast tides, they ceased their intervention, deeming the occasional slaying of spirit beasts as a minor issue that contributes to ecological balance. A black bus slowly approached from the distance. Coming to a halt at the edge of the Shangtong Great Forest, Lin Tian and his companions disembarked from the vehicle. "Is this really the Shangtong Great Forest? It is indeed magnificent. This time, I must find a king-level spirit beast cub," exclaimed Luo Tianyu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If he were not yet a beast tamer, he would have raced into the forest already. Lin Tian stepped off the bus, inhaling the fresh air. In his previous life, he had never visited the Shangtong Great Forest, and he was taken aback by its beauty. Once the matters of the abyss were resolved, he could bring his spirit beasts here to live in seclusion for a while. Listening to the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, along with the mysterious sounds of spirit beasts within the forest, Zhao Liqing and the others felt a twinge of anxiety. This forest harbored many unknown dangers. Their goal was still the king-level spirit beast cubs, and they might very well encounter king-level beasts. Caution was imperative. "Ha, let us go in and take a look," Luo Tianyu declared. "Brothers, release your spirit beasts. We all have commanding-level beasts. The weaker ones won't dare approach us," Zhao Liqing said, already unleashing his 3 spirit beasts. The others nodded in agreement, releasing their own beasts as well. In an instant, the area surrounding their group was filled with commanding-level spirit beasts. Lin Tian also summoned his Qing Sha, but the others did not notice, as Qing Sha had hidden itself within Lin Tian's hair. "Not awake yet. Let me sleep a little longer," it yawned, nestled comfortably despite the slight odor from Lin Tian's unwashed hair over the past few days. No one found it odd that Lin Tian had not released his spirit beast. Its primary function was not combat, but rather to detect hidden spirit beasts and lead them away from danger. Lin Tian observed the spirit beasts of his companions, activating his true sight Beast Taming Talent to gauge their strengths. Among the 5, Zhao Liqing was the strongest, with all 3 of his commanding level beasts at level 9. The others were of similar strength, with only one possessing a commanding level beast at level 9, making their overall combat capability quite formidable. As for the bodyguard, Old Li, he had not released his beast, but Lin Tian was certain that he was a super beast tamer, likely possessing at least one king-level beast, though its exact level remained unknown to him. Upon entering the forest, Luo Tianyu excitedly pointed upwards. Look, it's a little skylark. A wind-type skylark, how adorable. 3 round little skylarks perched above, tilting their heads at the raucous Luo Tianyu, seemingly baffled by his antics, as if he had never encountered such adorable birds before. Young master, try to remain quiet in here. It may attract danger, Old Li cautioned. Fine, Luo Tianyu replied, visibly displeased. Lin Tian approached Zhao Liqing, saying, Brother Zhao, we must be cautious once we venture deeper. Many spirit beasts here possess territorial instincts, and if they perceive us as a threat, it could trigger a chain reaction. Don't worry, I'm an old hand at this, Zhao Liqing chuckled. I'm not worried about you. I'm concerned about him. Lin Tian gestured towards Luo Tianyu. What is wrong with young Master Luo? Zhao Liqing asked, perplexed. This guy rarely gets to come out. He won't behave. If he gets restless, remember to restrain him and prevent him from wandering off, Lin Tian advised. Luo Tianyu, still fearless and carefree, saw the Shangtong Great Forest as nothing more than a playground. And Lin Tian genuinely feared that he might provoke a few king-level beasts. He is the one who initiated this mission. It would be inappropriate to restrain him. Zhao Liqing hesitated. Is your life more important, or is money? Lin Tian countered. Life is paramount. Zhao Liqing concurred, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Tian's words. In the face of danger, even if the heir of the Luo family or the son of the Beast Tamer King were present, they would still need to be restrained. Lin Tian insisted on having Zhao Liqing restrain Luo Tianyu because he was the only one with a wood-type commanding level beast. In the environment of this great forest, the strength of wood-type spirit beasts would be partially enhanced. The group proceeded cautiously deeper into the forest. Do you smell that? It's delicious, like roasted meat. Luo Tianyu exclaimed, sniffing the air greedily. I don't smell roasted meat, but there is a floral scent, reminiscent of orchids, Zhang Yang remarked after taking a sniff. Not good. Hold your breath. Lin Tian's expression changed upon catching the scent. What is wrong? Is something strange? Tian Shiyuan inquired, puzzled. They all detected the aroma. And being in the great forest, it didn't seem unusual at first. Old Li, the bodyguard, nodded in agreement, finding nothing odd. However, Zhao Liqing obediently held his breath. There is something delicious. Luo Tianyu suddenly burst into an eerie laugh and began munching on the grass beside him. His unexpected behavior startled everyone. Young master, what is wrong with you? Old Li urgently grabbed Luo Tianyu. Let go of me. I want meat. I want meat. Luo Tianyu shouted. His sudden outburst triggered a chain reaction. Zhang Yang, Tian Shiyuan, and Zhao Qingze also succumbed to the same frenzy, clutching their spirit beasts and showering them with affection. Old Li felt his strength waning, his consciousness growing hazy, realizing that they were being mentally ensnared by the alluring fragrance. Lin Tian, do you have a way to break this? He asked, biting his tongue to stay alert. His heart raced. As a super beast tamer, he was shocked that he could not withstand the scent. What kind of spirit beast could emit such a fragrance? Was it a king-level beast? Zhao, tie them all up, including their spirit beasts. Let none escape. Lin Tian's face darkened, and then a slap on each of their behinds. When Lin Tian uttered this, apart from himself and Zhao Liqing, everyone else was already caught in a daze. The state of the spirit beasts was slightly better, but some were beginning to falter. Qingsha, stop sleeping and disperse that scent with wind. Lin Tian commanded. Forest frog, bind them all up, don't let them move. Zhao Liqing ordered his spirit beast. Croak. The forest frog is Zhao Liqing's wood attribute beast, and the fragrant aroma has minimal impact on it, allowing it to remain in a state of alertness. Green vines surged forth from the forest frog's feet at remarkable speed, ensnaring the bewildered crowd with tenacious grip. Suddenly, Qingsha darted out from Lin Tian's hair, and a fierce gust of wind erupted around them, rustling the leaves noisily, with some fragile leaves being blown down. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of survival. Barbecue. Barbecue. Bound, Luo Tianyu persistently wriggled towards the bushes, inching like a caterpillar. Zhang Yang and the others fared little better, uttering unintelligible sounds. Particularly, Tian Shiyuan seemed to have a peculiar foot fetish, frantically licking the paws of his beast. Both Lin Tian and Zhao Liqing felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Should we really strike them? Zhao Liqing glanced at Lin Tian with uncertainty. Strike. It will render them disobedient. In their current state of confusion, they won't even realize it's us, Lin Tian replied. All right. Forest Frog, give them a smack on the behind, one for each. Zhao Liqing resolutely followed Lin Tian's command. Snap. Ow. Snap. Oh, darling, harder. Snap. Ugh. The barbecue bit my behind. Lin Tian listened to the cacophony of bizarre cries, feeling a wave of exasperation. What kind of people were they? Unable to simply scream in despair? Qingsha staggered over to the forest frog, eyes filled with curiosity. What are you? Can I take a bite? The forest frog's large eyes locked onto Qingsha, crossing into a comical squint as its mouth suddenly opened wide, its tongue shooting out at a speed surpassing that of a cannonball. Qingsha tensed and swiftly darted away, leaving the forest frog in a daze. Having failed to catch its intended prey, are mosquitoes really that fast nowadays? The forest frog's mind was filled with questions. Your beast possesses astonishing speed, Zhao Liqing marveled. He was well aware of the speed of the forest frog's tongue, as very few beasts could evade it. Yet, Lin Tian's beast had managed to escape, an eye-opener indeed. Zhao Liqing felt something licking his foot and glanced down to find it was Tian Qiyuan. He kicked him away, finally realizing it was not the time for trivial inquiries. Wait, what is happening, and what should we do? The bewitching flower, a spirit beast capable of ensnaring both beasts and humans in confusion, can even bewilder a super beast master. Its power should be at the commander level, Lin Tian explained. The bewitching flower, a spirit beast I had never heard of. Zhao Liqing shook his head. It does not belong to the great forest of Shangtong. It must have come from elsewhere or been abandoned by a beast master. Which is why it is here. In times of insecurity, the bewitching flower releases its fragrance to protect itself. This fragrance can linger for a long time. And if inhaled excessively, it can deplete one's mental energy, ultimately leading to death. We must locate it quickly. To neutralize the bewitching flower's fragrance, we need its nectar. Within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. Since we have already caught a whiff of the fragrance, the bewitching flower cannot be far from us. Does your forest frog possess any detection abilities? Lin Tian turned to Zhao Liqing. None, Zhao Liqing replied with a bitter smile. All right, I shall handle it, Lin Tian said, looking at Qingsha perched on his shoulder. Qingsha, utilize the method I taught you to locate it. Qingsha nodded and flew above Lin Tian. The wind around them began to pulse rhythmically, emanating from Qingsha's center, spreading outward with a newfound consciousness, scanning its surroundings upon contact. Zhao Liqing remained silent, watching Lin Tian with a sense of awe. Could a newly graduated intermediate beast master truly command their beast to harness the power of wind to explore the surroundings? Even he, seasoned from years of wandering in the wild, could not claim such an ability. Zhao Liqing felt a sense of bewilderment, as if he were merely an inexperienced novice before Lin Tian. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Zhao Liqing's thoughts were swirling. His mental energy was now highly attuned to Qingsha, and they were exchanging information. Found it. Don't forget your promise to me. All right, I won't forget, came Lin Tian's reassuring reply. The wind around them suddenly reverted to its previous state as Qingsha returned to nestle within Lin Tian's hair. Yet this time, it remained awake. During its earlier exploration, it had detected numerous spirit beasts even stronger than itself, compelling it to protect Lin Tian. If Lin Tian were to perish, it would lose its source of food. And the promises made by Lin Tian had yet to be fulfilled. I found it, Brother Zhao. I need to borrow your strength, Lin Tian stated. Of course, no problem. Zhao Liqing nodded vigorously. The two, accompanied by the forest frog and Zhao Liqing's other ice attribute beast, the ice-armored beast, ventured to another location, leaving Zhao Liqing's commander-level beast behind to safeguard the others, ensuring they would not fall prey to wild spirit beasts in their absence. Do you see that? Lin Tian pointed to the ground beneath a large tree. There, a vibrantly colored flower sat, complete with arms and legs, appearing somewhat adorable. Thanks to Qingsha dispersing the surrounding scent, neither of them was affected. I see it. This is the first time I've encountered such a spirit beast, Zhao Liqing remarked. The bewitching flower's defenses are weak. Let's seize this opportunity to knock it out before it notices us, without killing it, Lin Tian instructed. It was not out of a saintly heart, but rather a strategy to minimize unnecessary conflict. They were already on the fringes of the deeper woods, and the sounds of battle would attract the attention of other spirit beasts. Leave it to me. Ice-armored beast, giant ice hammer. Roar. The ice-armored beast let out a low growl, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Lin Tian, clad in combat attire, felt little discomfort. A colossal ice hammer, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, formed in midair and plummeted toward the bewitching flower. Sensing danger, the bewitching flower jumped in alarm, its petals suddenly glowing with light. However, its reaction was ultimately a fraction too slow, and the massive ice hammer came crashing down. Flower! Flower! The bewitching flower fainted, remnants of shattered ice clinging to its petals. Lin Tian approached with a prepared vial, carefully extracting the precious nectar from the flower's bloom and sealing it within. Let us depart. After completing this task, Lin Tian and Zhao Liqing retraced their steps, leaving the now unconscious bewitching flower behind. The lingering fragrance in the air would provide temporary safety from further threats. Chapter 15, Another Pitfall. Hiss. Why does my behind hurt so much? Luo Tianyu rubbed his posterior. Same here, it really hurts. Tian Shiyuan, do you feel anything? Zhang Yang inquired, touching his own backside, a sharp pain shooting through him. Not just my behind. My face hurts a bit too. As if someone kicked me, Tian Shiyuan replied, bewildered. What was happening? Zhao Liqing silently turned away, not daring to meet Tian Shiyuan's gaze. Zhao Qingze rubbed his own rear, standing up to look at Lin Tian and asked, Lin Tian, did we just fall victim to some spirit beast skill? As the fragrance wafted through the air, Lin Tian's reaction was the swiftest, prompting everyone to hold their breath, yet none could discern its source. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Tian. Indeed. Lin Tian, have you uncovered something? Luo Tianyu nodded vigorously, eyes fixed on Lin Tian. It must be the enchantment flower. The bodyguard, old Li, suddenly interjected, seeking confirmation from Lin Tian. Correct, it is indeed the enchantment flower, and a commanding level 1 at that, Lin Tian declared. No wonder I too fell under its spell. I never imagined such a flower would exist here, old Li remarked. His mental prowess surpassed that of everyone present, making it improbable for him to be easily bewitched. With the enchantment flower in play, there was little surprise left. What exactly is the enchantment flower? Luo Tianyu inquired. Curiosity etched across his face as he looked to the others. Lin Tian proceeded to elucidate the nature of the enchantment flower to Luo Tianyu, ostensibly directed at him, yet also intended for the collective benefit of the group, so they would know how to react should they encounter such a situation in the future. Lin Tian, you are truly remarkable, Luo Tianyu exclaimed, eyes brimming with admiration. You might consider perusing some tomes on spirit beasts. It would enhance your understanding. Lin Tian replied with a gentle smile. I shall certainly delve into them upon returning home. Luo Tianyu vowed. Old Li cast a knowing glance at Lin Tian. He understood his young master well. For him, the notion of studying was akin to a death sentence. He could hardly focus on books, otherwise he wouldn't have journeyed so far from Tianjing City. Lin Tian's mere explanation of a single spirit beast had piqued Luo Tianyu's curiosity about such knowledge. Young brother Lin Tian, I hope you can impart more of this spirit beast lore to my young master during our travels, Old Li whispered to Lin Tian. Why? Lin Tian asked, puzzled, as he regarded Old Li. Well, to be frank, my young master harbors a disdain for study. He sneaked away this time due to familial discord. Fearful of his elder brother's reprimands, seeking refuge from the storm, Old Li confessed, somewhat sheepishly. After all, he was the son of the Luo family. While other young masters might also loathe studying, none compared to Luo Tianyu's level of resistance. Ah, I see. Lin Tian nodded. I shall do my best. It then dawned on Lin Tian that Luo Tianyu had consistently shunned education. His family had invested considerable effort to encourage his studies, yet this rebellious youth remained obstinate. A chuckle escaped Lin Tian as he recalled their first encounter in his previous life, when Luo Tianyu had been weeping and wailing after being chastised by his brother, scurrying about with a reddened backside. At the time, Lin Tian had mistakenly thought Luo Tianyu was being bullied by a stranger and had intervened, only to later realize it was a misunderstanding. The group continued onward, encountering a few troubles along the way, yet all were resolved without causing significant disturbance. During this time, Tian Shiyuan, aided by Lin Tian's innate talent, successfully contracted a commendable awakening-level spirit beast, setting him on a path to potentially becoming a king-level beast with proper nurturing. As night fell, the group set up their tents to rest, with Old Li standing guard outside, his formidable strength rendering him impervious to fatigue. Days passed as the group meandered through the forest, yet Luo Tianyu had yet to uncover any king-level spirit beast cubs. They had not even encountered any adult king-level beasts, though they had seen numerous other spirit beasts, including some unique to the Grantang forest. Zhao Qingze, unable to resist, contracted an awakening-level spirit beast cub, nearly leading to a perilous chase by over a dozen commanding-level wild spirit beasts. The sun was already high in the sky when the group emerged from their tents, each face appearing notably disheveled. Old Li's bald head sprouted a fine layer of hair. Zhao Liqing's beard had grown considerably, and he was currently having it trimmed by a forest frog using a leaf blade. Observing this, Old Li hurried over to tidy his own hair. After grooming, he returned to his polished bald look. Oh, when will we find a king-level spirit beast cub? Why is it so difficult to locate? Luo Tianyu expressed his growing impatience. Young master, king-level spirit beast cubs are inherently well protected. It is entirely normal that we have yet to find one. Patience is key. After exploring so many days, we have covered most areas. With a stroke of luck, we may yet encounter a king-level spirit beast cub, Old Li reassured Luo Tianyu. Very well, Luo Tianyu replied, listlessly picking up a small stone. He casually aimed in a direction and hurled it away. The stone sailed through the dense foliage in a perfect arc before striking a branch and altering its trajectory, plummeting downward. With a thud, it landed below. Suddenly, a brown-furred monkey burst forth, its eyes ablaze with fury, clutching the very stone Luo Tianyu had just thrown, while the other hand scratched its head. Having just been struck by the projectile, the enraged monkey, disturbed from its slumber, was determined to seek vengeance on the culprit. Swiftly, it ascended the trees, its long arms swinging between branches as it deftly navigated through the woods. All packed. Let us depart, Old Li said, stowing the tent into his backpack and addressing the group. Let us go? Luo Tianyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Tian and the others followed suit, venturing deeper into the forest. Luo Tianyu's eyes roamed eagerly, filled with a thirst for knowledge. Over the past few days, Lin Tian had imparted a wealth of information regarding spirit beasts, igniting a fervent desire to learn within him. Not only were Zhao Liqing and others in awe of Lin Tian, but even Old Li regarded him with newfound respect. There were some spirit beasts he was unaware of, yet Lin Tian could recite their names effortlessly, showcasing his formidable reservoir of knowledge. Lin Tian, what spirit beast is that? Its speed is astonishing. Luo Tianyu suddenly pointed upwards. Lin Tian glanced up and instantly recognized it, casually responding, Angry Monkey, Earth Element, King-level Spirit Beast Cub. The moment he uttered the words King-level Spirit Beast Cub, Lin Tian regretted it, wishing to slap himself. A King-level Spirit Beast Cub, haha, I finally found it. That's the one. Luo Tianyu exclaimed with glee. No, Lin Tian shouted, but it was too late. Luo Tianyu had already picked up a random stone from the ground and hurled it at the angry monkey. This is bad. Lin Tian's lips twitched wildly as he cast a furious glance at Luo Tianyu. You little rascal, you are truly insufferable. If the Luo family cannot manage you, I shall take it upon myself. Chapter 16. The angry monkey army mobilizes. The small stone struck the angry monkey squarely on the head, causing it to halt abruptly, as if momentarily frozen. The pain was sharper than expected, and the accuracy was impeccable. A flurry of thoughts raced through the angry monkey's mind, intensifying its fury as it turned its gaze towards Luo Tianyu. It was him. The angry monkey locked onto its target and charged towards Luo Tianyu. Its claws clasped in front, earthy yellow energy coalescing into a stone ball, which it hurled at Luo Tianyu. It's coming. Old Li, catch it for me. Luo Tianyu shouted excitedly. Young master, be careful. Old Li surged forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Luo Tianyu, as a summoning array materialized. With a mighty roar, a colossal bear engulfed in flames emerged, shattering the stone sphere with a single swipe. Spirit Beast, Crimson Flame Giant Bear. Attribute, Fire. Level, Commander Level 6. Spirit Beast, Enraged Ape. Attribute, Earth. Level, Awakening Level 6. Lin Tian's true sight absorbed the information of both spirit beasts, yet a chilling dread enveloped his heart. The sudden appearance of the Crimson Flame Giant Bear deterred the weaker enraged ape from approaching, but its fury intensified, threatening to erupt into flames at any moment. Young master, I will capture it right away, Old Li declared. The Crimson Flame Giant Bear advanced step by step, its immense bulk causing the ground to tremble with each movement. Old Li, knock it unconscious. Don't let it cry out. Lin Tian urged hastily. With matters having escalated to this point, they could only proceed with the error. Yet it was imperative to prevent its widening repercussions. Why? Old Li questioned, lacking understanding, yet he complied with the directive. However, it seemed that time was no longer on their side. Aya! The enraged ape's furious cries echoed through the forest, resonating far and wide. At that moment, Zhao Liqing's expression turned grim. Upon seeing the enraged ape, a realization struck him, yet it remained elusive until the ape's cries fully registered in his mind. The Crimson Flame Giant Bear delivered a gentle but powerful slap, rendering the already weak enraged ape, which stood barely a meter tall, unconscious. Lifting it effortlessly by 2 fingers to present it before Old Li. Oh yeah, we caught it. Luo Tianyu exclaimed, embracing the enraged ape and leaping in excitement. It's over. Lin Tian's complexion drained of color, consumed by the urge to flee swiftly. Why do both of your faces appear so pale? Luo Tianyu inquired curiously, noting the unease in their expressions. You're going to get us killed. Lin Tian snapped. With no time for anger, if they couldn't escape, all of them would meet their end here. He could only hope Old Li's strength would suffice. This enraged ape is at the awakening level. There must be others nearby. That roar was a call for reinforcements. Zhao Liqing articulated swiftly. Moreover, enraged apes are social spirit beasts. If one is nearby, there will undoubtedly be many more, and their strength will not be negligible. We are still deep in their territory, which implies that their clan may harbor a royal-level spirit beast. Upon hearing Zhao Liqing's explanation, the expressions of everyone but Old Li and Luo Tianyu soured. While acquiring a royal-level spirit beast offspring was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, signifying the completion of their mission and the promise of substantial rewards, wealth was of little use without life to enjoy it. "Let us leave now?" Lin Tian insisted, his face grim. "It's fine. Oldly has a royal-level 5-star beast master. There's no need for fear." Luo Tianyu dismissed the concern. "Heh." Lin Tian chuckled dryly, opting for silence as he bolted away. Seeing Lin Tian flee, Zhao Liqing followed suit. Zhang Yang exchanged glances with the others, and they too hastened their escape. "Young master, should we not depart as well?" Oldly voiced his concern, though capable. His primary duty was to protect Luo Tianyu. "No worries, I have faith in your abilities," Luo Tianyu replied, unfazed. "Humph, a bunch of cowards. They'll find their task rewards halved upon return. Help! Help!" The cries of the enraged apes carried through the air, from not far off. A multitude of enraged apes suddenly emerged, their calls intertwining. The sound was a plea, a desperate cry from a frail kin seeking aid. Instantly, the countenance of all enraged apes shifted to fury, including those towering over 2 meters tall. These were the extraordinary level enraged apes. Aya! Suddenly, 2 apes exceeding 3 meters in height appeared, unleashing a thunderous roar. Their physiques dwarfed even the extraordinary level ones, their muscular forms differing significantly from the enraged apes. These were the evolved forms known as violent apes. The 2 violent apes called out urgently, having received no response from their young, who were in peril and crying for help. In an instant, the entire clan of enraged apes erupted into a frenzy. Boom, boom. 2 violent apes towering over 5 meters suddenly materialized, their landing shattering the ground beneath them like a spider's web. Roar! One of the massive apes bellowed, igniting a cacophony of cries from the awakened apes. The 2 largest violent apes charged forward, followed closely by over 20 commander-level violent apes, with more than 100 extraordinary level ones trailing behind. These were merely a fraction of the enraged ape clan. A portion remained behind to safeguard their weaker kin. As the throng of enraged apes mobilized, the surrounding spirit beasts fell silent, paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. The royal-level spirit beasts residing in this area merely lifted their heads at the roars of the royal-level violent apes, remaining unmoved, even relishing in misfortune. Why provoke anyone else but these easily enraged monkeys? Truly a lack of awareness of one's own insignificance. "Young master, we must leave. I sense danger." Old Li's expression turned grave. "It's fine." Luo Tianyu remained lost in the joy of capturing the enraged ape. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, the tremors growing more intense, accompanied by the sound of trees snapping. The crimson-flame giant bear roared, casting a wary glance in one direction, fear creeping into its heart. Old Li followed the bear's gaze and was nearly paralyzed with terror. A horde of enraged apes charged toward them, with the foremost 2 being the largest, exuding the unique aura of royal-level beasts. "Young master, run!" Old Li bellowed. A summoning array appeared, conjuring a white giant tiger. As Old Li lifted Luo Tianyu onto the tiger's back, the 2 commander-level violent apes, upon spotting Luo Tianyu and the unconscious child, screamed in fury, accelerating their charge. "Old Li, hurry! They're coming!" Luo Tianyu's face turned ashen with fear as he urged. The white tiger roared, transforming into a gust of wind as it raced toward the forest's edge. The crimson flame giant bear unleashed a roar, conjuring a wall of flames to block the advancing enraged apes before retreating into the summoning array. Chapter 17, Escape. Witnessing the inferno engulfing their home, the violent apes became even more enraged at the destruction of their habitat, deeming it unforgivable. With a thunderous clap, the 2 violent apes slammed the ground, massive boulders encasing all surrounding trees, extinguishing the flames without a trace. Roar! The 2 royal-level violent apes roared, their anger intensifying as they pursued the departing white tiger, swiftly leaving their clan members far behind. "Lin Tian, are we truly doing the right thing?" Zhao Liqing, seated atop the ice-armored beast, inquired. The forest frog and his other spirit beast had been stored away. Fortunately, he was clad in combat gear, and the weather was not wintry, allowing him to withstand the cold emanating from the ice-armored beast. Otherwise, his younger brother would have frozen him. "If you wish to die, feel free to turn back." Lin Tian sat calmly atop a black gold spider, his demeanor unruffled. This beast of burden belonged to Zhang Yang, its 8 legs propelling it forward with remarkable speed, providing a remarkably stable ride. The furious roars of the raging monkeys echoed nearby, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. How many could there possibly be? Zhao Qingze felt a twinge of anxiety as he glanced back, yet he saw no trace of the enraged monkeys. Surely, there must be a multitude. Could Old Li handle them? Zhang Yang also wore a worried expression. All eyes once again turned to Lin Tian's visage, which bore a grim countenance. He had encountered the raging monkeys in his previous life, yet he had never anticipated such a formidable number inhabiting the Shangtong Great Forest. The cacophony alone suggested that the count of these violent beasts exceeded 100. At that time, his strength had been formidable, and even the king-class raging monkeys had posed no threat to him. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and Lin Tian's expression darkened further. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. "You little rascal, I will make sure to exact my vengeance upon you this time. You shall owe me a tremendous favor, Luo family. You all must leave first. I will confront them. Remember, do not look back." Lin Tian resolved to seek out Luo Tianyu. If that little brat were to perish here, how could he ever face the elder brother of Luo Tianyu, a comrade in arms for several years? "Hurry and flee. There are many monkeys pursuing us." Just as Lin Tian was about to search for Luo Tianyu, a massive white tiger suddenly appeared beside them, revealing Old Li and Luo Tianyu. "Why are you still carrying that little raging monkey?" Lin Tian's frustration boiled over upon seeing Luo Tianyu clutching the furious infant monkey. In such a perilous situation, this fool remained oblivious to the necessity of releasing this king-class cub. Was he courting death? "I went to great lengths to capture it. How could I abandon it now?" Luo Tianyu retorted. At that moment, they were a fair distance from the throng of raging monkeys, and Luo Tianyu no longer appeared as frightened as before. A resounding roar erupted as two king-class violent monkeys abruptly materialized behind them. "This is bad." Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. "Lin Tian, my young brother. You take the young master and flee. I will hold off these two king-class violent monkeys." Old Li suddenly thrust Luo Tianyu into Lin Tian's arms. The white tiger pivoted, positioning itself to confront the two king-class violent monkeys alone. "You little brat, if you leave the raging monkey here, we might still have a chance to escape." Lin Tian's countenance was grim. "No way." At that moment, Luo Tianyu stubbornly refused to relent. Roar. The two king-class violent monkeys halted, with a pack of leader-class violent monkeys swiftly closing in behind them. "Master, they intend to annihilate us, sparing not a single one." Qing Sha conveyed a message to Lin Tian. "They truly leave us no avenue for escape." Lin Tian seethed. "In that case, do not hold me accountable. If you wish to pursue the young master, first you must pass through me." Old Li snorted coldly, and the oppressive aura of the white tiger suddenly enveloped the area. The surrounding winds surged violently, slicing through the bodies of the violent monkeys like razors. The two king-class violent monkeys slammed their fists into the ground, encasing themselves in layers of rocky armor as they charged at the white tiger. Watching Old Li's form gradually fade, Lin Tian turned to the others and instructed, "Split up and run. Be mindful of danger. These violent monkeys will not pursue you indefinitely. Regroup once you reach safety." "What about you?" Zhao Liqing inquired. "I have my methods," Lin Tian declared, leaping from the black gold spider with Luo Tianyu in his arms. "Qing Sha, roar." Qing Sha let out a bellow, suddenly expanding to its original size, supporting Lin Tian and Luo Tianyu as it took flight. In an instant, the others perceived a swift azure shadow dart past. Lin Tian had already carried Luo Tianyu 100 meters away. "What was that spirit beast?" Zhang Yang asked, astounded. "Forget about what it is. Just follow Lin Tian's orders and scatter," Zhao Liqing commanded. The four individuals diverged in separate directions, fleeing at their utmost speed. The 20-odd leader-class violent monkeys pursuing them, upon witnessing their sudden dispersal, also split into 5 groups to chase them, with the majority, 8 in total, tracking Lin Tian, including the parents of the raging monkey. "Wow, Lin Tian, is that your spirit beast? Is it a dragon?" "No, wait, dragons have 2 horns. It only has 1 straight horn. Could it be a unicorn snake?" Luo Tianyu, seated upon Qing Sha's back, was captivated by its appearance. "You're still concerned about my spirit beast at this moment? You might want to contemplate our predicament instead," Lin Tian retorted angrily. If it weren't for the urgency of their escape, he would have certainly given this little rascal a good thrashing. With Old Li blocking them, we should be safe, Luo Tianyu reassured. "And do you truly believe I have only Old Li as my protector? There are others present, though they have yet to reveal themselves in this life and death crisis." How did you arrive here?" Lin Tian questioned. "I came riding on Old Li's spirit beast, of course." Luo Tianyu replied matter-of-factly, only to suddenly realize something, his expression shifting alarmingly. "Oh no, I did not use my identity information. My family might still be unaware of my presence here. I knew it would come to this." Lin Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "What should we do? You are a mid-level beast tamer. If they catch up to us, we are doomed." Luo Tianyu was now utterly panicked. Lin Tian's strength was insufficient to safeguard him. Enough with the chatter. Qing Sha is fast. Those violent monkeys will have little chance of intercepting it, Lin Tian asserted. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lin Tian finished speaking, a series of sharp rock spikes erupted before him, and towering stone walls suddenly rose from the ground, blocking their path. Qing Sha swiftly dodged the rock spikes and maneuvered around the stone walls, but this maneuvering caused its speed to diminish. The pursuing violent monkeys, possessing above-average intelligence, began employing the same tactics upon seeing the effectiveness of this strategy. In an instant, numerous stone walls surrounded Lin Tian, trapping him. Chapter 18. The Might of the Dragon. Qingsha, halt. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Qingsha came to an abrupt stop midair. Master, what now? We cannot escape. Qingsha lamented. As stone walls barred its every direction, the only opening remaining was toward the approaching violent monkeys. Lin Tian, why have you stopped? Hurry, or we will be too late. Luo Tianyu urged, his anxiety palpable as he tugged at Lin Tian's clothing. Silence. Do not speak. Lin Tian barked, casting a menacing glare that conveyed an unmistakable authority. In that moment, the majesty of a king was laid bare. Though seething with anger, Lin Tian remained inwardly composed, merely irked by Luo Tianyu's incessant chatter. Upon being chastised by Lin Tian, Luo Tianyu fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Even his breathing became subdued. In his eyes, Lin Tian now appeared even more formidable than his own brother. Qingsha charged straight through, circumventing the stone walls. I believe in you. Lin Tian commanded. Roar. Watch me, master. Qingsha pivoted and accelerated towards the pursuing violent monkeys. The distance between them dwindled, and the violent monkeys came to a halt, preparing to unleash their attacks in an effort to bring Lin Tian down. As sharp, jagged rock spikes materialized in midair, an overwhelming multitude, over 100, rushed menacingly towards Qingsha. Should any of these stone spikes pierce him, Qingsha would sustain grievous injuries and plummet from the sky. With remarkable agility, Qingsha deftly evaded the onslaught, narrowly escaping as the spikes grazed his body. At last, he broke free from the confines of the stone walls, immediately ascending to a higher altitude. Due to carrying Luo Tianyu, Qingsha had maintained a flight height of merely 5 meters, insufficient to surpass even the towering trees of the forest. Roar. Just as Qingsha was about to escape, a ferocious ape suddenly appeared above him, wielding a hefty stone club aimed directly at him. Lin Tian's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated encountering such a violent beast. Windblade. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Lin Tian commanded Qingsha to unleash an attack. A colossal gust of wind manifested, colliding with the stone club, resulting in a thunderous sound as the club shattered. However, this granted the violent ape an opportunity. It raised its fist to strike down upon Qingsha. In a hasty reaction, Qingsha summoned a protective wind barrier, but the ape's immense strength shattered the shield, albeit providing Qingsha a chance to escape. As the violent ape fell from its airborne position, Qingsha intended to ascend, but suddenly felt a constriction around his tail. He glanced down to see the ape gripping his tail, a triumphant grin adorning its face. Qingsha thought, game over. Lin Tian, too, was unprepared for this turn of events, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. His strength, after all, was still insufficient. Boom. Qingsha plummeted from the sky, and Lin Tian, clutching Luo Tianyu, tumbled several times upon impact. Fortunately, thanks to their combat suits, both emerged with merely dirt on their faces and no injuries. In a swift motion, Qingsha encircled Lin Tian and Luo Tianyu with his body, protecting them fiercely, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he faced the 8 furious apes before them. What are we to do? Are we going to die here? Luo Tianyu quivered in fear, tears welling in his eyes. I'll return it to you. Please don't kill us. Luo Tianyu, now thoroughly terrified, released the small, enraged ape he had been holding. The slap from the red flame giant bear had indeed been formidable, and the small, enraged ape remained unconscious, still in a state of slumber. Roar. The parents of the enraged ape, upon seeing their child still unresponsive, let out a thunderous roar, their fury escalating to new heights. You need not return it to them. Allow me to enlighten you about the violent ape, a spirit beast notoriously prone to rage and deeply resentful. Once provoked, one must contend with the wrath of their entire tribe. In the future, without adequate strength, do not incite their ire, Lin Tian stated with a smile. At a time like this, with our lives at stake, you still have the leisure to lecture me? Luo Tianyu cried out in despair. Not necessarily. Even at the risk of injury, I shall ensure your escape. Otherwise, how shall I face him later? Lin Tian declared, though his final words were intended only for himself to hear. Qingsha, prepare for a desperate struggle. Lin Tian gazed intently at Qingsha. Roar. Qingsha nodded resolutely. The 8 violent apes surged forward, their expressions fierce and menacing, as if intent on tearing Lin Tian and the others apart. Boom. Just then, a divine, formidable, tempestuous, and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from behind Lin Tian. In Hiding Town, Bloodshaw lounged contentedly in the courtyard, displaying a look of utter satisfaction. On its back floated several lightning attribute, Haitang jellyfish, their tiny tentacles discharging faint currents that tingled against Bloodshaw's body. Remarkably, Bloodshaw felt no discomfort. Rather, it relished the sensation. akin to a delightful tingling that was incredibly soothing. The female doctor who treated it had explained that this was electrotherapy, designed to keep its muscles in a state of perpetual vitality, aiding in recovery. Bloodshaw was immensely satisfied with its current life, relishing long hours of slumber and feasting on the flesh of king-tier spirit beasts, 10 pounds daily. Reflecting on its previous life alongside Lin Tian, it marveled at the stark contrast. Previously, it subsisted on cheap canned goods, with the occasional fried chicken being the highlight of its day. How could such a life compare to its present comforts? This newfound existence prompted Bloodshaw to reminisce nostalgically, acknowledging that it had finally achieved a life of affluence. I too can engage in the opulent battles. Yet, even amidst this satisfaction, Bloodshaw could not help but think of Lin Tian. Days had passed without a glimpse of him, and it worried about its master. Had he found the life dew? Was he in danger? If he could not locate it, he should return to strengthen himself anew. Undoubtedly, Bloodshaw's trust in Lin Tian surpassed even that of Qing Sha, as it had accompanied Lin Tian for a decade in its previous life, while Qing Sha was merely a companion chosen after Lin Tian's rebirth. However, this thought often dissipated whenever the tingling sensation coursed through its body. The tingling returned. But instead of expressing enjoyment, Bloodshaw opened its eyes, a surge of boundless rage igniting within. It sensed Lin Tian was in peril. And just as this feeling overwhelmed it, Bloodshaw suddenly glimpsed Lin Tian astride Qing Sha, weaving through the forest, only to encounter a series of stone walls blocking their path. Qing Sha veered to flee, but a violent ape suddenly seized him, dragging him down, while 8 others loomed threateningly before them. Master is in danger. Bloodshaw rose abruptly, the lightning attribute, Haitang jellyfish vacating its vicinity. I must save him. Through their bond, Bloodshaw could acutely perceive Lin Tian's mental state, which was currently fraught with anxiety. Roar. Bloodshaw let out a deafening roar, its muscles rippling with power, shaking the very foundations of the small town. A formidable pressure, unique to dragons, surged forth. Chapter 19, Secondary Assault. The entirety of Haitang town fell into a hushed silence, as spirit beasts trembled, cowering in their beastmaster's embrace, too fearful to even peek out. What on earth is happening? In his spare moments, Gui Yuqian had taken to meditating with Zhang Xiaoya to enhance his mental fortitude, as Lin Tian had expressed the need for him. He dared not relax, fearing he would be unable to assist Lin Tian when the time arose. Typically, Yuan Bao Pig and Lucky Cat frolicked around him, but when the dragon's might manifested, the pig, previously asleep, awoke with a start, its snot bubbles bursting. It bolted upright, scurrying into Gui Yuqian's arms, burrowing in fear as it trembled uncontrollably. Lucky Cat, initially grooming itself with poise, instantly fluffed up in terror upon sensing the dragon's might, racing to Gui Yuqian's side, its small form quaking incessantly. Gui Yuqian, bewildered by his spirit beast's fright, could only activate the summoning array, drawing the 2 little creatures into safety. Even so, he could still feel the palpable fear radiating from them. Xiaoya, what is happening? Gui Yuqian hurriedly sought out Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya bore a worried expression. The small, dot-like creatures surrounding her had collapsed to the ground, their bodies diminished by a tenth, quivering like jelly under the tremors. Let us check the back. Bloodshaw might be in trouble. Zhang Xiaoya had just heard the 2 thunderous roars of Shueisha. The 2 individuals hurried over, only to be struck dumb by the shocking scene before them, hesitant to approach even a step closer. When Longwei appeared, the Haitang jellyfish, which had intended to offer Shueisha a massage, shrank into themselves, plummeting to the ground. Their frail forms were utterly overwhelmed by the immense pressure, rendering them unconscious. Shueisha's eyes glowed crimson, its muscles rippling with a ferocious, menacing energy that surged forth like an unstoppable tide. The few scales that adorned its body were now drenched in blood, seeping through the cracks, rendering it once more enveloped in a sanguine shroud. Xiaoya, what has happened to Shueisha? The 2 witnesses were at a loss, with Gui Yuqian anxiously inquiring of Zhang Xiaoya. This was Lin Tian's beast, and he had yet to return. He had gone in search of something that could heal Shueisha's soul. Shueisha must not fall into peril at this critical moment. Zhang Xiaoya shook her head, expressing her confusion. I do not know either. Logically, Shueisha's condition should be stable. Such a phenomenon should not occur. Could it be the aftermath of a failed second evolution? No, that can't be right. The aftermath shouldn't manifest in this manner. There must be something else at play. Just as she contemplated this possibility, she dismissed it. If this were indeed the consequence of a failed second evolution, then all beastmasters whose beasts failed to evolve would be doomed to despair. The power emanating from Shueisha was terrifying beyond measure, a force she had never encountered even in her father's beasts. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Zhang Xiaoya's mind. The power Shueisha was unleashing bore a striking resemblance to the oppressive might of king and emperor-level spirit beasts. Thus, it was highly probable that what Shueisha was currently releasing was sheer pressure. However, Shueisha was an extraordinary level beast, How could it possibly emit such pressure? The current state of Shueisha was alarming, and neither of them dared to approach. To do so recklessly could result in grievous injury. A thunderous roar reverberated through the Yangtang Great Forest, emanating from Lin Tian and radiating outward with ferocious intensity. The 8 violent apes charging towards Lin Tian suddenly halted, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to the onslaught of this overwhelming power, collapsing helplessly to the ground with muffled thuds. Lin Tian stood frozen, his heart racing with trepidation. That sound was a dragon's roar, and it originated from Shueisha. Yet, Shueisha was in Haitang Town. How could it possibly manifest here? Moreover, the sheer magnitude of this pressure was that of imperial-level dragon might, while Shueisha was merely extraordinary level and should not be capable of such a display. In disbelief, Lin Tian turned to glance behind him. A colossal crimson phantom loomed behind him, towering over 50 meters, its form hazy and indistinct. A pair of wings, stretching over 100 meters, enveloped Lin Tian in a protective embrace. As he gazed upward at the phantom's head, he could faintly discern fierce anger and murderous intent shimmering in its eyes, as if it were poised to obliterate the world in the next heartbeat. It seemed to sense Lin Tian's gaze. As it lowered its head, the ferocity in its eyes dissipated, replaced by a playful and endearing demeanor, with the creature even blinking adorably. Was this a dragon? Luo Tianyu beheld the immense crimson phantom with astonishment. He could not clearly ascertain the nature of the entity, but he had seen images of dragons before, and this phantom bore an uncanny resemblance to them. Shueisha raised its head to regard the colossal phantom, emitting a low growl, not one of provocation or fear, but of concern. This phantom was forged from Shueisha itself. It sensed the same power and the spiritual connection it shared with Lin Tian. What left Shueisha baffled was how Shueisha could possess such formidable strength when it had previously been outmatched by itself. With a low growl, the phantom seemed displeased with Shueisha. After this sound, the vast phantom began to fade gradually. Shueisha, feeling slighted, cast an indignant glance at the crimson apparition and let out a resounding roar. Who dares to belittle me? Come here, let us settle this once and for all. Don't just lie there in the courtyard. You think your dragon might makes you superior? How dare you look down upon my abilities? Shueisha's tone was frantic, its scales bristling with agitation, and the horns upon its head radiated a faint glow. In the moment before the phantom completely disappeared, the horns atop Shueisha's head erupted with dazzling light, releasing a unique dragon pressure of its own. Shueisha's level surged once again, ascending to extraordinary 7th level, and in its fury, it manifested its own dragon might. Yet, when compared to the dragon might from moments ago, it paled in comparison by an insurmountable margin. Until the red phantom vanished entirely, Lin Tian remained silent, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. He could not comprehend how Shueisha had managed to unleash imperial-level dragon might, but its current physical state was precarious. Such a powerful outburst could inflict further harm upon it. Lin Tian was uncertain whether Shueisha could preserve its life. In that instant, fear gripped him, and guilt washed over his heart. Shueisha must have sensed the danger he faced, disregarding its own life to unleash such tremendous power. Master, do not worry. I am merely fatigued and require rest. You must return safely, echoed Shueisha's voice within Lin Tian's consciousness, intensifying his feelings of guilt. Chapter 20. Lin Tian's Fury. Young master receives a beating. Lin Tian's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he drew the alloy dagger from his waist and stood, casting a glance at Luo Tianyu. Just that single glance rendered Luo Tianyu speechless, his eyes wide with fear. Lin Tian, you aren't planning to kill me, are you? He trembled, overwhelmed by an abyss of terror. As Lin Tian approached him, Luo Tianyu's fear escalated. His mind went blank, and tears streamed down his face. Shueisha tilted its head, observing Lin Tian and then Luo Tianyu, before silently retreating to the side. Lin Tian strode past Luo Tianyu, reaching a violent ape, and with a swift motion, he decapitated it. Though anger burned within him, he had no intention of killing Luo Tianyu to vent his frustrations. However, these violent apes were not to be spared. One after another, Lin Tian severed the heads of all 8 violent apes. Shueisha devoured them, he commanded, wiping the blood from his dagger and looking toward Shueisha. Shueisha nodded, opening its mouth wide as a tempest swept through, lifting the bodies of the violent apes. The razor-sharp winds shredded them into fragments, and in a whirlwind, the remains of the 8 violent apes were consumed by Shueisha. Burp, Shueisha let out a satisfied belch, licking its lips. I wish to enter that space. Lin Tian nodded, collecting Shueisha into the Beastmaster space. Upon entering the Beastmaster space, Shueisha's gaze shifted to the towering mountain within this realm. Its power was still too feeble. It had failed to protect its master, needing the assistance of a sickly individual to resolve the crisis. It could not forgive itself. It must grow stronger. And that sickly individual would one day pay for their actions. Having concluded everything, Lin Tian's gaze returned to Luo Tianyu, then fell upon the tendrils entwined around the trees. As Oldly grappled with two formidable king-level violent apes, the earth-shattering roar reverberated through the air, igniting a profound sense of dread within him. The white tiger spirit beast beneath him weakened, collapsing onto the ground, silencing itself in fear. The two violent apes, initially intent on attacking the white tiger, were now paralyzed by terror, quivering uncontrollably, their expressions reflecting sheer panic, more so than even that of the white tiger. They discerned the lethal intent woven into the colossal roar, unmistakably directed at them. It was a cry emanating from a spirit beast far mightier than themselves, issuing a dire warning. Should they dare to act recklessly again, they would face dire consequences. While both king-level violent apes trembled in fear, they were also engulfed in confusion. When had such a powerful spirit beast arrived in the depths of the Shangtong forest? They had never wronged this unseen behemoth, so why were they being inexplicably threatened? Old Li, the bodyguard, silently observed the two terrified apes, his mind racing with endless speculation. The mere resonance of a roar that could subdue three king-level spirit beasts into submission hinted at an entity of unfathomable power. Was it of imperial rank, or perhaps even higher? He pondered the identity of this spirit beast that had unleashed such a fearsome cry. It was not a tiger, for his white tiger was incapable of producing such a sound, nor was it a lion. The roars of tigers and lions paled in comparison to this authoritative bellow. Those were meerkat sounds. So what could it possibly be? The voice of a dragon? Old Li had never even contemplated such a notion, let alone heard it before. Only after a considerable time had passed did Old Li feel his mental fortitude begin to relax. The two king-level violent apes stood upright, exchanging glances. Then looking at Old Li, their understanding of one another now clear. A heavy weight settled within Old Li as he warily regarded the two violent apes. Their strength was substantial, and with only a single king-level spirit beast at his side, he found himself at a disadvantage. Should they choose to attack, he might very well meet his end here, reduced to mere fertilizer for the trees. His white tiger bore wounds from its previous skirmish with the violent apes, and if these two were resolved to kill him, escape would be impossible. In the next moment, the two king-level violent apes swiftly turned and vanished from Old Li's sight. What just happened? A flurry of questions danced in Old Li's mind. Why did the two king-level violent apes flee? Alarm bells rang in his head. "Master!" he exclaimed, hastily commanding the white tiger to turn and depart. Although the two king-level violent apes had retreated, numerous leader-level violent apes were still pursuing Luo Tianyu and his companions. Their prowess not to be underestimated. Lin Tian and the others might not withstand their onslaught. With his injured body, the white tiger surged toward the outer edges of the Shangtong forest, seeking Luo Tianyu. "Hey, Old Li!" The white tiger came to an abrupt halt, and Old Li turned to see a figure, covered in dirt and leaves, sprinting toward him. "What are you doing here? Where are the others?" Old Li inquired of Zhang Yang. "We split up. Lin Tian took young Master Luo and ran," Zhang Yang replied. "Thank goodness for that thunderous roar. It stunned those violent apes, or I wouldn't have escaped. Get on," Old Li urged, bringing Zhang Yang along as they continued their search for Lin Tian and Luo Tianyu. "Stop." Zhao Liqing's ears perked up as he caught a faint sound. The group halted, straining to listen to the noises surrounding them. "It seems someone's in agony," Tian Qiyuan remarked. The others nodded in agreement, but Old Li's expression shifted dramatically. "Master!" he exclaimed, as the white tiger darted away with astonishing speed. Zhao Liqing, eager to follow, witnessed the white tiger halt abruptly, having covered a distance of 100 meters without advancing further. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Liqing and the others approached. As they drew nearer, the anguished cries grew louder, accompanied by sharp slapping sounds. They recognized the voice. It belonged to Luo Tianyu. But who could be tormenting him so mercilessly? Among the four, only Zhao Liqing fell silent, stealing a glance to confirm he had not been mistaken. At that moment, 6 individuals observed a scene unfold before them. Refraining from intervening, quietly watching. Even Old Li discreetly withdrew his white tiger, standing aside to observe. Luo Tianyu was ensnared by vines, suspended from a tree, with only his bare backside exposed, marked by several red welts. Opposite him stood Lin Tian, wielding a vine. "Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again," Luo Tianyu wailed. "You'd better not. Today, we all nearly fell victim to your recklessness. Don't you think you deserve this punishment?" Slap. "Ah. You think you're the young master of the Luo family? You're nothing but a fool." Slap. "Ah. Even if your parents, your uncle, or your cousin came here today, I wouldn't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Slap. "Ah. You're going to pay for your stubbornness. How could you not understand the dangers of the world outside? You little brat. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Chapter 21. The 7 most powerful king-level spirit beasts of Shangtong Forest. Deep within the heart of Shangtong Forest lay a spring, its area no larger than a square meter, the water a vibrant green, teeming with the essence of life. This was Lin Tian's objective, the life dew. Beside the spring stood a towering tree, exceeding 50 meters in height, its trunk revealing a weathered visage. Age-old bark creased like a beard. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently as a colossal tortoise, measuring over 20 meters in length and adorned with verdant foliage, approached, nodding respectfully at the great tree. Following closely was a massive purple scorpion, its enormous pincers glistening with a deep purple sheen, occasionally crackling with electric patterns. Next came a black serpent, longer than 100 meters, followed by a tiger, its fur black with white markings. A tempest arose, and a magnificent white bird descended. Perching upon the branches of the great tree, atop which sat a diminutive figure clad in green, adorned with a blue flower upon its head. These 7 beings were the most formidable king-level spirit beasts within the entire Shangtong forest: the scaly armored tortoise, the nether thunder scorpion, the nightshade serpent, the moonshadow tiger, the azure cloud lark, the 100-flower fairy, and the most powerful and ancient of them all, the forest tree king. The 6 mightiest king-level spirit beasts bowed in unison to the great tree. Except for the 100-flower fairy, their communication transpired through mental connection, as they were unable to articulate spoken words. The forest tree king's eyes, previously closed, opened to reveal profound depths, focusing on the king-level spirit beasts before finally resting upon the azure cloud lark and the 100-flower fairy. Upon seeing the 100-flower fairy, a gentle smile graced the tree king's aged visage, his gaze softening as though he were beholding his granddaughter. "Little fairy, you've come as well." The forest tree king's voice resonated with an ancient timbre, laced with affection. "Indeed, esteemed elder tree, the overwhelming pressure we just experienced was truly formidable, rendering me utterly helpless and even drawing disdain from my wife, the moonlit shadow tiger." "Ha ha ha, what a waste," the spectral thunder scorpion derided. "Cursed scorpion, are you courting death?" The moonlit shadow tiger retorted angrily. "Enough. This is not a stage for your quarrels." The flower fairy frowned, casting a stern glance at the two. Instantly, the moonlit shadow tiger and the spectral thunder scorpion fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The flower fairy was not only a cherished child of Elder Tree, but also the beloved of both creatures. "I understand your confusion. The source of that oppressive aura was the might of an imperial dragon, which left you bereft of any thoughts of resistance," Elder Tree explained. "However, there is no need for excessive concern. It was merely a warning, likely provoked by those 2 little monkeys." Upon hearing Elder Tree's words, they suddenly recalled the thunderous roar of the violent ape. What on earth did those 2 little monkeys do to incite such wrath from a dragon of such immense power? The armored tortoise inquired. "Because of an individual, there is a matter that requires your assistance. Find the one responsible for summoning the dragon's wrath, for I wish to speak with him." The forest tree king did not elaborate further, directing his gaze towards Lin Tian's location. "Everything must begin with this individual. We shall depart at once." The 6 royal tier spirit beasts nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Elder Tree gazed into the distance, shaking his form in resignation. The emerald leaves rustling softly. "This fellow is back again. Brother Lin Tian, cease your assault. If this continues, my young master shall be rendered incapacitated." Sensing the opportune moment, Old Li rushed forward to intervene, grasping the vine that Lin Tian was about to strike down. His eyes blinked wildly. Lin Tian immediately comprehended his intention and barked, "Let me through. Regardless of whether you are his bodyguard, even if members of the Luo family arrive, I shall still punish this little scoundrel. He nearly brought ruin upon us all. Brother Lin Tian, my young master is still but a child. Spare him." Old Li pleaded. Luo Tianyu choked back his words. "Brother Lin Tian, I truly understand my mistake. I shall not act thus again." "Really?" Lin Tian feigned ignorance. "Indeed." Luo Tianyu nodded fervently. "Should there be a next time, I will strike you down." Lin Tian cast aside the already tattered vine. He had long noticed Old Li and the others, but seeing they had not approached, he continued his assault, unaware that Old Li would arrive at such a crucial moment. Indeed, he was well suited for his role as a bodyguard in a prominent family. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Luo Tianyu might have met a dire fate. "Young master, are you all right?" Old Li untied the vines restraining Luo Tianyu and, without delay, sprayed a potion on his rear. "Ah, Old Li, be gentle. That hurts." "Young master, this is a medicinal spray. It will hasten your recovery." "I understand. But it hurts too much." Luo Tianyu grimaced in pain. "Lin Tian, Luo Xiaoya, is everything all right?" What happened?" Zhao Liqing and the others hurriedly approached. Concern etched on their faces as their eyes inadvertently darted to Luo Tianyu's reddened backside. Luo Tianyu, feeling the weight of their gazes, suddenly thought it might have been better to have Lin Tian finish him off. Lin Tian shook his head and asked, "Is everything all right with you all?" "Yes. We are fine. I merely sustained a minor injury to my arm, and that thunderous roar saved us, causing the violent apes that beset us to faint." Zhao Liqing explained. "Indeed, that roar was terrifying. I could scarcely breathe. We should leave promptly. There may be even more formidable spirit beasts lurking here," Zhang Yang suggested. "Yes, let us hurry." Staying here could spell our doom. Both Tian Shiyuan and Zhao Qingze nodded vigorously. Well, the task is complete. We should take our leave. Lin Tian nodded, though a sense of unease settled within him. He remained uncertain whether Bloodshaw was in any trouble. He had yet to procure the life due. Luo Tianyu, holding his rear, dared not utter a word, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Lin Tian had warned him that none could speak of the events that transpired. While a brother might hold back, Lin Tian had struck with full force. He feared his rear would take at least a month to heal, and from now on, he would likely have to sleep on his stomach. Let us tidy up and depart. Do not cast me such pitiful glances. Lin Tian glared at Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu shrank back and nodded. Zhao Liqing and the others harbored concerns. After all, Luo Tianyu was the young master of the Luo family, and Lin Tian's actions could lead to complications. Yet, they also admired Lin Tian, for this little rascal had nearly endangered them all. As the group exited the upper pond forest, Luo Tianyu dragged along a furious ape, bound tightly, occasionally delivering slaps to its head to vent his frustrations. Wait. Chapter 22. An unexpected encounter. The flower fairy perched upon the head of the azure cloud sparrow, soaring through the great forest, observing the leaves of the trees, all pointing in a singular direction. The flower fairy understood that this was the location where elder trees sought to find a certain individual. Soon, she spotted Lin Tian and his companions. Xiaoyan, let us descend and intercept them, the flower fairy commanded. The azure cloud sparrow glided down, and the flower fairy called out to them. Wait a moment. The wind stilled as the azure cloud sparrow landed behind the group, the flower fairy gazing intently at them. The sudden voice caused the group, who were about to leave the upper pond forest, to halt and turn around. However, upon seeing the azure cloud sparrow and the flower fairy, they stood in shock. Old Li stepped forward, raising a hand to shield them. Be cautious. These are two royal tier spirit beasts. Old Li warned, his gaze alert, inwardly lamenting. These two royal tier beasts are even more formidable than the two violent apes. They are not something my royal tier white tiger can contend with. They had just captured a royal tier spirit beast cub, the furious ape, and now, after driving away two royal tier violent apes, even stronger ones had appeared. There is no need for alarm. We do not intend to harm you, the flower fairy reassured. Sensing their trepidation, the group exchanged bewildered looks. A royal tier spirit beast was speaking, and it claimed it meant no harm. How bizarre. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon the flower fairy. At that moment, his beast taming talent seemed inadequate, as he could not discern their true level of power. Generally, humanoid spirit beasts capable of speech were exceedingly rare, as only those of imperial strength could typically speak. He did not sense malice from these two spirit beasts. Roar. The moonlit shadow tiger let out a roar, suddenly landing before the group. By the heavens. Zhao Liqing gasped at the imposing figure of the moonlit shadow tiger, instinctively taking a step back. Following closely, an enormous dark night serpent emerged, its vertical pupils fixated on the group, flicking its crimson tongue, followed by the spectral thunder scorpion. 5 royal tier spirit beasts materialized before the group. Even Lin Tian, known for his psychological fortitude, could not help but feel a twinge of fear. When faced with such power, one could only yield. Could it be that the dragon's might emitted by Bloodshaw has drawn their attention, prompting them to eliminate him preemptively? Lin Tian lacked the ability of telepathy, rendering him oblivious to the thoughts harbored by the spirit beasts, and thus he could not guarantee anything. Before the astonishment of the crowd could dissipate, yet another colossal turtle arrived, swiveling its eyes and lowering its head to scrutinize them. 6 king-level spirit beasts encircled them, creating an atmosphere that was rather terrifying. Young master, it seems I can no longer protect you this time, Old Li sighed bitterly. While he could still contend with 2 king-level beasts, the presence of 6 was overwhelming. He might as well choose a grave right here. Could it be that they are after this little monkey? If I release it, surely that would suffice. I no longer desire it, and I shall refrain from venturing out henceforth. Fear gripped Luo Tianyu's heart, compelling him to let the furious monkey down. Unbeknownst to him, today would mark the final chapter of his existence in this world, a wave of melancholy surging within Zhao Liqing. Do any of you have regrets? Zhang Yang suddenly inquired. Faced with 6 king-level spirit beasts, he surprisingly found himself at ease. After all, death was inevitable, so why not engage in a conversation? My greatest regret is having ventured out and dragging you all along to accompany me to death, Luo Tianyu said, his head bowed and his voice choked with emotion. Let us not dwell on that. We would never truly blame you, Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. My most profound regret is that I shall never see the beautiful neighbor again. Tian Shiyuan sighed, his tone imbued with an endless sense of longing and nostalgia. No wonder you enjoy licking others' feet, Zhao Liqing remarked. Zhang Yang. Tian Shiyuan. Zhao Qingze. Wait, old Zhao, are you sure those words were appropriate to utter aloud? ISNT that a bit. Old Li, Luo Tianyu, Zhang Yang, and Zhao Qingze all simultaneously turned their gazes towards Tian Qiyuan. I do not have such a penchant, Tian Qiyuan exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. We never claimed you did. Why the urgency? Zhao Qingze grinned knowingly. Hee. Zhang Yang chuckled, saying nothing further, the implication clear in the silence. Tian Qiyuan inwardly lamented the destruction of his once glorious reputation in these final moments. Yet how could Zhao Liqing possibly know about his peculiar inclination? As he touched his face, memories of losing consciousness upon entering the great forest flooded back, and he recalled the pain he felt upon waking. Tian Qiyuan's unusual quirk lightened the mood among the group, and none noticed a leaf gently drifting down, ultimately landing at Lin Tian's feet. That's him, Baiwa Xianzi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at Lin Tian. The crowd froze, collectively turning their gazes towards Lin Tian. What is happening? Lin Tian appeared utterly befuddled, staring at Baiwa Xianzi. Oh my, what a lively scene. 6 King level 9-star spirit beasts are here bullying our human beast tamers. Isn't that a bit unfair? Just as Baiwa Xianzi was about to say more, a resonant voice echoed from the sky, imposing and commanding. A beam of black light descended. Boom. The dark light struck before the crowd, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. That is a bit choking. A voice emerged from within the dust. Both the 6 king-level spirit beasts and Lin Tian were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the figure who was fanning their mouth and nose. My apologies, I miscalculated the force, the newcomer. Clad in an entirely black combat uniform, and wearing a half-mask that concealed all but the lower half of his face, looked at Lin Tian and the others with an expression of regret in his eyes. He paid no mind to the surrounding king-level spirit beasts. Beside him lay a pitch-black long spear, its tip fully embedded in the ground. The sudden appearance of this individual, who descended in such a dramatic fashion, left the crowd pondering his intentions. Shouldn't T1 assess the situation before showing off? Without offering an explanation, the masked figure faced the 6 king-level spirit beasts, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. You lot are truly unruly, thinking to harm our human beast tamers. Do you wish for the Beast King to come here and eradicate you? He proclaimed with an air of arrogance, casually drawing out his black spear. The 6 king-level spirit beasts stared at the masked man in bewilderment, unable to comprehend his erratic behavior. They had no intention of killing these human beast tamers. Had they wished to do so, they would have acted long ago instead of waiting until now. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon the black spear the masked figure wielded, his pupils constricting with shock. He recognized the weapon. It was the imperial-level beast taming spear, the soul-devouring ghost spear, associated with only one individual, the 4th-generation Beast King of the Yanyang Beast Taming Kingdom, Nangong Yangming. Lin Tian found it peculiar. Nangong Yangming should be on the Abyss battlefield, leading human beast tamers in combat against the abyssal giants. How could he possibly be in the Upper Tang Great Forest? Roar. The moon god Shadow Tiger let out a provocative roar. Are you out of your mind? When did we ever wish to kill them? Master, it insults you, came the voice from the black spear, pointing at the moon god Shadow Tiger. The sudden speech from the spear left everyone, save for Lin Tian, in a state of bewilderment. They had encountered a Baiwa Xianzi who could speak human language, but at least she resembled a person. However, a spear speaking? What was going on? Could it be that this spear was an imperial-level spirit beast? As if to validate their thoughts, Nangong Yangming raised the spear and brought it down gently. A terrifying pressure descended, pinning the moon god Shadow Tiger to the ground, rendering it immobile, its eyes reflecting sheer terror as it gazed at Nangong Yangming. The surrounding leaves rustled, as if whispering something. All right, I understand, Nangong Yangming said. The pressure dissipated, and the moon god Shadow Tiger stood, albeit with its tail tucked between its legs, no longer daring to act recklessly. This tiger is truly a fool. Were it not for Old Tree, this beast would likely be finished off. I cannot fathom how such a dim-witted creature possesses such strength. The remaining king-level spirit beasts communicated telepathically, all mocking the moon god Shadow Tiger. I'll give Old Tree the courtesy of explaining the situation. Nangong Yangming turned his gaze towards Baiwa Xianzi. Yes, we are here to find him. Baiwa Xianzi indicated Lin Tian. Him? Nangong Yangming looked at Lin Tian with surprise, unable to discern anything extraordinary. His strength is quite weak. He is merely an intermediate beast tamer, easily dispatched with a single thrust of my spear. Well, some matters may not be suitable for so many ears to hear. Baiwa Xianzi communicated through thought with the spear. Nangong Yangming then displayed an understanding expression. The spear rotated, and an invisible barrier formed, enveloping Lin Tian and Baiwa Xianzi within it. Speak freely, Nangong Yangming instructed. Old Tree sent me to bring you over. We truly are not here to harm you, Baiwa Xianzi said to Lin Tian. The Old Tree you refer to is unknown to me, and I currently have pressing matters to attend to that require my swift return, Lin Tian responded. With the situation regarding Shui Sha still unclear, he had mentally resigned himself to the idea of seeking assistance from Luo Qingyao upon returning, even if it meant offering his own life in exchange. He would not hesitate for even a moment. Old Tree said if you do not come, he will have you bound and taken back. The flower fairy timidly spoke. Casting a glance at Nangong Yangming, Lin Tian remarked, "Is it true that Elder Tree has become such a rogue, resorting to kidnapping now?" Nangong Yangming gazed at the flower fairy in astonishment, then fixed her with a piercing stare, saying, "You had better clarify this, or I shall take you into custody." Hearing Nangong Yangming's blatant threat, the flower fairy shrank back. "It was the dragon's might earlier. Grandpa Tree mentioned it has a connection with you. It wishes to discuss certain matters with you, so we have come to find you. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. If you come back with us, feel free to voice any requests, and Grandpa Tree will undoubtedly acquiesce." The flower fairy chattered incessantly, fearful of being captured. The masked beast master before her appeared utterly terrifying, radiating an aura that suggested he was no good. Upon hearing the flower fairy's explanation, Nangong Yangming's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze growing peculiar as he turned to Lin Tian. The dragon's might he had sensed earlier in the air was, astonishingly, linked to this intermediate beast master. This was absurd. How could the might of an emperor-level dragon be associated with Lin Tian? No matter how hard he racked his brain, Nangong Yangming could not reconcile the two. Lin Tian remained silent, pondering deeply. Indeed, this matter was tied to the dragon's might, and with Nangong Yangming still present, could it be that this individual was drawn here for the same reason? Lin Tian wished to keep this information from Nangong Yangming, but it seemed there was no escaping it. Outside, Luo Tianyu and the others watched the flower fairy's lips move animatedly, though not a sound reached their ears, leaving them perplexed. However, given the multitude of royal spirit beasts surrounding them, they refrained from questioning. Aside from Luo Tianyu, who had become somewhat foolish after Lin Tian's earlier admonishment, the others were astute enough to realize that some matters were beyond their comprehension. The imposing figure wielding a spear certainly ensured their silence, perhaps orchestrating it all. Only the bodyguard, Old Li, remained pensive, glancing at Nangong Yangming before lowering his head. He had already discerned the identity of this individual, but could not fathom why such a significant figure would appear here. Was it possible that there were complications in the abyssal battlefield, necessitating the summoning of all beast masters who had previously participated there? Old Li felt a twinge of anxiety. If that were the case, should he go or not? His parents were aging, and he truly wished to avoid it, unbeknownst to anyone. Old Li's inner turmoil ran deep. Should Nangong Yangming find out, he would surely retaliate with lethal precision, questioning Old Li's character. "You all should return. I will accompany them as they depart," Lin Tian stated as the barrier dissipated. "But Brother Lin, what if you encounter danger? Shouldn't Old Li accompany you?" Luo Tianyu expressed his concern. Old Li's eyes widened in alarm, internally lamenting, "Young master, this is not a game. My life is at stake here." "Oh, you must be the youngest son of Luo Zhan, correct? Did your father not mention me?" Nangong Yangming addressed Luo Tianyu with a grin. Luo Tianyu, looking at the masked man, honestly shook his head. Nangong Yangming's face flushed beneath the mask, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "That scoundrel Luo Zhan. Once I return, I shall teach him a lesson." Old Li lowered his head in silence, quietly mourning for his master. "It was your son who caused this. Not that I wished to intervene. I simply lacked the courage. Enough. You all should head back. With me here, should anything happen, I will obliterate the Great Tang Forest." Nangong Yangming declared. "Return." Then, Lin Tian instructed. "Be cautious. We shall take our leave now. Once we are safe, I shall treat you to a drink." The group bid farewell to Lin Tian before departing. "Come, I have some inquiries that pique my curiosity, and I wish to consult you," Nangong Yangming said, his gaze fervent as he turned to Lin Tian. Lin Tian pressed his hand to his forehead, memories of past suffering flooding his mind. If given the choice, he would unhesitatingly wish for Nangong Yangming to remain silent forever. This individual was, without a doubt, the most loquacious person Lin Tian had encountered since his reincarnation, and he dreaded encountering him too soon. Chapter 24, Elder Tree's Request. "Your name is Lin Tian, correct? Greetings. From now on, we shall be brothers. I am Nangong Yangming, quite a bit older than you, so feel free to call me Big Brother. Rest assured, recognizing me as your elder brother will bring you no harm. There isn't a soul in the Yin-Yang Beastmaster Kingdom who would dare to bully you. Even powerful figures from other nations will think twice before antagonizing you. You appear to be a newly graduated Beastmaster, not very old. Do you have a girlfriend? What was your rank in the graduation exam? Furthermore, that dragoness might the little creatures mentioned earlier, does it truly pertain to you? I am genuinely curious. Could you enlighten me on the matter? Worry not, my lips are sealed. Anything you wish to keep private will remain so. Oh, do not walk so swiftly. Wait for me." Lin Tian covered his ears, hastily distancing himself from Nangong Yangming. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his irritation reaching a peak. His thoughts consumed with how to procure a metal dagger to silence Nangong Yangming. Yet, it seemed Nangong Yangming remained oblivious, relentlessly pursuing Lin Tian with questions. The 6 royal spirit beasts exchanged glances, resigned to follow at a leisurely pace. Moreover, I assume you have yet to visit the abyssal battlefield? Would you like me to tell you what it's like there? The abyssal behemoths are truly colossal. Do you see that little black snake behind? Do not be deceived by its length. Compared to those abyssal giants, it pales in comparison. That tiger seems like nothing more than a kitten before them, utterly adorable. Lin Tian turned, glaring furiously at Nangong Yangming. And your size, would that not make you one of the myriad descendants of those abyssal behemoths? What nonsense. I am no descendant of those creatures. You dare insult me? I could reduce those fellows to mere grandchildren. Nangong Yangming retorted. Then, realizing Lin Tian's words were slightly askew, his face turned crimson as he growled, You dare to insult me. A chorus of laughter erupted, not from Lin Tian, but from the spear in Nangong Yangming's grasp. His countenance darkened as he glared at the weapon, letting out a disdainful snort. Speak. How shall I silence you? Lin Tian looked at Nangong Yangming, exasperated. Nangong Yangming's eyes gleamed with mischief as he grinned. You must tell me about the dragon's might. I am truly fascinated. Honestly, I have no idea, Lin Tian sighed, responding. What nonsense. How could you not know? Elder Tree would never deceive. Why else would it seek you out? Nangong Yangming fumed. I genuinely do not know. I am merely an intermediate beast master. What could I possibly know? Lin Tian replied. As for the matter regarding the dragon's might, he truly was in the dark. Logically, Bloodslaughter only retained memories from his previous life, and his powers had entirely dissipated. Manifesting Emperor-level dragon might was out of the question. Yet, the evidence lay before him. Bloodslaughter had indeed unleashed the dragon's might. Lin Tian yearned to return and inquire with Bloodslaughter about the truth of the situation. He always felt that the rebirth of the Blood Fiend was rather peculiar. Do you truly not know? Nangong Yangming inquired suspiciously, gazing at Lin Tian. I genuinely do not, Lin Tian replied, feeling helpless. Very well, I shall refrain from asking further. Nangong Yangming said, a hint of disappointment in his tone. How did you return from the Abyss battlefield? Has a ceasefire been established there? What if that group of rascals from the Abyss launches a surprise attack in your absence? Lin Tian blurted out impulsively, and upon uttering those words, he was taken aback, turning to find Nangong Yangming staring at him in disbelief. You seem to be aware of my identity? Nangong Yangming's gaze sharpened. Lin Tian's mind momentarily stalled. And after hearing this remark, he hastily responded, I just divined your fate moments ago and discerned that you are an extraordinarily powerful individual capable of intimidating the abyssal beasts, which prompted my inquiry. After pondering for a moment, Nangong Yangming nodded and said, Then tell me, can I save Blue Star? Upon finishing this statement, a faint aura of pressure enveloped Lin Tian. Realizing that if he did not devise a solution, Nangong Yangming might indeed shoot him dead, Lin Tian raised his hand. Feigning a calculation, and after a prolonged pause stated, No. In 3 years, you will encounter a life-threatening calamity. You cannot evade it. Death is inevitable, and should you escape, you will be gravely injured. Nangong Yangming's eyes narrowed, the oppressive aura dissipating, and a smile returned to his lips. Ha ha ha, your predictions are quite accurate, but I shall not perish so easily. The threat from the abyss has yet to be fully eradicated. How could I possibly die? Lin Tian sighed inwardly with relief. Subsequently, Nangong Yangming remained silent, contemplating Lin Tian's words. Could he truly avert the impending calamity in 3 years? The notion of a life-threatening calamity was not solely imparted by Lin Tian. 2 others had also forewarned him, one being the president of the Beastmaster Association, and the other, the president's grandson. Both possessed the innate ability to foresee the future, and now an intermediate Beastmaster had revealed to him the existence of this calamity. As Lin Tian ventured into the depths of the Shangtang Great Forest, he was taken aback upon encountering the so-called Elder Tree. How could a wood-element king-level spirit beast appear so decrepit? His gaze then shifted to the life dew. This was a precious substance capable of healing the Blood Fiend, and he felt compelled to bring it back. You have returned. The Elder Tree gently rustled its leaves, welcoming the two. Elder Tree, may I borrow these top-tier king-level spirit beasts? I promise to return them in 2 years. Nangong Yangming addressed the Elder Tree. His primary purpose for coming here was to acquire king-level spirit beasts to bolster the strength of Blue Star. The second unexpected matter was to investigate Lone Wei's situation. With the latter resolved, only the former remained. Upon hearing Nangong Yangming's request, the 6 king-level spirit beasts fell silent, not daring to utter a word as they all turned to the Elder Tree. The Elder Tree sighed. This matter is beyond my authority. If they wish to go, they will decide for themselves. At this, the 6 king-level spirit beasts fell into silence. You old tree, Don't think I'm unaware that they all heed your command. You've rebuffed my requests time and again, showing me no courtesy. Be careful, or I might just knock them all unconscious and take them with me. Nangong Yangming retorted. Yangming, I have more pressing matters to discuss with this young brother. Perhaps you could step aside for a moment? I will provide you with an answer afterward. How does that sound? The elder tree suggested, casting a glance at Nangong Yangming. After scrutinizing both Lin Tian and the elder tree, Nangong Yangming snorted coldly and transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing in an instant, already at the outskirts of the Shangtong Great Forest. Only then did the elder tree turn its gaze toward Lin Tian, revealing a benevolent smile. Young brother, I have a query and a request. Chapter 25, The Bewildered King. As the elder tree's words fell, the surrounding leaves rustled, forming a barrier of foliage. Outside, Nangong Yangming snorted, realizing he could no longer eavesdrop. I am merely an intermediate beastmaster and cannot offer you much assistance. Lin Tian calmly regarded the elder tree, continuing. The formation of this forest is likely closely tied to you. If you cannot break through to become an emperor level, you may only have a century left to live. The elder tree chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by its lifespan. My existence was to create this forest. Now that my task is complete, the duration of my life holds little significance. Elder, do you truly have only a century left? Baiwa Fairy gazed at the elder tree with concern. Having been raised under the elder tree's care, she found it hard to accept that the elder tree had but a century remaining. Fear not, for upon reaching the emperor level, my lifespan can be restored. 100 years still offers hope, the elder tree reassured her with a glance. The other 5 king-level spirit beasts remained silent. They followed the elder tree because, as weak beings, they had received its protection and gradually grown stronger. As for the elder tree's remaining lifespan, it had previously disclosed this to them, yet they had not anticipated that Lin Tian would discern it so readily. Young brother, does that imposing pressure from the imperial dragon relate to you? The elder tree inquired. It does, Lin Tian admitted candidly. Having lived for over a century, I have encountered true dragons and felt their formidable pressure, yet I never expected to experience such overwhelming force again from an intermediate beastmaster, the elder tree reflected. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, uncertain of the elder tree's motives for summoning him. The elder tree's spiritual power was unstable, and the dragon pressure it released was similarly inconsistent. It was evident that its soul had suffered severe injury. This is a leaf from my tree. If you seek life dew, you may come here to collect it. A vibrant green leaf descended, suspended in front of Lin Tian under the elder tree's control. Lin Tian fell silent, accepting the verdant leaf. He was astonished that the elder tree could sense the disturbances in the blood fiend's soul through its pressure. This was somewhat alarming. Had it not been for this forest, the elder tree might have long since transcended to become an emperor-level being. It was this forest that held it back. With Lin Tian's insight, upon seeing the elder tree, he understood that this forest was intrinsically linked to it. Every action of the spirit beasts within could be observed by the elder tree at will. It was not merely an individual entity, but rather a collective. Feel free to ask anything. I will share what I know, Lin Tian offered, feeling compelled to reciprocate the kindness he had received. What I seek is a path for them to ascend further. The elder tree's gaze shifted to Baiwa Fairy and the other king-level spirit beasts. The 6 king-level spirit beasts were simultaneously bewildered, looking at the elder tree in confusion. How could an intermediate beastmaster like Lin Tian possibly chart a course for their advancement? Lin Tian, too, found the elder tree's statement perplexing. He could not quite comprehend its meaning. Young brother, do not be puzzled. A person informed me that the Shangtong Great Forest will face imminent destruction. To avert this catastrophe, I must take action. In the short term, a breakthrough to the emperor level is unattainable for me. I can only rely on them, the elder tree explained. What? The 6 king-level spirit beasts gasped in unison, staring at the elder tree in disbelief. This was news they had not heard before. You wish for me to save the Shangtong Great Forest? Furthermore, who told you that it would face destruction? Lin Tian questioned the elder tree. In the realm of the Upper Tang Great Forest, an unprecedented calamity loomed, an occurrence that had not transpired in the previous life. How could such a fate befall them this time? Was it possible that his reincarnation had triggered a butterfly effect? Moreover, who was the enigmatic individual that elder tree had mentioned? You will meet this person in due time. For now, I cannot divulge their identity, elder tree proclaimed. Elder tree, what actions should we undertake? The armored tortoise inquired, casting a glance at elder tree. Indeed, we cannot allow our home to be obliterated. I have so many wives and children to protect, the Moonshadow Tiger added, eliciting a round of eye rolls from the royal spirit beasts present. My young friend, how should they navigate the path to becoming royal? Elder tree directed his gaze towards Lin Tian. To ascend to the royal level, one must comprehend the principles of existence. The most effective way to grasp these principles is through the trials of life and death. They must venture into the abyssal battlefield, Lin Tian elucidated. While I cannot guarantee anything beyond this, I am certain that within 3 years, at least one among them will achieve a breakthrough to royalty. With your assurance, I am at ease. They shall return unscathed. Elder Tree smiled. Yet Lin Tian was left bewildered. The unfolding events diverged drastically from his expectations. Just moments ago, Nangon Yangming had remarked that Elder Tree had repeatedly opposed allowing the royal spirit beasts to depart. Yet now, upon Lin Tian's statement, Elder Tree appeared relieved. Return unscathed. Lin Tian pondered, grasping Elder Tree's intention. It was a desire for the royal spirit beasts to survive and not perish in the abyssal battlefield. But could such a wish truly be fulfilled based solely on his words? You must all depart the forest for the abyssal battlefield. In the remaining time, relish the tranquility. Elder Tree advised the 6 royal spirit beasts. The 6 royal spirit beasts fell silent, as Elder Tree no longer obstructed their journey to the abyssal battlefield. Yet their hearts brimmed with uncertainties. Yangming, you may enter. Elder Tree's voice resonated in Nangon Yangming's ears. With a flash, Nangon Yangming materialized before Elder Tree, his eyes wide with disbelief as he prepared to voice his thoughts. They will go to the abyssal battlefield. I shall determine the timing. So there is no need for you to fret, Elder Tree assured. Cough, cough. The words Nangon Yangming had intended to speak were abruptly swallowed. His astonishment evident as he gazed at Elder Tree. Wait, Elder Tree, what prompted this sudden change of heart? Nangon Yangming was genuinely perplexed. He had visited countless times, and Elder Tree had always denied permission for the royal beasts to proceed to the abyssal battlefield. What had changed in such a short span? His gaze shifted to Lin Tian, and a thought emerged that he was reluctant to entertain. Was it due to Lin Tian that Elder Tree had relented? Yes. They have lingered in comfort for far too long. It is time they encounter danger, Elder Tree affirmed. Well, since the decision has been made, I shall refrain from further comment. I am grateful for your assistance, Elder Tree, Nangon Yangming replied earnestly. Xiao Baiwa, prepare some life nectar to present to this young brother. Elder Tree instructed. Fairy Baiwa floated gracefully to the side of the life nectar, conjuring a flower in mid-air with her powers, encasing some of the nectar within. The petals of the flower automatically closed, enveloping the life nectar securely, with Fairy Baiwa's magic sustaining it. The potency of the life nectar would remain intact for half a month. Should you require more, feel free to return, Elder Tree stated. Thank you, Lin Tian expressed gratefully. This is but a humble token of my appreciation, hardly worth mentioning, Elder Tree chuckled. Lin Tian fell silent, while Tian Wang remained bewildered. Nangon Yangming's thoughts echoed. The riddlemonger must perish. Chapter 26, Healing the Blood Fiend. Within Haiding Town, the Blood Fiend, engulfed in a sovereign's oppressive aura, succumbed to unconsciousness. Its body collapsed, breaths growing shallow. Zhang Xiaoya and Gui Yuqian rushed to its side. Sister Xiaoya, what should we do? Zhang Xiaoya pried open the Blood Fiend's eyes, examining various aspects with a troubled expression. The earlier surge of power had evidently drained the Blood Fiend's soul energy, leaving it exceedingly frail. Kun Kun, Dian Dian. Zhang Xiaoya called. The duo swayed over, still reeling from the dragon's might, yet not fully recovered. Kun Kun positioned itself atop the Blood Fiend, extending its tendrils to assess its condition. After a period of examination, Kun Kun withdrew its appendages. Zhang Xiaoya's expression darkened further as she turned to Gui Yuqian. Its soul energy is currently highly unstable. We require materials to stabilize it. Can your father procure them quickly? After her assessment, Zhang Xiaoya had discerned the state of the Blood Fiend's soul. I'll make a call, Gui Yuqian replied. No need for that. I have what we need. A voice in high heels chimed in. Lu Qianqian appeared, carrying a box and a bag, her eyes reflecting concern upon seeing the unconscious Blood Fiend. Teacher, what brings you here? Gui Yuqian exclaimed, astonished. I sensed a terrifying power upon my arrival. I had no idea it was unleashed by it, Lu Qianqian remarked. Her gaze complex. Zhang Xiaoya regarded Lu Qianqian, nodding upon realizing she was Gui Yuqian's mentor. Do you possess materials to stabilize the soul? Indeed. Within this box are 2 ordinary soul-reviving herbs, Lu Qianqian replied, handing over the box. She had procured the herbs through her connections and delivered them immediately upon obtaining them. Lin Tian was already in a pitiable state, and now, having contracted with a failed evolution of the fire lizard, she wished to prevent him from being hindered in his pursuit of strength. Thus, she had sought Gui Yuqian's address days prior and rushed to deliver the materials, not anticipating that it would be at such a critical moment. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Xiaoya accepted the box and retreated into a room to concoct the potion. Where has Lin Tian gone? Lu Qianqian inquired, looking at Gui Yuqian. Lin Tian ventured to the upper Tang Great Forest. Sister Xiaoya mentioned there are materials there to heal the Blood Fiend's soul, Gui Yuqian explained. Such a perilous place. And he went alone. Lu Qianqian's voice rose in alarm. I am aware, but I could not prevent him from going, Gui Yuqian lamented, his expression pained. Rest assured, teacher. Lin Tian will not act recklessly. He will surely return. Lu Qianqian felt a twinge of worry as she retrieved 2 envelopes from her bag. These are the admission letters from Beastmaster University. Please give them to him upon his return. All right. Gui Yuqian accepted the letters, a smile breaking through his concern. The 2 letters indicated not only Lin Tian's acceptance, but also his own, allowing him to attend Beastmaster University alongside Lin Tian. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Should I acquire more materials of this nature, I will bring them, Lu Qianqian stated before turning to depart. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Gui Yuqian waved goodbye. Once Lu Qianqian had left, Zhang Xiaoya emerged with a violet potion, carefully administering it to the blood fiend. After consuming the potion, the blood fiend's breathing stabilized significantly. She had Kun conduct another examination, sighing in relief upon confirming the soul's stability. Let it rest. Its soul is temporarily stabilized. Zhang Xiaoya remarked. Yes, but I wonder when Lin Tian will return, Gui Yuqian mused. If he has procured the life nectar, he will undoubtedly return, Zhang Xiaoya reassured. An hour later, a beam of black light descended from the heavens, landing before Zhang Xiaoya's home. With a dramatic flare, Nangong Yangming adjusted his flamboyant hairstyle. However, he soon realized that Lin Tian's figure had already vanished from his side. How could he leave without waiting for me? What is the rush? Nangong Yangming grumbled as he followed suit and stepped into Zhang Xiaoya's residence. Xiaoya, I've obtained the life nectar. Lin Tian shouted exuberantly as he entered the courtyard. Zhang Xiaoya and Gui Yuqian hurriedly emerged from within. Lin Tian, you're finally back, Gui Yuqian exclaimed, rushing forward. How is Bloodshaw? Lin Tian inquired. His foremost concern centered on the condition of Bloodshaw. It's stable now, but the surge of power from Bloodshaw, does it relate to you? Zhang Xiaoya questioned. Her gaze fixed on Lin Tian. He nodded, recounting the peril he faced in the great forest. Let us discuss that later. First, hand me the life nectar. Bloodshaw has just awakened, and it's the perfect moment for it to drink. Zhang Xiaoya instructed. Lin Tian produced the life nectar and handed it to her. Following her to the back, Gui Yuqian, scratching his head as he watched the 2 disappear, was about to follow when he caught sight of a masked figure entering. Who are you? He asked. Nangong Yangming, surveying the surroundings, turned at the sound, and his eyes lit up upon seeing Gui Yuqian. With a mischievous grin, he replied, I am Nangong Yangming. What about you? Want to acknowledge me as your elder brother? Rest assured, as long as you agree, no one will dare to bully you. Nangong Yangming said, throwing an arm around Gui Yuqian's shoulder. You're insane, Gui Yuqian retorted, rolling his eyes as he shrugged off Nangong Yangming's arm and headed towards the back of the courtyard. Nangong Yangming stood there, bewildered, before muttering curses and following him inside. Bloodshaw languidly gazed at the sky, wondering when Lin Tian would return. Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, it perked up, its eyes sparkling with vitality. It attempted to rise to greet Lin Tian, but, weakened, collapsed back down. Soon, Lin Tian and Zhang Xiaoya appeared before it. Roar. Bloodshaw emitted a low growl. Master, you've returned safely. Bloodshaw, I've brought the life nectar. Drink it quickly. Lin Tian said as he crouched beside Bloodshaw, gently stroking its head. Zhang Xiaoya knelt down and opened the flower bud, revealing the verdant life nectar within. Bloodshaw lowered its head and began to gulp down the life nectar eagerly. As the last drop was licked clean, Bloodshaw lifted its head to gaze at Lin Tian. Much better, it remarked. That's good to hear, Lin Tian replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. After the life nectar entered its body, Bloodshaw felt its wounded soul gradually mending. However, the healing effect ceased midway, indicating that true recovery could only be achieved by locating the corpse of the giant dragon within the ruins. What on earth happened to it? Why is it so severely injured? Nangong Yangming exclaimed upon arriving and catching sight of Bloodshaw. Bloodshaw, upon noticing Nangong Yangming, froze momentarily before covering its ears with its claws. The chatterbox is here, it thought. Chapter 27. The King of Heaven is slightly upset, oh dear. What is wrong with it? Even its soul is wounded. Did you mistreat it, you rascal? If that is the case, I'll shoot you dead. Nangong Yangming ranted. No wonder you went to the great forest. You were searching for life nectar, weren't you? However, while life nectar can heal soul injuries, it cannot cure its wounds entirely. This little creature's soul injury is far too grave. Do you need my assistance? I can help, he offered. Wait a minute. Why are there 2 lumps on your beast? Did it fail to evolve? If I'm not mistaken, that's a fire lizard, isn't it? With those lumps. Is it trying to grow wings? Goodness, I've said so much, and Lin Tian, why aren't you responding? Also, how did it fail to evolve? Was it your doing? That shouldn't be the case. You don't seem like a foolish person to me, Nangong Yangming prattled on. Lin Tian, Zhang Xiaoya, and Gui Yuqian simultaneously shot him murderous glares. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Nangong Yangming finally sealed his lips. If you can keep your mouth shut and engage in a proper conversation, we can discuss things amicably. Otherwise, you may take your leave, Lin Tian stated. Who is this guy? Zhang Xiaoya asked Lin Tian, her gaze scrutinizing him. This guy showed up right after I returned, so he must be someone I know. Typically, it's only people from Haiding Town who come looking for me. Outsiders wouldn't dare, Lin Tian explained. Ah, he has quite the chatterbox, Lin Tian added. How can you say that, Lin Tian? I'm not just a chatterbox. Young lady, I'm Nangong Yangming. You can call me Brother Nangong. And I'll protect you from now on. Nangong Yangming retorted, casting a displeased glance at Lin Tian before flashing a charming smile at Zhang Xiaoya. She is the daughter of the fierce tiger general, Lin Tian replied curtly. Ahem, in that case, I can't be called brother but rather Uncle Nangong or handsome guy, right? Nangong Yangming promptly shifted the topic. Do you know my father? Zhang Xiaoya inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yes, I know him. We are good comrades in arms. By the way, does your family have any water? After all this talking, I'm feeling a bit parched, Nangong Yangming said. Let us go sit in the other room. Zhang Xiaoya suggested, pointing toward a nearby room. Nangong Yangming, brandishing his spear, entered the room, not forgetting to beckon Lin Tian to follow him. You stay here and rest. There's no need for you to go in. I'll handle this guy, Lin Tian said, gently patting Bloodshaw's head. Master, you are invincible. Bloodshaw encouraged Lin Tian. Taking advantage of its recovering strength, Bloodshaw silently slipped away, wishing to avoid encountering Nangong Yangming, lest it lose its composure. Lin Tian entered the room, pouring a cup of tea for the current Beastmaster King and another for himself. Kid, your beast is extraordinary, and your ambitions are quite grand. Nangong Yangming remarked, reaching for the tea but retracting his hand upon feeling the heat. Indeed, it can evolve into a dragon, but its first master wasn't me. It was my younger brother who abandoned it after its failed evolution, Lin Tian explained. What? Abandoned it? Nangong Yangming exclaimed, momentarily bewildered and missing the crux of the matter. Don't be so shocked. You've likely seen many cases like this, Lin Tian replied, casting a knowing glance at Nangong Yangming. Feeling that the fourth generation of kings was somewhat more agreeable when serious. You're right. I've seen plenty, yet each time I do, it still ignites my anger. What on earth is the Beastmaster Association doing? Don't they ever consider improving the laws? Nangong Yangming fumed. Can we truly do anything about it? Lin Tian replied. Nangong Yangming fell silent, aware that nothing could be done. However, had the Beastmaster Association ever intervened? Even though the Abyss battlefield housed the main force of the entire Beastmaster community, these matters would consume much energy if they merely intervened. In every city, there are at least a few royal-level Beastmasters, and numerous high-level ones as well. If royal-level Beastmasters cannot manage it, surely high-level ones can? Nangong Yangming pondered. This issue clearly needs to be addressed. If this continues, and everyone abandons their beasts, humanity might truly face extinction, he sighed. You know this much. That's enough. Lin Tian said, taking a sip of tea. He understood that even if Nangong Yangming decided to rigorously pursue this matter, it would bear little fruit unless the crisis of the Abyss had been resolved. I can assist with its soul injury, but I am unable to help with the issues left by its evolution, Nangong Yangming remarked to Lin Tian. At this juncture, Nangong Yangming paused, then inquired, Did you just say it can evolve into a dragon? If this fire lizard successfully evolves, it signifies that the Flame Sun Beast Kingdom will possess a dragon spirit beast, which, when it grows stronger, will become an imperial dragon. The mere aura of an imperial dragon is incomparable to that of an ordinary imperial beast. Lin Tian nodded in affirmation. Holy moly, you aim to reach the heavens. Nangong Yangming exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Lin Tian. A dragon? I don't even have one. Lin Tian fell into a moment of silence before nodding and releasing Qingsha. The newly manifested Qingsha immediately diminished in size and flew to Lin Tian's side. What is this? Nangong Yangming rubbed his eyes, uncertain as he observed. With a distinct horn atop its head and a pair of claws, this little creature bore a striking resemblance to a flood dragon. Holy moly! Nangong Yangming gasped. This is a flood dragon. What kind of outrageous luck do you possess? Your first spirit beast is a flood dragon, and your second has the potential to evolve into a dragon. You don't intend to become the new Beast King, do you? Nangong Yangming stared at Lin Tian, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, saying, Therefore, you must exert yourself, strive to enhance your strength. The position of Beast King may very well be mine in the future. With a sigh, Nangong Yangming replied, If you truly possess both an Eastern Divine Dragon and a Western Dragon as your spirit beasts, even if you do not desire the title of Beast King, I would still bestow it upon you. However, that can only happen once your strength has matured. Otherwise, it is mere talk. But since you already have 2 dragons, could you perhaps acquire one for me as well? Nangong Yangming's eyes gleamed with envy. Dragons, who wouldn't want one? Especially the Eastern Divine Dragon. How magnificent it would be. I shall do my utmost. Lin Tian chuckled inwardly, thinking, What a pipe dream. I believe you can achieve it. Now, jot down my phone number. In the future, if I find a suitable spirit beast, I will contact you. But let me make it clear. If you hang up on me, I shall shoot you. Nangong Yangming produced his phone. The two exchanged numbers. Do you really not require my assistance? Nangong Yangming inquired once more. With his help, Lin Tian's spirit beast could recover its soul more swiftly. No need. I have my own plans. Lin Tian shook his head. Should Bloodshaw reach its limit, he would certainly agree, but for now, there was no urgency. To ensure Bloodshaw fully evolves into a dragon, it depended on the ruins, which served as the true metamorphosis locale for Bloodshaw, and the time until the ruins opened was drawing near. Chapter 28. Hello, my name is Luo Tianming. Nangong Yangming, feeling dejected, transformed into a black light and vanished before Lin Tian's reluctant gaze. It was only when the black light had completely dissipated from view that Lin Tian finally exhaled in relief. This chatterbox had finally departed. Lin Tian felt that Nangong Yangming was best suited for the battlefield, unable to remain idle. 3 years, 3 years' time. Could I possess my first imperial spirit beast? Lin Tian's gaze grew profound. In his previous life, he had not been particularly outstanding during the first 3 years. His true strength was only revealed when Bloodshaw broke through to the king level and evolved into a dragon. At that point, he had directly ventured onto the Abyss battlefield, where he truly began to grow formidable. Logically, as he only possessed a king-level spirit beast, he should not have been allowed onto the beast battlefield, but after Nangong Yangming's untimely demise, the situation on the battlefield had taken a drastic turn, forcing them, the Super Beast Masters, to step up. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Luo Tianyu obediently stood in the hotel room's living area, while bodyguard Lao Li remained silently by his side. Before Luo Tianyu stood a young man, with sharp eyebrows and striking eyes, exceptionally handsome. Yet his eyes now brimmed with fury. He was Luo Tianyu's elder brother, the young master of the Luo family, Luo Tianming. All for a king-level spirit beast cub. You nearly endangered 5 lives. Luo Tianyu, you've grown bold. Luo Tianming glared at his brother, his teeth clenched in anger. Had it not been for Lao Li's notification, he would have remained oblivious to his brother's stealthy escapade to avoid studying. Brother, I truly realize my mistake. I won't dare again, Luo Tianyu muttered, his head bowed. Afraid to speak loudly. If you genuinely recognize your error, then return to your studies and strive to become a spirit beast master, ultimately a super spirit beast master, so you can fight on the Abyss battlefield. With our parents engaged in battle there, how can you choose to be a wastrel? What will those prestigious families think of us? Luo Tianming raised his hand, poised to slap Luo Tianyu. Yet, upon seeing his brother's pitiful expression, he restrained himself. Young master. After this incident, the young master has matured significantly. He deserves another chance, especially since he has already learned his lesson, Lao Li interjected. Luo Tianming turned to Lao Li, saying, Uncle Li, he is no longer a child. Why do you indulge his recklessness? If this continues, do not blame me for being heartless. And what do you mean Bai Yinyo has been taught a lesson? Luo Tianming first admonished bodyguard Lao Li, then pressed for clarification. Actually, within this team, there is an individual of vast knowledge who has imparted much wisdom about spirit beasts to the young master, igniting a strong desire for knowledge within him. Naturally, due to the young master's rashness, he received a good thrashing, bodyguard Lao Li explained. Luo Tianming paused, casting an odd glance at Luo Tianyu. Does he know who you are? No. He knows I am from the Luo family, yet he still dared to strike you. How fierce. Brother Lin Tian is different from others. He genuinely cares for me. In fact, when faced with danger, he intended to protect me at all costs, Luo Tianyu defended. You still call him brother? Luo Tianming stared at his younger sibling in astonishment. He was well aware of Luo Tianyu's temperament. The boy feared no one, except perhaps himself. And now it seemed he had found another person to fear. This Lin Tian, I ought to thank him properly for saving your life. Luo Tianming declared. Yes. I want to say goodbye to brother Lin Tian before I leave. Luo Tianyu's eyes brightened. Do you know where he is? I'll go ask right now. Stand down. Let us have a duel. Qingsha restored its original size, glaring defiantly at Bloodshaw. I am currently an injured party, and given my age, I cannot stoop to the level of a child. Bloodshaw remained steadfast, casting a glance at Qingsha, its gaze reminiscent of an adult observing a child, even tinged with a hint of indulgence. Having now regained memories of its previous life, its personality was gradually evolving, particularly influenced by its current leisurely lifestyle. After having missed out on such a life in the past, it was finally enjoying it now. You infuriate me. I demand a duel. Qingsha fumed, twisting in the air. Bloodshaw merely regarded Qingsha with a smile, unmoved. As long as I live, you shall remain the prince. Qingsha glared, completely exasperated, and sulkily shrank its form, resting atop Bloodshaw's head. Seated nearby, Lin Tian and Guo Yuqian engaged in meditation, striving to elevate their respective mental faculties. For youthful beast tamers, meditation serves as the most expedient method to enhance their mental prowess. However, as one ages, the rate of improvement diminishes. The distinction between a super beast tamer and an epic beast tamer extends beyond mere enhancement of mental strength. It predominantly pertains to the application of that mental capacity. After 2 hours, Lin Tian opened his eyes, having made some progress in his mental strength. Yet he realized he still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the rank of advanced beast tamer. How about you, fatty? Lin Tian inquired, glancing at Guo Yuqian. My progress is somewhat sluggish, but rest assured, I will undoubtedly keep pace with you, Guo Yuqian replied with a chuckle. If all goes well, 3 months, if not 6 months, sufficient time for you to become an advanced beast tamer, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Why can't I reach the advanced beast tamer level in 2 months? Guo Yuqian queried, looking at Lin Tian. Perhaps you should refrain from daydreaming, Lin Tian chuckled in response. The two stood up, preparing to return to their quarters for a brief respite, when 3 individuals entered from outside. Brother Lin Tian, I've come to find you, exclaimed Luo Tianyu, who was at the forefront, waving joyfully upon spotting Lin Tian. Behind him, Lao Li offered a smile, while the individual in the middle was Luo Tianming. Lin Tian paused momentarily upon seeing Luo Tianming, silently lamenting, at just 18, Luo Tianming is quite the dashing figure, truly a heartthrob among girls. Are you preparing to return to Tianjing City? What about that little monkey? Lin Tian asked Luo Tianyu. Yes, my brother is here to take me back. The cub is at the hotel, Luo Tianyu replied. At that moment, Luo Tianming stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, I am Luo Tianming. Lin Tian reciprocated the handshake with a smile. Hello, I am Lin Tian. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Without it, my younger brother might not have survived. Luo Tianming smiled, casting a fleeting glance at Qing Sha and Shui Sha. Through his innate abilities, he could discern that these 2 beasts were far from ordinary. I merely fulfilled my duty. Protecting him was part of the task, so there is no need for gratitude, Lin Tian stated. After a brief silence, Luo Tianming inquired, regardless, I must thank you. Will you be attending Beast Taming University in the future? Lin Tian hesitated momentarily before nodding. I am uncertain. I have yet to receive an acceptance notice from Beast Taming University. The acceptance notices were sent out some time ago. It is unlikely you did not receive yours. Luo Tianming said, somewhat taken aback, questioning whether Lin Tian had indeed been overlooked. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. He had not been accepted. No, we both received acceptance. Guo Yuqian interjected hastily. Both Lin Tian and Luo Tianming turned to look at Guo Yuqian. Luo Tianming was surprised that the person beside Lin Tian had also been accepted, while Lin Tian was silently questioning Guo Yuqian's failure to inform him sooner. You know the circumstances back then. I simply forgot to tell you, Guo Yuqian chuckled sheepishly. Since you will be attending Beast Taming University, let us meet again then. Once you arrive, send me a message, and I shall come to fetch you. Here is my business card, which contains my contact details, Luo Tianming said, handing Lin Tian a card. Lin Tian accepted the card and glanced at it. It bore Luo Tianming's name and a phone number, 101-860-4538, with no additional information. All right, I shall remember that, Lin Tian replied with a smile. After a brief exchange, Luo Tianming departed with Luo Tianyu. In the days that followed, Lin Tian concentrated on enhancing his mental prowess under Zhang Xiaoya's guidance, occasionally allowing Qing Sha to engage in combat with Zhang Xiaoya's beasts to bolster its practical skills. Guo Yuqian did not remain there continuously, often returning to Chao City for unspecified reasons. The commencement of classes at Beast Taming University was set for a month after the new year, leaving him with ample time, half a year, to elevate his strength to that of an advanced beast tamer, and perhaps even complete the second evolution of Shui Sha. However, Lin Tian's mind was predominantly occupied with the impending opening of the ruins. Logically, the ruins should have already been activated. He recalled it was supposed to occur within these few days, though he could not pinpoint the exact date. In any case, he needed to resolve the issues surrounding Shui Sha's soul and the uncertainty surrounding Linya. Initially, he had been unable to address Linya due to time constraints, as Linya remained in Chao City, making it difficult for him to take action. Yet, once inside the ruins, even a deity would be powerless to save Linya. While Lin Tian basked in the sun with his beasts, his phone suddenly rang. Looking up, he noted the lyrics playing. How many people dream on the moon, soaring with wings of chicken. The abrupt ringtone caused both Shui Sha and Qing Sha to turn their heads towards Lin Tian simultaneously. They had never heard such a song before, and found it quite unpleasant. Surely, listening to it at night would lead to nightmares. Lin Tian smiled sheepishly, retrieving the phone gifted to him by Luo Qingyao and answering the call. Lin Tian, I have sent you a document. What you do with it is entirely up to you. Luo Qingyao's voice resonated from the other end. What document? Lin Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed. It pertains to your parents. Luo Qingyao replied. Lin Tian's breath caught, and he instantly grew serious. Why was Luo Qingyao investigating his parents? Was something amiss? Additionally, we have discovered a sealed space. Though it remains unopened for now, once we unlock it, I will take you inside. When do you anticipate becoming an advanced beast tamer? Luo Qingyao asked. Perhaps 3 months. Lin Tian replied, harboring little interest in the sealed space, yet he felt a keen interest in the merit points it might yield. Good, that should be sufficient time. This space is rather peculiar, and we currently lack leads. In any case, prioritize your own matters. I will support you in whatever you choose to do. You likely know what actions to take, Luo Qingyao concluded, and the call ended. Lin Tian felt a sense of confusion, struggling to comprehend Luo Qingyao's words. Yet he opened the document she had sent him. Upon seeing the 100+ pages of the PDF, he inhaled sharply. The Sword Bureau had thoroughly investigated his parents. Initially, he had assumed this was a straightforward investigative report, but only 5 pages pertained to him, while over 50 pages detailed his parents' lives. The latter sections discussed Lin Xiaolong, Zhang Yu, and Lin Ya. After reading through it, Lin Tian's expression darkened, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Master, what troubles you? Shueisha inquired, gazing up at Lin Tian. Is something wrong? Qingsha also looked up at Lin Tian, concern etched on its face. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian quelled his rising fury and shook his head at his 2 companions. It's nothing, merely some personal matters. Returning to his room, Lin Tian retrieved his phone and opened the photo gallery, gazing at a family portrait of the 3 of them, his eyes growing moist. He bore a striking resemblance to the man in the photograph, while the woman bore the remaining likeness. These 2 were indeed Lin Tian's biological parents. So this is the truth. Lin Xiaolong, Zhang Yu, you truly possess remarkable schemes. If not for the Sword Bureau's investigation, I fear I would remain in the dark indefinitely. Lin Tian shut off his phone, his gaze now filled with an icy resolve. Since his rebirth, his foremost ambition has been to swiftly enhance his prowess, to eradicate the troubles posed by the Abyss, and to resolve matters concerning Lin Ya. He did not necessarily wish to eliminate him, but at the very least, he aimed to incapacitate this individual. As a gesture of gratitude for the 8 years of care bestowed upon him by Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu. However, it now appears that he has miscalculated. The cause of his biological parents' demise was only known to him as an accident. Yet it now seems that the very individuals responsible for their deaths are none other than Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu. Lin Tian cannot help but admire the 2. What could possibly motivate them to continue raising him? Is it guilt? Are they not afraid that one day he might uncover the truth and take their lives himself? In light of this, perhaps it is time to reclaim a semblance of interest. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian procured a sheet of paper and a pen. Crafting a letter. The following day, Gui Yuqian arrived early at Zhang Xiaoya's place, where Lin Tian entrusted him with the letter. Help me find someone to deliver this to Lin Ya's residence, Lin Tian instructed. Gui Yuqian, after confirming that it was merely a piece of paper, nodded in understanding. Are you severing ties? He inquired. Not merely severing ties, but settling scores, Lin Tian replied matter-of-factly. Well, that's certainly preferable to remaining entangled, Gui Yuqian chuckled. By the way, have you heard any news from the Beastmaster Association? Lin Tian asked. No, I haven't. Is there something significant that has transpired? Gui Yuqian responded, puzzled. Nothing of consequence. Should anything arise, I will certainly involve you, Lin Tian assured him with a smile. That goes without saying. We are brothers, Gui Yuqian replied with a grin. He then made a phone call, summoning someone over. After Lin Tian conveyed the timing for the letter's delivery, the individual departed. The 2 resumed their training, focusing on enhancing their mental fortitude. At this moment, in the office of the president of the Chao City Beastmaster Association, Zhang Haitao rushed in, only to find Li Changjian seated there. A look of anxiety etched across his face. What is going on? Zhang Haitao inquired. A relic has surfaced, and several beastmasters are trapped inside, Li Changjian reported. A relic? Are there truly relics appearing around Chao City? Zhang Haitao exclaimed, bewildered, as if questioning the veracity of the claim. How could relics possibly materialize in such a small 3rd-tier city as Chao City? He had previously conducted discreet investigations. I have no reason to deceive you. It is genuine. The relic has already opened, and I suspect numerous beastmasters have discovered it, located 30 kilometers to the south. Li Changjian explained, rubbing his temples. The emergence of a relic is entirely unexpected, yet it is indeed fortuitous. It likely harbors a wealth of resources and poses minimal danger. Zhang Haitao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Relics and world fragments are fundamentally alike, differing only in their time of appearance. World fragments were brought over by the Abyss 130 years ago, while relics are remnants of world fragments that existed prior to that time, which, due to certain peculiar circumstances, integrated with Blue Star long ago. Compared to the unknown dangers of world fragments, relics offer considerably greater safety, as the creatures within have mostly perished. Even those that survive are unlikely to possess formidable strength. Additionally, while one can forcibly breach a world fragment from the outside, a relic opens on its own accord. Attempting to break in by force is utterly futile. There are also restrictions regarding the strength required to enter a relic. Those too powerful are simply unable to gain entry. This is indeed beneficial, but we, as elite beastmasters, cannot enter, Li Changjian lamented. What? We cannot enter? Zhang Haitao was taken aback. He had envisioned himself entering the relic to optimize the acquisition of its resources, but now that prospect seemed increasingly problematic. The relic's sudden appearance was unexpected, had it not been for those few beastmasters inadvertently trapped inside, compelled to send messages through their beasts. He would still be oblivious to the relic's existence. Upon receiving the news, he had rushed over, but while he could not enter, senior beastmasters were permitted entry, with their strength limit set at the senior level. To effectively exploit this relic, only senior beastmasters could be allowed inside. However, according to their transmitted messages, the relic spans a considerable area and is rich in resources. Since it has emerged in our Chao city, we cannot allow beastmasters from other cities to take advantage of it. It would be best for all of Chao city's beastmasters to enter. Li Changjian rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. His inability to enter, coupled with the prospect of senior beastmasters gaining access, could lead to uncontrollable outcomes. Old Li, while your intentions are commendable, there are certain matters beyond our control, Zhang Haitao cautioned. I am well aware, yet since I have resolved to relinquish control over this relic, I am prepared to accept the consequences. Old Zhang, your enthusiasm seems to have waned, Li Changjian remarked, his gaze sharp. Zhang Haitao did not deny it. His spirits had indeed dampened. I plan to disseminate this information widely, to inform more beastmasters that they can become stronger by seizing opportunities within this relic. Concurrently, I will issue a mission to rescue the trapped beastmasters, with rewards and materials. Ultimately, it matters little who rescues them, Li Changjian declared. The news of the relic's discovery in Chao City spread like wildfire throughout the region, igniting a fervor among the senior beastmasters. These beastmasters, akin to hounds scenting prey, sprang into action, while even those of lesser strength dared not dismiss the relic's allure. Although they may not be able to utilize the materials acquired from the relic, they could exchange them for usable resources or even currency. Numerous senior and intermediate beastmasters began organizing teams, as entering the relic with a group would be far more advantageous than venturing in alone. Meanwhile, in Hiding Town, Lin Tian and Guo Yuqian also received word of the relic's opening. Prepare to depart, Lin Tian instructed, donning his combat attire and gathering the necessary equipment. He possessed a spatial bracelet obtained from the world fragment, containing materials from the mechanical world. Its vast capacity allowed him to store numerous items, though he had yet to disclose its existence. With only Guo Yuqian by his side, he felt no need for secrecy. Do not inform others, should anyone learn of it. They may resort to violence to seize it, Lin Tian cautioned Guo Yuqian. Guo Yuqian watched, wide-eyed, as a multitude of items vanished before him, nodding in agreement. At that moment, he too donned combat gear, accentuating his round figure. Are we going in alone? Guo Yuqian asked, coming to his senses. The relic permits entry only for senior beastmasters. As intermediate beastmasters, we would be in peril if we encountered one of their ranks. Let us inquire if Dai Hao wishes to join. His radiant commander can extend the combat duration of our beasts, making our endeavor significantly easier, Lin Tian suggested. Guo Yuqian pulled out his phone to contact Dai Hao. Lin Tian stepped outside, observing the still quarreling Qing Sha and Xue Sha, a smile forming on his lips. Enough bickering. It is time to get to work. Qing Sha and Xue Sha simultaneously turned to Lin Tian, particularly Xue Sha, whose eyes shone brightly with anticipation. Lin Tian had long foretold the imminent opening of the ruins, and now it seemed that the moment had finally arrived. Alas, had he known better, he would not have hastily evolved. Otherwise, he might have possessed a modicum of combat prowess by now. Bloodslaughter sighed deeply. This time, we are solely focused on healing your soul-less injuries. Let us postpone the matter of evolution for now. Once we establish a solid foundation, you may evolve again. Lin Tian said, gently stroking Bloodslaughter's head. Bloodslaughter's summoning circle manifested, and it promptly dove into it, entering the Beastmaster space. Guo Yuqian emerged from the room and addressed Lin Tian. Dai Hao mentioned he would like to join us. I informed him to rendezvous outside. Very well. Let us set forth, Lin Tian replied. Zhang Xiaya stepped out of her room, having heard about the ruins but lacking the desire to go. However, seeing the two prepared, she brought forth her supplies. Here are some potions. Should you sustain any injuries, these will facilitate swift healing, though, of course, a pierced heart is beyond remedy. Sister Xiaya, do you truly wish for us to perish upon entry? Guo Yuqian gaped at Zhang Xiaoya, yet he accepted the potions from her hand. Exercise caution. Particularly with regard to the beast masters, Zhang Xiaoya advised. Understood, both men nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaoya watched as the two ascended into the sky atop the back of Qingsha, gradually disappearing from view. Dai Hao awaited them outside, and was taken aback as Lin Tian and Guo Yuqian descended from the heavens. What in the world? When did Qingsha transform into this? I recall it was not like this during the graduation exam. How has it suddenly acquired the ability to fly and develop claws? Let us discuss it on the way. Our destination is the ruins, Lin Tian instructed. The three mounted Qingsha and journeyed towards the ruins. Chapter 31. I will end his life. Son, be exceedingly cautious upon entering the ruins. It is far from the safety of the city. Zhang Yu cautioned Linya, who was preparing to depart. Mother, worry not. I shall be perfectly fine, Linya assured her with a smile. The ruins had opened, and he was determined to go. Especially since Lin Tian would undoubtedly be there. This presented an excellent opportunity to eliminate him, one he could not afford to miss. Many advanced beast masters are also heading to the ruins. As merely a mid-level beast master, you must remain vigilant. Of course, you could align yourself with those advanced beast masters to lessen the risks, Lin Xiaolong advised. Rest assured, I will be accompanying the advanced beast masters. I want to encounter any peril, and my own power has increased significantly. My two beasts are now extraordinary level, Linya replied. Dismissing the threat posed by the advanced beast masters, he believed that the only thing holding him back was his mental strength. And some advanced beast masters were inferior to him, a mid-level beast master. If we truly confront an advanced beast master, we shall see who emerges victorious. After organizing his belongings, Linya departed his home. Upon reaching the community's outskirts, a cold smile crept across his face. Lin Tian, the ruins have opened. Your demise is imminent. Linya, let us proceed to the ruins. Two off-road vehicles halted before him, and Zhao Minghai poked his head out. He too would venture to the ruins, as his father had arranged for 6 advanced beast masters to ensure his safety. Linya climbed into the vehicle, and the two off-roaders sped away. Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaolong observed Linya enter the vehicle with a growing sense of unease. For several days, an unsettling feeling had lingered within them. Will our son encounter danger in the ruins? Perhaps we should follow him, Zhang Yu suggested, her worry palpable. He will inevitably step beyond our protection. There is no need to tail him, Lin Xiaolong replied. Very well, Zhang Yu conceded with a nod. What is the current level of your second beast? As Qingsha carried all 3 of them, its stamina waned, necessitating a brief respite. Along the way, they encountered numerous beast masters heading toward the ruins. While they could not match the speed of the advanced beast masters, they certainly outpaced many mid-level beast masters. My second beast has just reached extraordinary level 2, so it can be deemed a force, Dai Hao remarked, but my first beast has now attained extraordinary level 6, showcasing significant improvement. Very well, once we enter the ruins, you shall witness what true beast masters are like, Lin Tian proclaimed, preparing them mentally for the grim realities they might encounter. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao fell silent. They were not naive and understood the grim realities faced by those entering the ruins. Will we truly encounter such dire circumstances? Dai Hao inquired. Indeed. Order exists in the city, yet it does not extend to the ruins. Many beast masters meet their demise outside the city, not at the jaws of beasts, but at the hands of their own kind. If we encounter those intent on our demise, if we cannot prevail, we flee. If we can, we eliminate them. Lin Tian declared, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intent. While measures could be taken to avert mishaps during the graduation exam, such safeguards were non-existent within the ruins. You comprehend this, do you not? Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao shuddered at the thought of facing such a situation. After a brief respite, Qingsha once again bore the 3 towards the ruins. Of course, Qingsha was less than pleased, particularly with Guo Yuqian's weight. It harbored a desire to drop him mid-flight. Yet, Lin Tian had negotiated with Qingsha, offering terms it found irresistible to carry the hefty Guo Yuqian. An hour later, they arrived at the ruins, where many had already gathered. Qingsha found a suitable spot to land. Fatty, release your Yuanbao pig, Lin Tian urged, patting Guo Yuqian's shoulder. Why should I? My Yuanbao pig lacks any combat capability. Guo Yuqian replied, bewildered. Just do it. It will be useful, Lin Tian insisted, unable to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Qingsha had shrunk down and perched on Lin Tian's shoulder. Guo Yuqian relented and released the Yuanbao pig, which emerged dazed and disoriented, accustomed only to slumber. Yet, in the next moment, the Yuanbao pig emitted a piercing shriek. Darting in circles around Guo Yuqian, a small blue tail trailing behind it. Ah, Qingsha, you bit my Yuanbao pig's backside again, Guo Yuqian exclaimed, hastily scooping up the Yuanbao pig. Qingsha glanced at the pig's rear, revealing a neat row of bite marks, a satisfied grin adorning its face. Qingsha, what peculiar obsession do you have with gnawing on the Yuanbao pig's rear? Dai Hao questioned, perplexed. However, Qingsha paid him no mind, yawning atop Lin Tian's head before drifting off to sleep. Lin Tian, you must provide me with an explanation. Gui Yuqian glared at Lin Tian. Realization dawning upon him that Lin Tian had previously asked him to release the Yuanbao pig, resulting in Qingsha taking a bite out of it. He had failed to connect the dots until now. Ahem, this is essentially a reward for you riding on Qingsha's back. You are rather heavy. And Qingsha would prefer not to carry you. Hence, hehehe. Lin Tian cast an awkward glance at Gui Yuqian. He was perplexed by Qingsha's peculiar penchant. Why not take a bite out of Qingsha? Lin Tian suggested tentatively. Get lost. Gui Yuqian bellowed in response. Lin Tian chuckled, leading the two of them to the entrance of the ruins. Three handsome gentlemen. Care for a bite to eat? Step right up. We have daily necessities for sale. Who needs weapons? The ruins are fraught with peril. Arm yourself for protection. Surrounding the entrance were various vendors. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Dai Hao inquired. Glancing at the two. Nope. Lin Tian shook his head, affirming that they were well equipped. The trio did not linger further and proceeded to the entrance of the ruins. The entrance itself was a 10-meter-long, 3-meter-high fissure, through which glimpses of the interior could be discerned. At that moment, many had already ventured inside, and Lin Tian and his companions stepped through, their figures vanishing from sight. Within the community, Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaolong held a letter, their hearts laden with trepidation. They had never anticipated that Lin Tian would uncover the truth behind his biological parents' demise. Quick, inform our son to return at once, Zhang Yu urged, hastily taking out her phone to message Linya. Soon, Linya responded. I will kill him. Chapter 32, Fire Spirit Fruit, reference image by Teacher Liu. Staring at the message from Linya, Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu were taken aback. They had never envisioned their son uttering such words. Let us follow him. Our son may have already entered the ruins, Zhang Yu said anxiously, looking at Lin Xiaolong. By the time they received the letter, 2 hours had elapsed since Linya's departure. After reading the letter's contents, they were shocked, realizing that the incident involving the framing of Lin Tian's parents had long since faded into memory, and they had never considered the possibility of exposure. However, the sudden revelation was now a stark reality. Initially, their decision to adopt Lin Tian stemmed from a sense of guilt, as there were certain benefits obtainable only through his adoption. Let us go see. I want to see if that little rascal Lin Tian dares to act, Lin Xiaolong said, his expression darkening. Ultimately, Lin Tian was not their biological son. They had merely exploited him, devoid of any familial affection. The reason they had not eliminated Lin Tian was solely to avoid drawing attention. Now, it appeared that killing Lin Tian had become imperative, as the truth had surfaced. Should they fail to eliminate him, Linya's life would be at risk, and Lin Tian might divulge the matter to the authorities. To disclose this information to the authorities themselves would be akin to walking into a trap. Lin Xiaolong understood that he and his wife were now in a dire predicament. Thus, it seemed prudent to take decisive action, eliminate Lin Tian within the ruins. After all, Lin Tian's death in the ruins would bear no connection to them. As Linya received the message from Zhang Yu, he had just arrived at the entrance of the ruins. Contemplating his parents' message, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, the first being the possibility that Lin Tian had also been reborn. However, reflecting on recent events, it seemed that Lin Tian had not done anything particularly surprising. Yet, upon deeper consideration, there were indeed many unexpected occurrences. Most notably, Lin Tian had moved away from home and had not returned since. And he had audaciously sought to contract the fire lizard he had previously abandoned. During the graduation exam, Lin Tian's gaze toward him had appeared distinctly different, imbued with rage and a hint of mockery. Lin Tian, if you too have been reborn, I shall kill you once more, Linya declared, shutting off his phone. His current strength far surpassed that of Lin Tian, as long as he amassed sufficient materials within the ruins. Even the ghost night bats could swiftly elevate to the extraordinary 9th level. Lin Tian possessed only a single extraordinary level Qingfeng snake, while the other fire lizard was utterly incapable of combat. Even with assistance, did Linya lack allies of his own? Let us go, we must enter, Zhao Minghai urged. Observing Linya lost in thought. Let us go, Linya nodded, and the two made their way to the entrance of the ruins. Flanked by 6 elite beast tamers as bodyguards, an impressive display of strength within the ruins. As the group entered, the scenery before them shifted. In the distance loomed a volcano, billowing thick black smoke from its crater. Halfway up the volcano, a cluster of structures could be faintly discerned. This ensemble of buildings was, in fact, a magnificent palace. One could only wonder about the identity of its original owner, capable of constructing a palace rivaling that of a first-tier city. Where are we headed? Zhao Minghai inquired, looking to Linya. To the palace complex. While there are abundant materials outside the ruins, they come with significant competition. The palace complex will harbor even greater resources. We should seize the opportunity to scour it first, Lin Tian replied. A palace? How do you know it's a complex of palaces? Zhao Minghai was taken aback. As from their current position, the structures were entirely obscured. I dreamt it, Lin Tian offered, refraining from elaboration. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, Guo Yuqian, and Dai Hao had been inside the ruins for an hour, encountering numerous materials along the way. However, these had been fiercely contested by elite beast tamers, and their inferior strength rendered them powerless to act. The battles among these elite beast tamers revealed the grave dangers lurking within the ruins. The high-ranking beast tamers showed little regard for the lives of their opponents. Seizing opportunities, they would unleash their beasts upon rival tamers. The duo watched in horror as one elite beast tamer was incinerated to ashes by a commanding beast, leaving them haunted by the memory. Lin Tian had warned them upon entry that killing was commonplace here, and they had no claim to the materials ahead. They could only seek out those that had gone unnoticed. Recalling memories from his previous life, Lin Tian knew of a fire spirit fruit tree not far from the entrance of the ruins, though it had remained concealed until 3 days post-opening. His early arrival allowed him the chance to claim all the fire spirit fruits before others could. How much further until we arrive? Guo Yuqian gasped, clearly fatigued after an hour of trekking. We'll be there in about half an hour, Lin Tian assured him, casting a glance at their surroundings. Lin Tian reaffirmed their direction and continued onward. The last time he acquired the fire spirit fruit, he had fortuitously stumbled upon it. Having been far too weak to compete with elite beast tamers, he was uncertain of the dangers surrounding the fruit's location. However, within this spatial ruin existed a unique creature known as the fire spirit beast, which typically guarded these spiritual fruits and herbs. He was unsure just how formidable the fire spirit beast by the fire spirit fruit would be. Here we are. Lin Tian smiled as they reached their destination after half an hour. Where? Guo Yuqian's spirits lifted. Arriving meant he could finally rest. Dai Hao also looked ahead, puzzled, as he saw no sign of anything valuable in sight. Lin Tian smiled silently, observing that there was nothing particularly unusual in the surroundings. Yet the fire spirit fruit was not above, but rather below. He approached and discovered a pitch-black entrance. Peering downwards, he could not discern the situation within. Qingsha, let us down, he commanded. Qingsha's form suddenly expanded, its 2 claws grasping Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao, while Lin Tian perched upon its neck. And the trio swiftly descended. The chasm was profound, and it took Qingsha a full 5 minutes to reach the spacious subterranean chamber. Contrary to expectations, the cave was not shrouded in darkness. Numerous red stones emitted a luminous glow, illuminating the area. Is that the precious item you mentioned? Guo Yuqian inquired. Gesturing towards the front, there stood a diminutive fruit tree adorned with over 10 red fruits, resembling apples, radiating a soft crimson light. Indeed, that is the fire spirit fruit. Lin Tian affirmed, cautioning, exercise utmost care. Guardians of the fire spirit beasts may be present. No sooner had Lin Tian's words left his lips than the dark stones surrounding the fire spirit fruit tree suddenly began to emanate a red glow. A creature of indeterminate form slowly rose. Chapter 33, the commander-level fire spirit beast, with reference image. This unfamiliar being possessed the head of a wolf, the body of a leopard, and the tail of a fox, its form adorned with red markings and emitting a reddish luminescence. What is this? You never mentioned there was danger here, Lin Tian. Guo Yuqian retreated several meters upon sighting the fire spirit beast. This is a fire spirit beast. A single tail signifies awakened level power, 2 tails indicate extraordinary level strength, while 3 tails denote commander level prowess. This particular fire spirit beast possesses 2 tails, categorizing it as extraordinary. Although its intelligence is rather limited, Lin Tian elucidated. Moreover, fire spirit beasts are unique to this relic, being energy entities rather than spirit beasts, and thus cannot be contracted. Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao exchanged puzzled glances, pondering why Lin Tian exhibited such extensive knowledge of the fire spirit beasts when they were all encountering them for the first time. Dai Hao, summon your beast. There likely won't be just this one fire spirit beast beside the tree. Its appearance now suggests it hasn't yet perceived the danger, Lin Tian instructed. All right. Dai Hao complied without questioning Lin Tian's insight, conjuring forth his beast. The radiant commander materialized, its brilliant light illuminating the surroundings like a steadfast lamp. Simultaneously, Dai Hao released another beast, an egg of a king-level spirit beast he had obtained after the graduation exam, from which he acquired his second beast. Upon witnessing its form, Lin Tian could not suppress his astonishment. Is that not a prairie dog? Though its size is somewhat exaggerated, standing at a meter tall. It has a plump physique and appears quite dazed as it gazes at the fire spirit beast. Spirit beast, rock mole. Attribute, earth. Level, extraordinary level 1. Skills, shatter steel fangs, rampaging charge, burrowing ambush, indestructible. Your spirit beast is rather adorable, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Hee hee, it's merely a mutated prairie dog. I wonder why it qualifies as a king-level spirit beast, Dai Hao chuckled ruefully. He had hoped for a strikingly rare king-level spirit beast, only to receive a prairie dog, which, aside from its name, bore little distinction. As the two conversed, the fire spirit beast's luminescence intensified, fully awakening as it emitted a threatening roar, warning the trio to stay away. Leave this fire spirit beast to me. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. If any other fire spirit beasts appear, engage immediately, Lin Tian commanded. Understood. Dai Hao nodded. Guo Yuqian, lacking any combat prowess, summoned his luck cat, bestowing a luck buff upon Lin Tian and Dai Hao's beasts, which could yield unexpected advantages during battle. Qing Sha, dimensional slash. With a resounding roar, Qing Sha charged forward. The distance to the fire spirit beast was less than 10 meters, and being a wind attribute spirit beast, Qing Sha was exceptionally swift, reaching the fire spirit beast in the blink of an eye, without granting the fire spirit beast a moment to react. The 5 bone spikes on Qing Sha's tail blazed with blinding light, striking towards the beast's head. A white blade of light materialized before the fire spirit beast, effortlessly cleaving into its skull and sending it flying. The launched fire spirit beast's form quickly dimmed, vividly illustrating to Dai Hao and Guo Yuqian the concept of decapitation while still maintaining its connection to the skin. As Qing Sha had severed its head, only a thin layer of skin remained intact, allowing the entirety of the beast to fly away. Is that it? Guo Yuqian stared blankly at Lin Tian, stunned by the rapid conclusion of the battle. What duration did you anticipate? Qing Sha's current combat capability far surpasses that of the graduation exam, Lin Tian replied. Since Bloodsha unleashed its imperial dragon might in the Shangtang Great Forest, Qing Sha had faced ridicule, but upon entering the beast space, it began to continuously enhance its strength, never daring to slacken. It was preparing for a confrontation with Bloodsha once it recovered, unless hindered by a level disparity. Few extraordinary level spirit beasts could rival Qing Sha now. Be cautious, more fire spirit beasts are approaching. Dai Hao alerted the others. The cave's red luminescence multiplied, not from crystals, but from the recently awakened fire spirit beasts. 8 fire spirit beasts emerged before the trio, each possessing 2 tails and extraordinary level power. Although their team had 3 extraordinary level spirit beasts, they were outnumbered. Dai Hao, how many can you handle? Lin Tian inquired. Haha, leave 5 to me. You can deal with the remaining 3. Dai Hao replied with a confident grin. Well then, it's all on you. Qing Sha roared, unleashing a wind blade over 3 meters long that cleaved through one charging fire spirit beast with ease. Just as Lin Tian intended to direct Qing Sha towards another fire spirit beast, a white beam erupted, blasting a gaping hole through a different beast. Before Lin Tian could react further, another fire spirit beast suddenly kicked up dirt, and the rotund mole emerged from the ground. It glanced around, and upon spotting the fire spirit beast above, its large incisors glowed as it clutched the beast's belly and began to bite. The energy entity of the fire spirit beast did not escape the sensation of pain. As the mole sunk its teeth into its abdomen, an overwhelming agony surged through it, eliciting a piercing scream. Such unconventional tactics. Lin Tian observed in astonishment, unable to fathom the unfolding scenario. This was a sight he had never anticipated. Ha, don't mind its fighting style, Dai Hao chuckled sheepishly. From the moment he acquired this groundhog, he realized that this combat method was exceedingly effective. Previously, he had undergone training, but he had not anticipated that this time, in actual combat, it would yield such commendable results. However, the strength of his summoned beast was somewhat lacking, unable to vanquish the fire spirit beast in one fell swoop. Qing Sha, go. 8 fire spirit beasts, before they could even unleash their full potential, had already lost 3 to Lin Tian and his companions, leaving a gruesome scene of carcasses strewn about. Among them, Dai Hao's groundhog had proven to be significantly instrumental, having severed the legs of 4 fire spirit beasts by half. With the battle concluded, it was time to reap the fruits of victory. Guo Yuqian cheered, preparing to pluck the fire spirit fruits from above. Do not approach just yet. Lin Tian halted Guo Yuqian, who was eager to rush forward. Beneath the fire spirit fruit tree lay a pair of crimson eyes, which, upon sensing Lin Tian's awareness, slowly rose, radiating an ominous red glow. 3 tails swayed gently behind it. This was a commander-level fire spirit beast. Chapter 34, Cooperative Decimation, illustration of an exceedingly adorable Qing Sha. Upon sighting the 3 tails of the commander-level fire spirit beast, the trio immediately recognized its classification. Although they had dispatched extraordinary-level fire spirit beasts with relative ease, they dared not underestimate the commander-level beast. A mere commander-level beast is nothing to scoff at. The 2 of us can easily slay it together, Lin Tian declared. All right. I will have the groundhog restrain this fire spirit beast while the radiant commander engages it head-on, and your Qing Sha will deliver the final blow. How does that sound? Dai Hao inquired. No problem, fatty. Your lucky cat now carries a misfortune buff, so let us unleash that upon this fire spirit beast. Lin Tian turned his gaze to Guo Yuqian. Leave it to me. Guo Yuqian nodded confidently. Roar. The commander-level fire spirit beast possessed a slightly higher intelligence than its extraordinary counterparts, but only marginally so. It understood that it could not afford to grant Lin Tian and his companions a moment's respite. Flames erupted from its maw, engulfing half of the cavern in a fierce blaze. As the inferno surged toward the three of them, Qingsha advanced to the forefront, summoning a tempestuous wind that formed a barrier, effectively repelling the flames. The rock groundhog revealed its sharp claws, burrowing into the earth stealthily, inching closer to the commander-level fire spirit beast. As the flames dissipated, the radiant commander had been poised for this moment, swinging its broad leaves to unleash two white blades. These blades, each measuring 1.5 meters in diameter, soared through the air, producing a distinct sonic boom audible to all three. The radiant commander's alternate attack skill, Radiant Slash. The commander-level fire spirit beast was not foolish enough to remain stationary, and it leaped back 3 meters to evade the oncoming blades. With a resounding thud, the two blades struck the ground, leaving deep furrows in their wake. The fire spirit beast roared, conjuring 3 fiery lances, ready to hurl them forward, only to suddenly feel a weight at its feet. Lowering its gaze, it spotted a groundhog's head peering up, its claws gripping one of its hind legs, its large incisors gleaming ominously. The fire spirit beast was momentarily perplexed, as the situation unfolded too rapidly for it to react. Qingsha, give it a tail strike. Little creature, taste my tail. Qingsha roared, its tail emanating a metallic sheen as it soared above the fire spirit beast, delivering a powerful blow. The fire spirit beast let out a low growl, redirecting its 3 fiery lances towards Qingsha's tail. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds echoed as Qingsha's tail remained unscathed, yet Lin Tian could hear its anguished cries in his mind. Ouch, that hurts. So hot. My tail. Qingsha darted away, clutching its scorched tail, revealing 3 distinct singed areas where the scales had burned. Lin Tian's lips twitched in surprise. Having not anticipated such a turn of events, the strength of this commander-level fire spirit beast was indeed formidable. Had Qingsha not utilized the steel tail skill, it likely would have lost its tail entirely. Watch this, lucky cat. Deliver the misfortune buff. Guo Yuqian finally seized his opportunity. The lucky cat leaped forward, calling out as a black halo suddenly appeared above the fire spirit beast's head, vanishing upon contact. The fire spirit beast cast a bewildered glance at Lin Tian and his companions. In the next instant, it stumbled, crashing to the ground. A groundhog's head suddenly emerged before it, and the two creatures locked eyes, the surrounding area falling eerily silent. The rock groundhog's incisors gleamed brightly as it jabbed at the fire spirit beast's nose before burrowing back into the earth. Roar! The fire spirit beast howled in agony, thrusting its head into the burrow in search of the groundhog. In the following moment, the fire spirit beast found itself in dismay, no matter how hard it struggled. Its head remained lodged. The power of the misfortune buff surged forth once more. Dare to scorch my tail? You shall pay. Qingsha bellowed, unleashing a dimensional slash aimed at the fire spirit beast's head. Simultaneously, the radiant commander fired a beam of white light from its colossal floral head. Boom! The dimensional slash struck the fire spirit beast, creating a thunderous sound that masked the shattering of its skull. Boom! The arrival of the sunbeam represented the final straw for the fire spirit beast. Just as it extracted its head, it was met with the oncoming light beam. The beast could no longer bear the strain, its body disintegrating into dust, while its 4 legs remained, propping it up in place. Is it dead? After the beam dissipated, Qingsha approached cautiously, confirming the demise of the commander-level fire spirit beast before returning to Lin Tian's side, extending its tail to show him. I've been injured. Please heal me. Qingsha whimpered pathetically. Lin Tian sighed in exasperation. Though he wished to assist, he lacked the means. He turned to Dai Hao, who understood Lin Tian's unspoken request. The radiant commander, having just unleashed the sunbeam, approached with its 8 legs, enveloping Qingsha's tail with its broad leaves. A melodious song emanated from the radiant commander, infused with the vibrant life force of wood element energy, gradually mending Qingsha's injured tail. After 5 minutes, Qingsha's tail was restored to its pristine condition, though the singed scales could only regrow over time. Now can we collect our spoils? Guo Yuqian inquired, glancing at the fire spirit fruit tree. Let us proceed to gather our bounty. Lin Tian responded with a smile. The 3 approached the fire spirit fruit tree, harvesting all 17 fruits. 17? How shall we divide this? Dai Hao counted and looked to Lin Tian. 17 was not a multiple of 3, making equal division impossible. Let our summoned beasts consume 12. The fire spirit fruits contain pure energy that can enhance their strength. The remaining fruits we shall take with us to sell for currency or trade for necessary materials, Lin Tian explained. Guo Yuqian released the golden pig, clutching it tightly in his embrace, denying the nearby Qingsha any opportunity to seize it. Lin Tian too unleashed his bloodsha, causing Dai Hao to express surprise upon seeing it. Lin Tian's first beast was the Qingfeng snake, which had since evolved into a dragon. Thus, it was unexpected for his second beast to be of lesser caliber. I'll explain this in due course. For now, let our beasts consume the fire spirit fruits to enhance their strength, Lin Tian declared. There were 6 beasts in total, each receiving 2 fire spirit fruits. Bloodsha, without a moment's hesitation, devoured the 2 fruits placed before it, having tasted their flavor before. Though not exquisite, they contained immense energy, which was beneficial for its growth. However, for its current stage, the fruits were somewhat superfluous, merely compensating for its deficiencies. Chapter 35. Strike, strike, strike. The rock digger, after consuming the 2 fire spirit fruits, stared blankly at Dai Hao. What's wrong? Dai Hao asked nervously, concerned that the fruits might have caused some discomfort. To his surprise, the rock digger's aura gradually strengthened, clearly indicating an increase in power. Lin Tian utilized his true sight ability and discovered that the seemingly foolish rock digger had reached the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, illustrating the potent energy contained within the fruits. As for Qingsha, after consuming 2 fruits, its power remained largely unchanged at the 7th level of the extraordinary realm. However, Lin Tian estimated that Qingsha's strength would soon rise to the 8th level in a few days. Are the effects of these fruits truly so remarkable? Dai Hao pondered, his mind filled with questions upon witnessing the rock digger's enhancement. The energy contained within the spirit fruits from the ruins is exceptionally pure. And considering the time you've spent nurturing the rock digger, it is unsurprising that these fruits have elevated it to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, Lin Tian elucidated. It's no wonder that beast tamers are eager to enter ruins and fragmented worlds. Who wouldn't desire valuable resources? Dai Hao exclaimed excitedly. If he were to gather ample materials here, it was conceivable that his rock digger could ascend to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Once he became a high-level beast tamer, the rock digger could evolve into a commander-level beast. Haha, my golden pig and lucky cat have also strengthened. Currently, the golden pig is at the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, while the lucky cat is at the 6th level, Guai Yuqian chuckled. The time difference between acquiring his 2 beasts was not significant, and given his wealth, it was only natural that he could afford the finest materials for their growth. Lin Tian's Qingsha had not consumed many high-quality resources. Its current strength was primarily due to the enhancements it received within the beast space. At this point, it was still somewhat implausible for extraordinary beasts to create a significant disparity in strength. Once they reached the commander level, however, it would be nearly impossible for Dai Hao and Guai Yuqian to match Qingsha's prowess. Among the 3, Dai Hao's background was not particularly meager. It was entirely reasonable for a radiant commander to possess strength at the 6th level of the extraordinary realm. In contrast, some beast tamers with limited resources had beasts that barely reached the 4th or 3rd level, which was already their utmost limit. Advancing a commander-level beast was significantly more challenging than an extraordinary one. Relying solely on consumption for enhancement would be rather slow, unless one possessed a talent akin to Lin Tian's, which allowed for rapid growth. Lin Tian was not without powerful beasts. Bloodsha currently boasted a strength of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, attributed to its prior contract with Lin and the abundant nourishment it received from Zhang Xiaoya during this period. The group chose not to hastily depart. Having just consumed the fire spirit fruits, even though the beast's levels had risen, they required time to digest and consolidate their gains. During this interval, Lin Tian informed Dai Hao about Bloodsha's situation. Of course, Qingsha and Bloodsha had engaged in their 88th quarrel, with Qingsha in a state of exasperation and Bloodsha remaining unperturbed. Lin Tian, now indifferent to the antics of these 2, believed that once Bloodsha restored its strength, they would resolve their disputes independently. His role as a beast tamer merely required him to provide the arena. Regardless of who lost, it would ultimately benefit him. If Bloodsha were to lose, its pride would compel it to devote itself even more fervently to training, striving to enhance its strength. As a reborn dragon, losing to a newly contracted creature would be a source of embarrassment. It was likely that only Qingsha and Lin Tian would find amusement in such a scenario. These 2 would undoubtedly double their efforts to surpass one another. And as a beast tamer, Lin Tian welcomed this rivalry. I never imagined Lin would turn out to be such a person. I heard that his qualifications for entering the Beast Tamer Academy were revoked, and it seems this was the reason, Dai Hao remarked. Rumors regarding Lin Yu's disqualification from the academy had circulated for some time, though the specifics remained unclear until now. He deserves it. A person like him would be a calamity if admitted to the academy. Guai Yuqian scoffed. The trio engaged in casual conversation, not feeling the urgency to leave, primarily because Lin Tian had yet to determine their next destination. To quickly gather materials and enhance their beast's powers, they needed to steer clear of high-level beast tamers. His ultimate goal remained the volcano. To heal Bloodshot's spiritual wounds, they would rely on the remnants of valuable resources left by the dragon's carcass. However, venturing there now, amidst a crowd, would incite competition for resources. In his previous life, Lin Tian had been fortunate enough to stumble into the volcanic region, allowing Bloodshot to complete its second evolution before escaping unnoticed by other beast tamers. After 2 hours, they finally departed for their next destination. As the day wore on, fatigue set in, prompting them to find a place to rest. Guo Yuqian erected a tent while Lin Tian rummaged through his backpack, producing canned goods to ensure Qing Sha and Bloodshot were well fed. Dai Hao gathered a pile of dry firewood to prepare a meal, with Lin Tian supplying the food, skewers, and 3 bottles of beverages, leaving Dai Hao momentarily speechless. He glanced between his backpack and Lin Tian's, marveling at the disparity. Despite their packs being of identical size, Lin Tian's was filled to the brim while his own barely held a few items. This is downright unscientific. Come on, Bloodshot. Start a fire, Lin Tian urged, patting the resting Bloodshot. Reduced once more to a mere tool for igniting flames, Bloodshot sighed internally, releasing a small flame to ignite the kindling. Ha! Qing Sha chuckled gleefully from the sidelines. Qing Sha, blow some air, Lin Tian instructed, casting a glance at it. The previously laughing Qing Sha fell silent, glaring at Lin Tian, clearly indicating that with the fire already lit, blowing was unnecessary. Hurry up, don't dawdle. It might go out, Lin Tian chided, annoyance creeping into his tone. Pouting, Qing Sha blew a bit harder, causing the flames to grow. Bloodshot made no mockery of it. After all, they would all eventually become tools, and there was no point in laughing at one another. If only they had a beast with ice attributes, Lin Tian would have had it conjure 3 ice blocks to serve as goblets for their drinks. In terms of utilizing beasts as tools, Lin Tian was quite adept. Dai Hao took charge of roasting the meat, while Guo Yuqian sprinkled on the seasonings, and soon enough, dinner was ready. After the crowd had their fill, Guo Yuqian produced a deck of playing cards. The unfortunate Commander Guangyao turned into a mere light bulb, illuminating the area as 3 individuals engaged in a game. An hour passed, and 2 figures stealthily approached Lin Tian and the others, drawing closer until all 3 simultaneously looked up. In Chapter 36, titled If You Can't Win, Run, we observe that Dai Hao's face was adorned with several notes, while Guo Yuqian had only one. Lin Tian, however, was entirely covered, with notes plastered all over his face, leaving only his eyes visible, radiating an aura of intense resentment. After an hour of countless rounds of Do Di Zhu, Lin Tian could not fathom why he perpetually lost while Guo Yuqian consistently triumphed. Guo Yuqian's solitary note was a result of partnering with Lin Tian against Dai Hao, both ultimately losing. Dai Hao's notes, too, stemmed from losing to Guo Yuqian. Although he had managed to win a few rounds on his own, only Lin Tian remained in a state of perpetual defeat. Was there any winning? Certainly, though the odds were rather slim. Out of 10 games, he might win only once. Thus, Lin Tian's frustration mounted to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at the 2 sudden intruders. Brother, this kid's cards are rather foul, aren't they? Remarked one shorter individual to his companion. Enough with the incessant chatter. Luo Yun snapped, though he was somewhat amused. Their impending task was of great significance. You 3. Hand over everything. Luo Yun glared menacingly at them. Yes, we are here to rob. A sneeze interrupted Shimon, causing him to muffle his statement. Lin Tian, Guo Yuqian, and Dai Hao exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for the audacity of a robbery, just as they were about to retire for the night. Especially Lin Tian, who tore off all the notes on his face, glaring fiercely at Luo Yun and Shimon. You intend to rob us? Kid, spare us the nonsense. Quickly relinquish your valuables. You're merely 3 intermediate beast tamers, while we are advanced. Luo Yun threatened, drawing a dagger from his waist. The presence of the dagger enhanced the atmosphere of intimidation. Qing Sha, Lin Tian bellowed, his frustration boiling over. Losing at Do Di Zhu was already unbearable, but now facing a robbery added to his ire. Roar. The once sleeping Qing Sha let out a dragon's roar, glaring at the intruders, clearly agitated by their intrusion. Lin Tian refrained from summoning Shui Sha, as it was better for the latter to remain within the beast taming space. A rock mole peeked out, observing Luo Yun and Shimon, while the commander Guangyao illuminated the scene like a glaring bulb, momentarily blinding the 2 men. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Shimon instinctively clenched his backside, too frightened to speak further. Kid, if we lacked strength, would we dare to rob you? Think it over, Luo Yun remarked, unbothered, as he summoned his beasts. 3 summoning circles appeared, and his beasts emerged. Upon seeing these 3 beasts, Lin Tian felt an immediate pressure, his frustration waning considerably. Luo Yun's audacity to rob was indeed backed by formidable strength, Two were commander-level beasts, while the other was extraordinary. Why are you still dawdling? Summon your beasts. Luoyun smacked Shimon on the head. Shimon, now jolted into action, opened his own summoning circle, revealing 3 beasts, albeit significantly weaker than Luoyun's, featuring 1 commander-level beast and 2 extraordinary ones. 3 commander-level beasts and 3 extraordinary beasts presented a crushing advantage over Lin Tian and his companions. In a direct confrontation, they stood no chance. Huh, now you understand our strength, huh? I warned you, but you refused to listen. Now, let me demonstrate how your beasts will perish at my hands. Luoyun sneered. Lin Tian, what do we do? Their strength is formidable. Perhaps we should flee while we still can, Guiyuqian whispered urgently. If we cannot win, then we must run, Lin Tian declared. Guiyuqian was momentarily taken aback, feeling Lin Tian's words were absurd in the face of 3 commander-level beasts. Onward, kill them, Luoyun commanded, not granting Lin Tian and his companions a moment to breathe. Directing his beasts to attack. Run, Lin Tian shouted, sprinting away at a speed that stunned Luoyun and Shimon. Guiyuqian and Dai Hao quickly followed suit, abandoning their tent without a second thought. Several summoning circles appeared simultaneously as they recalled their beasts. Only Qing Sha, summoning a gust of wind, hastily pursued them. Brother, they are escaping, Shimon exclaimed, eyes wide as he watched the trio flee. Damn it, I'm not blind. I see they are running, Luoyun retorted irritably. After them. They cannot escape. Qing Sha, don't ruin my backpack. Qing Sha scooped up Guiyuqian and Dai Hao, then bit onto Lin Tian's backpack, lifting all 3 into the air. With their running speed, there was no chance they could escape. Just as Qing Sha took flight, several ice spikes suddenly descended from the sky, falling at an alarming speed, leaving Lin Tian and his companions no time to react. Roar! Qing Sha roared, twisting its body to evade the incoming ice spikes, flinging the 3 in different directions. You useless fool, don't you have a flying beast? Send it after them. Those 3 must have something valuable. Luoyun scolded Shimon, who was still in shock at the turn of events. All right. Shimon finally regained his senses, glancing at his extraordinary beast, a blue and white bird-like spirit beast known as Shuiyuan Yao, an ice attribute spirit. Upon receiving Shimon's command, Shuiyuan Yao took to the sky, creating a stunning blue light across the night as it pursued Qing Sha. Attack! Luoyun commanded from atop his beast, chasing after Qing Sha. His beasts, a wind deer, a crimson-horned rabbit, and an ice phantom, had all undergone 2 evolution stages, showcasing considerable strength. At this moment, Luoyun rode the wind deer, which moved swiftly across the ground, leaving Shimon far behind. With no mount of his own, Shimon could only follow at a distance. Lin Tian, they are closing in. And there's a flying beast behind us, Guiyuqian warned. Fatty, hit them with a curse buff. Then let us stack our luck buff, Lin Tian quickly instructed. Qing Sha, Dragon Might. Guiyuqian hastily summoned his lucky cat, which materialized in midair, and he promptly caught it in his arms. Quickly, bestow those rascals with a misfortune buff, and grant us a layer of luck buff as well, Guiyuqian urged. The lucky cat let out a call, and a series of black circles appeared, descending upon the heads of Lu Yun and his 2 beasts. Following this, a cascade of white light enveloped Lin Tian and his companions. Having completed its task, the lucky cat transformed into a beastly tattoo, imprinted on Guiyuqian's neck, resembling a white tattoo. In midair, Qing Sha performed a swift turn, exuding an aura of authority without anger, and unleashed a thunderous roar. The majesty of the dragon was instantaneously released. Lu Yun and Shimeng, who were relentlessly pursuing, felt their expressions shift as they sensed the primal fear emanating from their beasts. The Shuya bird emitted a cry of terror, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to advance. Meanwhile, the Fengbua deer stumbled and fell, unseating Lu Yun, who tumbled headfirst into the ground, sinking deeply into the grassy mound. Damn it, Lu Yun shouted in horror, his face meeting the earth with a thud, under the oppressive aura of the dragon. It was also the moment the misfortune buff took effect on Lu Yun. Just as he was recovering from the fall, the Fengbua deer, having also collapsed, tilted its head to prevent a heavy fall, but its antlers, now at an awkward angle, were perfectly positioned to jab into Lu Yun's posterior. With a resounding rip, the sound of fabric tearing echoed, followed by Lu Yun's agonizing scream, reverberating through the air. After releasing the dragon's might, Qing Sha suddenly felt a significant alleviation of pressure, as if something had been released from its jaws. Wait, master. Qing Sha lowered its head, noticing Lin Tian gazing at it with a look of despair. Lin Tian had never anticipated that Qing Sha's unleashing of dragon might would result in it opening its mouth. After all, he had been precariously held in its grasp. Realizing the situation, Qing Sha accelerated and deftly caught Lin Tian, who was on the verge of a disastrous fall. However, Lin Tian's face fluctuated between shades of green and white as he instinctively rubbed a crucial part of his anatomy, internally thankful for his combat attire. Otherwise, this incident could have led him to a rather unfortunate fate. Master, I truly didn't mean to, Qing Sha explained in haste. It's all right, I bear you no ill will. I might just deduct a bit from your rations, Lin Tian replied with a smile. He had encountered beasts that had caused trouble for their masters, but never one like Qing Sha, which seemed intent on both his demise and thwarting his lineage. Although he was single at present, he could still seek companionship in the future. There would surely be a day when such matters would be of significance. Below, Shimeng rushed over. Big brother, are you all right? Faced with Lu Yun's dire predicament, he momentarily found himself at a loss. You idiot, pull the antler out quickly, but be careful, Lu Yun scolded. His complexion ashen. Having been in this line of work for quite some time, he had never suffered such a catastrophic fall. With a piercing cry, Lu Yun let out another agonizing scream as Shimeng yanked the antler free, revealing a small portion still stained with blood. Quickly, heal me, Lu Yun cried out in pain. All right. Shimeng fumbled to summon his beast for healing. After the treatment, Lu Yun's injuries improved significantly, and with Shimeng's assistance, he stood up, albeit limping, glaring at Lin Tian and the others above. Damn it, they must be eliminated today. Bring them down, Lu Yun seethed. In an instant, the beasts of both men launched their assaults. In the distance, two individuals had just paused to rest, Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang, who had coincidentally formed a team upon arriving at the entrance of the ruins. Having had a fruitful day, they were preparing to eat and relax. As Zhang Yang settled down, he noticed a familiar beast in the sky, with someone atop it, clutching two individuals in its claws. Zhao, is that not Lin Tian's beast? Zhang Yang pointed to Qing Sha. Zhao Liqing turned to examine it closely and soon confirmed it was indeed Lin Tian's Qing Sha. It seems they are in trouble. We must hurry, Zhao Liqing exclaimed. Let's go? Zhang Yang quickly rose to his feet. The ice-armored beast and black gold spider appeared simultaneously, and the two mounted their steeds, racing towards Lin Tian and his companions. Qing Sha dodged. Lin Tian watched as 6 beasts relentlessly attacked them, his heart racing with urgency. Yet, their strength paled in comparison to that of the two assailants, leaving them no choice but to evade and seek an opportunity to escape. Despite the assistance of the luck buff, Qing Sha was still struck twice. Fengbo, unleash a storm and bring them down, Lu Yun commanded. The Fengbo let out a mighty cry, summoning a fierce whirlwind, a towering tornado rising to 5 meters, sweeping up stones and debris from the ground. As Qing Sha was busy evading other attacks, it flew at a low altitude, and as the tornado approached, Lin Tian made a daring decision. Qing Sha, Lin Tian, we're here to help. Zhao Liqing's thunderous voice boomed, appearing before Lin Tian, accompanied by a smiling Zhang Yang. Lin Tian glanced down, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang. It is you who dares to bully my brother Lin Tian. The smile that had graced Zhang Yang's face vanished, replaced by a cold smirk as he set his sights on Lu Yun and Shimeng. Forest Frog, obstruct the tornado. The forest frog leapt forth from the summoning array, and as it landed, robust vines erupted from below its feet, racing towards the tornado. The vines moved with incredible speed, intertwining and ensnaring the tornado in mere moments, gradually subduing its ferocity. Zhang Yang dismounted from the black gold spider, a summoning array materializing before him. The beast patterns on his body gleamed as he passed through the array, summoning a fearsome creature over 3 meters in length. Upon its arrival, it roared, and metallic spines formed around it. With a swift motion, those spines shot forth at terrifying speed, targeting Lu Yun's 3 beasts. Ice Charm quickly blocked the attack. Lu Yun felt a surge of crisis. The ice charm floated to the forefront, unleashing its icy power, as thick ice spikes erupted from its petite form, forming a substantial ice wall to shield Lu Yun and Shimeng from harm. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed as shards of ice flew in all directions, and the violent collisions generated thick clouds of steam, enveloping the surrounding area. Qing Sha, descend, Lin Tian instructed. Qing Sha promptly complied, recognizing Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang, feeling a wave of relief wash over it, knowing that it no longer needed to carry the hefty Guayu Qian. Brother Lin Tian, what shall we do? Zhao Liqing approached Lin Tian, the murderous intent in his eyes betraying the thoughts swirling within him. As an experienced adventurer in the wild, Zhao Liqing would not allow these individuals any chance of survival under such circumstances. Certainly, the principal victim of this affair remains Lin Tian, who must consider his own thoughts. Of course, none shall be spared. Lin Tian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He was no benevolent figure. Lu Yun and Shimeng were bent on killing and plundering. To spare these two would merely invite disaster upon himself. Ah, I knew our thoughts aligned, Zhao Liqing remarked with a smile. From their previous expedition to the Shangtang Great Forest, Zhao Liqing had discerned that Lin Tian was far from an ordinary student. His temperament was even more ruthless than that of Zhao, a seasoned veteran of the outside world. As for the reasons behind Lin Tian's disposition, Zhao Liqing chose not to pry. Everyone harbors their secrets. Brother, they have come to assist. Should we retreat? Shimeng queried, casting a glance at Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang, already contemplating withdrawal. Currently, their strength was comparatively feeble, facing 4 commanding beasts from the enemy. With the forest frog and ice armor beast evidently at the 9th level of command, their average prowess vastly superior to that of their own beasts. What nonsense! If they dare to come, let us slay them. Lu Yun retorted angrily. To kill us, they must first prove their strength, Zhao Liqing coldly interjected. Having overheard Lu Yun's words, a summoning array materialized, and the last beast mark on Zhao Liqing surged through it, giving rise to a colossal black bear that emerged from the array. Roar! The black bear let out a tremendous roar, its sound reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. Lin Tian, are these two your allies? Their prowess is formidable. Guiyuqian approached Lin Tian's side. Indeed. We encountered them during our expedition to the Shangtang Great Forest. I did not anticipate their presence in this ruin. Had we not met them, the 3 of us would likely have faced dire consequences, Lin Tian replied. Zhang Yang, do not hold back, eliminate them, Zhao Liqing commanded, directing his gaze towards Zhang Yang. No problem, Zhang Yang responded with an okay gesture. Zhao Liqing commanded his 3 commanding beasts to engage Lu Yun's trio of beasts. Lu Yun's expression shifted, compelled to let his beasts respond. His strength paled in comparison to Zhao Liqing's. Among his beasts, only one was of the 9th level, while the others were considerably weaker, one being merely extraordinary. Boom! The sounds of battle erupted, leaving Guiyuqian and Dai Hao in stunned silence. The once flat ground began to bear the scars of the fierce confrontation. Zhang Yang summoned all his beasts, including a snow moon bird soaring above, for him. This posed no issue, as his black gold spider possessed remarkable aerial capabilities. A silken thread shot skyward with astonishing speed, ensnaring the snow moon bird. Despite its desperate struggles, it could not break free and was yanked down by the black gold spider. Kill it, Zhang Yang commanded coldly. The black gold spider secured the snow moon bird tightly and approached it with its 8 legs, raising the front 2. Though the spider's legs were slender, they were encased in a remarkably sturdy shell and were exceptionally sharp. The snow moon bird's eyes reflected profound terror as, in the next moment, the 2 spider legs pierced through its body, freezing the fear in its gaze. Not far away, Shimeng's countenance turned pale, and he spat a mouthful of blood. The death of the snow moon bird had profoundly affected his mental state. My snow moon bird dead, Shimeng exclaimed in disbelief, staring at where the snow moon bird lay lifeless on the ground. Let us flee. We are no match for them. Lu Yun's demeanor had soured, losing the arrogance he once displayed. After the battle, his 3 beasts bore varying degrees of injury. Continuing the fight would only lead to their demise. Without a second thought, Lu Yun seized Shimeng and attempted to escape. Trying to flee? It is too late. Zhao Liqing scoffed coldly, commanding his beasts to pursue. The black bear roared, unleashing a powerful aura as a massive black axe formed in midair, cleaving towards the fleeing Lu Yun and Shimeng. The forest frog manipulated living vines that intertwined, obstructing Lu Yun's beasts from retreating. The ice armor beast roared and conjured ice blades. Qingsha, take action. Lin Tian called to the nearby Qingsha. Qingsha nodded, eyes ablaze with fury, soaring above Lu Yun and Shimeng, unleashing a silent roar. This sound, manipulated by the control of wind and vibration, created a frequency imperceptible to human ears. This skill was Qingsha's melody of terror. Ah, my head, my ears. Brother, I am in agony. Help me, brother. We were wrong. We will not dare again. Do not kill us. Lu Yun and Shimeng clutched their ears, their expressions twisted in pain, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Writhing in distress, Shimeng was the first to succumb, kneeling in supplication. Lu Yun's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring furiously at Lin Tian and Zhao Liqing. In the face of the 2, Lin Tian's eyes were icy. Now they sought mercy, but what had they been doing before? Boom. A massive axe descended, slaying Lu Yun's wind deer, while the forest frog's vines firmly restrained Lu Yun and Shimeng's remaining 4 beasts. A barrage of ice blades struck, piercing their bodies. The defensive capabilities of commanding beasts were not weak, and the ice armor beast blades were insufficient to annihilate them all. In the final moments, Zhang Yang's beasts executed the finishing touches. Metal spikes rained down, directly impaling the foreheads of these beasts. Thus, all of Lu Yun and Shimeng's beasts perished. Uft, uft. Both Lu Yun and Shimeng simultaneously spewed forth crimson blood, their faces ashen. The sequential deaths of their beasts inflicted severe damage to their mental state. That they had not yet perished was a fortunate outcome. Qingsha, finish them. Lin Tian ordered. Qingsha roared, conjuring a colossal wind blade, which descended with ferocity. Boom. The ground erupted in dust, leaving behind only 2 severed corpses, Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao. Having witnessed the entirety of the battle, felt their psychological pressure mount exponentially. As Lin Tian dispatched Lu Yun and Shi Ming, their defenses crumbled entirely. Gag. Both retched simultaneously. Observing their dismal state, Lin Tian shook his head. They were but youths unaccustomed to the brutality of such scenes. He bore no intent to mock them, for he had not fared much better in his own past. After all, this was murder, and the psychological fortitude of an ordinary person could hardly withstand it. Chapter 39. Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu. Outside the ruins, Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu arrived at the entrance in a vehicle, both clad in their former battle attire, which bore the marks of time, with numerous areas showing wear and tear. This was the combat gear they had worn for an extended period. It has been ages since we last entered the ruins, Lin Xiaolong remarked, gazing at the imposing entrance with nostalgia. Once, he was also a frequent explorer of ancient ruins, having faced countless life and death crises, even witnessing the demise of his own summoned beasts during the perilous journey through these relics and fragments of the world. Now, his summoned beasts consist of those he has painstakingly retrained. We must venture in to find our son. We cannot allow that little rascal, Lin Tian, to succeed. Zhang Yu's expression was far from pleasant. Rest assured, our son is not so weak, and besides, their timings for entering the ruins were different. It is unlikely they will encounter each other swiftly. Lin Xiaolong, however, was not overly concerned about his son's situation. Along the way, the two of them had gathered information regarding these ruins, and perhaps they might achieve a breakthrough to the king level here. A smile graced Lin Xiaolong's lips. He once had the potential to become a super beast master, but the loss of too many summoned beasts had inflicted severe psychological scars, which is why he had refrained from delving into ruins for so many years. After years of recuperation, his mental injuries had indeed healed, yet age had crept upon him. To transcend into a super beast master now would necessitate confronting life and death challenges. We may be old, but even in our advanced years, our prowess remains intact. Among the high-ranking beast masters entering this ruin, it is unlikely that many could rival us. As Zhang Yu spoke these words, confidence radiated from her face. The duo stepped into the ruins, and upon their first glance, their years of experience informed them that many valuable materials lay hidden within. The 6 paths summoning array simultaneously activated, and the beast patterns on their bodies surged through the summoning array, transforming into their summoned beasts. Both Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu commanded beasts of the 9th tier, having maintained such strength for quite some time. However, their mental powers had yet to break through, which kept their beasts at their current level. Should either of them ascend to become a super beast master, their contracted beasts could instantly reach the king level. And not merely at 1 star, but likely at 5 or 6 stars. As they searched for materials, they also sought Lin Tian. Lin Xiaolong remarked, "I will follow your lead." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. It has been quite some time since we explored ruins together. Lin Xiaolong suddenly displayed a gentle smile, gazing at Zhang Yu. "Indeed, we are not as youthful as we once were," she replied, her eyes twinkling as she looked at him. Once, Lin Xiaolong had been quite handsome, and she, too, had been strikingly beautiful. "Let us explore this ruin thoroughly," Lin Xiaolong said as he mounted his beast, extending a hand to Zhang Yu. He rode a magnificent black stallion, its muscular frame towering over 5 meters. Zhang Yu grasped his hand, and he effortlessly pulled her up into his embrace. "Let us go, Black Commander," he urged. The sound of hooves echoed as the stallion, affectionately named Black Commander by Lin Xiaolong, galloped swiftly yet smoothly into the depths of the ruins. A day later, "Ha ha ha, Lin Tian, you've lost again." Guo Yuqian affixed a note to Lin Tian's forehead. This was the last remaining patch of bare skin on Lin Tian's face, perfectly suited for a small note. At this moment, Lin Tian had reverted to his appearance from the first night, his face adorned with numerous small notes and an expression brimming with resentment. Indeed, he had lost many rounds of poker this time. "Lin Tian, your card skills are truly dismal," Zhang Yang remarked, unable to contain a laugh. "You're the worst player I've ever seen." Zhao Liqing nodded in agreement. Dai Hao stood nearby, shaking his head in resignation. Had this been a game for winnings, Lin Tian would have likely lost even his undergarments by now. Lin Tian could hardly find words to express his feelings. He couldn't fathom why he kept losing. Time and again. "Guo Yuqian, did you have that lucky cat stack a misfortune buff on me?" Lin Tian suddenly glared at Guo Yuqian. Guo Yuqian feigned innocence, saying, "You mustn't wrong the good-hearted, but you've certainly given me a reminder. Next time I play, I'll apply the misfortune buff on others while I take the luck for myself. Since that is the case, let us start anew. 10 rounds. Give me a luck buff." Lin Tian insisted, unwilling to concede defeat. "All right," Guo Yuqian sighed, summoning the lucky cat to bestow Lin Tian with a luck buff. Lin Tian ripped the note off his face and resumed the intense game of Do Diju with the 2 others. Unbeknownst to them, A round metallic sphere had emerged behind Lin Tian, its curious blue eyes peering at them. It flew before Lin Tian, scrutinizing the cards in his hand with a bewildered expression. The Qingsha resting atop Lin Tian's head lifted its gaze in confusion, but found nothing amiss below. It had sensed something earlier, yet now it was gone. Qingsha was aware of the small metallic sphere's presence, not due to extraordinary perception, but rather because of the wind. The wind, encountering resistance, would divert around Qingsha, allowing it to sense objects within a 5-meter radius without employing wind control skills. It had noticed something materializing before Lin Tian, prompting it to look down, yet it found nothing. Little did it know, a faint glow emanated from the spatial bracelet on Lin Tian's wrist, only to vanish moments later. Inside the spatial bracelet lay a vast expanse, predominantly filled with blocks of metallic materials. At that moment, the small metallic sphere appeared there, wearing an expression of trepidation. So, this person is my father. But why does he look different? It murmured to itself, its tone infused with emotion, indistinguishable from that of a normal human. This small sphere was none other than the mechanical core Lin Tian had brought from the Mechanical King City. Upon its initial discovery, it had been in slumber. But now it had just awakened. The mechanical core gazed at the lifeless form of Exus beside it, a grave expression settling on its features. This large sphere seems capable of providing emergency aid. Having just awakened with nothing else to do, the mechanical core became intrigued by Exus, still resting within the spatial bracelet. It transformed into a silver streak of light, diving deeper into the spatial bracelet, searching for something. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, engaged in an intense game of Dodiju, remained completely oblivious to the awakening of the mechanical core. He was in the midst of a final, fierce battle, and the outcome was, naturally, a victory, albeit with the unfortunate news that he had lost 8 rounds. Damn it, I'm done playing. Let us find materials and enhance our strength. Chapter 40, Encounter. Lin Tian huffed, sweeping the card table aside, and began leading the group in search of materials. 2 days later, they paused to rest once more. During these 2 days, Lin Tian had guided them to numerous locations, acquiring a wealth of materials. However, due to the increase in their numbers, the individual shares of materials were rather meager. The good news was that Qingsha had advanced to the 8th tier of Transcendence, edging closer to the 9th tier. Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang were both puzzled as to how Lin Tian seemed to possess knowledge of the locations of so many materials, as if he were aware of every single one within the ruins. The 2 individuals remained silent, neither inquiring about Lin Tian's unspoken thoughts, which constituted his personal secret. They were already quite satisfied with the abundant materials they had gathered. However, in the realm of resources, the maxim the more, the merrier certainly applied. Once they exited, the 2 of them could sell their findings for a substantial sum, and any suitable materials could be reserved for future beast evolution. Their spirits were high, save for Lin Tian, who bore a hint of discontent. Over the course of 2 days, he had engaged in several rounds of Dodiju, only to emerge victorious none. Lin Tian harbored a grave suspicion of being cursed. In his previous life, despite not playing excessively, he had never faced such a dismal losing streak. This was truly a matter of ill fate. After a simple meal, the group gathered once more. Lin Tian, where shall we venture next? Zhang Yang inquired, his eyes alight with anticipation. He had discerned that following Lin Tian ensured a feast and a guarantee against starvation. Wherever Lin Tian suggested, he would gladly accompany. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's question, Lin Tian fell into contemplation. In the past 2 days, he had nearly exhausted the locations he remembered. Moreover, 4 days had elapsed, and many beast masters had entered the area, likely depleting numerous resources. He truly needed to deliberate carefully on their next destination. After a few minutes of deep thought, Lin Tian finally spoke. Let us proceed to another location today. It may prove beneficial to us. Is it far? If it's not, we shall hasten our journey. Should we encounter any conflict, rest assured, it will be handled by old Zhao and me. Our strengths are still formidable, Zhang Yang assured eagerly. Let us not rush. We shall take a brief respite. Lin Tian replied, somewhat resigned. Having just emerged from a confrontation elsewhere, he was reluctant to embark on another journey so soon. The finest materials were, in fact, located within the palace, and upon reaching that destination, Lin Tian intended to make haste towards it. Considering the time, it was likely that some individuals had already arrived at the palace, providing them the opportunity to address any issues there. The place Lin Tian planned to visit next was, in fact, a spiritual spring, whose waters could purify the ailments of beasts and heal human injuries. The beast masters present there were generally amiable and would not resort to violence over the spring's waters. After a half-hour of rest, the 5 set forth toward the spiritual spring. Darling, look over there. A sea of flowers. Should we take a photograph? Zhang Yu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a nearby expanse of purple blooms. Certainly, let us go and capture the moment, Lin Xiaolang replied, his gaze filled with affection. Though their phones lacked signal within the ruins, they could still take pictures. Over the past 3 days, the two had collected a fair amount of materials. Yet Lin Tian's group had yet to uncover anything significant. The act of gathering materials was akin to a ruthless hunt for Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu. Such activities were mere routine, for in the realm of ruins, power reigned supreme. After snapping a few pictures amidst the floral sea, Lin Xiaolang turned to Zhang Yu and said, "Let us move on to the spiritual spring. My lower back has been troubling me considerably. If the waters can truly alleviate my pain." He trailed off, yet Zhang Yu's cheeks flushed, fully aware of the unspoken implications. It was likely that with age, Lin Xiaolang's combat prowess had waned, leaving her unsatisfied. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, at 40, like a tiger, which truly reflects an unyielding ferocity. "Let us go and see," Zhang Yu urged, pulling Lin Xiaolang along with urgency. Once again mounted on the back of the black steed, they made their way toward the spiritual spring. Before long, they arrived at the site, surrounded by numerous beast masters and their creatures, seemingly having turned it into an unofficial resting spot, as no one engaged in combat here. "Look at those beasts. We have never seen them before. They could represent entirely new species or evolutionary paths," Zhang Yu noted, pointing at the unfamiliar creatures. "This expedition has attracted many participants from surrounding cities. It is only natural that we encounter beasts we are unfamiliar with," Lin Xiaolang concurred. "Darling, is that a dragon? Someone has managed to evolve a dragon. If its master becomes a super beast master, it might even evolve into a divine dragon," Zhang Yu exclaimed, astonished, as she pointed at a cerulean and violet dragon in the distance. Upon hearing the word dragon, Lin Xiaolang turned to observe, curious about its appearance. However, upon noticing the beast master beside the dragon, his expression darkened. "It's Lin Tian," Lin Xiaolang said, tugging his wife's arm, who was still distracted. Zhang Yu froze, refocusing her gaze on the dragon's master. She had paid much attention to him prior. The azure beast, Qingsha, lowered its head to drink from the spiritual spring, relishing the experience. The sweet waters revitalized it, causing its scales to regrow. Lin Tian and his companions also took a sip of the spring water, finding it indescribably soothing. "This is delightful. If such spring water were sold in the city, it would be marvelous," Guai Yuqian remarked, unable to contain his enthusiasm, envisioning the vast industrial chain that could arise from the sale of such water. Such thoughts are futile. It is entirely implausible. The Beast Master Association has yet to take control of this ruin. Once they do, the spring water will be strictly regulated, Lin Tian scoffed. Rolling his eyes, "Perhaps a collaboration may be possible in the future," Guai Yuqian chuckled. "Lin Tian, are those your parents?" Dai Hao turned, surprised to see Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu approaching with icy expressions. Lin Tian looked up, following Dai Hao's gaze, and was met with the cold stares of Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu as they approached. These two have arrived, Lin Tian thought, feeling a mix of surprise and indifference. "Lin Tian, where is your brother, Linya?" Lin Xiaolang confronted him, his voice cold. "Oh, so you do care for your son," Lin Tian retorted nonchalantly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu. Chapter 41, Kill. Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang noticed Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu, exchanging puzzled glances with Lin Tian. From their brief exchange, they had gleaned some information. The two were Lin Tian's parents, yet they couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu bore no resemblance to true parental figures. Lin Xiaolang scrutinized Lin Tian's face, which bore a slight resemblance, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that he lacked Lin Tian's striking handsomeness. "Are these two truly Lin Tian's parents?" Zhao Liqing whispered to Guai Yuqian, tugging at his sleeve. "No, they are unworthy of being Lin Tian's parents. They are nothing but trash. They are likely here with ill intentions, and a conflict may ensue," Guai Yuqian replied with a cold smirk, explaining to Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang. "Of course we care for our son, but that son is not you, you little rascal. You will not leave here alive today." Lin Xiaolang's voice dripped with menace, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Hiss." Upon hearing Lin Xiaolang's words, Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang simultaneously gasped, realizing that these were not the sentiments of nurturing parents, but rather that of vengeful foes, intent on taking Lin Tian's life. "Indeed, your arrival at the ruins was something I anticipated long ago. However, I must convey something to you. I have never regarded either of you as my parents. You are merely the enemies who murdered my father and mother." Lin Tian's tone was frigid, and the murderous intent gleamed in his eyes without reservation. A formidable aura of malice erupted from him, directed at Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu. Both Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu were struck with shock. Lin Tian's gaze was so icy it felt as though they were mere corpses in his eyes. The terrifying aura of hostility was unexpected for someone who had just turned 18. The overwhelming bloodlust immediately drew the attention of nearby beast tamers, who cast curious glances but refrained from approaching. They would not stand idly by if a battle erupted in such a splendid resting place. If it comes to a fight, we can change locations. Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang stepped forward, locking eyes with Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu. Who are you? This is a private matter that does not concern you. Lin Xiaolong retorted, glaring at the two. Huh, Lin Tian is our friend. How could we possibly allow you to harm him? Zhang Yang scoffed coldly. Qing Sha, let us go. Lin Tian commanded as he mounted Qing Sha's back and departed from the spiritual spring. After him, Lin Xiaolong wasted no time, leaping onto the back of Heishuang with Zhang Yu in tow, pursuing Lin Tian. We should follow as well. I am eager to see how they fare, Zhao Liqing declared. A throng of individuals departed in pursuit of Lin Tian. Master, it seems we might not be able to defeat them, Qing Sha remarked, glancing back at the pursuing Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu. Even if we cannot win, we must fight. If they dare pursue us, they intend for us to leave this place lifeless. Lin Tian sighed in resignation. Truth be told, he hadn't expected to encounter Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu so soon. Lin Tian's gaze shifted to the beasts of Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu. Spirit Beast, Black Demon Horse. Attribute, Dark. Level, Commander level 9. Spirit Beast, Golden Armored Warrior. Attribute, Gold. Level, Commander level 9. Spirit Beast, Giant Blade Mantis. Attribute, Wood. Level, Commander level 9. Spirit Beast, Six-Tailed Fire Fox. Attribute, Fire. Level, Commander level 9. Spirit Beast, Thunderbird. Attribute, Thunder. Level, Commander level 9. Spirit Beast, Marsh Crocodile. Attribute, Water. Level, Commander level 9. Upon witnessing these 6 Commander level 9 beasts, Lin Tian felt a wave of vertigo. Both opponents were immensely powerful, far from mere ornamental beasts. Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu were seasoned fighters, and attempting to eliminate them both would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. With the assistance of Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang, Lin Tian felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Enough chatter, let us strike, Lin Xiaolong declared, having distanced himself from the spiritual spring, his eyes alight with murderous intent. Daring to threaten me means Lin Tian shall perish here. With a piercing cry, the Thunderbird surged forward, transforming into a streak of white and purple light aimed directly at Lin Tian. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered ominously above Lin Tian and Qing Sha, forming a tempest with crackling lightning. Qing Sha, be careful! With a crack, a bolt of lightning crashed down, prompting Qing Sha to dodge swiftly, yet more bolts followed relentlessly, providing no respite. The marsh crocodile unleashed a torrent of water, the diameter of which was a full meter and strikingly swift. The six-tailed fire fox flicked its tail, launching basketball-sized fireballs with each motion. The giant blade mantis ascended, its massive scythe-like arms slicing at Lin Tian, generating a flurry of blades, 18 in mere moments. With a deafening roar, the golden armored warrior produced a metallic spear, hurling it with tremendous force. Lin Tian, there's nowhere for you to flee. Lin Xiaolong sneered. If he escapes under our assault, it would be impressive indeed. Zhang Yu's gaze was frigid. The two had regained the thrill of their earlier explorations of the ruins. Blast it! Even Lin Tian, usually restrained in his language, could not suppress an expletive as he beheld the onslaught. Qing Sha, run. If we don't hurry, we will surely meet our end here. Qing Sha glanced back, sensing the gravity of the situation. In a moment of sheer desperation, it unleashed its fastest speed since birth. Its tail spiraling like a propeller, its claws digging in with fervor. Damn it, they're really going all out. Zhao Liqing roared to Zhang Yang. As for the deep-seated enmity between Lin Tian and his adoptive parents, now was not the time for inquiries. Once the skirmish concluded, he would ask Lin Tian for clarity. The ice-armored beast let out a roar, the surrounding air plummeting to a frigid 30 degrees below zero, as a colossal ice wall, over 50 meters long and 100 meters high, materialized behind Qing Sha. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous attacks struck the ice wall, yet its rapid formation meant it was only a meter thick, lacking sufficient durability. The fireballs from the six-tailed fire fox easily left small craters upon impact. Damn it! Forest frog, unleash your might! Zhao Liqing bellowed. The forest frog's entire form glowed, channeling its utmost strength, as vines surged forth at astonishing speed, creating a second layer of defense behind the ice wall. 3 metallic spikes materialized beside Zhao Liqing's massive bear spirit beast, hurtling toward Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu's beasts. The best defense was indeed a potent offense. Zhang Yang hesitated not for a moment, commanding his black gold spider to ascend toward the Thunderbird. Strike! Qing Sha, unleash your dragon might. Eliminate them. Chapter 42. Qing Sha severely wounded. The battle had escalated far beyond the playful skirmishes of Lin Tian's graduation examination. It was now a fierce clash capable of obliterating the surrounding area, leaving the weak with no opportunity to intervene. For instance, Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao could only watch helplessly, entirely unable to participate. This was a confrontation between advanced beast tamers. Should they engage, they would be dispatched in an instant. Guo Youqian's sole contribution lay in having his lucky cat continuously bestow fortuitous buffs upon Lin Tian, while he was incapable of applying misfortune buffs due to his current mental capacity. In the days that followed, Guo Youqian attempted to apply misfortune buffs to Zhao Liqing, but their effects were fleeting. If not activated immediately, they would become ineffective. At this moment on the battlefield, the spear flung by the golden armored warrior pierced the ice wall like a cannonball, hurtling toward Lin Tian's forehead. Behind the ice wall lay a defensive layer woven from interlacing vines. Just as the spear was about to penetrate the entire network, it suddenly lost all momentum. Hanging limply in midair, roar! The formidable might of the Azure Shah surged forth, an unrestrained release of pressure emanating from the Jiaolong. In this world, the blue planet, dragons hold a transcendent status, revered as sovereign entities within the realm of spirit beasts. Even the Jiaolong, whose historical records are exceedingly scarce on this planet, is regarded as a princely figure, subordinate only to the divine dragon, the emperor of dragons. The eruption of dragon might rendered Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu's 6 spirit beasts noticeably sluggish, their ability to unleash attacks significantly diminished. The presence of the Jiaolong's dragon might was an undeniable force. With a resounding cry, Lin Xiaolong's voice resonated in the minds of his spirit beasts, bolstering their resolve against the oppressive aura. If you kill him, you shall feast upon Jiaolong meat. Zhang Yu sneered. In an instant, under the immense pressure, the two combatant spirit beasts unleashed their attacks once more, yet the dragon might remained unyielding. Lin Tian's expression grew grim. The interval from the eruption of the dragon might to its suppression was merely 2 seconds, yet within that fleeting moment, Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang seized a tremendous opportunity. A colossal spider's web materialized above Lin Tian, its silken threads extending into the unknown. Perched atop the web was Zhang Yu's thunder sparrow, the black gold spider. With its 8 legs casting shadows, traversed along a silk thread to the web's apex, its gaze fixated on the thunder sparrow. It expelled threads, connecting to the ground, drawing in the electricity discharged by the thunder sparrow, serving as a makeshift lightning rod. Meanwhile, 3 metallic spikes hurtled towards Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu's spirit beasts. The golden armored warrior cast a chilling glance at the approaching spikes. Suddenly, a shield and a blade manifested in its grasp, dashing forward to shatter the 3 metallic projectiles. Ice-armored beast, intercept that giant blade mantis. Zhao Liqing gritted his teeth. The ice-armored beast roared, charging before the giant blade mantis as both spirit beasts unleashed a frenzied assault, an array of skills erupting in a cacophony of power. Battle axe, block that golden armored warrior. Forest frog, obstruct that swamp crocodile. The battle axe was Zhao Liqing's colossal bear spirit beast, its immense form lunging at the golden armored warrior. While the golden armored warrior may not match the bear in size, it was far from lacking in strength. Golden Tooth Beast, engage that 6-tailed fox. Zhang Yang commanded. The Golden Tooth Beast, another of Zhang Yang's 9th-tier spirit beasts, surged towards the 6-tailed fire fox. As the battlefield intensified, Lin Tian found himself caught in the middle, his discomfort palpable. He yearned to escape, yet Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu's spirit beasts relentlessly targeted him, particularly the thunder sparrow above. The black gold spider, unable to navigate the skies, struggled significantly against the thunder sparrow, its web already suffering considerable damage from the unrelenting electrical onslaught. Lin Tian, I wonder how long they can protect you. Lin Xiaolong's icy gaze was fixed upon Lin Tian, while his spirit beast was indeed a 9th tier. Disparities in strength existed even among spirit beasts. Mere levels did not dictate their prowess, but rather the mastery of their powers. Old Zhao, my black gold spider is nearing its limit. Zhang Yang's expression darkened. The black gold spider communicated through their mental link, indicating its struggle against the thunder sparrow. A direct hit could send it plummeting. Do you think I am faring any better? These two have a remarkable grasp of their powers. That golden armored warrior is overpowering my battle axe. Zhao Liqing chuckled bitterly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Coordinating 3 spirit beasts in combat, while maintaining vigilant oversight, drained his mental fortitude. Master, what should we do? Azure Shah whirled anxiously in the air. Feeling utterly powerless in this battle, its understanding of its own strength profoundly altered. The sight of Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within it. Should it survive, it vowed to devour those 2 loathsome individuals. Having been born less than a year ago, Azure Shah's heart was still innocent. Yet now it was shadowed by rage and profound helplessness. Do not fret, I shall devise a plan. You focus on evasion. Lin Tian's gaze darted around, seeking an opportunity to escape. Below, unnoticed, Guo Youqian and Dai Hao conspired. Dai Hao summoned the Radiant Commander. Guo Youqian instructed. What is the matter? Dai Hao inquired, perplexed. Yet he complied and summoned the Radiant Commander. The teacher has said that spirit masters are the weakness of spirit beasts. If we eliminate those two, their spirit beasts will be left without guidance, and we can rescue Lin Tian. Guo Youqian's gaze was cold, uttering words that seemed foreign to his usual demeanor. Dai Hao was taken aback, as if seeing Guo Youqian for the first time. Are we doing this or not? If you hesitate, I shall proceed alone, Guo Youqian declared. Let us do it. The petals of the radiant commander began to glow, the blazing rays of sunlight gathering strength. Fire. Boom. A fierce beam of light surged towards Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu. Humph, mere trifles. Lin Xiaolong scoffed, sensing the attack from behind. The hooves of his black stallion rose, gently stepping down to conjure a black sword that shot forth with unparalleled speed towards Guo Youqian and Dai Hao. The black sword cleaved through the light beam, reaching Guo Youqian and Dai Hao in an instant. Upon seeing the dark blade, both stood frozen, their hearts chilled, feeling their bodies weaken, unable even to evade. However, a figure swifter than the black sword appeared before them, a shadow of azure and violet. The winds roared, lifting debris from the ground. The black sword was forcefully blocked. A shimmering dragon tail struck the black sword with tremendous force. Uft! A spurt of blood erupted from one of them. The black sword shattered against the tail. Yet blood continued to drip from it, staining the earth beneath Guo Youqian and Dai Hao's feet.